Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is this working? Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Advanced audio properties. Hold on. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? Loud and clear? Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, everything was breaking before the stream started. I couldn't get my reactive to work, the microphone sources weren't working. So, happy Friday the 13th to you guys. You're testing? Okay, there we go. Finally, it only took, what? Half an hour? Almost a full hour? Okay, there we go. Got you 5 by 5. We slopper. Okay, so I have a little bit of a problem. So when it comes to getting alcohol, I was not actually able to find the alcohol of choice, which was going to be soju. But I do have in my kitchen Chinese cooking wine, which is basically just rice wine. The only problem is that that has I think the same concentration as vodka. And I don't really know if I want to drink that on stream. But we can compromise. I can go grab the rice wine, but instead of taking a shot, it's just going to be a sip. Does that sound like an acceptable compromise? Bro is dying today. Cooking wine is pretty foul. Yes. But then and again, it can't be that bad, right? No. The alternative is, well, I mean, I don't really have any other forms of alcohol. Mix it with apple juice. Actually, you know what? That's fine. Well, actually, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I might have some apple juice as well. So, in that case, famous last words. Hold on, I'm going to go get it then. In that case, and a separate cup as well, so it doesn't mix with my normal drinking mug. Be ready to gag. Yeah, I will be mixing it with something. I'm sure I have something in my fridge, so it's going to be fine. Don't worry. I don't plan to give myself cirrhosis today, just yet. I think we need to wait a little bit longer before I allow that to happen. Hold on, let me just get to these super chats first. Darn it! Thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. Rockroll Tyrannosaur. Nice name. Welcome to the club. Thank you for becoming a footstool. Nico Daisy. Thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. Cotton. Thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. Hope you guys all enjoy those emotes. Billy. Thank you for being a footstool for 20 months. I hear feet. Do you? Do you really? Mercurius. Thank you for the 2. Rip Chairman. Let's hope that doesn't quite happen yet. It's called cooking wine for a reason? Yes. I am aware. I am aware. Don't worry. But I should be fine. I should be fine. Worry not. Alright. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, so I have returned with the goods. I have next to me two bottles of, well, two 750 milliliter bottles of water, just normal water. And I have a full, I think, tankard? I think that's the right descriptor. Of rice wine as well, mixed with a little bit of fizzy apple juice, whatever that's called. So, we are now ready. If you are going to be participating in the drinking game as well, make sure that you actually have water next to you in addition to the alcohol. I don't want any of you guys hurting yourselves over the course of doing this stream with me. So, hold on, give me a sec. I'm very thankful for the fact that this happens to be a React stream of sorts, because of the fact that I'm also a little sniffly today. So that's going to be fun to deal with throughout the entirety of the stream. But in any case, we should be ready to go. You say water, I hear beer. Don't. Take care of your livers, guys. It's the only one you're going to have for your entire life. I lost around, think about 2. Any idea what's going on? I haven't really been keeping up with the whole mythic thing, because so far it's still just a, you know, he said, she said so far. Or at least it looks that way. Although Mythic's response to Grimmy's accusations has been a little, it's mostly just it has mostly just been the classic, we've looked into things ourselves and we found nothing wrong. So I'm giving that a little bit longer to cook before I bother to, you know, actually look into it on a deeper level, I suppose. But yeah, so far I've only been keeping up with it, with surface level stuff on that. I've been busy with other things. Akira's, thank you for the 2. Welcome to the 8-hour drinking stream. Alright, so as a little bit of a reminder as to what... Is this better? Can you guys hear me now? Okay, there we go. I didn't realize that, oh wait, hold on. In that case, I might have to paste this to... I might have to paste the audio input for every scene that I end up using in this stream. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, things should be fine now. Okay, that should be done now. All right. What a messed up day. Yeah, classic Friday the 13th. Am I right? Okay. Makiris, thank you for the 5. Smuggalon has done some KGB sabotage. Man, I wish. Okay, so as a reminder. Last week, we looked at a whole bunch of different criteria that we're going to be applying today to each of these 12 different React tubers that were randomly selected from different pools based off of their subscriber count. And we're going to be putting them all on this tier list that is designed to be objective in the sense that it is rating them Not off of, vibes, do I find them funny, do I find them cute, etc., but rather based off of how transformative their reaction video is when held up against the original. How much effort have they bothered to put in to make it distinctive, to make it different, to add commentary of an original vein to the original video before uploading it onto their own channels, basically. And just as a reminder as to what those criteria actually are. So I found that last time the text was a little, little small, little difficult to read on a screen. So I've separated the plus ones from the minus ones this time to go through them again. There also have been... I've made a minor adjustment in 3 parts of the original criteria, which we'll go through. So, as a reminder, the things that a video can do, a reaction video can do in order to get points according to the scoring system are citing a personal experience or anecdote and relating it to the contents of the video. Maximum 3 points that you can get for doing this thing across the entire video. Articulating how a video makes you feel emotionally and why, the and why being crucial to actually getting that point. Also capped at 3 per video. Non-cut-in, non-zoom edit/gag that visualizes and or emphasizes the commentary. Again, maximum 3 over the course of an entire video. Expressing appreciation of the video and or affection for its creator. Maximum 1, because although I'm sure glazing the original content creator might boost their ego, that alone is not going to make a video more transformative. Toggling/piloting an avatar live to enhance the reaction. Maximum 1, because after all, we are talking about VTubers here, and if they want to, they could pilot their models in order to enhance their reaction to it. Again, live. In post, or if something is done in post in order to emphasize their reaction, it would fall under the previous criteria instead. This is just designed to reward when a VTuber is actually switched on enough in the actual, reaction when they were doing it on their own streams to try to express something in a way that utilizes the features of the medium. And then finally, the last 3 uncapped awards or uncapped criteria that can award a reaction video for being transformative. Making an original critique of the contents of the video. By original, I mean something that has not been said or done by the actual, creator of the video themselves in their own video. Example being, let's say that someone's reacting to a JonTron video and he talks about how a product is a scam. Or some product that is being advertised to old people is a scam. If the content creator who's doing the reacting then says the same thing, that doesn't count as an original critique of the contents of the video. If they end up making a point about the item being advertised, like, let's say, for example, saying that part of what makes the advertisement effective is the manner in which it is delivered to camera, which is not a point that JonTron made in the original video, then that would be awarded under this criteria. Second last, analyzing and or critiquing the video's composition, presentation, and or argumentation, basically its style, its format, or its framing. So one of these criteria is designed to reward someone for actually engaging with the contents of the video. The other criteria is designed to reward someone for engaging with the composition of the video or how it is made rather than what it says. And finally, contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words. Basically taking something that is being said and then trying to repackage it in your own language or in your own method of delivery, whether it be something as simple as a joke or basically just rephrasing it to make it more palatable or more understandable for your audience. Now, the parts where I've added in extra since last time are to do with the penalties. So last time when we were going through this, I said that I would have a flat -5 point penalty for reactions that were uploaded less than 5 days from the original's publication. And that's the logic for that was mostly if a React tuber uploads a video, usually when you make original videos and you post them onto YouTube, the courtesy, the convention for courtesy is someone waits around 5 days before they upload their own reaction to that video, just to give it a chance to hit the algorithm on its own, accumulate viewership on its own, and not to have any of that siphoned away or interrupted by another video that is basically the exact same thing. Right, but with, someone else in the corner adding in varying degrees of input to the original. However, in light of this, I did have some, I think it was Mega Rotom in the comments of that stream, who raised a pretty valid point that it may be a little harsh for a video that was uploaded on the same day as a reaction video that's uploaded on the same day as the original to be penalized to the same degree as a video that was uploaded, let's say, 4 days afterwards, right? Now, I would make the argument that in both cases, if it's within that 5-day period, the spirit is the same, right? Because it's not in the spirit of transformativity. You're just trying to coach off of, siphon off, or leech off of the algorithmic reach or pull of the original. It may not be outright, the intention may not be outright competition, but that is usually going to be the outcome if you are to upload a reaction video within that 5-day period of the original. So as a result, I've sort of compromised between those two things by making it a scaling penalty instead of just a flat penalty across all of those 5 days. So now, because it is scaling, it will be -5 points if it is uploaded on the same day as the original, -4 if it's 1 day later, -3 if it's 2 days later, -2 if it's 3 days later, and -1 if it's 4 days later, right? Could it be -1 per day? No, that's scaling in the opposite direction, right? I want to make it so that the closer it is, the more heavily penalized it is, rather than the other way around, where it's further away and being penalized similarly or more so than uploading it within a shorter period of time. So as a result, it's been changed from a flat penalty to a scaling one instead. And there are 2 additional things that I've added on. So just as a reminder, the original penalties that we went through at the end of the last stream, where we actually tested these out and decided on what these were going to be. -1 point for discussing something completely unrelated to the video or its contents, doubled if it is done while the video is still playing in the background, right? So basically, anything completely unrelated means tangents are fine, right? Because tangents can still be traced back to the contents of the video in some form. However, if it is something completely unrelated to the video, right, you can't even understand how you get from the contents of the video, there's no attempt to link it back or try to engage with the video in some way, then there'll be docked a point. Also, -1 point for any variation of chat, is this real, no way, or something, those classic filler streamer lines without any additional commentary. And by additional commentary, I mean literally anything. Well, we're going to get into more detail as to what additional commentary means in the next category. But basically, after saying something along the lines of, so we're not going to be penalizing, a streamer saying no way or chat is this real on its own, right? We're going to be penalizing it if it is left on its own, meaning that there is no additional commentary for up to 30 seconds afterwards. I think 30 seconds is quite generous in that regard, because a streamer can say, chat, is this real? And then wait 15 seconds and then add on to, the previous point or react to that thing in more detail by trying to elaborate on their reaction or say how they're thinking or what they're thinking or how they're feeling, etc., etc. But if that 30 seconds elapses from that point where they said, chat, is this real, or no way, or some variation of those 2 filler lines, then the penalty is going to kick in. Third criteria, this is where we elaborate on what do we actually mean by quote-unquote additional commentary. Welcome to the stream, Shelter. Michael R, I think for the 2, will Chairman be putting himself in top tier? I do not qualify for this since I am not uploading reaction videos. I'm merely reacting on stream. Oh, actually, I did see some people comment that it would be interesting to see what a live stream version of this sort of rating system would look like. And I agree. I do think that at some point in the future, I might end up revisiting this topic and coming up with a scoring system that can be used to evaluate live stream reactions. But for the purposes of this stream, we are only going to be looking at reaction videos, edited videos, slices that have been taken out of VODs or live streams that have then been uploaded onto YouTube of the original creator reacting to another video that has been, edited, made, and then hosted on YouTube, right? Because again, the rationale for this stream is basically the reason why I pick on ReactTubers in particular is because their videos basically act as competition with the videos that they're reacting to, depending on how transformative it is and how closely it is uploaded relative to the original video. Since both of those are the same format and on the same platform. Whereas if, let's say, for example, a ReactTuber fills dead air on their Twitch stream by reacting to YouTube videos, yeah, sure, you still get cases where it's outright content theft, or conversely, you still get cases where it is a genuinely transformative reaction, but since it is an entirely different format, live stream versus edited video, or I should say edited upload, and Twitch instead of YouTube, I don't view those two as being, outright competing with one another. Evo, welcome to the stream. Oh, Lumi, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. I'm here, hi, how's Chairman and chat? I'm doing alright, I have an additional... Oh yeah, also, I probably should mention this. I have an additional announcement regarding content that is to come immediately in the... Oh, sorry. Content that is to come in the immediate future on the channel. But that is... I'm going to be saving that for after this portion of the stream is over and done with the actual, the main meat and potatoes of the stream is done. So... if you are curious about that, stick around. I'll also be, chances are, I'll be posting something onto the community tab later on today anyway, so don't bother to stick around just for that if it is something that piques your curiosity. But yeah, so basically, when we say additional commentary, the next penalty consists of video playing without commentary for 15% of the original video's runtime. And when I say additional commentary or without additional commentary, the following does not count as additional commentary. Laughing, making noises along the lines of ooh, or none of those count, right? They don't count as commentary. Repeating aloud what was said in the video word for word does not count as commentary. Stating aloud something that is being shown on screen also does not count as commentary. Now, if you want to make stating aloud something that is shown on screen into commentary, you'd have to say something about it rather than just going, oh, look, rather than just making it indistinguishable from playing a game of I Spy, basically. Duration of this 15% segment of the video that has to play without additional commentary. The duration of this is refreshed by each instance of commentary or an edited visual gag, even if said commentary or visual gag does not add a point to the overall score. So to give an example of what I mean, let's say, for example, that the creator of a video ends up articulating how a video makes them feel and why for the 4th time over the course of a reaction video. Now, they're not going to get an additional point for that because they've already reached the maximum of 3. But it is going to, the 4th time that they do that, is going to reset the counter on the 15% runtime of the original video that it has to elapse before they get penalized for this. So that's basically what it means. The next thing, every consecutive 10-second segment of a video that is left to play while the reactor is AFK or doing something unrelated on screen, like playing a game or whatever, right? If they are not, actually watching the video, or at least there for the video while it is playing, they are going to be penalized for, -1 point for every 10 seconds that elapses in a single block. Now, those were the penalties that we left off on last time when we were testing these out on stream. But since then, I've added 2 additional ones. Now, this is after going through each of the videos that we'd randomly selected from each of the ReactTubers channels and actually comparing them to the original side by side. You'll see what I mean when we get to that section of the stream. So, -1 point for the thumbnail just being a copy of the original video's thumbnail. So basically, it's the exact same thing, just either with a little bit cut off or with the ReactTuber themselves put in the corner or on the side or whatever, right? If the thumbnail is basically the exact same, then they get 1 point deducted before the actual reaction even begins. However, this does not apply to instances where the thumbnail of the reaction video uses a still frame from the contents of the original video. That's fine, right? Let's say, for example, there's a still frame from the original video that is particularly eye-catching or whatever. They can screenshot that, use that as the thumbnail. I don't care. I don't mind. That doesn't get in the way of anything. But if it is basically just a copy of the original video's thumbnail, then yes, they get -1 point off the bat. Second, if the title is just a copy of the original videos, this is a criteria that I added in basically purely because of one of the videos that we randomly selected to assess / react to, that you'll probably end up seeing in a few minutes. Right. Now, I do want to clarify, I've been very, very lenient with this penalty because I am accepting, if, for example, the title is word for word the same, except they add the prefix or suffix of, reacting to, X reacts to, first time reacting to, X reaction. If they add that prefix or suffix to the original title, I'm fine with that, right? I'm counting that as being different from the original. No, if a ReactTuber is to actually get a penalty for this, the title of their reaction video would have to be word for word the exact same thing as the original videos. And now, this isn't a common penalty that the videos we're about to see incur, but it does happen with one of the bigger content creators that we're going to be looking at, which is why I chose to add it in to the system, right? -100 points if the reactor's voice is obnoxious or grating. See, that's the thing, right? Like, you say that as a joke, but if I were to just be doing this off of vibes, that would unironically be counted in, that would unironically factor into my head as to how highly I appraise a reaction video. If they have a cute voice or a cute laugh, I can look past the fact that they are making React-slop. But if they don't, then, my natural inclination is to instantly throw the video out just on its face. However, again, I'm trying to be a little more objective here and trying to leave my personal preferences for, voice, tone, how they sound when they're laughing, etc., etc., the actual look of their model. I'm trying to leave all of that out of here for now and just purely judge them on the basis of transformativity. Like, again, subjectively, if you have a cute voice, you have a pass. But objectively, it might still be lazy content, right? This out of vibes, I'll qualify everyone as negative 10 more billion. Yeah, probably. The annoying laugh isn't an objective criteria. Yeah, exactly. That's why I haven't included it in this, right? That's why I've excluded stuff like that from the actual scoring system. Jay hates his readers. Thank you for being a Footstool for 19 months. Holy. A lot of you guys are getting close to 2 years, which is kind of insane for me to think about. Hello to you too. Hello to you too. Damn, have I really been doing this for that long? 10 billion points to this VTuber because I agree. I might suggest making that a more severe penalty, having it be -1. Having this -1 be a little less strict. Speed on, which one were you referring to? Sorry? Were you referring to this or this or this? Reacting to X's basic attribution. Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, all of them have... I've looked through each of the videos, you know, I've taken a cursory glance through each of the videos and the descriptions, and all of them do attribute the original in the sense that they link to it in the descriptions of the videos that they upload. But this is just a matter of the most basic, you know, not trying to algo surf in such a way that your video is basically indistinguishable in search results even from the original, right? I've been watching you for 2 years. What is life? That's my reaction too. That's my reaction too. Is Muujin someone to be considered? No, he doesn't upload reaction videos. He doesn't. Not in the sense that, you know, the same way as the people we're going to be looking at today. The bar is on the floor. It is, admittedly, but that being said, the bar may be low, but it is important to clear anyways. This is not a measure of, you know, is this a magnum opus that should represent VTubing. In fact, the whole reason why I'm doing this stream is because of my, admittedly, my personal feelings that when people think of VTubers, I would prefer for them to think of, you know, original VTuber content, not just React-slop. But if we are to look at this, right, this is basically, does the video pass the bare minimum of trying to make itself different from the original video that's being reacted to, right? This is not us looking for, well, the primary purpose isn't to look for React gems, just to pass React-slop, essentially. Speedon, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. Exact copying gets more severe penalty. Ah, okay, I see. I think, I think I wouldn't go above -2 for each one respectively, to be honest. But I do see your point about exact copy. See, the thing is, I think thumbnails being an exact copy, I think making that -2 is fair enough. Title, I think I'm going to make... Yeah, I see what you mean, Speedo. I see what you mean. I think that's a fair point. Though, this is so common. This is so common that it might result in every single video being -2. Well, actually, hold on. Let me see. Steals from the video are acceptable. I might make this doubled. Doubled if no visual change has been made to original. By visual change, I mean shifts in color, etc. Shifts in color, cropping, etc. And it's just the reactor putting their... Sorry, I was dying. Yeah, so yeah, I'm going to... Okay, I think that's a fair suggestion. So this is going to be -2 if there is no attempt at making the original thumbnail look different in the form of, you know, making a shift in color, cropping it so that it's proportioned differently in the React video. And if it's just, you know, if the reactor has just put their model in the corner of the original thumbnail, which basically looks the exact same, then we go with -2 instead of just -1. Venom. Oh, Venom, welcome to the stream. -50 if not linking the original video or skipping the ads. I think skipping the ads is... I can forgive skipping the ads because, you know, I'm not aware of any clause in a sponsorship agreement where the reactor is rewarded based off of the views accumulated by reaction videos to their original video as well. Like, if that was the case, if I was aware of that being the case, then yes, I would also heavily penalize if someone skips the sponsored segment of a video that they are reacting to. But since I'm not aware of anything, you know, along those lines, any you know, that being a convention among sponsorship deals, I'm not that I'm not that harsh on skipping sponsored segments in reactions. Again, if that was actually, you know, detrimental in some way to the original content creator, then I would penalize it. But that in particular, I think that's fine. But yeah, minus 50 if not linking the original video. I've looked through all of these. I'm quite certain all of them link to the original video, if I remember correctly. So yeah, but if they didn't, then yeah, I think minus 50 would be fair. But yeah, I see what you mean, but skipping the ad is just kind of rude, you know? Again, I don't think any of the ads, contrary to what most content creators say, right, is, how do I say? Most content creators, when they end up plugging something in a sponsorship, they don't really personally care about that sponsor all that much. Most of the time, right? I'm talking about common sponsors like Raid Shadow Legends or Factor, or, you know, when it was still a widespread thing, BetterHelp. So generally speaking, I'm not that attached to, you know, I'm not that attached to the idea of, oh, okay, you have to include the sponsorship segment if you're reacting to a video as like a courtesy thing, because I don't see the utility in that. Unless, of course, skipping it ends up having some sort of negative impact on the amount that the original creator can get from said sponsorship deal, right? Like I said, if they are rewarded on the basis of views accumulated by reactions to their original content, as well as the views on the original content itself, right? Ground news, yeah, that's another really common one nowadays. But yeah, so again, for that reason, I'm not too strict on. I don't view that as something that needs a penalty in and of itself, right? Now, title being a copy of the original videos, I'm okay with bumping this up to, well, actually, yeah, I'm okay with bumping this up to a -2, to be honest, because the fact that it's, well, actually, it is so uncommon among the examples that we have that I think if I were to bump this up to -2, it would look targeted. But to be honest, at that point, you know, if you're just copying a title word for word, not even bothering to act, you know, reacting to in front of it, I think that is way too lazy. So I'm okay with bumping this to -2, even if it's not the most common thing in the examples that we're going to be going through for the rest of the stream. All right. Title being exactly the same is kind of worse in a lazy way, though less bad for the viewer. Yeah, I think, yeah. Because again, if you're not even bothering to make the title different, like, at all, you are basically, you know, you're basically algo surfing to an incredibly obvious and cynical degree, right? So, yeah. Okay, so that's all of the penalties done, right? Those two being the ones that I added in after our last stream where we actually tested these. And again, these are one-offs, right? One penalty maximum for the thumbnail being a carbon copy, one penalty maximum on the basis of the title being a carbon copy. And, you know, these shouldn't affect the rating of a video too much, which is why, you know, because of the fact that they are one-offs. But again, this is like very basic stuff, like trying to make your thumbnail at least a little bit different from the original, trying to make your title a little bit different from the original. Because again, I think I was pretty lenient with this by saying that, you know, a reaction video is fine so long as it has the prefix X reacts to or reacting to or something along those lines, right? But if you can't even be bothered to do this, yeah, then of course it's going to be penalized right off the bat without even bothering to go into the actual contents of it. Because the intention is not to make it transformative, the intention is to just essentially siphon off the original's popularity. Yes, the ads are annoying, but look how everyone got it memorized. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Okay, thank you for the 2. This show, yeah, exactly, NordVPN. So again, off the top of our heads, all of us can rattle off the sponsors that literally every content creator and their dog and mother, you know, does ad reads for in their videos, right? But again, I'm not aware of any sort of part of their deal where they get rewarded extra on the basis of views accumulated by reaction videos to their video. If that was the case, then yes, I would penalize it. But since that doesn't seem to be a convention, I'm okay with just letting that be. All right. So, the actual drinking portion of the stream. If you are following along with alcohol in tow, we are going to be taking a sip or a shot, depending on how, how watered down your alcohol is. For every time that a VTuber in a reaction video snorts, slams their desk, or slams something, screams at the video, or says they're going to piss themselves. Again, if you were to just look at these 4 different criteria, you would think, okay, surely it's not that common, right? But it is common enough that if you do want to get buzzed over the course of reacting to 12 randomly selected videos, you are probably going to get there, right? Yes. Look, a lot of VTubers, when they slam their desk, they don't seem to be the strongest individuals on the face of the planet, so hence the -1 HP. But this, if any of these 4 are going to result in alcohol poisoning, it is probably going to be this one, right? Because, loud equals funny is the lowest common denominator of easy humor to try and generate when you're reacting to something. But yeah, I anticipate that this is probably going to be the biggest source of drinking over the course of this entire stream. But maybe this second, I guess, you would be surprised at how common this tends to be, especially when the video being reacted to is intended to be funny. And then with, I'd hope that this is last though. So I'd say most common, second most common, second least common, and least common. Hopefully. I'm crossing my fingers that that's how it's going to work out. So, with all that being said, that's all the criteria, that's all the rating system that we're going to be applying. And when we, rate videos, etc., as we drink along with the videos, these are basically the criteria that we are going to be employing in order to come up with the video's final score. And based off of that final score, we are going to be putting the React tuber on this tier list in their respective tier. Now, just as a bit of a reminder, in order for a video to be transformative, it needs to have a net score, by the end of the video's duration, a net score of more than 10 points. In order to land in React-slop affectionate, it needs to rate between 6 to 10 points by the end of the video. A video is considered upload fodder if it only scores between 1 and 5 by the end of it. A video is considered React-slop derogatory if it ranks between 0 and -4, and a video is deemed outright content theft if its final rating is -5 or under. And starting us off with the very first video we're going to be reacting to, Demi's video titled Demi reacts to "Should we give Ozempic to everyone?" Now again, like I said, I've been fairly lenient when it comes to making titles different. The original video that she was reacting to is a video by Kurzgesagt called "Should we give Ozempic to everyone?" Now again, is it technically the same thing? Well, yeah, the original title is included word for word in Demi's, in the title of Demi's video. But she has done the bare minimum of adding Demi reacts to in front of the original video's title, hence why she's not receiving a penalty for the title. And when you look at the thumbnail, she's also bothered to try and make that different. So, she's typed Ozempic, but she's changed the font, right? And instead of using the actual thumbnail in the background of her, her pog face or whatever that is, she's chosen to use a still from the original video in the background of her thumbnail. So for that reason, she also dodges that penalty. However, another thing, looking at the runtime of Demi's video, it's, it clocks in at 29 minutes 8 seconds. The runtime of the original video by Kurzgesagt clocks in at 12 minutes 51 seconds. Now, from this runtime, we are going to be calculating the 15% duration penalty limit. So 15% of 12 minutes 51 seconds roughly comes around to 2 minutes of the original video's runtime when you round it up to the nearest, when you round it up or down, I should say, to the nearest whole minute. So, if 2 minutes elapses of the original video's runtime in the background of her reaction without any sort of meaningful commentary, she gets -1 point, and then it refreshes and we go over to the next 2-minute block. Kurtz changes their thumbnails. That was the original? Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Alright. Also, she copy struck people. I do remember seeing something along those lines a few months ago, yeah. I didn't know that that was the original thumbnail. Okay. Hold on, give me a second. I mean, is there a way to verify that on like Wayback Machine or something? Probably, right? Hold on. Let me check. I'm going to do a live fact check here. Wayback Machine. Alright, let me just pull up her video.
Should we give a...
I'll pull up Kurzgesagt's video.
Ozempic or...
Okay. Let's see. February 17th. Oh, you're right. The original thumbnail was that. Okay. Never mind, I guess. Alright. I didn't catch that. Nice spot. Alright. I don't know if you guys could see it because it flashed across the screen really quickly. Okay, let me try a different snapshot, see if it loads in. Again, the thing I don't like about Wayback... Whoa, okay. Alright. Yeah, the thing I don't like about Wayback is they usually have a bit of trouble properly archiving YouTube pages. But yeah. AI immediate deduction? Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean... I was hoping that we would be able to load a static version, but if you rewind frame by frame on the VOD, you should be able to see the Wayback Machine flashing, you know, just like for 1 second or something. That, yeah, the thumbnail of the Kurzgesagt video on the day that it was uploaded was actually the same as what Demi has in the background. So, immediately, we are going to be applying a -1 penalty for that. She has bothered to change the font, so for that reason, I'm going to be leaving it at -1 instead of -2. However, if we look at the upload dates, the original video by Kurzgesagt was uploaded on the 18th of February 2026. Demi's video was uploaded on the 20th of February 2026. So that is just 2 days after the original video was uploaded. 2 days, so, you know, -5 for day 0, -4 for day 1, -3 for day 2. So he gets a starting score of -4 purely because of a combination of the thumbnail being basically an exact copy of the original and the upload date being just 2 days after the original was uploaded. However, then we get to the actual reaction video itself. Hold on, let me switch screen. Okay, there we go. Alright, so this should be fun. Now, just to verify, so you guys can confirm, right? So, upload date, I'm just going to scroll down so you guys can confirm that I'm not just, you know, it's not just time zone fuckery that's factoring into how I calculate the days in between upload and reaction upload. So as you can see, Demi's video currently sitting at around 30,000 views, uploaded 20th of February 2026. And then the Kurzgesagt video, that was, well, now sitting at around 3 million views, uploaded 18th of February 2026. Let me just make sure it's visible on your screen. Yes, it is. Okay. All right. So let's begin the first. Okay, hold on. Let me add in the -4 first. All right. Remember, the blocks that we're going to be doing is 2 minutes of the original video's runtime. So not 2 minutes of Demi's reaction video, but every 2 minutes that elapses while the original video is still playing, that's the 15% runtime block that we're going to be judging based off of, right? Okay, let's get to reacting.
Should we give Ozempic to everyone? Why is it that Kyrgyzstan is always doing such crazy titles recently? Is it just me, or they've went like crazy with their titles?
Ozempic or Mounjaro have done what diets and...
Okay, so it was starting to count down from 2 minutes. Actually, hold on. Let me just whip out a stopwatch on my phone real quick. Okay, so I've got the stopwatch running on my phone. Well, not stopwatch, I should say. Timer for 2 minutes on my phone. And that's what I'm going to be using to keep track of how long the original video is left to run in each segment.
They've went like crazy with their titles.
Ozempic or Mounjaro have done what diets and willpower have failed to do so far.
Doesn't Ozempic,
Okay.
if ever you don't have a problem with insulin, it stops your hormone from actually producing that hormone to like make yourself feel hungry. Like you don't like feel the cravings anymore or something. It's like an appetite. Yeah, it's an appetite suppressant. It's like smoking.
So that particular thing where she goes, okay, is this how Ozempic works? Basically asking her chat to give her more context on how the mechanics of the drug actually work. We count that as an example of contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words, right? So basically trying to add on a little bit more information about the topic of the video. So for that reason, she is going to be getting, +1 point to the overall score. And we'll continue from there.
Smoking does the same thing. Did you know that? It's like smoking makes you like suppress your appetite. Same with black coffee.
Make millions lose massive amounts of weight with seemingly mild side effects. More than 1 in 8 US adults have tried the drugs. For the first time in history, the country's obesity rate actually fell.
What?
Since obesity...
Okay. Now we're going to start looking at 30 seconds from that point, right? So she did the whole what thing at around 56 in the reaction video. So we're gonna get a frame perfect read on the what. Okay, so round 56, right? 30 seconds on from 056. If there's no additional commentary relating to that portion of the video, we're counting that as a -1.
Since obesity is one of the unhealthiest things in the world, this seriously poses the question, should we give these drugs to everyone who is overweight to spark a medical revolution like we did with antibiotics and vaccines? The obesity trap. At its core, being overweight or obese is a mismatch between how much you eat and how much your body needs.
Oh, shit. Dude, I remember when I was younger, I would eat so much.
Okay. So here she starts talking about something that's completely unrelated. This is in response to growing fat, okay, as a younger child, but when she was younger. But that's not, again, it's not related to the previous thing that she said what to. So as a result, she is going to be penalized on the basis of just saying, chat, is this real? No way, without additional commentary. Count up to 30 seconds afterwards, because the commentary is related to a completely different section of the video. So, for that reason, she's going back down to -4. Okay.
Much fucking meat, and I just slowly gain weight. The way I gain weight is that in high school, I would gain like 5 pounds per year for a year, and etc, etc, and I was getting slowly and slowly just like slowly gaining away because I just ate a little bit too much of my calorie count, just like a little bit. So I kept gaining weight but very slowly, and then yeah, I just became chubby.
Okay, now this does count as citing a personal experience or anecdote and relating it to the contents of the video. Because, again, it's basically the video mentioned, how does someone gain weight? What are the mechanics of gaining weight? And she gives a personal anecdote of when she was younger, what happened to make her a little bit chubby. So, for that reason, we're going to be giving her +1. There are two more instances where she can get a point for doing the same thing. So, -3. Okay, so she's like bouncing around between -3 and -4 so far. Okay.
Eat more calories than you burn, and your body will store them as fat. Eat less, and you'll lose it. But just because something depends on what you do, it doesn't mean it's your fault. Your drive to eat is programmed by evolution and can easily hijack your conscious decisions. For most...
And honestly, people
Okay.
like blame me and my genetics for having a very curvy body and getting lucky with the whole like stomach thingy. But I genuinely think it was because of me losing... I gained weight by just eating a little bit too much meat. Not because I ate, like, sugary shit or, like, getting... I didn't gain my weight from eating unhealthy food. I gained my weight because I just ate too much of the food that I had. So I think that's the reason why I didn't have, like, humongous fucking stomach fat. I did not gain weight because I, Yeah. Fat distribution is purely genetics? I don't think so. I think it's your hormones. In my opinion, I think it's genuinely your hormones. 100%. If you... that's why people call it a beer belly. Which are genetic? Oh, that's also genetic? Interesting.
Okay, so here, again, she's talking about her own body, the fat distribution, the mechanics of how that worked. So again, it still falls under the category of citing personal experience or anecdote and then relating it to the contents of the video. So she does get another point for that, but again, it's reaching the 3-point cap. So it goes up to -2.
History, food was scarce. So when our ancestors found a calorie bomb, binging on it was the best of ideas. The more sugar, fat and salt, the better. Our brains are wired to love these foods. They bring...
You're talking to the person that has the worst hormones. I have like literally PCOS, the literal thing that makes your stomach bigger and shit like that, which only affected me later in life where I'm like, oh my god, my stomach is finally getting bigger because of like PCOS and shit. And I'm like, I need to lose weight.
Pleasure, enjoyment and...
Okay, and again, because she's brought up PCOS, we can add another point because she's bringing up a personal experience, relating it to the contents of the video. So again, she's now reached the cap of +3 points for citing a personal experience or anecdote, right?
Mental release. This helped us survive in a world where food was the most important thing to worry about each day. And then the
Ragzav, for 7 months, and hello, Paparon.
world changed overnight, and suddenly food was cheap, calorie dense, and hyper.
So just then, when she interrupted the video to thank a sub, we're not counting that as something that refreshes the timer. So the 2-minute thing is still ticking down afterwards.
Palatable. Our ancient biology hijacked our modern behavior. Most of us can't help ourselves and overeat regularly. Today, over 40% of adults are overweight, and...
Are you talking about America, or are you talking about like the World Wide Web? World Wide Web. Why'd I say web? I mean the worldwide like thingy. Is it only America? Oh wait, where's the data coming from? Our world in data. Oh shit. It's not America. That's the whole wide world. Sheesh.
40% of adults are overweight.
Okay, so for that, it's not quite, it's not quite analyzing or critiquing the video's composition, presentation, or argument. Well, actually, you could make the argument that, it's just her asking a point without actually paying attention to the whole video. But since she did, bother to go looking at where the video was citing its sources from and basically answered her own question, yeah, if we're going to be, I'm inclined to be, a little bit charitable towards that. I'm going to add a point because it does, it does qualify as analyzing and critiquing the presentation or argumentation, right? Willpower is a muscle. Yeah.
weight, and obesity affects 1 billion humans and kills almost 4 million annually. If trends continue, by 2050, 1 in 3 adults on Earth will be obese, and half of humanity will
Okay, so that thing that she did just then,
be billion humans and kills almost 4 million annually.
when she, did that little thing with her face, basically, piloted her model to do the whole shocked face. Yeah, I'm going to count that as, piloting the avatar live to enhance the reaction. So we're going to give 1 point as a result of that. I'm suffering minus 10 IQ. Look, I never said that React-slop was objectively good content. But, well, to be fair, you are going to be very hard-pressed to find someone who enjoys reaction content seriously making the argument that, it's something that tickles them intellectually. It's basically just, it's usually something you leave on in the background because you find it comforting. Either because it functions as some sort of pseudo companionship, because you get the impression of someone basically just of someone watching quote unquote the same video as you are, or it's just relaxing because you like the sound of the VTuber or because you like the VTuber themselves, right? So yeah, I could see it not being very, shall we say, mentally stimulating content to watch. But that's not why most people watch reaction content either.
If trends continue, by 2050, 1 in 3 adults on Earth will be obese, and half of humanity will be overweight.
Whoa.
Since being overweight is also
Okay. so just going like, whoa, and then we're not going to count that as any sort of input. But again, 30 seconds after what? 426? If there's no additional commentary, we're going to penalize that as well.
shamed on top of being unhealthy, we tried to fix our overeating behavior with all sorts of, well, behavioral methods. The world is filled with diets and healthy habits campaigns. But anyone who's been on a diet before...
Here's the thing. You can make healthy food taste so fucking good, to be honest. There's so many ways to make healthy food taste good. However, oh my fucking god, when I want to order out or something, the majority of things are fried or something. And
Okay, so it's now been 30 seconds since she said whoa in response to the amount of people that are projected to die as a result of obesity, which was a point that was made in Kurzgesagt's original video, without elaborating on that at all. So for that, she does get -1. However, here when she's elaborating on a different point, basically trying to expand upon the point that, healthy eating doesn't actually seem to work as a countermeasure to the increase in obesity rates across the world, by saying, it is possible to make good tasting healthy food. Again, that does technically count as analyzing or critiquing, making an original critique of the contents of the video, right? So for that, we're going to be awarding a point back.
and it sucks. It sucks so much because, at least my experience in Asia, right? In any Asia country, there has always been a healthy option that doesn't, make you miserable. And every time that I picked a healthy option in, okay, let's say the UK, they're always tasting so fucking bad. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this.
Zuli, but isn't that what the original video is going to say? One of the things that I did bring up when we were testing the criteria last week was if a content creator ends up saying something that a video is going to say, I don't view that as being like a bad thing that should negate a penalty or whatever, because they are trying to engage in the topic of the video. And if they end up saying something, if they end up predicting the way that a video is going to go without knowing it, again, that's basically, that's basically pattern recognition, right? Rather than them stealing from the original video in any way.
country, but I've never had the healthy option tasting bad, and I don't know why. Because like in the Philippines, when I eat a salad and stuff, and
Okay, so if we were just going to, you could technically segment this, this portion where she's actually talking about, healthy eating into two parts. The first part is the thing that she's actually going to be getting a point for, which is basically saying it is possible, though, to make good, to make healthy food taste good as well. The second segment would have, in other circumstances, right? This segment where she starts talking about what it's like to eat healthy food in her country, right? That would have normally gotten a separate point. However, because she's already capped out at citing a personal experience or anecdote and relating it to the contents of the video, this is not going to award an additional point, since she's already done that 3 prior times earlier on in the video.
that doesn't like make you miserable. And every time that
And again, the reason why I've capped that particular criteria is because, again, if you just want to talk about yourself, why do you need a video on in the background to do that? Just do that in a Zatsu or something.
I picked a healthy option in like, okay, let's say the UK. They're always tasting so fucking bad. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this country, but I've never had the healthy option tasting bad, and I don't know why. Because like in the Philippines, when I eat a salad and stuff, and etc., they put like stuff there to make it healthy and fulfilling, but it tastes good and exactly whatever. When I went to let's say Hong Kong, super easy to eat fucking healthy, super easy to eat whole.
Nene Love, I think you might be mixing up the Filipinos with the Indonesians. I think, if I remember right, hold on, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Is Balot Indonesian or is that Filipino? Can we get a Philippines or an Indo in chat to confirm? Me, rice and beans. Does anyone here have experience? Can anyone here testify as to whether Balot is Indonesian or Filipino? How many minus points for constantly swearing in the video? I'm not going to. It's a C thing. Oh, it is Filipino. Okay, maybe I got it. Maybe I got it mixed around. Okay, Balot is Filipino. All right. But it's a C thing in general? Ah, okay, I see. All right, point taken. I was wrong.
Food and etc. Buying like fried food is always there as an option, but it's not my only option. You know what I mean? Also, by the way, I don't even eat dressing. But in the UK, if I eat a salad, I need the dressing. I don't know why. In the Philippines, I could live my life without eating the dressing. Yeah, I
Demonstrous, welcome to the stream. I hope you had a nice stream earlier on today. See people all eat everything that moves. To be fair, that's probably like an Asian thing in general. We don't let things go to waste. We've had too many instances of mass starvation in our races, in our racial memory, for that to be allowed as an instinct in our programming. Art flip here. Balot is indeed Filipino. Ah, okay, I see.
completely didn't mind it because they had other stuff in the salad that like compensated for it, and I just didn't mind needing the extra like flavor because it was enough. It was insane. It's because they don't want you to eat it.
By the way, this is why I do not class. So this little tangent that she's going on, right? Yes, it is something that enhances the reaction in the sense of making it, she is adding onto it with her own personal experience. But this is all one anecdote, right? This is her elaborating on one experience of the differences between Filipino food and food in the West when it comes to how well they are able to make healthy food taste, right? This is all one tangent / one anecdote. And this is exactly why when I am judging the quote-unquote transformativity of a reaction video, I don't just look at the runtime of the reaction video compared to the original. Because the reaction video could have 2 times the runtime of the original video or more, as this one does. And yet that is still not a very accurate indicator on its own as to how transformative the reaction video is compared to the original, right? Did indeed finish the playthrough and just working to get more content on my channel. Good. I'm glad to hear that. You seem to be progressing at a pretty. You seem to be hammering at it very consistently, which is always a great sign when someone just starts streaming.
Healthy because the other food has a higher profit margin. I don't know what it is, but like, dude, and especially when I look at like, okay, as somebody who doesn't really have time, or me not wanting to put in the time to cook and stuff, I like to order. And I never had a problem ordering when I'm in like another country, and the option of ordering has always been there. But in the UK, man, it is all fucking fried food. All of the options of like
Whittle Whisketeer, thank you for the 2. This stream feels like old school EFAP for VTubers. You know, I don't think that's a. I'll take that as a. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. But yeah, no. EFAP's domain is movies and shows. My domain is this industry, so I guess it makes sense.
the options of like, let's say non-fries or something like that. It's never, I know it's different here and stuff, but why does it have to be always fried?
Again, technically, you can make the argument that this is a separate anecdote from the earlier one, comparing the two, even though I would make the argument that it's like the same. But again, because she's already capped out at the max 3 points for bringing up a personal anecdote experience and then relating it to the contents of the video, this is going to refresh the 15% duration criteria, but it is not going to add an additional point to her overall score.
Yeah. Like, genuinely, I went to a Chinese fucking restaurant here, and motherfucker, their rice wasn't even like
Appreciated,
Asian.
Whittle.
And I got so, I don't know why, but I got so fucking annoyed by that. It was like the rice that people in the Middle Eastern eat, and I'm like, what?
I too love eating endangered animals. Why do you think they're endangered to begin with?
Why the fuck am I going to a Chinese restaurant? If I wanted Indian food, I would have went to an Indian food.
Knows that it's hard
Okay.
and no fun.
I don't know, man. All I'm just saying is that there's really not that many options in the UK when it comes to like different kinds of food. Like, if you go to an Asian food,
Again, she did pause, unpause, and then pause again, but we're not going to class this as a separate instance of her bringing up a personal anecdote or whatever, because it's basically her just expanding upon the same one.
restaurant, oh my fucking god, it's not Asian. It's not Asian. It's some British mixture with Indian food or some bullshit. It's not fucking Asian. I swear to god, it's not. It's, oh my god, it's so shit.
At all. Not only are you fighting your deep evolutionary programming, you're cutting down on a major source of comfort, social activity, and good feelings. And if you've finally lost weight and want to ease up a little, you're back in the regular world full of amazing.
Oh my god, I just remember something. I got so upset of the food in an Asian restaurant because I saw Asian people like making the food and stuff.
Okay, now, again, if you just were to look at this in a vacuum, right, what she's talking about in this segment of the video in a vacuum, when she's complaining about Asian food in the UK, you might look at that, you might look at the contents of the original video and go, how the fuck is this related to Ozempic? But because you can trace this tangent back to her earlier anecdote that was directly related, we are not going to be penalizing this as something completely unrelated. That's why I stipulated completely as a very as the imperative term in that criteria, right? Since this can still be traced back to something where she was, making an attempt to engage directly with the contents of the video she's reacting to, I don't think this is worth penalizing.
Like, I was like, what the fuck? Why the fuck is the rice not cooked properly then?
But I am thinking of turning this up in terms of speed. The only reason why I'm not is because that would fuck with my ability to time how much of the original video is elapsing in the background while her reaction video is playing.
And I got really annoyed. So I asked the waiter, can you ask the cook if they washed the rice? Because it was so fucking sticky and it was annoying the fuck out of me. And I got really fucking annoyed. So I asked them, like, hi, and then and then he came back to me and then he was like, oh no, this is like made for. Also, the bit about drinking or taking a sip whenever the reactor screams at the video, I'm not classing this as her screaming at the video, because if we just counted every single instance where a Twitch streamer is just loud while speaking, we are all losing up. We are all going to need transplants tomorrow, right? Like there is no way I'm going to be counting this as the streamer screaming at the video. Like, it actually has to be them yelling, it actually has to be them screaming at the video, not just,
being autistic and not having volume moderation, right? A little ironic for me to say, I know, but yeah. Also, I'm sure since I learned that you and him are Aussie Chinese, I've imagined the conical hats. Yeah, fair enough, honestly. Actually, Noxon, I might commission. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna commission Noxon later on to draw that in the form of an emote. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Thanks for typing that. Swearing minus 100.
For, you know, the people here. I was like, what? What do you mean? And then they were like, well, majority of the people are buying here are going to be British. What the fuck? Whatever, man. Whatever.
Foods.
Okay, I am going to count that as screaming though, so I'm going to be taking a sip. Oh. Oh. Okay. Ah, Chinese cooking wine, my beloved.
Self-regulating.
And I said, oh, no, that makes sense. Thank you so much. And then I wanted to cry. I wanted to cry. Like, dude, come on, man. I understand why now. You know what's so funny? I understand now why.
Okay, so technically she is like slapping her hand against her other hand, so it does count as hitting something. So again, I'm going to be taking another sip. Oh, fuck. Hold on, let me pour more water out so I don't kill myself. I should probably record how many shots we've taken as well on the side. So let me duplicate this. Okay, we're going to have a shot counter as well as a points counter. Shots, sips, 2. Okay. This should be fun. Oh, wait, no, I think there's a separate... Oh, no. I can't have that. I can't have that. Okay. I'm going to have to make a new text element then. Hold on. I'm adjusting things live. All right. Shot counter, sip counter. Okay. Sip counter 2. All right. Smaller size is this. There we go. Now you just deleted the points. Oh shit, I did. Fuck. Okay, wait, let me... Oh no, the points was at 1 before, so yeah, we're fine. Yeah, no, we're fine. Where is this? Okay, hold. Sip. Counter. Alright, there we go. Okay.
There's so many fucking British people in Japan. I've always wondered that. Every time I go to Japan, I hear a British guy every single time. Or like, dude, I swear to God, every single time.
Okay, at this point, we are going to be deducting a point under the penalty of discussing something completely unrelated to the video and its contents. Because I can see how, like, for example, complaining about, you know, Asian food in the UK can be traced back to the earlier tangent about the difference between UK food and Filipino food when it comes to making healthy stuff taste good. But when she's starting to talk about how many white people there are in Japan, that's the point where I'm going, okay, yeah, that's a bit too much of a stretch to say that that's connectable to the contents of the original video. So we're going to be deducting a point on the basis of that.
I always wonder, like, damn, there's a lot of British people that's coming to like Asia and stuff. Like, if you go to any corner, if you go to like, let's say like Malaysia or something, there's always a British guy there. I'm like, oh, interesting. Anyway, I now understand why. And then they talk about how good the food is. And I'm like, dude, I don't understand what's stopping UK from just making the food the same. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. The UK national dish is chicken tikka masala. He couldn't even put something that was actually British. Wait, are you serious? Is it actually? UK national dish. It is. Originated in the 1960s or 70s, likely by a Bangladesh chef in Glasgow. Sauce tailored to the British taste. Wow. You know, that makes sense because like the best restaurants I've been to is either Italian or Indian. That's interesting. Sheeshers.
Around modern food is
If you were to think about what she said logically, she wouldn't have anything to talk about, Native Love. That's the issue.
just too hard. So, almost everybody who loses weight struggles to keep it that way or puts back on even more. So if fixing our habits doesn't...
Yeah, Sumanite, exactly. This is an edited video. Again, what they could have done is taken that section out of the whole Japan thing, and it still would have made sense in reference to her talking about, for example, tikka masala, etc., etc. It would still be, you know, you could still see how this relates to the video that they have on in the background. But, again, they didn't take that out.
work.
I 100% get it now. I did not have any issue with losing weight in the Philippines or whatever, especially when ordering out. Like, I would order every single day, would not cook for myself whatsoever, and I lost like 20 pounds, and I was like super consistent.
Again, if we were going to class this as, you know, if we were going to award this, the category would be citing a personal experience. But again, she's already reached the 3-point cap for this. So it is going to refresh the whole 15% of the original video's runtime thing that we have going on in the background. But it isn't going to award an additional point.
And then I started dating Nikita. Then we went to the UK, and I could not put off the pounds. It like was getting harder, and I think it was because like the options here to order out is so minimal. It's all like fried food, and it sucks so much because like
No, Nato Love, hold it in, hold it in.
I've never experienced when I'm wanting to order out, it has to be like unhealthy or something.
What if we fix?
Yeah, only good ways to cook for yourself. Yeah, no, that's such a cultural difference for me. Any Asians in the chat? I want to ask the Asians in the chat. Yo, if you're not Asian, don't answer it. Is it a crazy take to be able to eat healthy by ordering out? Damn. Look how many more no's it is. Okay, guys, Americans and foreigners as any other Asian people or non-Asian people, answer the question. Is it weird or odd to have the take that if you order out, it has to be healthy or something like that, or like there should be? Yes, it's insane to me. Yes. Wow, look at how many more yeses. Whoa, this is a cultural difference, dude. Yes, takeout is unhealthy. So you consider getting takeout or something like that is unhealthy immediately instead of actually ordering takeout that's like just healthy? Yes, I see.
If you want to diet, don't order out. Exactly, right? So again, now the thing is, one of the things you could make the argument, right, that she is contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator in her own words. So again, she's still on the same point. The issue is, though, she's still on the same point where in the original video, it basically said it's not that dieting. Dieting doesn't seem to work, or healthy eating doesn't seem to work in terms of actually reducing the rate at which people become obese or end up gaining weight. So because it is still the same point that she's just elaborating, 8 minutes later, we're not going to be giving an additional point to award that, even though there is no cap on this.
See takeout as unhealthy, so having healthy takeout seems odd to me. Interesting. Because in the Philippines or even in like Japan, I order soup sometimes. I literally order a broth. This probably was such a culture shock to Nikita, actually. Oh my god. I literally ordered.
I'm going to be turning the tangents to ×2, and I'm going to turn the playback speed back to normal when she allows the original video to play.
Fucking nuts. I ordered home-cooked chicken soup with chicken in it with a whole fucking chicken in it.
We are going to be doing this for future, the other videos we're going to be reacting to over the course of this stream as well. So during the sections where it's just the creator talking, we're going to turn that to ×2. When they're allowing the original video to play, we're going to turn it back to ×1.
So like in the UK, when I finally understand how other people see take home food and delivery stuff, it was such a surprise to me. Like genuinely, I got a genuine culture shock because anytime that I want to order like healthy food, the only option was probably like Indian. I thought you were eating cardboard pizza every day. No, that was like once every 2 weeks. legit healthy food is twice as expensive as unhealthy food. But cooking healthy food yourself is such a hassle. No, it is. That's the reason why I like buying it, because like there's an option to do it. But now I'm stuck in a country where every time I talk about my struggles and stuff like that, this is a genuine, like, I know it's an excuse. It's just something that I need to get used to, is that there is an option for this kind of stuff. Like, I'm not breaking the bank because I'm ordering every day in the Philippines. Like, I'm pretty much spending the same amount that you guys would spend in the foreigner country, like let's say the USA or the UK or some EU country. I spend the same amount ordering every.
Again, this is the same anecdote, the same experience, the same tangent, but it's still going on, like, what, 13 minutes, starting from around like 3, or let's be generous and say around like 5 minutes. So this is 8 minutes of the same tangent, which is again why I do not view simple differences in runtime between the reaction video and the original video as in and of itself a criteria for transformativity.
Single day in the Philippines. And maybe I need to learn how to meal prep, man, but I don't want to eat like the same fucking shit. No, you spend way less. I spend way less in the Philippines. In the UK, I was so shocked in my like spending. I was like, whoa! I never realized how much I was spending in the UK for takeout food.
And if you've finally lost weight.
Now let me turn the playback speed to normal and then rewind back to the point where the original video starts playing again.
Realized how much I was spending in the UK for takeout food.
And if you've finally lost weight and want to ease up a little, you're back in the regular world full of amazing foods. Self-regulating around modern food is just too hard. So almost everybody who loses weight struggles to keep it that way or puts back on even more. So if fixing our habits doesn't work, what if we fix our biology? Ozempic & Co. Many eating behaviors, eat now or later, chocolate or vegetables, are actually governed by an orchestra of hormones that are not within your
Oh! That's what I said! Oh my god, no fucking way.
control.
Okay. Every single time a Twitch streamer does that, it's just like, it's just one of those things that makes me laugh on reflex because of how stereotypical it is. Mr. Denos, thank you for being a Footstool for 19 months. A tip for Demi's editor: make a tangent counter. I mean, that would be pretty funny, to be honest. But yeah, no, she did say the no way thing. So let me just check to see frame by frame where she said it, so we can start counting from there.
Way.
Control.
Okay, so 13:55, 30 seconds from that point is 14:25.
You're not hungry in the evening because you decide to be, or because this is when your body needs energy, but because your body releases certain hormones. And it turns out your fat is one of the major regulators of this orchestra. If you're overweight or obese, the excess fat is throwing your hormonal orchestra out of tune. This may make you more hungry or push you to overeat more.
Oh no, this was me literally 2 days ago when I streamed. I literally ended stream because like my brain could not stop thinking about fucking food. Do you remember that? Oh my.
Okay, so the thing that she was reacting to at 13:55.
No fucking way.
Control that are not within your
Oh, that's what I said.
are actually governed by an orchestra of hormones that are not within your
Oh, that's what I said. Oh my god, no fucking way.
control. You're not hungry.
So when she does start talking
Remember
again,
that? Oh, it's stream because like my brain could not stop thinking about fucking food. Do you remember?
again, because this is a completely different thing that the video is talking about now, which is it's starting to break down how the hormones start, it works in how it starts working in your brain. At this point, she's responding to this section of the video rather than elaborating on the previous thing that she said no, no way to. Again, we're going to be applying that as a penalty under just saying no way without further elaboration.
That? Oh my fucking god. I felt like such a chud, but I was like genuinely at my mercy of like.
This is why words mean nothing nowadays. The fuck does chud what is that supposed to mean in this context? Like, hello?
Like, I couldn't think straight.
Creating
Sometimes I do wonder how much streaming as a genre of content accelerates the, I suppose, how do I say, accelerates the process of a word losing its meaning.
insulin resistance that causes type 2 diabetes and so on. We made a video if you want details. But there's one specific hormone that plays its tune quietly in the background, even in obese people. The glucagon-like peptide 1, or GLP-1. It's one of the hormones your body releases after a meal. It tells your pancreas to release more insulin to keep blood sugar in check and slows down your digestion to keep food in your stomach. And in your brain, it increases your feeling of fullness and being satisfied.
Yes, decay of vocabulary or degeneration of language. Both were better ways of saying what I just said. Thanks for reminding me.
Curbing your appetite.
Sheeshers.
These effects are usually modest. Once in your bloodstream, GLP-1 disappears in barely 2 minutes, its song quickly fading away. So, one day, scientists had an idea. What if we made artificial copies of GLP-1 that play the same song, but...
Again, just her going, oh, does not count as commentary, which is why it's, you know, the 15% is still ticking down.
louder and much longer. A GLP-1 signal that stays in your body would boost insulin and silence appetite. The first artificial GLP-1 was approved in 2005 for diabetes and in 2014 for obesity, but the revolution came with semaglutide and tirzepatide, Ozempic and Mounjaro. Really powerful GLP-1 agonists that play their songs in your bloodstream for up to a week. They send out a loud and steady
Now, here's the thing,
signal.
right? So currently, if she just said Manjaro, I'm counting that and didn't elaborate further. I'm counting that as non-commentary since she just repeated something that Kurzgesagt said in the video without, you know, bothering to follow up on it in any way. Now, she did then say, what is that? And then looked towards her chat. But here's the thing. If someone in her chat gives her the answer, and she does end up integrating that answer into her commentary in response to Kurzgesagt's video, then I'm going to count that as, you know, I'm going to count that as commentary in the sense of, you know, contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to your audience in your own words, by actually elaborating on what Manjaro is supposed to be in her reaction. But if she just asks, Manjaro, what is that? And doesn't bother to follow up on it using something or whatever that her chat is saying, then I am going to count that still as non-commentary because it's just her repeating aloud what's going on without any further follow-up. All right. See ya, D.
That dials down your appetite 24/7. You still enjoy food, but you feel full and satisfied much sooner, making it easy to not overeat. And since the song never really switches off, you feel less hungry throughout your day, making you eat less often. How intensely you feel hunger is largely genetic, so especially people who suffer from food noise, a constant urge to eat, feel a huge psychological relief from the drug. Finally, their body stopped screaming at them. Suddenly, you're dieting.
Okay, what's the catch? Well, what's the catch? Just say it. Just say it!
Without expending willpower, without really thinking about it. It feels magically effortless.
Again, we're not going to be counting the what's the catch, just say it, as commentary, because it is just, you know, it is just filler noise, right?
By changing your biology, a drug changed your behavior. But, is this a good thing? Miracle drugs. Many people try a crash diet at some point in their lifetime.
And again, she never followed up on the what is Manjaro, right? So again, we're counting that as non-commentary.
And it's not that crash diets don't work, they do. You can
I've never had a crash diet. Oh, I'm gonna assume a crash diet means like, oh, drink this for 2 weeks straight.
So, I disagree with that, actually. Huh. Okay, speed on. You would count the what is the catch, what's the catch feels like a legitimate question? Okay, fair enough. As in her trying to engage with the framing of the video. Okay, yeah, no, I can see that. I can see that being, you know, responding to, you know, how the video is presenting the content, right? Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. We can add a point for that. To be fair, required at least one. That's true, that's true. But again, we're not going to be rating this based off of the intelligence exhibited, just based off of whether they bother to engage with the contents of the video. Yeah, okay. Fair point, Speed On. Fair point.
Eat and don't eat anything.
By the way, the amount of video that passed before she actually responded, if we didn't count the whole, if we didn't count the, what's the catch thing, it would have been, the 2 minutes would have elapsed by the time she started talking about, I've never had, this issue. But since we're counting that as, an award, then it resets.
It's like, oh, drink this for 2 weeks straight and don't eat anything else. Is that a crash diet?
Lose 20%.
Okay, so is that a crash diet? So we could, again, I would count it as another example of engaging with the presentation, but only if she actually bothers to follow up on that question that she asked. Otherwise, it is just filler noise.
Of your weight in 3 months from 95 to 75 kilos or 130 to 105. But such a sudden drop is not very healthy, and for the vast majority, the weight will come back within a year. Diets that are sustainable are actually not diets, but long-term lifestyle changes. But this is painfully slow, so a lot of people quit out of frustration. And among those disciplined enough, results are pretty modest, 5 to 10% of weight lost in a year. The new drugs change that completely. In 3 months,
Okay, so it has been 30 seconds since she asked what is a crash diet, and there's been no follow-up. So again, I'm not going to be counting that as an actual attempt at engaging with the contents or presentation of the video. At what point do you think the editor should cut out time for the reaction, avoiding dead air, and using the original content for the purposes of information? See, that's the thing, right? When it comes to reacting to an original video, I would say that it is what the editor chooses to cut out consists of tangents that are not easily seen as being related to the original contents of the video. And ideally, the selection would be done prior to the reaction, where the reactor themselves would pick out videos that they know they are going to consistently have something to say about. Because what often happens here, because you have made a good point in the sense that if you were to just, most of the time, when VTubers on Twitch especially grab reaction content, they do it to fill in dead air on streams, right? They just put on whatever. They haven't watched it beforehand. They haven't vetted it beforehand. They haven't considered whether this is something they would want to react to beyond, is this something I feel like I would enjoy watching with my chat, right? And as a result, when they put it on and they react to it and then they cut it out into the form of a video that they then upload to their own YouTubes later on. In a lot of these cases, if you were to just cut the video so that it only consists of the portions where they are having some sort of reaction to what is going on in the video, it would be chopped up to the point where the original video, or the context of the original video, would not be able to be maintained, right? And that is a symptom of a broader problem, which is people are not selective when they choose when they choose videos to react to in order to fill dead air, right? Because if they did choose a video that they actually did have something to say, say something about, then you wouldn't usually run into that problem where you'd have to choose one between maintaining context and keeping the commentary concentrated in your upload. The fact that you have to choose between those two things in most reaction videos that you see on YouTube is a symptom of that problem, right? Now, the same cannot be said for something like, for example, if you're reacting to a live stream or something, right? Let's say, for example, let's say that, let's say you're doing drama content, right? And you're reacting to something that someone said on live stream, and you let an extended portion of the live stream play out prior to the bit that's actually relevant to the drama that you're covering. Now, the reason why you'd let that play out in full, even if you don't have much to say about that section, is because otherwise it would be very difficult to prove that you're not just maliciously picking up something that's been said out of context, right? So you do that as a way of essentially guaranteeing that or essentially showing your audience that you're not doing what you're doing with malicious intent. However, if you're just reacting to a video that you don't have anything negative to say about in any way, there's not really that same sort of justification there. So, yeah. Reacting to state of play, for example? Hold on. Never heard about it being called crush just... Oh, okay, never mind. This responding to a different point. But yeah, no. So, at what point do you think the editor should cut out time for the reaction and using the length of the original context for the purpose of information? purpose of information is not really something that bothers me when it comes to reaction videos, or most reaction videos, I should say, because most reaction videos are not actually trying to make any sort of commentary or point about the original video, right? You are going to be hard pressed to find a reaction video that's been uploaded to YouTube that is even made with the express intention of trying to respond to and or contextualize something that was said or argued in the original video. But if we're looking at these types of reactions, right, the average reaction video, the editor, the most that I can say is editors should cut out tangents that are not readily or easily observed to be related to the contents of the video, right? Because if they were to cut out more than that, unfortunately, because of the lack of vetting that goes into picking out content to fill in dead air on stream, unfortunately, that does mean that they are going to compromise the coherence of the reaction, because it's not going to fit in the context of what the original video was trying to say either, right? So, as a result of that, like I said, it's a bit of a roundabout way of saying there's only so much that I can expect an editor to cut out if they still want a video that comes off coherent in spite of being a reaction video.
You can lose 10% of your initial weight. 3 months later, over 15.
You know, I saw a lot of hate seeing a celebrity that used to be like, I'm all about my bass, that fucking song or something. She lost weight recently, and it was confirmed that she was taking Ozempics or something. And then a lot of people got really upset about that. And I got confused because, like, why? Just because she was accepting her body as is, because like she was struggling having to lose weight and she just accepted her body, but then there was a drug that helped her lose weight and etc etc, and then like she lost weight. What's so wrong about that? I don't understand. Can somebody explain it to me? Is it
Okay, so this you can class as contextualizing a sentiment argument expressed by making an original critique of the contents of the video, right? Which is basically her bringing in the point of not just, you know, what has Ozempic done on a social level of allowing people this unprecedented access to weight loss as a thing, but also considering, for example, the social reaction to that whole, to that new element of healthcare that's been provided to people en masse, right? So as a result, we're going to be adding a point as a result for that. Well, yeah. Well, technically, you could make the argument that it's laziness. But again, the aim of an editor is to make a final product that is not just engaging, but coherent as well, right? And as a result, if you want coherence in a reaction video, you have to make sure you include enough of the video that is being reacted to that people can follow along with why is the React tuber saying what it is they're saying or reacting in the way that they're reacting, right? And again, if the reactor shows a video that they have a lot to say about, you don't have to compromise between coherence and concentration of commentary. But if they just go with whatever they happen to get recommended by chat on the day, or if they just pick a video because it's something they would watch in their private time off stream as well, usually what ends up happening is they don't have enough to say about the video to the point where if you were to just cut out the bits where they are actually saying something in response to the original video they're reacting to, and you were to upload that onto their YouTube channels, that would be a video that has absolutely no coherence whatsoever, right? So it is not an issue with the editing so much as it is an issue with the selection of the content that is being reacted to in the first place. I sometimes treat React content as if I'm watching it with a friend, because on one hand, I would have more interest if it's with someone. On the other hand, I don't like it. I don't like stoppage as it's an interruption. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean, right? When it comes to the appeal of React content, for a lot of people, React content is appealing precisely because it simulates watching something with someone else in the room, right? It simulates that sort of, it is quite literally a parasocial interaction, because you're engaging with this content that simulates the experience of watching a piece of content together with someone else. But again, like I said, if you are going to choose a video to react to on stream, it is probably, if you intend to cut it out and upload it onto your own YouTube channel later on, ideally, you would not have to compromise between concentration of commentary across your upload and coherence of your upload, right? One thing I would add as criteria that adds a point is Reactor responds to an alleged discrepancy made by the creator by using another point the creator made purposely. But earlier you said, see, that consists of analyzing or critiquing the argumentation of the video, right? So it's already included under this criteria.
Because she profited on the fact that she loves her body and loves being big, but then the moment she was able to escape from that, she got that immediately. She framed accept yourself, people, then change yourself.
And after a year, you may reach more than 20%, a level of weight loss that used to only really be achievable through bariatric surgery. In other words, GLP-1 drugs make excess weight melt away like nothing before. We can't stress enough at how unhealthy obesity is, causing everything from diabetes to heart attacks and cancer. So the consequences for health are stunning. Treatment with semaglutide cuts your risk of stroke or heart attack by 20%.
It contradicted her whole public persona. Fans felt betrayed. I see, I understand that.
17 months.
Since this is her basically following up on another point that she already made earlier, we're not going to count that as a separate thing to refresh the duration of the 15% runtime rule.
Of tirzepatide crashes your chances of developing diabetes by 66%. They also reduce sleep apnea, improve kidney
Really?
and liver function, lower inflammation, cut cancer.
Okay, we're gonna count that as her screaming at the video. Oh, okay. Add another one to the sip counter. And again, that is not going to count as commentary for the purposes of this. And if 30 seconds later she does not elaborate on that, we are going to deduct a point as well.
Risk and may potentially slow Alzheimer's.
Okay, so hold on. Let me rewind to the exact frame which said really.
Lower inflammation, cut cancer risk, and may.
Really?
Okay, so from 13. So 30 seconds from 13 is 1943.
Liver function, lower inflammation, cut cancer risk, and may potentially slow Alzheimer's. They might even boost fertility as obesity.
Oh. I don't know about that.
Often disrupts hormones and increases complications during pregnancy. And there may be more positive long-term effects.
I'm kidding.
Some of these benefits are a direct result of weight loss, but intriguingly, they sometimes occur regardless of how much weight has been lost.
Hi,
and
Johnny.
some have been seen in patients who weren't obese to begin.
Okay, so that's 30 seconds, and there's been no elaboration on the really in response to the whole sleep apnea point. So as a result of that, we are going to be deducting a point on the basis of a streamer going, chat, is this real? No way, without additional commentary, for up to 30 seconds afterwards. So this goes back down to 0. All right.
We don't know why.
The funny thing is Demi in a relationship with another woman? Isn't that... Because she alluded to moving to the UK with someone called, if I heard correctly, Nikita, which sounds like a woman's name. So, I mean, I did find it funny when I was watching this for the first time that she sort of bridled at the whole increases fertility thing while seemingly being in a same-sex relationship. Like, girl, you don't have to worry about that. Like, it's fine. It's fine. You're good.
Yet, but it seems like turning up the GLP-1
Wait, we don't know
A
why.
guy streamer. Oh, okay, never mind. I mistook the sex of the name then. All right, pretty sure he's a guy. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yet? What? Wait, really? That's so scary. I hate when, like, I'm taking a drug and they're like, oh yeah, we don't know
Isn't
why
that a male name in Russian? Oh, okay, that explains it. That explains it.
that happens, but like it happens.
signal is synchronizing the whole metabolic orchestra, restoring.
Okay, so hold on.
Scary. Wait, we don't know why yet? What? Wait, really? That's so scary. I hate when, like,
Okay, so if it was just wait, really, and she didn't elaborate on it further, I would have deducted the point. But since she is engaging with the point further by bouncing off of her chat.
Wait, we don't know why yet? What? Wait, really? That's
Okay, so if it was just that, I would have deducted a point.
so scary. I hate when like I'm taking a drug and they're like, oh yeah, we don't know why that happens, but like it happens.
So this elevates it from just being chat is this real to instead being articulating how a video makes you feel emotionally and why. Because she identifies the fact that, you know, the uncertainty is what creates discomfort in her in reaction to the video. So again, we add a point for this, but there's only 2 more instances where this will award a point over the course of the video.
One signal is synchronizing the whole metabolic orchestra, restoring a balance between brain, gut, and body. And as if that weren't enough, GLP-1 drugs may also
Every time I take my fucking I need to take birth control pills to regulate my periods and stuff like that. And every time I open a new pack for the month and stuff, a literal blanket of a paper of side effects and things that you need to be aware of and etc. etc. It's like humongous. It is genuinely huge. Dude, oh my fucking god.
Again, refreshes the duration because she's citing a personal experience or anecdote, but it doesn't award an extra point because she's already reached the cap.
And I'm like, oh, well, all right. Whew.
so quiet other cravings. They seem to reduce the use of alcohol, nicotine, cannabis, and opioids. Large trials are
Have you read it? I like to choose to be ignorant sometimes in life.
the way to confirm these effects. If the results hold, they could become something unprecedented, real anti-addiction drugs. But of course, there are side effects. Most commonly, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and constipation.
Okay. Just saying farty stinky, we're not going to count. It's not going to be penalized, but that's not going to count as commentary for the purposes of refreshing the 15%.
Oh, and we don't know why that happens?
Not fun, but usually harmless and fleeting for the vast majority of patients. More serious
Main issue right now seems to be the regards to the pancreas, but if alternative is being overweight, that's also unhealthy.
stuff like pancreatitis, kidney problems, or gallbladder disease do happen, but for well under 5% of people.
I genuinely think that if everything around us is unhealthy, I'm surprised that we're shocked as a society that
Do we count that as screaming for a shot? Ah, fuck. Okay, yeah. I guess that does count as screaming for a shot. Okay. Sip counter goes up to 4. This is the first video of 12, by the way. Fuck me. All right. We're at 6. Okay. Oh, sorry, we're at 4 sips. 1 out of 12 videos in.
that people are fat. Like what?
Apart from this, the main downside of GLP-1 drugs may come from their greatest strength, rapid weight loss. If you don't actively check what you eat, taking these drugs is just like an unhealthy crash diet. Any steep calorie deficit requires resistance training and plenty of protein, or else you'll lose a lot of muscle along with the fat. That's harmful at any age, but especially
Oh, so people are accidentally just starving themselves.
after 40, when building muscle gets harder and the risk of falls starts to rise. So, while these drugs change your biology, they don't do all the work for you. Staying
Oh, it's almost like you actually have to eat a good diet.
healthy still
Okay, so we can count that as contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed in your own words, right? Because that is basically the argument that Kurzgesagt is making, but it's just being rephrased by her.
requires you to adopt health.
But hey, man, it helps though. Like you can't deny. Okay, any fatties in the chat, dude? Oh my god, any chuds in the chat? You know what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's not about like it's about the cravings that are the hardest part of like losing weight in IMO. It's about like it's for me at least, it was about like wanting just to like feel the fullness of your stomach or something, like feel like you're satisfied or something like that, or like you have to like finish your plate because you just like were trained to finish your plate, or like you just feel good sometimes just to like whatever.
Healthy habits. After about a year, the weight loss slows down and eventually stops in most people. At this point, you usually stop using
So like I feel like for people who are truly, you know, chubby and stuff, if you truly are, you know, gaining weight because like you just kind of like, it's hard to say no to your body sometimes. I understand it. Don't get me wrong. So if ever you don't have to ever say no to your body anymore and you truly have to just choose what you eat, I feel like not many people will be as fat as how many people are right now, because I feel like that's the biggest issue, is to like say no to yourself and be like, it's all about discipline, but sometimes discipline is really hard when you've dealt with that for like your whole life or something. I don't know.
The medication. If you use that time to change your eating habits, you have a really good chance
Again, it's adding on to the same previous point, which is why we're not awarding this little interjection separately.
of keeping the lost weight
Yeah,
off.
people use food as an escape for sure.
But about 25% regain a significant chunk, and some 20% put back on all of it. So, for many, maintaining the results may mean staying on the drug forever. Is
Whew! Whoa!
this a bad idea?
Okay. All right. So again, she does have a chance to turn that reaction into a positive in the form of articulating how a video makes you feel emotionally and why, right? Because she is expressing an emotion there by going, wow, that sounds rough. But unless she elaborates on the and why, it just defaults to being a chat, is this real? No way.
Oh yeah, the reason why a lot of ADHD people are fat is because eating can cause a dopamine effect, which ADHD people are looking for in their life is a dopamine hit. And so for some people, eating is a dopamine hit. So they overeat by accident because like they just feel good when eating, and it feels good in your mind to eat. So like, yeah, that's a you know, it is what it is.
Well, we don't know.
Okay, so we can count that as expanding on, well, this is a separate thing, right? It's not an elaboration on her response to that particular point that the video was making.
A dopamine fat is
And put back on all of it. So, for many, maintaining the results may mean staying on the drug forever. Is
whew! Whoa!
this a
Okay, so we count from 23:57 for elaborating on that particular point of staying on the drug forever.
bad idea?
Here,
Oh yeah, the reason why a lot
when
of
she starts elaborating on how ADHD interacts with, excessive eating, we can make that, contextualizing a statement or argument expressed by the creator to your audience in your own words, because she's starting to raise a separate instance of, for example, why a certain group of people are more vulnerable to becoming obese, right? But again, it doesn't count towards the whole making the previous whoa in response to Kurzgesagt saying that some people may need to stay on the drug lifelong. It doesn't count towards an elaboration for that. So the time 30-second countdown from 57 is still ticking.
of ADHD people are fat is because eating can cause a dopamine effect, which ADHD people are looking for in their
Like, she could be wrong, but she's trying, right? Like, that's what I mean.
life is a dopamine hit. And so for some people, eating is a dopamine hit. So they overeat by accident because like they just feel good when eating, and it feels good in your mind to eat. So like, yeah, that's a it is what it is.
Well, we don't know. The newest generation of drugs is just too new.
Okay, and then 24:27, that's 30 seconds that has elapsed with no elaboration of the whoa. So as a result, it now becomes a chat, is this real, no way type thing, resulting in a lost point because of that.
So there's
That's
no
the reason why when you take ADHD meds, suddenly you're not as hungry. Because, like, you're actually not hungry. You just want a dopamine hit.
long-term data.
That happened
The
to me when
first
I had ADHD
GLP-1s
meds.
from 2005 haven't shown major issues. Based on what we know today, it seems pretty clear that living with the drugs looks much healthier than living with obesity.
Hey, man, I mean, hey, shit. I personally don't have any issue with people needing help and stuff like that. If ever taking Ozempic makes it easier for you and you're okay with the side effects and etc., I don't really care. Good for you for finding a place where you can, like, finally feel like you have self-control now. Like, it's fine.
Conclusion and
Also, Ozempic is not the only option that you have. There's a lot of GLP-1 meds that are available. It's not only Ozempic.
Okay, so this counts as articulating a point that is made in the video in your own words, right? So we're going to be adding a point for that. Are the points -2 or 2? Which ones are you talking about, Ryukin? Dopamine doesn't stop hunger. The video is almost over. The video is almost
Opinion.
over. Hang in there.
A recent study modeled what would happen
Ozempic is
if
just like
millions of
a
US
brand, isn't it?
adults who are obese or overweight got GLP-1 drugs for life. In just 2 years, about 50% of all obesity in the country would vanish. Over the years, it would prevent 26 million cases of diabetes, 13 million cases of heart disease, and 5.5 million premature deaths, which seems like a pretty good thing. And
The first oral GLP-1 just got approved, Demi. Wow.
new drugs that are in final trials promise to work even better.
I'm surprised, dude. I'm surprised that maybe I became untrusty of a lot of things, but I'm surprised that like it's getting approved. I thought that it would be like something where one, they would make it so expensive so that the normal person can't afford it, and so that people can stay fat, so that we can like gain more money from it, because like food industries will have so much more clients and stuff. So I thought it'd be forever like an expensive option.
Defeating obesity
Okay, so again, that counts as sort of contextualizing that point where she didn't expect the drug to become accessible.
suddenly feels within reach. Right now, the biggest obstacles are actually supply shortages and high prices. But these are artificial problems. In the long run, increased production and plummeting costs seem almost guaranteed. So, should we just inject obesity away? Well, for now at least, it seems that there are few downsides, although please don't listen to internet videos and talk to your doctor before you make any
Yeah, before you're able to get Ozempic, you need to go through a screening, don't you? Don't you need to go through a whole health screening to check every single part? And then they have to do this yearly to you so that you can check whether or not something is degrading or something?
decisions for yourself.
Are people like
It's
not
also
taking
important
that?
to remember that while these drugs
Okay, so again,
Yo,
are
girly
immensely
cat, thank you
helpful,
so much.
they
that's counting as a, you know, basically responding to or critiquing videos, a point that is being made in the video by basically asking her audience, you know, is this something that you guys don't already do? Don't you already consult a doctor before you try a new drug or whatever? So, for that reason, we're going to be
Much
adding
are
another
not
point.
magic.
It's not prescription? Whoa. Wow. I thought you can only get it with a prescription. It is in Germany. It is in Europe. Oh, not in NA? In the UK, you can order it online for 200. Wow.
They make a hard thing easier, but it still requires you to change your habits and put in some effort. But even with all of these caveats, it seems the future just got a whole lot healthier.
Damn, interesting.
If you're looking for sciencey products that you can't get anywhere else, check out the Kurzgesagt shop.
I'm not gonna lie, their merch is very cute. Good video, dude. I'm surprised it didn't go through the side effects too hard, because I heard that some people like went to the hospital for it, or maybe they were just not eating correctly and their body crashed from it though. So is it really the drug's fault, or is it your choices of like eating and accidentally starving yourself because you can't like tell that you're hungry anymore? Is it the drug, or is it like, Demi, it can cause stomach paralysis?
See, that's the thing, right? Like, if more of the video was this, it wouldn't be as bad. Like, she wouldn't have lost as many points as she did.
I don't even know what that is. You can lose muscle very fast if not managed properly, I heard. Well, you lose muscle if you don't eat good food, though, no? You lose muscle if you eat, like, fucking just absolutely nothing a day. That happens if you lose weight, though. You need more protein. You need to actually genuinely check your diet. Not enough protein, yeah. So is it really Ozempic's fault that you're losing muscle, or is it because you're accidentally starving yourself and not eating protein? It's Israel's fault. True.
Okay, and with that, Demi emerges with a final score of 5 on that video, which places her in upload fodder. Not quite the most egregious example we have ever seen of someone, you know, outright making, you know, just uninspired, utterly uninspired slop. Zero effort put in to make it different from the original at all. Blatant content theft or anything like that. But admittedly, it is still just upload fodder, right? So this is our first entry, right run of the mill, right in the middle, sort of content, right? I fell to my knees. I'm sorry for your loss. All right. No, actually, we're not getting to Smugglana just yet. So that's Demi out of the way. Now, the next VTuber up on the list is one that we talked about last stream as well, Mari Yume. I think she used to make VTuber commentary videos, and then she switched over to doing React content. And if I remember correctly, this was also the VTuber that Evanita was talking about advising on how to grow her YouTube. So, last week, when we were selecting a video from her channel to react to, or to assess, I should say, we chose this one. However, I didn't go through it enough because she's actually reacting to a live stream from Markiplier, not another edited video. So, as a result of that, we are going to have to pivot to reacting to the closest other eligible video. So if you guys remember, it was a video that had to be between 25 to 35 minutes long. So if we actually go off of the uploads prior to that point, 20 recent uploads from the day of that stream where we were selecting content, the closest other videos that are actually responding to the closest reaction videos she uploaded that fit that criteria while still reacting to other YouTube videos consist of these two. This Is So Sad, Trapped in Steve's Prison, Minecraft A Villager's Night Part 4, and reacting to Mario Odyssey, but it's Google translated 100 times. Now, for this video, I don't think it would be quite fair to use that as the assessment for her channel because it's her reacting to a multi-part animated series, and since this is only the fourth part, we would be lacking context on the series overall that we would need in order to accurately judge how good, quote-unquote, the reaction is. So as a result of that, we're going to be going with this video to use as the thing that her channel is going to be assessed by. Reigning Terror, thank you for the 5. Take my money, man. I was looking forward to the stream since 2 weeks ago. Also, your streams are great for work. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say so. I hope you find this stream to be quite enjoyable as well. So, with that in mind, this is the video we've chosen for her channel that is actually eligible for the criteria. And this is how it compares to the original. Actually, hold on. Let me add in Demi's final score as well. Let me correct that real quick. So this should read 5. All right. So, as you can see, this is the Mari's video is titled Reacting to Mario Odyssey, but it's Google Translate 100 times. It's a runtime of 30 minutes, 25 seconds, and was uploaded on the 26th of January, 2026. Now, the original video, as you can see, the thumbnail looks like this, which is the exact same thing as Mari's thumbnail, except she just put her model into the corner here, beneath the box. There's been no attempt at recoloring, no attempt at cropping, no attempt at changing the proportions or anything, not even taking a still from the contents of the video and using that as the thumbnail instead. No, it's just the actual thumbnail. So immediately she starts off on -2. Because like I said, if she'd bothered to change anything visual about the original thumbnail, even something like, for example, changing the proportions or changing the color or the blend mode or whatever, then yeah, I would have gone with just -1. But since this is basically a carbon copy, we're going with -2. Now, when it comes to the title, the original video's title is called Mario Odyssey, but it's Google Translate 100 times. Again, she's put the reacting to prefix, so I'm going to count that as being just the bare minimum of different in order to avoid penalty in that regard. It was uploaded by a user called Jmoji, has a runtime of 22 minutes 59 seconds, 15% of which adds up to around 3 minutes if we round it to the nearest minute, and it was uploaded on the 17th of February 2025, so just under a whole year earlier, so she doesn't need to worry about that. But she is starting off with a score of -2. So I'm just going to bring up both videos, so again, you guys can verify the whole
Over the
upload
last
date
few
comparison. So as you can see, let me switch screens. As you can see with Mari's video, this was uploaded 26th of January, 2026, currently sitting at around 40,000 views. The original video uploaded 17th of February, 2025, currently sitting at around 1.3 million views. So, Okay, here's the thing about the two. This stream is going to be brutal. It might even be longer than the whole Dustborn stream. But in any case, I used one of her thumbnails as an example of low quality for my personal notes, but mostly because she just puts the game logo and her character and nothing else. Yeah. Yeah. So, she is starting off at a -2 points because of the thumbnail, but let's get into the video proper. The question is, do we reset the sip counter or do we leave that as a whole thing to do with the entire stream actually? Actually, let me put that as a poll. Do we reset the sip counter? Each time you say Mari, I hear Mari. Surely my accent isn't that strong. Keep it. Reset it. Between videos. Alright, I'm going to leave that running for a few seconds while I grab a quick drink of actual water. Okay, more people seem to be voting for keeping it rather than resetting it between videos. Both would be funny. Alright. Oh, I suppose we could do both. Alright, I'll add a new one. Sip counter. I suppose video sip counter would work. Video sips. Alright. You guys are a greedy bunch, but we will make it work. We will make it work. Sip counter for video, sip counter for stream. Let me edit this one. Stream. Okay. We'll update the sip counter for the entire stream at the end of every video. So this is the one that we're going to change. 0 for now, but that may change. Alright, there we go. Our greed sickens him. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does. Alright, there we go.
What is the adventures? You two.
We're not going to be counting these coming up preview segments of the reaction videos. We don't count that towards the assessment.
Man, yo, wait, hold on, chill. We're watching a YouTube video here. We're voice acting right now, YouTube. We're voice acting. Hi, I'm Mari. Hope you're having a good day, and I hope this video makes today just a little bit better. Okay, so today we are going to be reacting to Mario Odyssey, but it's Google translated 100 times. I don't know if this is going to be really good or really cursed, so let's get right into it. Also, we are very close to getting 100 very first plushie, so be real, and then but you know,
all of the text and dialogue.
yeah.
2 years, my favorite content to make has been Google translating all of the text and dialogue of various Nintendo games and reacting to the hilarious results. So,
Really?
just when I thought I'd seen it all, I got a DM from a user by the name
Okay, so her just saying really? When was that?
Really?
text and dialogue of various Nintendo games and reacting to the hilarious results. So,
Really?
Okay, so 108. So 30 seconds from 108. If there's no additional commentary to that, we're going to count that as her going, chat, is this real or no way, without additional commentary.
just when I thought I'd seen it all, I got a DM from a user by the name of One Too Many, who over the last few months had been developing a project I'd long awaited. Google translated Mario Odyssey. It was finally complete,
This is
and they wanted
real?
to give me a special
Okay, she just did the same thing again when she said, is this real? Okay, so now we need to keep track of 2 different times. 124 when she says, is this real? And 108 from when she says, you know, huh?
custom version. I was overwhelmed with excitement.
What?
Oh, cool. I messaged Philip out and asked him if he'd play this game with me, and at first he said no, and then
Oh, hello, Bonmin. Welcome to the stream. I'm reacting to your reaction.
changed his
No.
mind. I'm glad he did, because this was one of the
Wait, did
funniest
he just say free promo? Hold on.
game with
What?
me, and
Okay, so that's 138. So that's 30 seconds from the first time she went, huh? Is this real? So that's going to be another -1. And then the other one was at 124. So if by 154 she does not end up elaborating on that section, then that's going to be another -1.
at first he said no, and then changed his mind.
You know, I don't know why, but this really reminds me of my friend Evan. This is something that he would do.
I'm glad he
Okay, we're going to count that as citing a personal experience, right? And relating it to the contents of the video. So we're going to add a point for that.
did, because this was one of the funniest videos we've ever recorded. So now, I present to you, on the right, Mary and Odysseus.
What?
Okay, so that's now 154. So that's 30 seconds on from 124 when she actually said the words, "Is this real?" And so that's another -1.
And Odysseus! Yeah,
Wait, why is it voiced? It actually has audio and voice acting in it. Guys, this is kind of insane. I want to play this.
exactly.
Yeah,
I
right.
love it.
We're not going to count that. That's not going to attract a penalty because that's basically her going, basically stating aloud what's being shown in the video. But it's not going to count as commentary either. So the timer is still ticking for the 15%.
And Mario dies. It's time for a peach party. Are you jealous of Mario?
A little
Because
bit.
he's dead? Yeah. Believe it or not.
Oh, I thought it was because he wasn't going to be attending the peach party.
Do you want to take a look at our Bible
Bro,
cards?
the peach party!
Top right?
Yeah, let's see what we got here.
Population and unknown person.
Mind you, 15% runtime of this video is 3 minutes. It is actually an achievement to have 3 minutes elapsing of the original video's runtime, right? Without adding any additional commentary. Because remember, we're not talking 3 minutes of Mari Yume's video. We're talking 3 minutes of the video that she's reacting to running in the background without her adding any additional commentary. 3 minutes is a long time, right? So if actually getting -1 for this is an achievement, if anything.
Just one of them.
That's intimidating as hell, dude. I don't like. How many people live here? One dude, but we don't really know him too well.
You might think this is a big hat. I do.
Is it
I
not?
do think that is a big hat. Do you want to be Cappy?
Yeah, I'll be Cappy.
I think you do a
Sounds
good
good,
Cappy
Mary.
voice. Here you go. That's all you buddy.
Happy.
Okay, no,
That's a beautiful voice.
A
That
flat
was
crown.
beautiful.
I'm easily surprised.
No, I can't
Uh-huh.
tell.
We already know who.
Gara Malone, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Raiders. We are doing some critical reacting to React content, and we're grading it as we go.
We already know who are you. He is lying. God, I always.
Oh my god, wait. I just understood now. They're gonna voice act the translations of the oh yeah. I'm so smart, you guys. I'm so smart. I'm bald. No, I'm not bald. I'm really smart. Okay, yeah, I'm
Reminder, we're not counting this as commentary on the video.
smart.
This is just her stating aloud what is being shown, expressing that she doesn't understand what's being shown, and now going back and going, wow, what I said originally was indeed what was being shown. That is not commentary. And that is not transformative in the slightest.
Oh, I always
I
have
know.
like a stroke when I'm on these recording sessions because I have to like read a line like 3 times. I'm like, it's not right.
Yeah, your brain
not-
wants to correct it, but it's like, no, it definitely says we already know who are you. He is lying.
Exactly. The fiend has kidnapped my little sister.
Here's live footage. Let's cut to it.
Thank God we were recording this in the background.
Yeah.
And my wife.
And my
It's
wife.
unrelated to the story.
Sister.
No,
wait
unrelated to the
wait
story.
a minute, Cappy. Hold on a second. Your sister
no.
or your wife can't be both. I guess it could be both. I don't know what the Cap Kingdom culture is like.
Enough women. No need.
No more women.
Enough sisters. Enough spouses. No need.
Nene Love, you see, that is a good question. So, is that really what Evanito seriously thinks is the road to success for VTubers? If your idea of success is just numbers on YouTube, sure, I can see why a lot of people use this as a meta strategy to speedrun 100k subs. But this is the same reason why I don't want this to become the idea of the representative of VTuber content. When people think of VTuber content, personally, I'd rather they didn't think of this. Now, if people think about reaction content and they think about this, that's fine by me. But I don't like the idea of this becoming representative of VTuber content.
Need for these. Come on, my brother. We have kingdoms to climb.
Not the turn I was expecting this to take, but it looks like we're going into that. Yeah, me too, Cappy.
Okay, but in what scenario could this be translated to that? What are you doing in the game? What did he actually say?
Maybe he just, yeah.
Okay, so right now, we are at 2 out of 3 minutes where there's been no additional commentary in response to what the video being reacted to has done or said. That is... I don't think we ever reached this in Demi's video.
I was gonna say, maybe he just said something that
He
we
just
can't air.
It was on Mario's head.
Oh my god,
I don't know
no!
if that's. Oh, right. You can be Cappy. Okay. You can eat it too.
You can
Pro
eat it.
controller. This is a disaster. I guess I
Oh,
can eat
incredible.
Cappy, take a nice bite. Terrifying.
Num.
Why?
I don't know.
Hey, don't.
Nah,
use me
nah,
like
bro.
that.
Eat him.
Hey. Don't you dare. I'm my own
Cappy
person,
looking
dude.
kind of
We
tasty
gotta
right
go
now.
quiet, Dan.
We are at 2.5 minutes out of 3 before 15% of the original video's duration elapses and there's been no additional commentary being added.
We gotta work together.
No, I don't want it. I'll bring it if I want to. There you go. You're like enslaving me.
This isn't even the Google Translate. I just never played multiplayer in this game, but I didn't know it was
Dude,
so
it's
funny.
I just love being able to be like, what do you mean?
I'll be this guy. In theory, I will be this guy. Here we go. A phone call, Bowser.
3 minutes has now elapsed, not of Mari's video, but the original video. 3 minutes has now elapsed over the course of the original video without Mari Yume adding any commentary besides making noises and laughing and stating aloud what is happening on screen and maybe getting that wrong and going back later on to say that that was indeed what was happening on screen. So for that, she is going to be getting, for the first time this stream, we're going to have an instance of a React tuber losing a point because they have allowed 15% of the original video's runtime to elapse without adding any additional commentary. And again, this can happen multiple times over the course of a single React. So as a result, we are now going to reset the counter on that 3 minute counter, and we're going to start over again from now.
Satan's servant. But now I can walk without help.
Oh my god.
That's great, man. You made a deal with the devil and you got your legs back.
Theoretically.
I guess.
How do we tell him?
I don't know. We can jump into movies. Wife or no?
Wife or no? Let me know in the comments down below what you think you should do.
Oh man.
We are not counting this as additional commentary because, again, that is just her repeating out loud what they just said and showed in the video.
Life boils down to two options at the end of the day.
It's
Dan.
true. You're so right.
Let's go with no.
So true. Okay, so we start the counter of 30 seconds, right? Chat, is this real? No way, so true. So when did she say that?
Life boils down to two options at the end of the day.
It's
Dan.
true.
Okay, so 5:34. 30 seconds from that is 6:04.
You're so right.
Let's go with no. I meant to press wife.
Oh,
No.
you're right, you did.
Wife. Stop.
Wait, what?
Wife.
That's
Jeez,
crazy.
Dan.
I was gonna
We're never
say,
get married at
bro.
this rate.
That's
She just said that's crazy. Okay, so at this point, we have two timestamps to keep track of. One being what, 5:34. Let me type this out on my notes so I can keep track of this. 5:34 to 6:04, and the other one where she said, hold on.
wait, what?
Wife.
That's
Jeez,
crazy.
Dan.
I was gonna
We're
say.
never-
That's crazy. Okay, so 5:41. So that would add up to 6:11.
way,
get married at
bro.
this rate.
That's
No way.
crazy.
Does that flag? Hold on, Dan. I just want to pause for a second.
I don't want to. Don't touch that one. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. I don't.
I feel like we have to.
Oh, strong alcohol?
Whore, you are.
Reminder, Mari Yume's video is 30 minutes long. Almost 6 minutes has now elapsed, and all of her commentary, 1/5 of her video that she decided to upload to YouTube, has consisted of nothing more than making noises, laughing out loud, going OMG, or stating aloud what is being shown on screen. This is what most people think of when they think of reaction content. Sorry, Chair, I'm going to imbibe the entire bottle at once. Look, it's your liver, but I advise you, I would recommend against it.
The one.
You are the one. No! You have no legs. That's the pot calling the kettle black,
Well, that's not
isn't
nice.
Yeah, I'm sure, buddy.
it? Yeah,
Try
whatever.
looking-
Okay, so we have now reached 6:04, which is 30 seconds after the first instance of "Is this real?" So we're going to be deducting a point based off of that. Now the next timestamp of note is going to be 6:11.
Down, punk.
Yeah, stop projecting.
Yeah, he can't see past his own brim.
Anyway.
Okay, there we go. So now we've reached the second one, so we're deducting another point. By the way, guys, this is what passes for successful YouTube content in Evanito's eyes.
Here we
Fucking
go,
hell.
Dan. All right.
Let's take this guy down.
Dan, I need you to reunite.
Go ahead.
You're not. I can't
Start.
do much over there.
Oh,
Yeah.
bro.
Yay! In record time. Look at us go. See, when we work together.
We can do anything.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like complete
Holy
a sentence.
fuck.
Yeah.
Hooray! Our first month.
Wife.
January. Sorry, I'm drunk and still tired.
Oh,
My
God.
phone must be connected.
That's
Get
why-
off my ass, Mario.
So, see what I mean when I say that this kind of content is basically just designed to be sympathy porn, where you look at someone reacting to, reacting in quotation marks, to a video that you've already watched, and you enjoy the validation of them laughing at the same point in the video you laughed at. It is purely there to exist as a parasocial simulation of a collective viewing session. Like, that's the only appeal of this content. Because otherwise, it is basically, it doesn't add anything else to the original video that is, quote unquote, being reacted to. Like, that is the only form of appeal that videos like this have.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I was on a big
By the way, we reset the duration of the 15% elapsing without additional commentary, and the next chunk, we are now at 2 minutes 8 seconds out of the next 3 minutes from that point, where the first penalty was applied.
ginger last night.
was on a
Go
ri-
grab your fucking whore flag and let's beat this kingdom.
We need this information.
Why is it
5 a
called
month.
that?
What is this, Patreon? Hold on, let's Dan, if you can stop
wanna
peeing in
go
that
this
bush.
way.
That's crazy.
Okay, I need you to come
Bro,
back.
can I go?
Bro,
No, I
Cappy,
want
what
the
are you
camera.
doing?
Okay, hold on. She said another, that's crazy.
That
This
bush.
That's crazy.
Okay, so 6:55. Okay. Holy shit. All right, 6:55 to 7:25 is the next timestamp of note.
I need you to come
Bro, can
back.
I go?
Bro,
No, 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 I
Cappy,
want
what
the
are you
camera, I want the
doing?
camera.
Okay,
All
you
right,
have the camera.
fine.
There we go. There it is. Now we
James'
move.
Slowest playthrough of Mario.
So I have a question. I didn't know that this game was a 2-player type of game. Is it more fun with 2 players, or is it better to play as single player for this game? I feel like 2 players in this can get really chaotic.
Okay, so we can make the argument that her saying, is this 2 players, is, basically analyzing or critiquing the video's commentary, composition, presentation, or argumentation, in the sense that she's questioning whether the original video that was being made had to be made in single player, or whether 2-player would have been better. Right, so we can award a point for that. So she goes from -6 to -5. Holy shit. All right.
I just want to get the moon. Stop. I just want the moon. All I want is the moon. You are like a hidden obstacle in this playthrough.
Okay, and we have now reached 7 minutes 25 seconds, which is 30 seconds on from when she said, "Is this is this real? Without any additional commentary. So she loses another point because of that. Holy shit. All right.
The moon! I got it! And I believe the same! Low battery!
Oh, the low battery, you gotta charge that.
All right.
We are now at 2 minutes 45 out of 3 minutes of the next section before we reach 30% of the original video's runtime elapsing without any additional commentary. Right? Well, actually, no, we should reset it because of the bit just then when we awarded her a point, so.
Dan, where are you?
I'm gone. I don't know where I'm
You
at.
gotta stick with me, man. We're in this together. I guess oh my God. Stop, dude. People have to watch this video.
Dude, why are you moving the camera to the right?
I don't know, man. It just happens. I'll do this
Damn.
voice.
Sorry, I just need to grab a drink.
Oh my God.
What is it? They won.
Why does she look like that? Why? What? I'm scared. Okay.
So if we're being generous, we can say that, you know, her saying she's scared is a feeling, and her tracing it back to the look of the character is her explaining why she feels that way. So technically we could award it under this, but again, it's capped at 3, so there are 2 more instances where that can earn her a point.
Say, stop looking down all the time.
That's you,
Bro.
Now I will not take this slander.
You don't even have to play the game. I'm just, hey, knock it off, knock it off.
I don't even have to
Hey.
try. Don't mess with me. I'll get my failboat and bark at you.
I'll send my friends after you.
Enjoy the summer. Sleep later. That's good
Sleep
advice. That's how-
later.
I'm charitable, so I can be harsh, you guys. Don't worry.
6-year-old me when I was graduating kindergarten.
I need some fur bats lesson. You should be here. I can't.
Hello?
Skip to the next line of dialogue. Are you gonna be all right, Cappy? I'm kind of worried about you, dude. He starts.
I don't want to be here anymore. You're a woman.
I don't want to be here
You are
anymore.
crazy.
Cappy has a really weird, like toxic. I don't know,
Yeah,
dude.
I don't like his stance on. All right.
Women.
I was lucky.
You should be ashamed.
You should be ashamed, bro.
Okay, I'm not pressing B for sure.
A real. Oh.
Let it
did it-
happen. Let
did
it
it?
happen. This is just my power washer in the background. Don't worry about it. Dev
Oh,
told
wait.
me that
What?
if this happens, just leave it. There she is.
There!
Told ya. It's all about
Oh my God.
perseverance, Dan. You are the one.
We are the one.
This cutscene took forever to load. It nearly broke the game, so it's gonna have beautiful graphics. You gotta be careful what you say, man. You got some real
What?
power on your.
Bro got Google
Yes!
Translate. I feel like that's like the worst insult. It's like you're not even worth the original dialogue. Get Google Translated, idiot.
Yes.
Google Translate.
That's technically her contextualizing something that's being shown in the video in her own words, right? Turning something like that, which is just a, you know, an innocuous aesthetic decision, into saying, okay, I can see how this works as an insult as well. Please switch to the reaction for actual content.
Mario.
Crazy.
Oh, it was
Here
so
we
worth
go.
it. It took all of the game's power to render that, but there it is.
It almost
So,
broke the
How much do
game.
you love me?
Happy, slow down. Just because you put on the Google Translate thing doesn't mean I'm developing feelings, all right?
Yes, of course you
Yeah,
are.
uh-huh.
Don't.
No need to talk to
What
Robert.
does Robert have to do with any of Robert is the love guru. He will determine if you love me.
It's
But we can
okay,
skip
it's
that.
okay. I'm sure she'll find some way of going back into content theft over the course of the rest of the, 20 minutes in this video?
Step.
Time is short. Ship will separate.
Oh,
Ship will
what?
separate.
This is the
Time
Titanic.
is short. Ship will separate.
It just splits in midair and they fall out and die.
Na, na, Let's look at these important skills.
All right.
Number 1, kilogram of soil.
Casero. 1 metric kilogram of soil in my hand.
That's a lot of
Thank you.
soil.
I just want to be accurate. Make sure it's exactly a kilogram.
What's it?
We are not counting that as additional commentary because she's just commenting on something that's being shown on screen.
Oh.
Half a kilogram.
Oh,
These
we got
bars-
our measurements wrong.
That's a
Casero,
lot
I
of
told you to put a
soil.
kilogram, not half a kilogram.
We need to
Oh.
talk about the security of our country.
Whoa, 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 Cappy, you slow down, pal. All right, it's the election season is over. You can chill on that.
Just
What?
like Bowser, a bad person becomes somewhat important.
Cappy, the election season is already over.
Enticing
hey, you know,
commentary.
A bad person becomes
Okay, hold on. Maybe there's a chance.
someone important. It's true. As long as you're loud enough and you say things first, you suddenly become way more important despite how bad you are. It's true. It's true.
Okay, we can count that as contextualizing something that was said in the original video in her own words. Goes to -3.
That's good. That's good.
Thanks.
That's true.
I will hurt you.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh,
Tell
whoa!
us about your first
Whoa!
visit. It was the best trip.
This guy is so confused. He's like occasional.
Okay, her going whoa whoa, we're gonna count that as the same thing as going chat, is this real, or you know, something along the lines of OMG or whatever. So again,
Tell us about your good. That's good.
Thanks.
That's true.
I will hurt you.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh,
Tell
whoa!
us about your first
Whoa!
visit. It was
okay, so 11:01. 30 seconds from that is 11:31. And that's going to get a point deducted if 30 seconds elapses without her adding on something additionally. It's a non-comment. Yeah, exactly. Do we count that as screaming though, for the purposes of the sips? Yeah, I guess we have to count that as okay. All right, first sip of the video. Ugh. Fun. Okay, so we add 1 to the sip counter for the stream. We add 1 to the video, sip counter for the video. All right. Might as well.
the best trip.
I can tell you guys are enjoying yourselves.
Like occasionally threatening. It's
kind of like a sin today.
Yes, enough. Everything is dry. You live in a desert, pal. If that's catching you off guard, I don't know what to tell you. I do not have a girlfriend. Like it's not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh damn, conversations on ice.
That's his icebreaker. It's not working, dude.
Guys, I just want you all to know, this is what happens when you press no over the wife option. This is what you're gonna look like. So you better keep that in mind, okay?
Okay, so it has been 31 seconds. She hasn't elaborated on the previous what thing that she said, so we're going to be taking away a point because of that. And her point about, you know, this is what happens, you know, if you say no over the wife option, etc., keep that in mind. We can count that as her playing off of what's being shown on screen rather than just stating aloud what's going on. So we're going to be adding that back.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, none of us get paid by now.
Please tip.
Please, we don't get paid. This is what it's like to walk into a Honda dealership where they work off commission.
True.
Oh,
You
okay.
can withstand.
Okay, her going so true. All right, there we go.
True.
Okay, so 11:48, 30 seconds from that is going to be 11:48. 30 seconds from that is going to be 12:18, so 12:18.
Oh,
You
okay.
can withstand sunlight and wind. Is
Yeah,
that,
most things can.
Most underwear is built for that.
True.
My parents are crazy.
11:58. All right, 11:58. 58 to 12:28 is the next timestamp to look out for.
But
What?
My neighbors are smart.
Okay.
Their option
11. We're gonna count that as the same thing because otherwise
is to
it's
drop the gun
too
and
much.
run from the police.
Guys, I don't think we have
All right, wait, hold on. Let me pause the timer.
a choice. I think we know what we need to do.
What?
They're the most famous.
Okay, that we're not counting that towards either of the previous 2 watts. All right, so this is now what?
Romans of Tostra. Even the tiniest details are faithfully recreated, like the reliefs etched onto the
Why
walls.
does this one sound legit?
It's just pictures of
Okay, so we've now reached 12:18, so that first -1 point from saying so true kicks in. So that is now -4. Wait, let me just check. Yeah, -4.
people peeing.
Huh?
Ooh, okay.
Another one of these guys.
Oh, I agree.
Okay, we're now at 12:28, which is when the second one kicks in as well. So another -1.
Guys, I need at least 10 of those. I'm just kidding. I'm
On
kidding.
the heart?
I'm kidding.
You know?
Take care of the rest
Oh
of
my
these
God.
guys for you.
Help me out here, please. I'd appreciate that.
I want to be a bullet.
Wait, why is he a bullet? What? Did you just freeze the game?
You had to be a bullet.
Oh my god.
Okay, what I want goes. Oh, now look at that. This review, 2 kilograms of soil. Casero, add another kilogram of soil.
Put it back up.
I guess we
So
need 2
much
of them
soil,
now. Okay.
bro.
Dan, the bullet's coming. Dan, the bullet's coming. No,
Here it goes, Jay.
Oh my god. What is happening?
That's the worst. That's genuinely the worst. What are you doing?
I want to be the bullet. Oh, he died. Oh, well, now you're dead.
2D2 player, the bane of my existence. Oh, yo, for real.
1 minute 30 has elapsed between the last time that she added something that counts as additional commentary and now. So we're halfway through. We're halfway to another penalty where some 15% of the original duration elapses without her adding anything to it. Getting penalized for it once is already an achievement, like I said. Getting penalized for it more than once that's real something.
Yo, real talk, you suck, bro.
You
Real talk,
suck,
you're the worst guy in the
bro.
room right now.
Knock it off.
Yeah, real talk, quit fucking around.
It's kind of funny that we made the we made the choice to take away the penalty for just repeating what's the original video was saying and chose to move it instead to counting as non-commentary, because if we had kept it as a penalty, this video would be at like -10 at this point.
Trying to do a video.
I'm trying to do a video.
Dan,
That was you. That was
that
literally
was
just you.
not
That was
me.
literally just you.
I was
That
suspended in the air for stop. That was you.
Oh, that was me. That was me. But Captain was literally not on screen for that portion.
But you can't deflect and then immediately do it again. You're gonna kill us,
Dude.
Oh my god.
We are now at 2 minutes out of 3 minutes for the amount of time that has elapsed in the original video's duration while she has added no commentary.
Oh my lord. No! Oh my
Look at Child doing this.
That's crazy.
Piss me off.
He's so dead. It's over, bro. What?
Hold on, I almost missed it because I was so out of it. She just said, "That's so crazy" again.
That's crazy.
Okay, so exactly 14 minutes. So 30 seconds from now is 14:30. 14 to 14:30. John Wolf, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships with the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Congratulations on getting sniped. And John Wolf, thank you for becoming a footstool yourself. I hope you enjoy those emotes and welcome to the club.
Piss me off.
He's so dead. It's over, bro. Why does he keep jumping?
Dude, you're the person I hate the most right now.
Oh
Stop.
my.
Mahirius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships with the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Can we penalize the original video for being trash and annoying too? See, that's a little bit... I can't. It's not within the purview for this stream, but I understand what you mean.
My god. Oh, it's
We have to
Cappy.
get the flag, Dan. It's so close.
Oh my god, it's right there, bro.
Nothing can be done. It's no use. Resistance is futile. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna be
That's
decking me in a couple
insane,
minutes.
Oh my
dude.
god.
Okay, we need to count again from 14:27. So she said that's crazy again. Okay. Oh, so 14:27 to 14:57 is the next timestamp before a penalty kicks in.
It just crashed?
Okay, well, we've now reached 14:30, so the penalty from saying that's crazy earlier has now kicked in. We have another, what, 26 seconds before the next one kicks in as well.
This is your brain when you watch VTubers.
The pain is ceaseless.
Okay, we can count that as her making a joke that's playing off of the original, the contents of the video. Sorry, the contents of the original video, right?
Where's mine with a good heart?
With a good
Let
Dan.
me break-
Dan.
I'm breaking the blocks for you.
Okay, and nothing else, of course. Dude, you just can't.
Okay.
Wait. You just can't.
just
In
wait.
addition, we've also the penalty for not adding. Well, actually, it's just shy. She was on 2 minutes 57 seconds when she made that VTuber connection. What is there to react to in this video? Pretty much nothing. That's what I mean when I say this is a bad choice. Does it? Slightly more engaging than watching Sniper Wolf. This is your brain on VTubers. Yeah, she's taking something that's in the original video and trying to turn it into her own type of joke for her own audience, so yeah.
Can't
Piss me
wait.
off.
Nope, you just can't wait, bro.
Yeah, these will take care. Oh, might as well. Oh my god. Might as well just stand
He's
still
trolling,
and not panic.
dude.
Oh my God.
He's trolling.
Okay, we've now reached 57 seconds, so the next penalty for saying, you know, no way is this real now kicks in.
You make everything a nightmare.
Do you want to do Mario Kaizo again? Bonus?
No, but with you,
that was you.
That's
That was-
crazy.
I actually-
Okay, that's okay. The 1507. So the next one is 1537. Okay. It's like you have pre-programmed voice lines on some of these people. It's crazy. Like that's crazy.
Saved
No,
you.
I saved it. That was me, dude. Everyone saw it. It was
I literally
recorded.
saved you.
That was
That's your brain all the time after you see your Google search history. You know, if you get the Mari plushie, I'll definitely see more of your Google history because you'll put me right there on the table, right? On the desktop where I can see, and I'm definitely not monitoring your internet activities. I would never do that. But I'm just saying, I might have an inkling of what you guys are looking at.
Now, ordinarily, I would count that as her trying to take something in the original video and turn it into a joke that, you know, she can relate to her audience. But she has turned it into a segue to shill her own plushie, which is not related to the original topic of the video at all. So we're going to be deducting 1 point for discussing something completely unrelated to the video or its contents. Although, to her credit, she at least paused the video before shilling her own plushie. So we're only going to be deducting 1, not deducting 2. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Literal NPC behavior. Agreed.
me that saved it. Stay here, all right? Stay here. It says so right there.
Okay, and now we've reached 1537, so the penalty for the earlier, you know, is this real or that's crazy kicks in, so it's now -8.
Oh, come back. I need you. You have to do stuff. I bet they're totally unnecessary. Dan! Sorry. What the hell, man? Oh my god, it's like having...
Read this. Read this. Read this.
Hey,
Read this.
yo!
Sign.
What are they
Kid Toys R
doing?
Us.
I
ahead,
can't
it,
read.
Jack. Go ahead, take a read. Get your content, Mr. Funny Man. Read the sign.
It's impossible.
Bro.
It's impossible to read the sign.
Here you go.
Here we go.
Travel tips. It will be
I
good.
really needed that right
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
They're
Wait,
Amazon
wait. What did that just say?
Here we go.
Travel tips. It will be
I
good.
really needed that right now.
Now, if you want, oh, I thought it said if you want, you will die. I literally thought, is this Amazon boxes? Bro, yo, is this what they do with my packages? Is that why it takes so long to get delivered?
Goodbye.
They're
We are not counting that as additional commentary.
Amazon boxes, Dan.
That's
They're
crazy.
Amazon boxes.
Wait,
Look at
what?
them.
Oh my god, they are.
That is
Oh my God,
actually
what?
crazy.
What?
Okay, now that's... What was that, 1628?
Crazy.
They're Amazon.
Okay, 1624. All right, so the next timestamp is 1654. They really do just have one line.
Boxes.
Wait,
Look at
what?
them.
Oh my god, they are.
That is
Oh my God,
actually
what?
crazy.
What?
What a,
That
that,
freaked me
oh
out.
my
my
You
God.
could slip that in there. Everything hurts me. Yes, it does. You thought you could slip that in there and I wouldn't notice? Oh god, there's a lot of 2D at this
Oh
part.
look, 2D.
I hate it. No. Dan. Well, it's not gonna be easy if you do that. Ow. And I need you here.
You gotta hit the bomb.
No, you have to hit the bomb.
That is.
It's your
Are
job.
they bullying some
Don't
girl
say.
right
Okay,
now?
there we go. So now it's 1654. So that penalty kicks in. So it's now -9. She almost said that's crazy, but she stopped herself there, so we're not going to count that.
Dan, I got her.
Oh man, I love
Going for the
bullying women
instant
too.
bomb?
I mean,
Wow,
I was just kidding, guys. I would never say that. Haha.
Time that
This
you
is
did
It's okay, don't we all?
nothing. Dan, stop.
That's crazy.
Okay, all right. So 17:08 is the next timestamp. By the way, 3 minutes has now elapsed in the original video's runtime, which means another -1 deduction for no additional commentary over all that time. Plus, there's another 30 seconds from this point, which is 17:08. So if by 17:38 she doesn't say anything else, that's another "that's crazy" deduction. Holy, this is certainly one of the reaction videos of all time.
Doing big
Mario.
bomb. Get it.
Got it.
Thank you.
You know, actually, guys, I just saw that she bullies herself, and you guys wouldn't bully the plushie, right? To be fair, Mari Plus should probably bully herself too. Honestly, it's well deserved. I wouldn't judge you.
Another deduction for discussing something completely unrelated to the video, though at least she paused. So we're going down to -11. Oh no.
Dude, oh my god, imagine you just contact damage and you just die.
Okay, and now it's 17:28, which means the "that's crazy" penalty kicks in as well.
Okay, we got her, dude. There is a cave in the desert. There it is.
Wow.
This is pretty straightforward. Thank
Oh
you.
my
I got
goodness.
him.
Yeah, Captua.
Ooh,
Possess
this is
that
a cool
thing.
You know, when I was coming up with the drinking conditions, I did briefly consider, do I want to make it so that you take a sip every time someone goes OMG or "that's so crazy"? I'm very glad that I decided against that before the stream where I showed you guys the criteria, because otherwise we would all be dead by now.
Level, you are blue background.
Dan,
Can
I know what I said was cringe, but stay with me here.
kill you?
No.
How can I kill you?
There's gotta be a way to fucking kill this guy. Wanna be this guy? Sorry, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Getting into character Oregon. You already have a ring!
Yeah, so I
Damn
didn't.
it, I thought you were a bachelor!
I didn't. Oh god, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay, so
He's married.
dead.
Don't bleed.
Oh, you bullied him,
racist.
Hi, I'm
bro.
Daniel Fibble, and this is my voice acting reel.
But the guy who makes 8 figures a month is listening to this reel and like, I don't
Imagine.
think we need this guy.
You're showcasing your best work, and it's like,
It's me warm.
To be fair, if I ever
I feel like sometimes "that's crazy" is just a vocal stim type shit or whatever the kids call it. Not sure it would be fair to deduct points in such a case. See, that's the thing. Where does "that's crazy" come from as a tick when you're a streamer? Because as a streamer, undeniably, you do sometimes develop ticks. The thing is, though, "that's crazy" is a verbal tick that you develop directly from consuming other React content. In other words, when you see a streamer spamming "that's crazy" in a live reaction, that is basically the content creation equivalent to the Habsburg family tree, where because of the fact that you are basing your own reaction off of other reaction content, that is basically inbreeding happening on a linguistic level, right? That's where the verbal tick comes from. And as a result, I do think that if you make reaction content and you deem it good enough to post onto YouTube, you would at least try to eliminate that tick from your own commentary, or whatever passes as commentary. So for that reason, I am penalizing that particular tick. I don't view it as just being a stim that they can't do anything about. None of these people have Tourette's. None of these people have a neurological condition that makes it so that they have no more than 5 lines that they can say in response to a video that they deem to be good enough to post onto their own YouTube channels. For that reason, I penalize them if, for example, they say something like, "That's so crazy, chat, is this real?" or something in that vein, and for 30 seconds afterwards, they do not elaborate on that or make any attempt to in any way.
Ever got into voice acting? Like, ever. And they just took 3 seconds look of my clip and they just hear me screeching like crazy and all autistically and stuff. And if I somehow got the gig, I mean, I'm in. Like, what can I say? I guess I gotta do the job. You listen to my autistic screeching? Well, guess what? I'll do it again.
Let me rewind that just to gauge how closely linked to the context of the video that anecdote was. Because that could either qualify as citing a personal experience and relating it to the contents of the video, or her discussing something unrelated based off of how easily seen it is connected to the contents of the video.
You're showcasing your best work, and it's me warm.
To be fair, if I ever got...
Okay, so it is related to the video. Okay, so yeah, in the original video, they were talking about how, you know, you're auditioning for something, you're showing off your best work, it's just you making stupid noises, and she's basically articulating on an experience of her own, where she auditioned, or hypothetical experience of her own, where she, you know, she tries auditioning for something, and it's just autistic screeching. So we can add a point for that.
Got into voice acting, like,
And reset the timer.
ever. And they just took 3 seconds look of my clip and they just hear me screeching like crazy and all autistically and stuff. And if I somehow got the gig, I mean, I'm in. Like, what can I say? I guess I gotta do the job. You listen to my autistic screeching? Well, guess what? I'll do it again.
Like, it's awesome. So,
See,
like,
that's such
Mario...
a... Hold on. Clanker upstairs, that's such a perfect description of my view on things as well. The best React tuber is a view, right? Like, that's a view, a like, and a sub. That is, in my opinion, the best form of reaction content that can be made in response to most videos. Again, there are examples of good reaction content, but stuff like this, yeah, this was worth more as just a view, a sub, and a like on the original video.
A Wonder playthrough when you voice the sound.
This does not warrant an upload of its own.
All your finest work. Ooh, all right.
What is the
Adventures.
YouTube, man? Yo, wait, hold on. Chill. We're watching a YouTube video here. We're voice acting right now, YouTube. We're voice acting.
Here.
We're gonna count that as her basically attempting to bounce off of the contents of the video, right? Making a critique of the original contents of the video in the sense that she is basically acknowledging how closely it sounds to something that can get you demonetized on YouTube because of the way that they police content on the platform.
It is so funny to me.
It's so
I don't
unhinged.
know why. So we have the option of the two countries I guess we can go to. We can go to Jungle Country or Lake Prison, which feels pretty accurate.
Made for us.
Yep,
I want to go Lake
it is.
Prison.
There we go.
Everyone.
Oh, remember that?
It really does look like a prison. What?
I can't get it
dying?
if you're...
Is
Just.
Bro's
Yeah, I'm
trolling.
drowning. I got it. Okay. Woo! Water sign. I don't. The whole zodiac thing isn't for me.
Yeah,
Like,
my
whatever you
point.
say, pal.
My point exactly, right? This should have stayed on Twitch. I see no reason to upload this as its own video on YouTube. It adds literally nothing to the original.
Okay.
Done. Lake Kingdom done in 2 minutes.
How about a beer?
How about
Wow.
a beer? Is that what you
But
just
yeah.
said?
No, I'm always.
Okay, so see, Arkansas, is that how you pronounce your name? She could have done a tangent on how important good translation is in order to convey ideas in games, just say something of substance. But I think everyone in this chat would agree with me when I say that if she were to do that, it would sound forced and unnatural. Because you know, I know, all of us know, she knows, that when she put this video on during stream, she just wanted filler content, right? Like, we all know this. It's not, no one's, I don't think anyone's going to be bothering to pretend otherwise. When she put this video on stream to quote-unquote react to it, it was just intended to be filler content, to make sure that there was as little dead air as possible. There was no intention, there was no deliberate choice of this video amongst the multitude available on YouTube for selection to view on livestream. This was just filler. and it is filler that has been cut out of the original VOD and uploaded onto a channel of her own. Like, let's be real here. That is, like, while your suggestion is true, that is something she could have done. We all know why she didn't do it, and we all can see how unnatural it would have been if she forced herself to do it as well, right? Because at the end of the day, when React tubers like this choose to react to videos in this manner, they're not doing it because they have something to say. They're doing it as best case scenario, upload fodder. Worst case scenario, just content theft, right?
Says something like, "How about a beer?"
Come on, beer.
You want a beer? Give this guy a beer. Hey, somebody get the guy
want
a
a
beer.
beer.
I want a beer for you. Thank you. I don't drink, though. I'm 12.
Huh? YouTube, this is a joke. Twitch, this is a joke. This is a YouTube video. It's not real. He's not saying that's not real. Don't ban me, please. Don't ban me.
Oh,
We're not going to count that as a separate thing worthy of award because it's basically the exact same joke that she made before about basically commenting on how something in the original video's contents could maybe attract an enforcement action from one of the platforms she's streaming on or uploading to. I think another thing to consider with this React-slop is that you are more than likely already a fan of said VTuber to watch these videos. No, again, that's fair, right? So when you say that, remember that the criteria that I'm judging these videos off of are they going to be watched by someone? Because the matter of fact is, yeah, they are, right? They do get numbers. That's why people do this kind of content. This video, in spite of all of the gripes that we have made about it, it's sitting at 40,000 views. Mari herself is sitting at 400,000 subscribers. It's obvious that this kind of content has an audience and that it works in that sense. But I'm judging the videos based off of, are they transformative? And when it comes to, is this video transformative? You can say that it's likable, sure. You can even say that the React tuber is likable, and that's perfectly within your rights. But is this content lazy? Undeniably, yes. Is this content objectively low effort and low quality? In this particular example, also yes. Right, like you know, I can say that a React tuber has a nice voice or a cute model, or that I would put their stuff on in the background and just listen to it because it makes me, it helps me unwind after a long day at work. But I'm not going to say that the video is worth uploading in that sense, right? Because it is not, there's no effort that has been shown in trying to make it transformative or different from the original at all.
my bad.
Oh, Maron. My apologies.
Maybe Bowser, flammable.
Maybe. Has anyone ever tried setting Bowser on fire? Because he's always setting us on fire.
He spits fire, but can he take it?
I don't think he can.
Birds don't have feathers. It's not real.
Birds
You're gonna
don't
lie
have
to me and then post a
feathers.
picture of a bird with feathers. It's right there, dude. In the last bathroom, something unexpected.
It's worth if she's my Oshi? Exactly, right? That's why I'm not rating these videos. That's why I'm not ranking them based off of something like, do I like the person who's doing the React tubing? Or do I find them cute? Or do I find their voice nice? Or do I think their laugh is not annoying? Because if it was that, then yeah, obviously, if I like the creator, I'm going to tolerate the React content. Like, Pippa does React content all the time. And when it comes to that kind of content, yeah, sometimes I'm going to put it on in the background because I like Pippa, but I'm not going to go and say, yeah, no, I think she should definitely cut out this section of her VOD and upload it as a video onto her channel, and that would be good content objectively. Because it's not, right? Like, we all know why people do React content for the overwhelming majority of the genre. It's because it's easy. It's because it's filler. It's because it's something you can do to essentially get that parasocial collective viewing experience with your audience. That's the only reason why, well, for the most part, that is the only reason why people do React content, right? But again, if you're just doing that in the form of a live stream, I see no issue with that. Separate format, sometimes even separate platform, doesn't compete with the original. And you don't imply that it can compete with the original by uploading your version of that onto your own, onto your own account on the same platform, right? It's at that point that I start to go, okay, how good is this really? Is this worth uploading really as a YouTube video that has, been cut out of a VOD? I don't, in this particular case, with an example like this, I don't think so. Like someone said earlier in chat, I think this should have stayed on Twitch, right? In the form of a VOD.
Expected happened?
I wouldn't go in there if I were you.
Okay.
What?
I guess I won't. Oh, my Amazon delivery.
Why is there so much Amazon delivery, bro?
Expected happen in there, and
Yeah,
walking away is like,
Guys, all those boxes starting to look like my bedroom right now. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of boxes, and I don't know what to do with them. I just kind of stack them right there.
oh,
Okay, we're going to count that as citing a personal experience or anecdote and relating it to the contents of the video, which means that she has one more point that she can get under this category before it caps out.
Yeah, you're not going to want to go in there, dude.
oh, help me!
Uh-oh.
Yes, future soldier. I guess it's hard to be transformative in a React video unless it's coming from someone who has experience in the context of the topic of said content, which can be even more rare than we like to find. Exactly. And that's the whole point. The whole point is the overwhelming majority of quote-unquote reaction content is not actually transformative. And I think that that is a valid criticism of the entire genre as a whole. Because overwhelmingly, when people choose to do React content, even when they do it live, they are not choosing it with the purpose in mind of, do I actually have something to say about this video? They are choosing it because I like this kind of content. I'd watch it in my own time, off stream. I want to try watching it with my chat because I think it would be fun to watch together. That's it. And as a result, that's fine as a parasocial collective viewing experience. But that is not transformative, right? And as a result, the overwhelming majority of reaction content is slop at best. I'm just grading how good is the slop and how much effort seems to have been put into making it, right?
Uh-ohs.
Oh, thank you.
Normally Cappy
Dying?
says something there. I guess he doesn't.
Oh, he got eaten. Oh, he got eaten.
I'll get you. Hold on. Got it.
Oh, thank
You gotta stop getting eaten by these guys.
Oh my god, he just got eaten again.
Paradise for flower thieves. I guess a
Oh!
garden would be a paradise for flower thieves. Lack of intelligence is your problem, Dan. See, it says so right there.
No, I'm being called. I'm
That's-
leaving.
No, I didn't mean it. No, come back. Just leave.
Better
I'm
without
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry for what I said when I was
crazy.
drunk.
Okay, now 21:58. 30 seconds from that is 22:28. Actually, it might be a fun little game to play if you're watching the VOD to go back and see how many points Mari lost specifically from saying that's crazy over and over. Mike Laura, thank you for the 5. The word that comes to mind when describing a reaction video is relatable, not transformative. That's a very good point, yeah. The main appeal of reaction content is how relatable it is, not how transformative it is. But again, if the aim is to be relatable, why not just do it on stream? The only reason you'd post onto YouTube as well is if you want to leech numbers off of the original video's popularity. And that is inherently cynical unless you're putting in effort to try and differentiate your reaction from the original, right? To make it transformative.
Too late, idiot. Wait,
I thought he
whoa.
didn't drink.
Coming out the gate really strong, dude.
Whoa.
Easiest boss fight in the game, dude.
Oh, wow. He just jumped right on him.
Wait, he just
Yeah,
died
sneeze.
instantly.
Yeah, I'm gonna sneeze.
I'm
was like 2 hits.
I'm gonna...
So is he like the equivalent of like a drunken Uncle Rampage something? He literally got knocked out with like 2 hits. You just spat on him and he's dead. That's actually crazy.
Look at my dog.
Okay, okay. I was about to say that that counts as contextualizing something that's being said in the original video in her own words, right? To basically describing what's being shown on screen to her audience in her own words rather than just saying it aloud as it is. But then she ended it with "that's crazy." So the timestamp on when she said that was 22:26, right? So we're going to add 1 point because she did bother to try and put something in her own words. But now there's 2 counters going down for "that's crazy" penalties each. So 22:26 to to 56. All right.
Why did that work? Why did that stop?
Okay, the first one has elapsed. We've now reached 22 minutes, 28 seconds. So the first "that's crazy" penalty kicks in. Well, actually, the second one, technically, it's at the end of a piece of additional commentary, so we don't need to yeah, okay. I don't think that I don't think that's worth a penalty because it was tacked onto the end of another piece of actual, actual attempt at commentary.
Cycle initiating. Oh,
So we're gonna forego that one. We're gonna forego that one.
I thought you were safe. A foreigner was also killed.
Oh
Please,
my
probably
God.
the same public killing. Oh God.
Oh my God, there's so many.
Yeah, she was justifying the "that's crazy" before she says it, which is why I said that for that instance, it's not worth counting as a penalty.
Oh my God, I can't control it when you're moving the camera.
Why did you turn the camera to the left?
I don't know. It just was a weird force of habit, I guess.
Why?
Let's go. Come on. You can do this. 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 Send it. Oh my God. Stop, dude. You're making my life
Stop
bad.
turning your
Stop.
camera.
You're
This is
doing
like a
that.
Sonic game now.
Where are we?
Oh,
Nobody has
no!
any idea where this is.
No one knows this part of the game.
Knows this place. Oh, it's the Tishan Expressway. Okay, I was wondering where we were for a moment. Now we know.
Google Chrome?
Oh my. Wait, what?
Literally.
Wait, why is it Google? Okay, I want a copy of this game. Actually, I want a copy of this game. I want to play this because I'm just sitting here thinking, how many hours was put into this to Google Translate each individual segment of lines of conversations, and then not only that, to include moments like this to have funny little ha hee hee moments. Like how?
Okay, so in that, she actually gets what I think should be 2 different points added. One for articulating how a video makes her feel emotionally and why. So she's expressing that she would like to play, she actually wants a copy of the game because of the fact that it exhibits a lot of effort being put into making it. So now she's down to, I think, 1 more point left in this category that she can get for this video. So +1 because of that. And then additionally, she also expresses that she, expresses appreciation for the video in terms of the effort required in order to make it, right? Putting all of those things through Google Translate, etc., etc. So we added an additional point because of that. However, again, this is capped at 1, so that's the only time that she's going to get a point for this over the course of the video.
How much time do you think this took? It's fun. Is this an actual game that we can play? Can we play this version? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys remember, you have to be... Well, I mean, you don't have to be super family-friendly, but family-friendly enough where if I have to censor it, or you think if I have to censor it, you're making me do more editing work in the end. So maybe don't say it, kind of thing.
Having seen what passes for editing work before she uploads a video, I can't imagine that would be too high a bar to clear.
Family-friendly enough. Let's see. Maybe enough for YouTube. Yeah, enough for YouTube's good. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Whoa, that took me a minute. Why is it Google Chrome? We have to close the tabs or else the computer's gonna freeze. Why is it Google Chrome?
I'm like, I wonder what Jason's
Yeah, screw Google Chrome, right?
Chrome.
I didn't see it at first. I was fully lost. Whoa, are you?
I'm not gonna lie, that would have been a great opportunity to have some kind of opera segment, some kind of opera sponsor in the video. That would have been an insane segue if you had like a little opera gun or something. And like,
Okay, so technically that is her making a critique of how the video has been put together, right? By saying something that they could have done in the original video to make it funnier. So we're going to add a point because of that.
oh, this video is, but missed opportunity. Man, oh man.
You're here?
Are you
Whoa.
here? Pain during menstruation.
I may be harsh, but never let it be said that I'm unfair.
I guess let's give him some pain during that menstruation here. Hit him.
Oh, he's feeling it.
Just kind of, there you go.
Right.
He's feeling it,
That's
bro.
what women feel.
Huh?
Every month, and it's your fault.
Wait, it's my fault. Hey, wait a minute. I'm a woman too.
Yeah, go get him. Yay!
Such a good supporter, Dan. You're a great hype man.
I want to remove all fields and turn it exclusively into soil, baby.
Oh, because
2
they're above the
kilograms
soil.
is the 2 kilograms is just the starting point.
It's
We have
so
so much soil right now.
Click
soil.
below Y, that's right. Wear a hat. Sarah, could you lower the soil? I can't
Put the
read
soil
text.
away. We
Guys,
can't see when
there's
there's
too
soil
much
over the text.
soil.
Thank you.
Hats off to you. Wait, what? Hats off to you is that's a slur.
I was
to
gonna
my
say, for him to
Oh my god. That is a slur. He's a hat. You can't say that to him. You can't say that here. Guys, there's soil in it. There's soil in the entire operation.
say hats off to you is like basically saying kill yourself.
Again, basically saying the exact same thing that the video is saying.
Yo, hats off to you, Bug. Oh my god. You
In
didn't say
game,
that.
in
Oh
game,
my
in
God,
game.
it's Bowser.
Oh, get
Here
in
he
there, Jay.
is.
Does he not
Bowser.
talk during this
I
portion?
guess I don't think he does. Whoa, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest. Dan, you know what we
Whoa.
have to do? I think that's the address of the Capitol building. I've seen
Guys, I know we have to do the Capitol. Don't ask what I know about the Capitol, okay? I just know.
this before. I've seen this before in one of these things. Hang on, I gotta look this up. Dan, that's the White House. Oh my God.
Wait, is it actually?
We should-
Okay, wait. I was just kidding. I was just playing, bro. YouTube, don't ban me. I was.
Is that actually? That counts as a chat. Is this real?
Dan, you know
Whoa.
what we have to do? I think that's the address of the Capitol building. I've seen
Guys, I know we have to do the Capitol. Don't ask what I know about the Capitol, okay? I just know.
before. I've seen this before in one of these things. Hang on, I gotta look this up.
Oh, Michael Laura, thank you for the 20. I would say reaction videos are my preferred choice, but I don't enjoy streams that much due to the length. But in this case, this whole video she reacted to should have been cut and added to a compilation or something. Yeah, probably. Except again, like I said, because of how little actual commentary has happened over the course of this video, if you were to cut out just those portions from her reaction, it would not make sense as an upload, right? So this is another classic example of what I mean when I say that most reaction content, because of how little thought has been put into selecting the material to be reacted to, has to choose between concentration of commentary and coherence, right? Minus points for the constant annoying Twitch alerts.
Up. Dan, that's the White House. Oh my God.
Wait, is it actually?
We should-
Okay, so if she had just said, is this actually, and not elaborated further, I would have deducted a point, but
Okay, wait. I was just kidding. I was just playing, bro. YouTube, don't ban me. I was just joking. Ayo.
she turns it into a bit, right? And as a result, it negates the penalty. I'm not awarding a point for that, but it is no longer a penalty.
Chill.
we feel worried that like
Absolutely.
Mario Odyssey just named the White House. I'm a little
But in
concerned.
relation to Bowser's attacks. No, this was the war. This was the war.
That's
This was the
crazy.
politics.
She made a third TOS joke. Yeah, but again, not being funny is not in and of itself worth a penalty, right? I wish it was, though.
Easy.
That's what it
Everything's
is.
coming to a close. Now we have to kill the man in charge of it all. He got a little fame.
He's the
Guys, this is really messed up because this is Mario and they're talking about fighting a political guy. When did this video come out again? Hold on.
What?
11 months ago? That's about this was definitely after a certain
Oh, wait, she just said that's crazy? Wait, where? Hold on, I missed that.
A little fame.
he's the
Guys, this is really messed up because this is Mario and they're talking about fighting a political
Now the war. This was the war.
That's
this was the politics.
crazy.
Oh, she did. Okay. 2639. Okay.
Everything's
is.
coming to a close. Now we have to kill the man in charge of it all. He got a little fame.
he's the
Guys, this is really messed up because this is Mario and they're talking about fighting a political guy.
Okay, so technically, okay, if we go back.
is.
Does he not
Bowser.
talk?
Wait, is it actually?
we should
Okay, wait. I was just kidding. I was just playing, bro. YouTube, don't ban me. I was just joking. Ayo, chill.
we feel worried that like
Absolutely.
Mario Odyssey just named the White House. I'm a little
But in
concerned.
relation to Bowser's attacks. No, this was the war. This was the war.
That's
this was the politics.
crazy.
That's what it
Everything.
is.
Okay, so she's saying that's crazy in response to the whole Bowser attacking thing. So technically, when she
Coming
goes on to
a
elaborate.
close. Now we have to kill the man in charge of it all. He got a little fame.
He's the
Guys, this is really messed up because this is
So
Mario.
I think that it's fair to count this as her elaborating on the that's crazy in response to Bowser attacking Bowser attacking and then the reference to the White House earlier on in the game. So
Rio,
this does
and they're
count as
talking about
elaboration
fighting
on
a
that
political
particular.
guy.
That's crazy.
When did this video come out again? Hold on. 11 months ago? That's about the... This was definitely after a certain the franchise character name and a thing. This was translated 100 times. I'm just saying we.
Bad man that got important. We are planning a wedding.
kinda
You know how
spooky.
boring that is? I can only
Dude.
imagine, dude.
It's kind of
She didn't
spooky.
want that dress. She wanted it to be Star Wars themed. We don't even own that IP.
Bowser's like kidnapping her, but Princess is like, well, if we're gonna have a wedding, we're gonna do it right. All right, Dan, let's
True.
win
Go
this.
over here.
I need you to pay attention here.
Hey, look. Hey, Bowser.
Whoa, whoa,
I need
whoa,
you to keep
whoa,
the camera
whoa!
guys-
Oh wait, the hat was beating him. Beating him. The hat was beating him.
Stay with me, all right?
That ain't.
Do we count the whoa 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 as screaming at the video? Ah, fuck it, we've done it before, might as well. Okay, we add another one to the sip counter. Fuck. Oh. Oh, okay. Who knows, maybe this will end up making the other videos more bearable to watch if they're similar to this. Okay.
Angle looks
I'll hit the one in
crazy.
the middle first.
Hey, give it a second. Dan.
Got it.
All right, got
Hold on, did you say that it looks crazy?
Beating him. The hat was beating him.
Stay with me, all right?
That angle looks
I'll hit the one in
crazy.
the middle first.
No, that's fine, she's commenting on something specific in the video.
Got it.
All right, got the heart at least.
At 30 kilos of
When she was...
Angle was
Soil.
actually
Oh, we got
ready to
crazy.
mess you up
so
with.
much soil loaded
Why are
up,
his
you have
hats
no
so
idea.
big?
The only soil
Because-
is going to be in your pants.
Aw.
You're like bringing it back to him.
Sorry.
Why are his hats so
You're like,
big,
here,
though?
Bowser, you drop this, buddy. Should we go for
Sorry.
fruit? No, Cappy, we cannot go to the farmer's market at this time.
I want
Yeah,
fruit.
Bowser. You have another thing
Whoa.
coming.
You have
It's
no
us.
idea.
Bro.
Cinematic camera shots.
No, I
He's
can't see what he's
guarding
doing.
them, nut
Okay, we're
shots.
fine, we're
Cinematic
fine.
camera shots.
Cinematic
Oh,
camera
we can't
shots.
guard that!
Not dizzy
Dude,
anymore.
you literally, you just beat him in the ball sack. Or Bowser sack. I don't, does Bowser have balls? Actually, I don't even want to know the answer to that. But like, that's actually how you beat him in this game. That's crazy.
Oh.
Okay, again, that's crazy, but it was at the end of her expressing a larger point about what was shown in the video. So the penalty for that is negated, but she's not getting an award for this either, because again, it's just stating aloud what is being shown in the video.
That's
could
not even
never work
edited.
for,
That's
like,
actual gameplay.
NFL films. You just be up there just like spinning
Well,
around.
actually, hold on. If she's just saying something that's being shown on screen, it doesn't really count as additional commentary. So that I guess that's crazy still counts.
Or Bowser sack. I don't. Dude,
No, I
he's
can't see
guard.
Let's rewatch that segment. Hold on.
Sorry.
Why are his hats so
You're like,
big,
here,
though?
Bowser, you drop this, buddy. Should we go for
Sorry.
fruit? No, Cappy, we cannot go to the farmer's market at this time.
I want
Yeah,
fruit.
Bowser. You have another thing
Whoa.
coming.
You have
It's
no
us.
idea.
Bro.
Cinematic camera shots.
No, I
He's
can't see what he's
guarding
doing.
them, nut
Okay, we're fine,
shots.
we're
Cinematic
fine.
camera shots.
Cinematic
Oh,
camera
we can't
shots.
guard that!
Not dizzy
Dude,
anymore.
you literally, you just beat him in the ball sack. Or Bowser sack. I don't, does Bowser have balls? Actually, I don't even want to know the answer to that. But like, that's actually how you beat him in this game. That's crazy.
Oh.
That's
could
not even
never work
edited.
for,
That's
like,
actual gameplay.
NFL films. You just be up there just like spinning around with the camera like.
Okay. Yeah, I think we count that as a that's crazy without any additional commentary, seeing as well, unless we count that little segment where she asked.
So much soil
That's actually how you beat them in the game.
this time.
I want
Yeah,
fruit.
Bowser. You have another thing.
Whoa,
I
he's
can't see
guarding.
But then again, that's basically expressing incredulity. Yeah, I think we consider that one's
them
negated
nut
then.
shots.
Cinematic camera shots.
Cinematic
Oh, we
camera
can't
shots.
guard that!
Not dizzy
Dude,
anymore.
you literally.
It's just an unfunny joke. Like, she did try though, and I think that's the bit that we're going to be going with as the important part. John Wolf, thank you for the 5. At this rate, we're all going to be trying to go halfway through. Who knows, perhaps. We're only taking sips. Well, I'm only taking sips, not full-on shots. I'm really glad that we're not doing shots. Makira's thinking about the 2 videos equals 3 hours, 12 videos equals 3 hour stream. It's probably going to speed up after this one.
You just beat him in the.
Because I'm taking so much effort to go through each of these because of the fact that, I want to explain using the first few videos how the rating system is actually going to work. After this, we are going to be speeding up through the remaining videos because at that point, again, I've already taken pains to explain how the rating system works.
Ball sack or Bowser sack. I don't. Does Bowser have balls? Actually, I don't even want to
Yeah,
know
it's
the
just an
answer to that,
unfunny
but like
joke.
edited. That's
For, like,
actual gameplay.
NFL films. You just be up there just like spinning around with the camera like.
Doesn't
hey, guys,
reset the
cinematic
duration of the
camera shot.
counter.
Boom, there's
That's
a ball.
actually
But it doesn't result in a
crazy.
penalty.
Is that the audio?
Okay. Okay, 28 minutes 43. All right.
Like, come on, dude.
The White House! The White House is under attack!
Can you shout that?
Wait, I shouldn't laugh at that. Wait, I shouldn't laugh at
My
that.
neighbors walking outside are like, oh my god,
What
honey,
did you
get
just get
inside.
inside? Yeah.
The country has fallen.
Oh my god,
there
the
we go.
kingdom is gone. I see it right here. All right, let me just
29-13 is when the penalty for that's crazy
Awesome.
kicks in.
I like football players.
Yeah?
What the hell? What is this?
No, no, you're removing me!
What,
No!
what is
Okay,
that?
well,
Dan?
also we've had another 3 minutes passing without any additional commentary, so that's another -1.
Dan? Dan?
No!
5,
Dan?
4,
No, Dan, no!
3,
Oh,
2,
I
1.
guess it's just me now.
Okay, so now another 30 seconds has passed in between the last that's crazy with no further elaboration. So we're going to hold on. What was it? What was that? -7? Okay, we're going to -8 now. Oh boy.
Well,
And my
That's
3
crazy.
kilograms of soil.
What am I
oh,
gonna
the
do with
soil,
this?
bro.
For what, guys?
He ate it. Oh, bro.
only about half-
Well, we know bro's a spitter, not a wait. Bro's wait. Hold on, wait.
That's-
I messed that up.
Halfway through the game, and I wanted to keep going, but Dan had somewhere to be, and
Oh.
can't ethically keep me here forever, Jay, whatever that
Ethically.
means. Subscribe for part 2, coming soon. Also, if you pledge
Part
$1 to my Patreon, link in the description,
Holy
you
shit.
can watch part 2 days before it comes out, as well as get all of my content early access and ad-free. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, bye.
Dude, guys, there's a part 2. Do we watch part 2? If you want to see the uncensored versions of these videos, then check out my Patreon where I upload all
The rest of this video is just shilling the Patreon, but I'll let it play out just to show that that's the case.
uncensored content as well as some other videos on there. And let me know what your thoughts were down in the comments below. And there's anything else you'd like to see on this channel because I upload every single day. And with that, thank you so much for watching. And remember, everything reminds you of something. Bye!
And that's the end of the video. So, final score. -8. Alright. Mari Yume, final score. -8. Imagine that. And with that, we can conclusively say that, yeah, that was just content theft. There's no euphemism for it. There's no real hiding that or trying to deflect. No, that was just that was an example of just content theft. And remember, this was the example that Efinito used to say that he has he knows how to make you succeed on your YouTube channel. Which, I mean, yeah, numbers wise, I guess you can count it as that. But look, this is, I don't think it gets any more clearer than this. This is a perfect example of why people have a problem with reaction content in general. But in any case, -8 is generous, admittedly, but it's still a definitive ranking in my opinion. Alright, now on to the next one, which is Smug Alana. So, okay. Let's pull up the two videos, shall we? So we can verify the things that I wrote about him. Okay.
Growing up, I was taught.
Comparing the two videos side by side, this is Smug Alana's reaction video. Title, Are They Finally Admitting It? ? Runtime, 31 minutes, 34 seconds. Upload date, 28th of February, 2026. This is the original video. Now, I think you can tell based off the thumbnail that it is basically a copy. However, she or her editor has gone through the effort of upscaling the original thumbnail, the image used in the back of the original thumbnail, and changed the font. Instead of variety, it is now replaced with an impact shadowed "what the fuck is this?" ? However, it's still the same screenshot, and Alana's just been added there in the corner. So for that, we are going to give it -1 because it is a copy, but there has been some effort put in to make it at least visually a little different from the original. The same, however, cannot be said of the title, because the original video's title is Are They Finally Admitting It? double question mark. And the thing is about Alana's content is she hasn't even bothered to put reacting to or the name of the, YouTuber reaction at the end, right? The background NPC in this case being the original uploader. Now, again, sometimes they will put, X content creator name reaction because it helps them in the algorithm. But I think it's a bit of a dog move if you just copy the title of the original video word for word, even if you're the bigger content creator, as is the case here. Because, yeah, sure, their name won't give your reaction video a boost in the algorithm, but at the very least, it's going to function as some sort of differentiation or basic attribution. But in any case, in the case of the original upload this time, this video clocks in at 14 minutes 44 seconds. 15% of which adds up to around 22 minutes when you round to the nearest whole minute. And it was uploaded on the 8th of February 2026, so it's not within 5 days, it's outside of that range, so it's fine. However, it does get another minus point to start off with because the fact that the title is exactly the same. And just to verify that that's actually the case, I'm going to show both videos here. So as you can see, Alana's video is titled, "Are They Finally Admitting It?" double question mark. And the original video is also titled, "Are They Finally Admitting It?" double question mark. Upload date, 8th of February on the original video this year, and Alana's uploaded on the 28th of February this year. So, with that in mind, let's get stuck into the actual reaction video. She doubled the length, but again, like I said, length itself is not an adequate metric for quality. KGB behavior. Wait, let me reset all the counters first. Okay, the sip counter for the video should be at 0. And the points should be at -2. There we go. Alright. I was joking when I said this was going to be a 12-hour stream.
Are they finally admitting it? Journalists admitting that they're wrong? No way! That's probably because they're gonna get sent to McDonald's soon. Anyway, 1/3 of US video game industry workers were laid off. Uh-oh.
Again, we're not counting any sort of thing that she's saying prior to the video beginning to play as judging in either direction. It's not going to count towards adding a point. It's not going to count towards deducting points either.
Growing up, I was taught that if you can't say anything nice, it is better to say nothing at all. Which
Nah, fuck them.
can be great advice,
Okay.
but
Okay, that's pretty funny. Now, again, that's not commentary. I wouldn't class this as commentary, but it is not something. It's going to reset the counter.
fortunately, when it comes to business,
Freedom!
not speaking up can cost you money. A lot of money. Last week, the GDC State of the Game Industry report dropped, which is basically a giant anonymous survey where devs, artists, programmers, producers, and executives all
Oh wait, was copying? Oh yeah, copying the title exactly was -2, so it should be starting off at -3. Thanks for reminding me there. I forgot that I made it -2. Hold on, let me. Well, accurate.
over get to share how things are actually going behind the scenes. This year, over 2,300 people responded, with the majority of those responses coming from Western devs, mainly
Ooh, yeah, exactly. That we don't count that as commentary.
California. And after reading the
Yeah, gee, I
report, I
wonder
genuinely
why.
could not tell whether it was a survey or a cry for help. So today we are looking at a few titles coming down the pipeline, who is actually making our games, where all the money is going, and the ever-growing gap between the studios making these games and the players.
We are now at 1 minute of the original video's runtime without her adding any additional commentary. Reminder that it is 2 that must elapse before she is penalized for not adding additional commentary while 15% of the original runtime has elapsed.
They are supposedly making them for. Do you ever see something and just go, huh?
Huh?
Because
Yeah, I saw this on another video. My first reaction was like, who asked for this? Why are we doing this?
Okay, so since she's citing, her experiences reacting to a different video, we can technically tie that back to the whole citing a personal experience and relating it to the contents of the video. Basically going, I've seen this kind of thing play out before, etc., etc., so we can add in a point because of that. However, like I said before, it's a capped category, so she has 2 more instances of this where that will still result in the point being awarded.
You spent millions of dollars developing the cinematic and the lore around it. Are we for real right now?
That was me. This past week when I saw Jeff Keighley upload yet another cursed trailer, this time for Horizon Hunter's Gathering. And hear me out, this is coming from someone who enjoyed the first Horizon and I liked Aloy, but I ask this genuinely, who is out there right now pounding the table going, I need more Horizon? At this point, I am
Haven't they made like 3 remakes for this game? How are you fan?
So this is her making a point about the Horizon game specifically that was not raised by the original content creator. The fact that it has, possibly like up to 3 remakes or something, or just the idea that it has multiple remakes.
And in post-apocalypse, they probably have McDonald's in the post-apocalypse, knowing McDonald's and how powerful they are.
So as a result of that, we can make that, in favor of contextualizing sentiment or argument expressed in your own words, right? We'll add another point because of that bit of commentary.
convinced that there is an exec at PlayStation who is weirdly obsessed with this franchise and character, and their work profile picture is Aloy. They named their firstborn child Aloy, and
only 2 remasters and a sequel. That doesn't make it any better, chat. 2 remasters for a game? When did the first Horizon game come out? No, that's not.
Since this is her elaborating on the same point that she made just then, we're not going to award it an additional point, but it is going to count as a reset of the timer.
Not accurate. That's not accurate either. It was released in 2024? That doesn't sound right. When did the first Horizon come out? 2018 and there's already 2 remakes? Are you serious? Who asked for this shit? The game released in 2017. It's not even 10 years! We can't even get a Fallout 3 remake, man!
the entire office is full of Aloy pictures. The character, not their firstborn child, and they have been the one is solely responsible for pitching every single Horizon spinoff, which seem to all get greenlit, by the way. Now, to be totally fair, I thought the gameplay looked
cute.
Okay. I like the Monster Hunter type games, but unfortunately...
Yeah, but why would I play this if I could play Monster Hunter? At least Monster Hunter, like, I don't know. It's kind of fun. Not that Horizon is like a...
So this technically counts as Alana adding on to an argument that is being made in the original video, but in her own, in her own way by comparing the 2 games directly, right? So again, adding another point. Oh, whoops, that's not what I do. Okay, there we go.
A bad franchise, but I feel like it's genuinely just oversaturated.
I am way too much.
Monster Hunter's bad performance? Yeah, but you could go play a Monster Hunter World and play the DLC. Those ones are amazing. Like, you can play the old Monster Hunter, not the current one, if you're gonna to argue and say, oh, bad performance. Okay, that's fine. I think that's totally valid. But you could go play the DLC and the base game that came out in 2016 or whatever the fuck, and that would be great. You'll have a great time.
Of an incel to be the target audience for this one, because what is this? Like, genuinely, what am I looking at? Gorilla. Had you guys just been normal and given me normal, fun characters to choose from, I might have tried this, but I can't.
One of these is not like the others, man. All of these post-apocalyptic survivors look pretty cool. Maybe, I don't know, I could criticize some of them for their character designs and stuff, but obviously one of them is not like the others.
Okay, so that is her leveraging an original critique of the contents of the video, because while the original video did say that these characters didn't look normal, she's singling out the fact that one of them in particular stands out like a sore thumb, right? Presumably being, triple XL over here. So we're going to add another point. Whoa, hold on, that's a bit much. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you can see the tank can still be seen in the fog of war.
not get behind the
me?
designs for this game. Who is spending cosmetics money to dress this character up? Honestly, it is so bad. It is almost to the point where I think there is some type of big inside bet at Sony, and you are all trying to out-concord one another. And if you don't believe me, look no further than the 2 other live service games being published by Sony. Starting with Fair Games, do you remember when this trailer dropped?
Oh my god, what the fuck? I barely remember this shit.
Live service heist game.
This was fully sponsored. No, not sponsored, but like fully endorsed by Sony.
Where you play as Reddit mod Robin.
Okay, so basically she's just repeating out what the original creator said as well, right? So she's not going to get a point for that, but it's also not going to be a deduction.
Who is stealing from corrupt billionaires to stick it to capitalism. The game got a lot of backlash and has been pretty quiet ever since. And who can forget Marathon? Man,
Marathon, bro. Even the most diehard extraction shooter enjoyers said that Marathon is just not gonna do great, man. The ones that literally make content out of it and they need to have new extraction shooters come out, or at least good ones to enjoy that need like a fresh cycle of content in order to not bore their audience, they don't even want to play a Marathon. They're like, oh, great, this looks pretty mid, below mid, probably.
Okay, so that's, again, her contextualizing a sentiment expressed by the original creator in her own words, by basically talking about how even among the people who were specialist content creators in that particular genre didn't want to touch the game when it came out.
Yeah, the playtest was not
acquired
great.
them for $3.7 billion, are betting everything on a live service extraction shooter. At this point, I genuinely think they know. They have to know. They have seen their fallen comrades, but they are just so deep that stopping would be worse than finishing. We may be witnessing the sunken cost fallacy in real time, but maybe you're ignoring all of that and you are just looking for the next big single-player adventure from a Sony darling like Naughty Dog. Well, don't forget, Intergalactic and our favorite.
Yeah, Naughty Dog has done so many great franchises lately, chat.
Bald protagonist is still on the horizon. The last time we heard about this game,
Ferrari, what was it sponsored? They had the ads for Porsche. Yeah, the massive advertisement trailer. Yeah, Porsche, the Porsche spaceship.
Was that it was Naughty Dog's biggest, most expensive title yet, and
okay, again, her contextualizing something that was said in the video in her own words, or actually, it's not really something that's being shown, basically her just saying, well, it is technically a repeat of what the original creator is saying. Hold on, let me just check again.
Sponsored.
Still on the horizon. The last time we heard about this game,
Ferrari, what was it sponsored? They had the ads for Porsche. Yeah, ship.
Was that it was Naughty Dog's biggest, most expensive title yet, and this
you're in the middle of this.
Okay, the original creator didn't say that it was sponsored by Porsche, so we can count that as something that Alana added on her own.
Screen. Yes, you fucking retard. I'm giving her room so we can see her face move. Come on. I'm literally right there so I can see her.
Last December, the dev team was forced to crunch for an internal demo, which, how did that even go?
Brain? I know you
did
do.
They
use
finally
it.
decide to scrap this game? One can only hope. And I have to ask, who keeps telling Western AAA, notably Sony and these examples, that this is what we want? Who is sitting in these rooms when this stuff gets pitched and is going, yes, the people actually are begging for this? Is anyone pushing back? Are they pushing back and getting ignored? Because from the outside, it genuinely looks like nobody at these companies wants to or is allowed to say, hey, I don't know, maybe not this one, but hold that thought because we are coming.
Okay, so that section there.
Who keeps telling Western AAA, notably Sony and these examples, that this is what we want? Who is sitting in these rooms when this stuff gets pitched and is going, yes, the people actually are begging for this? Is anyone pushing back? Are they pushing back and getting ignored? Because from the outside, it genuinely looks like nobody at
that little section where she's just playing with her, well, not as a euphemism, but when she's playing with her cat, right? While the video's still playing on in the background, you could just pause, just make it so that your cat stops fussing and then start playing
these
again.
Companies wants to or is allowed to say, hey, I don't know.
So we are going to count that as something completely unrelated to the video or its contents while it's still playing. So -2 as a result of that, because it's doubled since she didn't pause the video while it was going on. Again, it's not that hard. You're reacting to a video, your cat hops onto your lap looking for attention, just pause the video, get your cat settled, and then keep going.
Oh, maybe not this one, but hold that thought because we are coming back to it.
Yeah, I
So
know.
a bit of a confession. I
Factor!
always have these big grand
sorry, I have
goals
to
of
stop
meal
yelling
prep
'cause my
at the
cat's
start
on
of
my
the
lap.
year, but end up
We're going to exclude the sponsorship segment because, again, this is... Well, I'm going to ×2 through it because it's not really going to go either way in terms of award or a penalty.
being historically pretty terrible at it. Has only gotten harder this year since getting a brand new puppy, which is where Factor comes in and takes the hard part out of eating well. The meals are fresh, never
Oh my god, is that a Cocker Spaniel doggy? Oh my god, that's my dad's favorite breed of dog, Cocker Spaniel.
frozen, so
That's a bit far. If you think you can control a cat, you fooling Lamal. See, that's the thing, though. She seemed to get that cat pretty settled pretty quickly. It's the only thing. So I think that, again, if it was going to be that easy, you probably could just pause the video while you do it. Remember, thank you for the 50 sec. I just woke up, headed out for tedious 12-hour shift. Gonna rewind past armchair, keep me company through the day. Tally ho and Godspeed. Thank you for the super chat. I hope you have an alright day at your work. I hope this helps you get through it.
do be sure to pop them in your
These
fridge
are
as soon as you
super
get them, and they are ready in just 2 minutes. I really enjoyed the items that I tried. I won't lie though, I am a bit of a sucker for advice, so I will be a little bit biased in saying that the breakfast options were probably my favorite.
If you hold click the video ×2. Oh, okay, yeah, no. You just reminded me of the fact that YouTube has that function to begin with.
But if you like a lot of variety in your meals, they have got over 100 options.
In my org, it's very hard to push back against wokeness. You know, I feel very privileged that if I, for example, if I worked at a company and I had opinions that I do now, Kitty, why are you biting me? Thank you. I'm sorry.
So something like that, I'm not going to penalize because, you know, if your pet is actually doing something that, you know, if you're getting bitten by your pet and you respond because of that, yeah, no, that's fine.
I'm privileged enough
And also the fact that the video's paused while all of this is going on.
I don't
And it's a
fucking
sponsored segment, so...
lose my job for having an opinion. Whereas if you work a job and you have to listen to this all fucking day, every day, you do not get to have that privilege. You lose everything. You get fired, and then, God forbid, other companies start talking between each other, which can happen sometimes. And they'll be
Okay, so this is her elaborating on, you know, a point that the original video was alluded to but didn't quite make. So I think making an original critique of the contents of the video, basically pointing out how do game studios end up making these mistakes recurringly over time, repeatedly over time. We can add another point because of that.
be like, oh yeah, you want to have a fucking job over here at this new company? Now go fuck yourself because that's what you fucking said.
Rotate weekly, and everything is made without refined seed oils or artificial junk. Most meals have over 30 grams of protein too, which if you are looking to
that
stay
is
consistent with
that's a
fitness
lot of
stuff, that makes a
protein.
huge difference. If you're interested in checking them out, head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code backgroundnpc
That's
FB50 to get
that's a
50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year.
That's
That's
a
code backgroundnpc FB50.
I will say I will never get a fridge with the water dispensers because all of my friends that have ever had these ice dispenser fridges, that shit is the first thing to break on those.
Okay, we can add a point for her basically citing personal experience, but now this goes to maximum 1 left. So she is 1 off of the cap for that.
And the mold too. Well, aside from that, maybe you enjoy having mold on it. They fucking break all the time. I would never get one with an ice dispenser.
At factor75.com to get 50% off plus free breakfast for 1 year. The offer is only valid for new Factor
Maybe
customers
you don't clean your fridge. No, it's not about that. It's just that it's on the outside. It's not actually refrigerated.
with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Now, you might be thinking,
I'll
okay,
just make
but
fucking
those games
ice
have not even
normally.
come out yet. Maybe they will surprise us. And you know what? That is fair. I can still give them the benefit of the doubt, but you know who we can't give the benefit of the doubt to? The games that have already came out over the last few years. That beautiful slideshow you are
It's called pattern recognition, milady.
Okay. Yeah, contextualizing a statement in her own words, I'll count it as that.
It's not your fault. I think she does put a really positive spin and says that we need to give people benefit of the doubt that maybe it's not gonna suck, but I don't know, I'm kind of sick of it. I'm sick of giving people the benefit of the doubt and then being proven right, because I kind of want to be proven wrong, but then pattern recognition fucking comes in and destroys it, and I'm like, fuck, man, I wish that didn't happen. I wanted something good.
Missing just those games combined. You are probably
Redfall. I completely.
See you, Gabriel. I hope you all survive after this stream. Alright, I'm hoping it doesn't go to full 12 hours.
forgot about that.
looking at north of 1.5 billion
Oh, Skull and Bones.
in development and marketing, all for games that either flopped,
Okay, we're not going to count that as additional commentary.
were delisted, or were DOA. $1.5 billion.
Oh, Star Wars
Gone.
Outlaws.
That is very real budgets, real studios, and real people's jobs, which brings us to
Ooh,
the
I know this
question that we
one.
have been building to.
Ooh, I know this
If
one
billions are being burned and entire pipelines look like this, what's actually happening to the people making these games? This is where the GDC report comes in. Quick aside and bit of NPC lore for you. I actually went to GDC last year for work, and I need you to know that I saw Ben
that's
Starr
cool.
perform Raphael's ballad from Baldur's Gate 3 live on stage.
Oh, it's such a good fight, too. This is one of the best boss fights I've ever played with Raphael.
And
Okay, so this is us, again, citing her own personal experience or anecdote and relating it, this time an anecdote about playing Baldur's Gate and relating it to what's being said in the video. So now she's capped out on that first category and she goes up to 5.
No
it
spoilers.
was a top 5 life moment for me.
That's cool.
Anyway, here is what the report says. 1 in 3 US game developers have been laid off over the past 2 years.
Welcome home, bro. Welcome home.
Tens of thousands of jobs gone, and nearly half
So her alluding to the McDonald's meme, again, basically contextualizing a statement in her own words, right? Creator shows that stat on screen, but then she contextualizes it further by referencing that meme.
still cannot find work. And it is not just people who were laid off
We need dedicated brother counter. I don't know how many times she alludes to a brother in this video, but yeah, I know what you mean.
this past year, but even people who lost their jobs over a year ago. 2/3 of AAA studios conducted layoffs in the past year alone, and 74% of students studying game development are scared to even enter the industry. One student in the industry literally just wrote, "There aren't any jobs, everyone's getting fired, it's effed." Yikes.
I mean, if those people aren't producing good video games, like the golden era proves that you can make really good banger video games all in 1 year. I think in the span of I think it was between 1 and 3 years, amazing games came out between 2006 to 2009. And they were competing with World of Warcraft, too, alongside of them. Like, that didn't mean that those games got pushed out. So all those people that cry and say, like, oh, this is a bad time to release a game because there's a lot of people playing the new WoW expansion because it was really good at the time. It doesn't fucking matter. If you make a really, really good game, people will flock to it.
Okay, so this is her making, basically making an original critique of the contents of the video. Basically taking that, the idea being expressed in that, the sparing tone, and basically turning it around by going, well, it's not like you don't have any option, right?
The reasons companies gave: restructuring, budget cuts, market conditions. But when the survey asked workers what they think is really going on, the top answers were more like mismanagement and greed. The report literally frames it as companies call it restructuring.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I just think there's a lot of factors that aren't just restructuring or bad budgeting. Yeah, like, it's not just that. It is a multitude of factors.
Workers blame mismanagement. And I won't deny that there are real structural problems and probably a good bit of mismanagement happening.
9,000 people made Diablo 4, and it did not do as well as they thought it would, so they probably had to fucking fire a lot of people.
But we just watched that montage together. We saw
And
the
restructure,
billion
too.
plus disappear. We just looked at Sony's pipeline. At some point, we have to acknowledge that maybe, just maybe, studios are struggling because gamers have decided their products are not worth their money. The games that they are releasing are just plain bad. Now, the report also covers who is actually making these games, and the workforce is shifting pretty quickly. We see that 64% is made up of men, which is down over 10% from previous years, while women continue to increase year over year. LGBT representation is at 28%, jumping to 46% for devs under the age of 24, which for reference is 2 to 3 times the national average. The report
Holy shit!
itself says that they have changed the survey methodology though, so year-over-year comparisons aren't
They keep changing it so that like other people that don't quite fit the category can identify as different things. Yeah, that makes sense.
completely reliable, but
Yeah, lots of
the direction is pretty clear. What is super crazy though is the experience gap.
That makes the actual like information really flawed because you're just constantly changing it every year as to what people identify themselves as.
Okay, so yeah, this is her again making an original critique of the contents of the video by identifying what might make the data bad to work off of.
According to the survey,
It's
the
not
largest group of
consistent.
devs has
Yeah, it would be a that's crazy counterbalanced by follow-up. Yeah, that's why I don't regard that as being worth penalizing.
3 to 5 years of experience, and over half of them have less than 10. This means the people
Alana is a pretty good example of what I mean by, you know, sometimes you have someone who has that verbal tick, which might be annoying, but she actually does seem switched on when she is reacting to a video most of the time. Like, she knows that there are bits where she can interject and say something that's related to the contents of the video, and she will actually take the chance to do that.
people who shipped the games we grew up on, they are leaving the field, are
Yeah.
getting cut, or are being replaced by people who are still learning.
That was very obvious when Chris Metzen and all of the OG Blizzard employees also fucking left. Yeah, like, I think it was all the co-founders, the original founders of Blizzard back in, like, 1998 or 2001? I can't remember. Yeah, they all just left in 2018, I believe. A lot of people followed them.
Last year, I actually
Okay, again, contextualizing something that's being said in the video using her own words. Using Blizzard as a specific case study to highlight the point that's being made in the video she's reacting to.
spoke with a 3D artist who has been in the AAA industry for over 15 years, and he confirmed that this is a real problem. He said when you lose that legacy knowledge, it tends to show up
True.
everywhere. Production
It
pipeline
also it lets people fill in their own ideology and their own, you know, agenda. That's when things pivot.
get messier, things like optimization start to slip up. Basically all of the invisible stuff that you don't notice when it's done right, but then you absolutely noticed when it is not. How many games have launched that just feel unfinished? A
Yeah.
lot. And sometimes that is a knowledge and skill problem.
Yep.
And that gap is only getting wider. He also said that in his experience, people who do push back,
That was
people who
cool.
offer
game
constructive
is
criticism on things like narrative decisions, character designs, asset creation, have actually landed in trouble for it. Like,
Just Black Desert
HR
or some
trouble.
shit.
not everywhere
Crimson
and not
Desert.
every studio, but
That's cool.
enough that people have learned to kind of just keep their heads down. Do you remember earlier when I asked, is anyone at Sony Studios pushing back? I think the answer at large is no. And if anyone is,
No, because pushing men back means losing your job. If I say something that people don't like, they'll just stop watching me. But like a lot of, like I don't immediately lose my job. You know what I'm saying? I brought it up before during the ad part. Yeah, someone in my chat's like, yeah, if I went against what, you know, the mass majority.
Now, this does count as her, again, contextualizing something that was said in the video in her own words. But because this relates to, this is basically her reiterating a point that she had already made earlier on, I think during the sponsored segment, where she was talking about how she is in a position of privilege where she doesn't need to worry about, you know, having to keep her opinions sanitized so that she doesn't lose her job in the same way that someone working at a game studio does. So for that reason, we're not awarding her an additional point. We're just refreshing the duration of the 15% runtime. Michael Laurie, holy shit, thank you for the 50. She's really good at sharing her opinion. Who knew that could be possible for this kind of content? Also, the video she's reacting to makes a lot of sense, contrasting whatever the other VTuber was watching. Also, Bowser should have a Saki as a son. True. See, again, this is an example of a video that has presumably been chosen for more reasons than just, I would watch this off stream, let's try watching it on stream. right? Like this is relating to a topic that Alana herself obviously feels quite strongly about. She has quite a lot of things to say. She's actually bothering to listen to what the commentator in the background is saying, so she knows what she can respond to in order to give her own experience or opinion as context to an existing point, rather than just, you know, tangenting out of nothing. And again, the original content in this particular case is, at least personally, for a lot of you guys, I suspect as well, much more palatable than the previous video we were reacting to, because it's, you know, it's trying to make a measured, coherent point and presenting evidence to support the arguments that it's making. Or in other words, it is trying to make an argument rather than just being like a showcase of something that is like funny, right?
You have people in my job, at my nursing job or my hospital or whatever it was. Sorry, I don't remember. I have ADHD. But you'll just basically get stuck in a loop of like, do I really want to say something, or do I risk losing my job or losing my career? Because career.
Yeah, exactly, Dak. Picking a good video to bounce off of is a skill that should be rewarded, and it's a skill that is either underdeveloped or underutilized in a lot of people that make reaction content. Because like I said, most of the time when you look at reaction content, you can tell that the person who picked this video did not think about why they are picking this video. Or even a step further, should they have picked this video because they have something to say about it, right? Most reaction content does not clear that very low bar of, do I actually have something to say about this video that I'm reacting to?
Shifting is like fucking impossible, bro. Especially in this economy.
Are probably being ignored or silenced. And it is so sad because I know that there are still genuinely talented, passionate people in the industry who are there because they truly love games and love making them for players. But the thing that is so interesting to me is that this survey has pages on demographics and DEI policy changes, pages on AI, pages on monetization models, pages on engines. But I read through the whole thing, and you know what's not in there? Not a single.
I think that if they got rid of HR, they would gain a lot of money back and games would be able to develop better. Like anything. And this actually kind of loops back to like how people used to meet their spouses at work. Now.
Okay, there we go. So again, making an original critique of the contents of the video, right? Basically bring up the whole HR angle, how it's a redundant feature of most organizations that it's a part of, actively makes the worker's life worse rather than better.
If you like try to meet someone at work, you instantly get flagged to HR. Yeah, people automatically assume like, oh god, I'm gonna get fucking flagged for HR. That means the cute girl that I met at work, I can't talk to her ever again.
Section, not a single question about the players, about the actual customers that this industry serves. There is nothing in the report about what customers are actually wanting, what they are asking for, and what feedback these studios are getting from the people spending money on their games. You have got an industry surveying itself about why everything is falling apart, and there are
not HR, it's the ethics department that fucks everything up. I disagree. I think that there's one woman that basically sits in the human resources department and determines whether or not someone gets to get fired for asking a woman or someone to fucking go have some tea after work. That's what's determined.
Actually, in a funny way, to add on to what Alana is saying, I have a friend who works in HR, and I've known several other people who have worked HR, and not a single instance across all of those people, not a single one of them has been able to describe to me what they actually do in their job in one sentence. Like, all of them need a dissertation in order to accurately describe what it is they are actually paid to do. None of them are able to give a simple answer when it comes to asking what they get paid for, which I find quite amusing.
Determined as like inappropriate or appropriate behavior. Dating coworkers is a little risky. Yeah.
Again, what she's saying here does count as original, you know, an original critique of what the video is saying, but because it's building on a previous point that she made, it doesn't award additional points, it just refreshes the duration of the 15%.
Sure. I'll agree with that, but like at the end of the day, it's not the fucking end of the universe.
No questions about the one group of people who can actually fix it. And I don't know, but I think that tells you everything you need to know about where the disconnect is. So 1/3 of devs laid off, billions squandered. The pipeline coming from these large studios is still full of stuff that most people did not ask for. And the biggest industry survey of the year did not think to include a single question about what players actually want and are gravitating towards. This is what happens when nobody in the room says enough is enough, or
that's what happened with Concord, or yeah, it was with Concord with Firewalk Studios. Those devs said that they were too busy talking about trans people going to bathrooms that were for women, and people discussing if non-binary people should go as well, instead of making the game. Because it's at the end of the day, okay, whatever you discuss off work, that's none of my business. But if you're at fucking work, talk about the fucking game. No one cares. Just fucking do your job.
Isn't good enough.
And you're telling me that that time dedicated couldn't have been spent making the game better, and maybe it would have fucking flopped as hard? The same thing happened with Final Fantasy as well. Final Fantasy has a really, really bad problem with toxic positivity, that any criticism of the game is perceived as like a slight. And if you say like, oh, well, maybe this should be done differently for the convenience of the player, it's like, no, it's always been like this. You're just being toxic. Urgh.
Again, this is another point that basically repeats something she said earlier when she cited Blizzard as a specific example of a studio that suffered from these structural problems that prevented them from making a good game, right? So this is something that would award a point, but she's basically building off of a point that she made previously in the video. So it's not going to be awarded, but it is going to refresh the duration, right?
That fucking happens at Square Enix too, not just the community itself.
They get ignored, or worse, punished for it. So for Sony, Microsoft, EA, Ubisoft, and every other studio that just hasn't gotten it yet, if you want to start winning again, here is what the GDC survey is not telling you. Stop sitting in your boardrooms trying to squeeze every last cent out of people instead of making something worth buying. Stop hiring consulting firms to tell you what your players want when they are already telling you for free. Stop chasing ESG scores and...
Yeah, but those gamers are all incels, so their opinion is not valid. We have to hire someone for $50,000 a year in California to tell us what we're doing wrong, and then those people say that don't listen to the forum people, and the people on the forums don't do that. That's bad. They're all incels, and then they release the game and it flops and they lose their jobs.
Charge of...
Okay, so again, that's basically, textualizing a statement in her own words. We'll add another one for that.
Diversity checkboxes while your games launch broken and your studios close. Stop.
I'll be honest, I don't really care how progressive a studio is or what they do in the background, but as long as the games are good. Well, that's the problem, is that you dedicate all your time to make every single person feel good all the time. You don't...
Again, this ties back to the point she made earlier about structural issues, toxic positivity in the workplace, etc., etc. Doesn't award a point, but does refresh the duration.
Don't dedicate that to making the game good. I never heard anything like that from what's the studio that made Baldur's Gate? Larian made a bunch of games. They have fucking penises on chicks, and no one gave a fucking shit about the game because it was funny. It was a good game. You could also opt out of playing it. You didn't have to go and fuck the bear. Everybody thought it was funny. Sure, there were articles talking about how it was degenerate, but at the end of the day, it wasn't forced upon you. It was funny. Like, you just don't have to engage with it. I've met plenty of progressive people that fucking played Baldur's Gate 3 and they still really enjoyed it because they didn't have to engage with the content. They could also go the most fucked up route and kill all of their fellow party members because they just could. With Dragon Age the Veilguard, you can't even dismiss people. Whereas with Dragon Age the previous games, you could dismiss and piss off your party members, and I think you could kill them too, but I'm not sure. Don't take my word for it. I remember someone telling me that you could absolutely kill them, and it was fine because people wanted to play the game the way they wanted.
Alana does legit reaction videos. Yeah, she does strike me as a person who actually tries to put some thought into which videos she reacts to, and then, I should say more precisely, which videos she reacts to, she chooses to, then cut out and then put onto her own channel, right?
Too, and it was a lot of fun.
Blaming gamers for not wanting what you made.
Like, she does do a lot of talking, which does increase the duration of her increases the duration of her reaction when you compare it to the original video's runtime. But the thing is, the yapping is actually related to the contents of the video, and you don't have to think too hard in order to see how it's related, which is why, in this particular case, yeah, I'd look at this and go, yeah, I could see why you uploaded this.
And to stop punishing the devs who actually care about the craft for decisions that executives made over lunch. Start listening to the people buying your games and start making games for the people who actually play them. Do actual market research on your target audience.
No, that requires a lot of money, and we need to pay the Karen at HR to tell us how to feel.
Because we want to be excited, and we have proven over and over and over again that we will.
Again, that is her putting it in her original words, but it's a point that she's already made earlier on in the video. So refreshes duration, but doesn't award additional points.
Show up for
They
you,
run out of money?
but we want to be
Maybe.
respected
I don't
as
know.
customers, and we are done.
Sony has so much fucking money, it's ridiculous. With massive giants like Sony, and I would say like Blizzard, because they're now part of Microsoft, I don't think they're ever gonna run out of money. I think that they might have games that just flop and eventually die, but I don't think the company will ever truly change. I don't know, maybe I'm being pessimistic. I hope not, but...
Okay, her making a point about how the size of these studios prevents their changing for the better is, again, it's not really something that the original creator is making, while she's reacting to it, but it is related to the overall topic of why do these studios refuse to fix the problems in them. So we can add another point for that.
I don't know.
Subsidizing your bad decisions. The proof is sitting right in front of you. Arc Raiders, Silksong, Clair Obscure, Space Marine 2, Elden Ring Night Rain, Split Fiction, Dispatch, all successful, all made by people who knew exactly who they were making
they're
them for
anomalies.
and actually liked them. The audience has never been the problem here. And speaking of people who are actually finally getting it, Overwatch randomly hit my social media for the first time in years this week. Why? Because they kind of admitted that the sequel was a mistake and are doing their biggest content push in forever to try and make up for it. 5 new heroes.
I will say that's a good thing, as opposed to them crying about how all the people that quit the game are incels. They're actually trying to win them back, and I think that was actually as a result of Marvel Rivals essentially putting them in the dirt and shoving mud in their face and making them choke on the mud.
Kitty costumes for the characters, and this is how I found out that they brought back loot boxes. I'm almost tempted to hop on just to check out that new
Oh, the loot boxes that were technically illegal, we're bringing them back? Oh, that's crazy. Interesting.
Mythic.
That's a nice...
Again, she did say that's crazy, but she did it at the end of elaborating on a broader point, which is how funny it is that they're bringing back the loot boxes that, went away for a little bit because they were illegal.
Isn't it
That's a nice
funny
art.
how that works?
Look at her honkers! We're back!
Competition is always a good thing. Now, I am not a Blizzard fan, but it is interesting to see how Marvel Rivals just walked in, gave people what they wanted, and did not overthink
Holy
it.
moly.
And now Blizzard is scrambling to catch up to them. It's
Holy
almost like the market
moly.
works, and you eventually have to listen to it. And then, even just looking at other upcoming releases, Crimson Desert, Tides of Annihilation, RE9, Reanimal, Phantom Blade Zero, the new Divinity game, the excitement is so genuine for these games.
You know what's funny? A lot of these games are not Western games. Even Larian Studios is an Eastern European game, is it not? Oh no, wait, it's a Belgian studio. Okay, never mind. But still, I think that Resident Evil, Crimson Desert, Total Annihilation is they're all Asian games, aren't they not? Asian studios, Korean, Chinese.
To convince you, journalists aren't writing exposés on
Okay. Her making a point about the fact that these games seem to be originating from studios that lie outside of the West, a point that was not made in the original video. Again, we'll add +1 for that.
why you should care, and embarrassingly, some of them are actually trying to do the opposite. But for these games...
Yeah, Noxin, it does remind me of that interview as well. So for those who haven't seen, there are clips that are now currently floating around on social media of Jeff Kaplan, who used to be one of the Blizzard execs, being interviewed on I forget what the guy's name is. Lex Friedman, I think. Lex Friedman's podcast, where he was talking about how the higher ups at Blizzard were, they were really horrible to him in the sense that they basically gave him an ultimatum where either the video game that they're working on continues to generate a certain amount of revenue, or they are going to lay off 1,000 people at a time and say that was the burden for that was on the shoulders of Kaplan himself, even though he didn't really have any control over that decision, which is really fucked psychologically to do that to one of your workers. But yeah.
There is just real organic hype because the audience can clearly see that they are hopefully going to be good, or at least that the devs are genuinely trying. Now, I will say, even though we just talked about some major misses from the West, there are still some big ones coming up here. Witcher 4, Wolverine, GTA 6, if it finally...
I am not hopeful for Wolverine. I have a friend of a friend that plays League with us that actually works for Wolverine. I hope this doesn't somehow like fucking come back to them. They told me they're not impressed with the game, even though they work on it.
Okay, so that would ordinarily be citing a personal experience or anecdote, but since she's already capped out on that category, it's not going to award an additional point.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're wrong. I don't know.
Drops and
things aren't looking well. They just say it's really bloated. Yeah.
Kind of my thought on all of them is I'm
Don't
hopeful.
be specific. No, I'm not even saying like what they do in the game. They just said they're not like super impressed with it. Yeah. Someone just lost a job? No, man.
-2 for League mention. Tempting, but I'll resist the urge.
It's too obscure. You'll be fine.
But nervous. I would like to be excited, but
By the way, if you are a VTuber, don't do that. Like, don't. If you know someone, even tangentially, who can, who's relatively easily identifiable in terms of, what they do or, who they are, don't talk about it on stream. Because if, for example, this hypothetical person who worked on Wolverine ends up seeing this clip, there's a chance that even though she didn't give away who they are, they might have an idea of who she is, right? You don't want to do that if you're a VTuber, just for OPSEC reasons.
I've just been burned so many times at this point. There is a permanent layer of...
If you play League with the person, right, there's a maximum of 4 other people who this could be, right? In your lobbies. Yes, they may be a friend of a friend, but League lobbies are usually capped at 5 people, so you have a 1 in 4 chance at guessing which one is Smugglana if you happen to be that person who worked on Wolverine. So don't do that if you're a VTuber.
Will this be good? Hanging over everything for me, which is only solidified when I read things like that GDC report. But that is the state of the industry right now. It is clear that the audience is continuing to speak up loudly, repeatedly, and with their wallets. So the only question left is whether or not these studios that have still not been able to get the memo will finally start listening to the players instead of whatever focus group told you that we wanted Horizon Hunters Gathering. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for being here, and I genuinely would love to know your thoughts on everything. Is there a game that you are super excited for this year? Thanks again, and I will see you in the next one.
Crimson Desert looks fun. It is single player though. That was a good video! I like background NPC. She's so cute. I love her. She makes really good content. She lets me yap over it. Go check her out right now! I don't know. I might be pessimistic, but I am not super convinced that things will change. Maybe in like 10, 15 years.
Assuming they're not genuine friends, I guess. If they are, it probably doesn't matter. She said it was a friend of a friend, which is why I raised as a possible security concern if it was to be, if you were to do this as a VTuber, right?
I'm not super duper...
Friend of a friend doesn't exactly it doesn't exactly imply that they have the highest degree of loyalty to you and your concerns, right?
I will not... It's kind of like the hype that I had for the Riot MMO, and then I realized, like, Riot has changed so much since, like, 2010. 2011 that I just don't think it's gonna be the game that people think it's gonna be. Crimson Desert looks too good to be true. No, I don't think so. I just think it's gonna be a single player game and it's gonna do okay. I don't know, people really are thirsting for an MMO. The problem with MMOs is that the investment to risk is really high, and it's like making or turning a profit on.
Yeah, again, might not be to your taste, but as far as being transformative, I would say this is a pretty good example of a reaction video that is actually transformative and does show that, you know, the person who picked the video to react to thought about whether they want to react to this video and why before actually doing so. So for that reason, Alana gets a final score of 13. Highest of all of the VTubers we've had so far. Certainly the highest by a wide margin in her respective subscriber cluster. And she goes straight to the top of actually being a transformative video. Now we get to the next cluster of VTubers, those who have less than... those who have around, you know, less than 300k subscribers, but more than 100k subscribers each. We're going to start off with Cha-Cha, You're the Mom. So, this is the this is the video that she made reacting to another video about cannibalism in Fallout. This is what her thumbnail looks like. Her video's title is Fallout has cannibals, ? First time Bisley reaction. Runtime 29 minutes 28 seconds, and uploaded on the 25th of February 2026. The original has a thumbnail that looks like this. Now, as you can see, it is the same image. However, she has bothered to make it at least look a little different by zooming in, coloring it red, and adding in the text arrow saying, people? So for that reason, yeah, the thumbnails are similar, but I'm willing to overlook the fact that, you know, it's just the same still image because of the fact that she has bothered to change it in multiple different ways, right? Changing it in terms of how zoomed in it is, changing the overall color tone, and then adding in additional elements that weren't part of the original video. Now, if the original video had like people in text form at any point, at any position in the original image, I would have deducted 1 point. However, again, it's enough different elements that I'm okay with the similarity. Uploader of the original video is Bisley channel. Runtime clocks in at 26 minutes 22 seconds, with 15% of the runtime being around 4 minutes when you round to the nearest minute. And it was uploaded on the 25th of January 2026, so exactly 1 month before Cha-Cha uploaded hers. I'm going to pull up both videos now just to
always takes care of
validate that the stats I gave are actually correct. So if you look at Cha-Cha's video... Oh, I forgot to switch back screens. And that should be fine. I think it's visible enough anyways. Let me just check actually that you guys could actually see. Yeah, it's close enough. It crops off a little bit at the right side, but that's fine. You can still make out the text. Alright, so yeah, Cha-Cha's video, as you can see, uploaded 25th of February 2026. Currently sitting at around 8,000 views. And the original video, currently sitting at 1.3 million views, uploaded on January 25th, 2026 as well. So, alright. With that, Cha-Cha gets, and again, her title is markedly different from this, right? Fallout has cannibals compared to Fallout's cannibals are actually terrifying, and then first time Bisley reaction, you know, citing the original uploader in the title of her video. So as a result, she gets to start off on 0 instead of any negative points for the first time in all of these different videos that we are assessing. So, original score. I actually think we didn't take any sips during Alana's video, which is a welcome change, to be completely honest. So we're going to set this to 0. And we're going to start.
of them before I get a chance.
Bro's got wrinkles and like crow's feet and 5 o'clock shadow, whatever it is, man. Listen, I'm not a dude. I don't know, whatever shadows. This is Fallout Cannibals Are Actually Terrifying by Bisley Channel.
You know, I've always wondered if I lived in Fallout, would I be willing to do what it takes to survive? I mean, in a world like this full of mutants and other weird things, you'd probably have to get
in Fallout.
pretty weird yourself if you wanted to live. Like, what if you were really hungry?
We
looking around
we are not counting that as commentary. Just to be clear.
your house for food, but all you could find were a bunch
Son
of
says
carrots. Why are there so many
sarsaparilla. Built mass with sass. Yeah, it's protein maxing, man.
If you don't eat something soon, you'll probably die.
Is it just carrots?
So really, it's a choice between survival
What is he, part
and
bunny?
starvation. And if you had to make that choice,
Okay. What is he, part bunny? I could see that as her basically trying to play off of the content that is shown in the original video, right? Making an original critique of the contents of the video, trying to make a joke out of what's being shown. It's not really a joke that lands for me, but for that reason, you can add a point, because it's the effort.
what would you be willing to do?
Have you seen the Fallout series? Yeah, it's so good on Amazon.
What?
Mhm.
Cannibalism. Pretty
It's so
universally
good.
considered bad. Even in the Fallout universe, where morality isn't necessarily top in that priority list. Even the people who are willing to kill and steal to survive generally understand that you probably shouldn't eat a guy. Even if he looks like really tasty. Even if he's wearing a hot dog costume. I'm gonna be wearing a hot dog
Oh, well, I do like a big hot dog. I could really go for a hot dog right now.
But still, even if universally looked down upon, that does
Mouth.
not stop some people from doing it
Why did
anyway.
that look
There are
so
multiple
sensual?
different groups of man munchers across the Fallout universe, and I want to talk
Man
about 3
munchers.
specific.
Plus one effort per joke. Yeah, she did take a joke about dressing up in a hot dog costume and then turn that into a sex joke. Which again is contextualizing a sentimental argument in her own words. So we'll add a point for that. I didn't like the Fallout Amazon series, to be honest. I didn't watch it. I'm not a Fallout fan. But from what I've heard, it's gotten quite mixed reviews from Fallout fans in the first season and unanimously panned in the second one.
Is this video for me?
Instances of them across 3 different games. The first one from Fallout 3, the best one from Fallout New Vegas, and one really interesting example from probably the last game in the series you would ever expect me to talk about. Each one of these examples is vastly different from the other, with some people just doing what they got to do to survive, and others who see it as a delicacy for only the most refined palate. Yeah, I got my pinky up. I'm fancy. And even though they're different, each one of them shows a unique corner in the incredible Fallout world. Anyway, the first example from Fallout 3 is in a town called...
Oh, Mama Occo, welcome in, Occo Raiders, welcome in. We are currently in the middle of assessing. I think we're about a third of the way through assessing reaction videos, React tubers, and now we're on to Cha-Cha, your V-mom.
Andale, a small town stuck in time pretending everything is normal. Not really much of a town necessarily, it's just a couple people living in the 3 houses that were left after this little suburban neighborhood got hit with a big nuke to the face. I immediately knew something was wrong here because the first person I talked to was this old man living in the smallest house on the block. And he tried his best to convince me to leave as fast as possible.
What? How? How did you get in here? What are you doing in this town? Get out! Get out while you can!
Claiming that all the people who lived here were evil and crazy. He said that if I didn't believe him, I should look in the basement or in the shed for proof. So I went to the main house to meet these crazy people that he was talking about. And they really didn't seem that strange at first.
Yeah, they seem pretty normal.
Why does everybody keep looking at me like that? These people aren't crazy. These are just God-fearing Americans who think the best thing a man can do is vote, and the only thing worse than a super mutant is a Democrat.
We didn't vote for any beatnik liberal commies, that's for sure.
What's so eerie about them is how they seem to act like everything is fine, and they put on this clear act of calm. Or maybe it's not an act, but it's definitely creepy. Now, this other house across the street is just the same layout of house, but flipped, and instead of a basement, they have a shed in the back. Both the basement and the shed are locked and require a key. So I figured I'd just poke around a little bit more, look for the key, and then sneak down into the basement at night. Now, if you look into the refrigerator in either of these houses, you will find that it is stacked full of something called strange meat. Something that the old man's fridge does.
We are now at 2 minutes that has elapsed over the course of the duration of the original video without any additional commentary. Remember that 15% of the original video's runtime, when rounded to the nearest minute, is 4 minutes, so we're halfway there.
Not contained. I asked the man's wife what he thought about all of this stuff, and she just...
So far, we've gotten, we've gotten a sex joke, we've gotten a bunch of oohs and ahs and repeating what is shown on screen word for word, but aside from that, not really too much.
Why does she look like a CEO?
Kind of said that no one ever asks her opinion on anything, and then kind of just behave.
I guess you could make that as, you know, original critique of the contents of the video, making a joke about how she looks like a CEO, right? How she's dressed in that way. But again, if it's just going to be that over and over, I can't see the video scoring too highly. It does reset the counter, though, which is the important part.
Behave like a mindless drone.
Oh, well, no one ever asks me my opinion about anything, but I love it here.
She didn't have the key on her either, so odds are it was with the big guy. I asked her and pretty much everyone else in the town about the old man who had told me everyone was crazy, but every one of them just kind of laughed it off. Though the wife did accidentally let slip that this was her dad, and keyword was, because he wasn't her dad, according to her, after she got married. Like, after she got married, he stopped being her dad. I also talked to the son, and he said he's gonna have to...
Okay, why does the son look like he's like 40 years old? This is the oldest...
Okay. Making an original, you know, making an original critique, but we're going to refresh the timer, but we're not going to reward an additional point, because it's the exact same joke. Basically, a why structure, you know, a joke that's structured as, why does character look like this, which she just used already. So it's going to refresh the counter, but it's not going to award an additional point.
10-year-old I've ever seen.
Marry the little girl across the street, which he does not seem very interested in, mostly because he's pretty sure that's his cousin. Not exactly sure how this all lines up, but they are definitely keeping it in the family over on this side. He also said some crazy shit about how he doesn't normally get to talk to the new people because his dad will take care of them before he gets to.
I've never got a chance to talk to the new people. Dad always takes care of them before I get a chance.
There wasn't much else to find.
What do you mean graphic limitations of 2008? Bro looks like he has like after
Again, it's expanding on the same joke.
shadow, whatever it is, on his face. 4 o'clock shadow. Bro looks like he has 4 o'clock shadow and like wrinkles. Like, come back to this. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Bro's got wrinkles and like crow's feet and 5 o'clock shadow, whatever it is, man. Listen, I'm not a dude. I don't know. Whatever shadows. You guys deal with the shadows. I don't know. It's all over his face. Look at him. He looks like he's 40 and you can't tell me otherwise. Do you get dehydrated a lot? Need a drink that won't break the bank? Then you should get Gamer Subs. They believe in traditional American values. Like anime girl guys.
Now, here's the question. Do we count shilling for yourself in a separate section in the middle of a reaction video as discussing something unrelated? Or do we exclude the sponsor segment from the judging in either direction? Skip ad? Did you game us some jump scare? Skip? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think we just skip this section since it doesn't, not count it in one direction or another.
Stay hydrated.
Before I get a chance.
There wasn't much else to find in the town, so I decided to wait until nightfall when I could go in and steal the key. But while we wait, I can tell you about this video's sponsor, ZocDoc. It's not always easy to find and schedule a doctor's appointment, especially for a Florida man like me who's only been to the doctor like a handful of times in my life. Like, who do I call for this? Where do I go? ZocDoc is a free website that allows you to find and book in-network doctors. They've got over 150,000 providers across all 50 states, covering things like primary care and dentists to dermatologists, eye doctors, and way more. And whether you want an in-person appointment or a video visit, you can choose the one that works best for you. It's real easy.
By the way, this does not count as commentary.
Easy too. You can just search up what you need and ZocDoc will help you find it. There's no gimmicks here. It's just an easy way to find a doctor. And once you found one that you like, you can see their real-time availability and click to book instantly. Like, they can get you in usually 24 to 7.
To give you an example, by the way, of how they could have enhanced this to actually make what she's doing here worth including in the video, because I get if they include the sponsor segment from the original video as like a courtesy thing, right? But without any sort of edits, this is just it's just used as there's no acknowledgement of what she's doing even in the video that she's uploaded onto YouTube. Like, I get how if, you know, let's say, for example, you're doing this during live stream, you don't want to make what you're doing too intrusive because that comes off as you distracting from the sponsor segment, which can come off as rude for some people. Personally, not for me, but I understand if some people might take offense to that, right? However, it might also be a bad look for the original creator because if their sponsors watch like watch a reaction video to the original and they see that the reactor is just utterly unengaged while they're shilling, they might be, you know, inclined to view the original shiller as being bad at their job and less likely to receive sponsorships in the future or whatever. However, all of that being said, it's quite obvious that Cha-Cha was trying to do something to make this entertaining for her audience while the sponsor segment was playing, while also trying to refrain from making it intrusive while she was doing this live. The thing is, like I said, this is not a VOD. This is not a live stream. This is a video that has been edited, presumably, chopped out of the VOD and then uploaded onto her YouTube. It was completely within the abilities of whoever was editing this video to try and do something on screen to make this interesting, right? Because, yeah, I get not wanting to, like, for example, blow up her model to take up the entirety of the space in the middle and do this while she was reacting live. Because, yeah, I can see how that might come off as impolite or whatever. But if she's going to upload this onto her own channel, there's nothing stopping the editor for, like, slowly zooming in to her while she's doing, you know, that little, like, ADHD dance that she's doing in the corner, or adding some sort of visual effect to make this more watchable in the form of a separate video, right? I don't think it's exactly fair to score against the ad section of the video either. Yeah, no, I'm not scoring against her. I'm just pointing out that this was a bit of a missed opportunity when you consider the fact that this is a, you know, an uploaded video, right? And while I can see why she wouldn't want to make this, what she's doing here, too intrusive while she's reacting live, there's nothing stopping an editor from making this, you know, stand out a bit more in the version that actually gets uploaded to YouTube, right? It's definitely a section that should have been cut or edited to make it entertaining. Yeah, I could see maybe why they would decide against cutting it, because again, it might be considered rude in the form of an uploaded reaction video for the same reason as it would be considered rude to blow up your model and, you know, block out what is being said in the sponsored segment while you're reacting to it live, right? But it doesn't mean that there was nothing the editor could do to make it more interesting, right?
72 hours after booking, sometimes even same day. Go to the doctor, bro. Stop Googling your
Like, she's trying to make this entertaining. It's pretty obvious. But none of that is acknowledged through the editing of the video that gets uploaded to YouTube, which is the gripe that I have with this, right? Do they list? Okay, they do.
Symptoms and stressing yourself out. And when you do, use ZocDoc.com/Bisley to find the doctor that's right for you. That's ZocDoc.com/Bisley. Use my link. That's important. And thank you so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video. Once nighttime came, I snuck into the house and up into the...
Like, just then, right? That little pause.
Sponsoring this video.
Like, that little pause before she does that. Like, that was, you know, you could cut into that, right? Just a cut-in. Simple cut-in, and you could turn it into a joke, right? But again, none of that happened, because even though she was, you know, putting some effort into making this more entertaining live, none of that is acknowledged or integrated into the editing of the video before it got uploaded to YouTube.
Once nighttime came, I snuck into the house and up into the room where I could steal the key.
I love how he's just a walking fried chicken leg.
I took it and went downstairs towards the...
That is just saying aloud what is being shown on screen, so we're not counting that as additional commentary.
Basement.
Can you eat people in Fallout? Yes.
Bodies strung up on meat hooks. More fridges full of this strange meat that we've now confirmed belonged to these people. Some of the bodies in here were raiders, but others, like this one, are just labeled as settler. So they don't eat bad people or people who would cause them harm. They just eat people. Who you are has nothing to do with how you taste, I guess. They really just see you as meat. Yeah, a terrible, I don't know why they would ever just see you like that. Coming up from the...
A piece of meat?
That's all she sees me as. A piece of meat. That's all I am to her. Piece of meat.
Basement.
Again, we're refreshing the time because of that, but we're not awarding an additional point because that is the exact same joke that she made earlier.
The people crowded around me as I walked out of the house to confront me about all my sneaking around.
Hey there, stranger. I've got something...
I mean, people are said to taste like pork. Okay, but here's the thing about like eating people. You shouldn't, not just because it's morally bad, but also because there are diseases.
Holy, Michael Laura, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Over the 50 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Holy, thank you for the generosity. You are truly, you are crazy, my friend. Holy damn, indeed. Bomba. Get bombed, get bombed, get bombed. But yeah, no, please make sure to thank Michael for gifting all of those. And yeah, no, I hope you enjoy them. I hope you get a lot of mileage out of those emotes. Noxon did a great job on a lot of them. How did you manage to dodge getting sniped, Noxon? What? Okay. In any case.
That you can specifically get from eating people. They're like,
okay, so this is her contextualizing something that, you know, basically a throwaway gag in the video with additional medical knowledge that she has regarding the implications or the consequences of cannibalism. So we're going to add an additional point for that. How are so many of my regulars dodging? This is the reward. This is the lurker's reward, I suppose. Because a lot of the regular chatters seem to be dodging him, but a lot of the lurkers seem to be they seem to be getting showered. It's not a shadow ban; it's an internal cooldown timer. Yeah.
There's bad cannibal-esque diseases out there.
What I want to talk to you about. I couldn't help but notice that you're poking around in my basement. So be honest now. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Through your bed? No. I would never do that. I would never do that.
Oh my gosh,
There's a few ways this can play out. You can tell them that you're cool with it and that you don't judge, and they'll leave you be. But in most other cases, whether you act squeamishly about it or boldly judge their choices, the father will adamantly try and defend his position that he was just trying to provide for his family, that they had to do this, else they would have died, just putting food on the table. And in most circumstances, this conversation will end with them trying to kill you and probably eat you. My favorite line that he says was like, if you really go hard into him and judge him, he just goes, honey, get the ketchup.
No, friend. I'm afraid that we can't let you leave. Get the ketchup, Linda.
How are you eating dude with ketchup? You better eat me sauceless. If you're gonna eat me, I better go sauceless or I'm pissed. I wonder what sauce would pair best with me. I'm thinking of Dijon.
No.
What do we think? Oh, we're in pinky up territory now. Oh, we're getting fancy with the Dijon. They're not very hard to kill, especially if you have a big flame sword that leaves their bodies burning until the morning light. If you go and talk to the old man before you leave, he'll tell you that his plans are to take the children and raise them a little better than the cannibals might have. You know, under better.
Michael Ore still counts as a rainbow, even if it's not an Arca Super. I count it as a rainbow. I count it as a rainbow.
Better values. Like, don't eat people. He also tells us that Andel, this town, was founded by 4 families over 200 years ago. So there was definitely some inbreeding going on here. My guess is that the whole, like, your father stops being your father once you get married is their weird way of getting around, like, marrying people you're related to. And maybe the years of inbreeding and cannibalism are what drove them mad to believe that everything was completely normal, and that's why they were acting that way. The grandfather, though, will hopefully take better care of the children and not make them marry their cousin. It's not a huge encounter. It doesn't have the most depth, but I mean, that's Fallout 3 for you. If you want something a little more nuanced with maybe an endless...
Honestly, this just reminds me of like Appalachian stuff, but like in Fallout, yeah. Nope. This is like Appalachian nonsense.
Overwhelming.
Okay, so making an incest joke and then tying it to a specific region of America. We can say that that counts as, again, contextualizing something in her own words. So we'll add a point for that.
Amount of ways that it can go, paths that you can take, then you might have to wander out west towards the Mojave. All out New Vegas. And there I was, just a little strip walking down the strip. I bought this costume just to say that. When I saw a sizzling sight. The Ultra Lux Casino, the classiest, most high-end establishment in all of the wasteland, the pinky-uppest territory there is. But little did I know, inside, there would be some greasy characters. Pun number 3. I baconed my way inside, that's nothing, and lost all my money at the blackjack table before I started the quest. I don't know what happened. I blacked out and it was gone.
Okay, how about if I tell a good joke, then you have to give me my money back, okay? I got it. So, how did the bacon pay for college?
How? How did the bacon pay for college?
Strip. The quest actually...
He started in OnlyPans. Would have been a funnier joke.
It starts over here at the bar, where you meet a man named Heck.
Okay, technically we can class that as her making a critique of how the video was presented by talking about, you know, what would have been a better joke instead, right? So we'll add another point for that.
Gunderson. Heck is the biggest Brahmin rancher in the area, and if you don't know what a Brahmin is, totally fair. I get it. It's like a cow, but it looks like...
Shut up! I'm funny! Shut up! That was a good one! Stop!
that. I feel like calling him a rancher was a pretty...
I feel like that is, you know, it's an interjection where she's basically interacting with her chat, right? But I don't think it factors one way or the other.
easy giveaway, and you probably should have put those clues together and drawn that conclusion yourself. But hey, I won't fry you for it. I'm gonna stop doing that. Ed Gunderson is here on business with the White Glove Society, the group that runs this hotel and controls all the food distribution in the area. Well, while here on business, his son has gone missing. He wants our help to go and find him. Now, just a quick little side note here before I go into how I tackled this mission. Fallout New Vegas is not like other video games. There are a ton of different ways that you can tackle this mission specifically. Now, the possibilities are not endless necessarily, but sometimes it really...
That was a scream. Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah, I guess we do count that as a scream. Fuck, okay. Add to the sip counter. Ugh. Alright. Ugh. Ugh. I mean, technically, she did. I mean, we've counted it as that before, so... Okay.
Really does feel like that. There's so much depth and variation in the different choices you can make. And some of the choices are blocked by a level gap. You'll see bits of this through my experience of it. But just know that there are multiple ways that this can go that even I won't be able to show in this video. I told Heck I would help him find his son and began investigating.
I think we found Gunderson's son in the Fallout run that we did together on stream.
The area.
Okay, citing personal experience, right? Or anecdote relating to the video.
Hopefully he would give me some money in return. I have truly lost everything at the blackjack table.
No, because like it's a play on words, because like bacon strip, like you have a strip of bacon, and
are we really back on this?
Also, you can take off your clothes for money.
They take away all your weapons as soon as you walk into the casino, so you really don't have much to work with here unless you steal your weapons back from the safe.
Reason why I'm not giving that an additional point is because it's basically her reiterating the same critique that she leveled earlier, that, you know, the joke isn't that funny and he could have used a better one instead.
Or you just steal things from the people here. I didn't end up stealing my weapons back or anything. I played it cool and went up to the guy who seemed to be in charge named Mortimer. I asked him if he had any work that I could help with, and he said,
"No, not from the likes of you, I'm afraid."
Okay, why the fuck would you say that? Could've just said no. He told me he was not in charge, in fact, and that I should go to talk to someone named Marjorie. I went and found her, talked to her for a little bit, and what she said just kind of blew me away. These people are self-reporting like crazy around here.
This again? I thought this was all settled. I answered every one of that investigator's questions to his satisfaction and gave all the help I could. For the last time, the White Glove Society has never and will never consume human flesh for any reason.
I just vaguely
It's like,
asked
wait, what do you
about a
mean? What do
missing
you mean by
person,
that?
and then she just assumed I was talking about a completely different missing person, and then insisted, oh, we don't eat people, we don't eat people, we don't do that, we don't do that around here. Bro, no one asked if you ate him. I just wanted to know if you've seen him. I didn't consider he'd be in your belly. It never came to mind. I didn't want to give away my suspicions just yet, so I just kept playing it cool, And I asked if I could talk to the other investigator who was investigating the first missing person.
Nick's-tastic, that bacon joke did feel a little lean. I'm sorry, but we are going to have to take your balls after this stream is over.
Before I did that, though, I just poked my head into the kitchen to see what I could find. I figured if they were talking about eating him, then if they were gonna prepare him somewhere, it probably would have been in there. I didn't find the body, but what I did find was 2 people cooking entire animals with flamethrowers. Awesome, but also I am trespassing right now, and so all they would need to do is turn around and I would get extra crispy. I apologize. That pun was a relapse, and it is not who I want to be. I've changed, and I'm gonna be different, and I will be good to you and the kids too. And I just look. A boy needs his father. You can't keep me away. I snuck around the 2 cooks? Question mark! Exclamation point. Grabbed the knife off the table and made my way downstairs. I did get immediately
Making my way downstairs, walking fast, knife in hand, and
spotted by a person and did not know how to handle the situation.
Again, it was a joke, but it was basically a joke that played off of the fact that it was just narrating out loud what he was doing, right? Which is running through these tunnels with a knife in hand.
And so I stabbed him to death. Didn't even really mean to do it. Just something that happened. Sometimes you gotta improvise. That's improv, baby. I figured I had already killed him. I might as well strip him and wear his clothes. And it was so cool. I didn't even know this beforehand. This counts as a disguise. Like, everyone, if you walk around like this, will believe that you're just one of the White Glove Society. So I put on his clothes and just hoped no one would find his naked body in the hall, and I pressed on. I walked down the hall and found a bunch of wine that had been left out, as well as the head chef who I met, and he is very mean to me.
Why are you standing still? Do you think the world waits for you while you stand there drooling?
I didn't find anything else, though, so I just left back upstairs to go check in on the investigator. Mortimer gave me the room number of the head investigator and asked if I had made any breaks in the case. And I thought this was my chance to get a little devious, mischievous even, and so I lied. And I said yes. I thought if they were cannibals, this would surely make them show their hand. I could have tried to convince him that I was actually cool with all of them eating people, but I didn't have the cannibal perk that you can actually get in this game. So
I won't lie. Yeah, a lot of people in chat are saying this as well. But again, although this video does come across relatively inoffensive as far as reaction videos go, it doesn't exactly do a great job of showing me who Cha-Cha is as a person either. So far, all I've gotten from this is that she is American and she makes sex jokes, and that's pretty much it. And she has a little bit of knowledge about the medical implications of cannibalizing people. But yeah. This actually plays off of, well, this acts as a pretty convenient example of the thing that I was talking about in relation to Mythos, where if you're not doing reaction content properly, and especially if you're doing it en masse, it's not exactly the best medium through which to try and build a brand or showcase what you're like as a person, right? Especially if you pick content that you don't have any sort of visceral disagreement with, so you don't really have much to go off of that way.
So I just assumed it probably would.
She is, by the way, at 3 minutes 31 seconds without any additional commentary, so 30 seconds off from a penalty, which is 15% of the original video's runtime.
Worked. I haven't actually tried to play this quest as a cannibal, but I bet you there's a whole path for that as well. I went up to the investigator's room only to find him dead on the floor, and 2 members of the White Glove Society rushing in behind me to come and kill me too. Luckily, I had stolen a knife, so I just stabbed them too. Definitely feeling less bad about killing that guy in the basement earlier. Now, on the investigator's body, there was a matchbook that had a note written on it to meet somebody in the steam room at 4 p.m. At this point, it was like the middle of the night, and even though this guy was technically
and
dead,
with that, we've now reached 4 minutes elapsing, which was, as we calculated, 15% of the original runtime without any added commentary that doesn't consist just of, you know, making noises or stating aloud what is actually being shown in the video. So as a result of that, we're going to be deducting a point and resetting the timer.
he still owns the bed, so I had to stand there and wait for 16 hours. And then I headed to the steam room where I met this guy. You can talk to this guy at the beginning of the quest in the lobby.
If Cha-Cha is meant to be relatable by watching this video, it's working. What is that guy doing? There.
Where he doesn't really have much to say, but now he's got a whole lot to say.
The White Glove Society strictly forbids eating humans, but we weren't always the White Glove Society. Mortimer and some of the others have regressed to the old ways.
Just to summarize his little lore dump here, basically, not all of the White Glove Society are cannibals. Oops. But Mortimer is trying to bring the practice back within the organization, not as a means of survival, but of luxury. He sees human meat as the pinnacle of food and has been slowly kidnapping people who wouldn't be missed here and there to eat them. But recently he's gotten sloppy, kidnapping Heck Gunderson's son, a very high-profile person here in the strip, and he plans to feed his son to the rest of the White Glove Society without their knowledge as the way to win them over. There are a few different ways you can choose to handle him from here, but I chose to go back down.
Do we count what the heck as a variation of that's crazy, etc., etc.? I don't think so. I think it's well, I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's basically just lazy interjection of wow, can you believe that? But in a slightly different, slightly different phrase that parents would use, funnily enough. So I would count that as the same thing. So let me note the timestamp of that. Non-comment. Yeah, I think it does count in the same vein, even if it is phrased differently.
It's to feed his son to the rest of the White Glove Society without their knowledge as the way to win them over.
Okay, so that's 1836. All right. Let me put that down. 1836. 1906.
There are a few different ways you can choose to handle him from here, but I chose to go back down into the basement and kill the head chef. Not just because he was mean to me earlier and made me feel bad, but because he had been slowly perfecting this recipe that would be a good substitution for human meat that I was going to prepare for myself. I stole the recipe off his body, but apparently I was too stupid to follow it. And so I did what any sane person does. I took drugs to make me temporarily smarter so that I could cook it. I made the dish and then I called in the head waiter to serve it to the
Okay, so yeah, we've reached 1906 and there's no further elaboration, so we are going to be deducting a point based off of that. It's just a very lazy way of interjecting. Pretty nothing commentary.
freezer to find Ted Gunderson, who was thankfully still alive, and I convinced him to come with me. And then I snuck us both into the room where Mortimer thought he was serving Ted to the entire organization, and waited for him to deliver his speech.
As a society, we've endeavored to sample the finest food and drink the world has to offer. But we are living a lie. There is a meat sweeter than the most corn-fed livestock. And tonight, for the first time as a society, you are sampling that very dish.
Once he's done talking, you can jump out and reveal to everyone that they have not been eating human meat, and that Mortimer has exposed himself. And you know, I think after my little aha moment there, I really convinced everyone how terrible cannibalism truly is. I really got through to them by exposing the evil in their organization here. And so, to thank me, they all got up and tried to kill me in an angry mob. I don't know if I did something wrong here, or why they did that. I kind of thought I was going to be cheered on like a hero, but they chased me for a while. Then the mob got bigger. Every time I ran past more guards, they would join. It started to look like ants more so. Maybe they were always going to kill me, but like, holy shit, man, they're tough. They were strong in numbers. I died so many times just trying to get away. What was I supposed to do here? Did I do this wrong? I didn't even finish the quest. I just ran away. Ted is still following me to this day, right now.
There are 20 more seconds that can elapse before she gets another penalty for 15% of the original video's duration passing but without making any additional commentary. Yeah, this is boring as hell, but yeah, I agree.
I don't know what to do with him. This is just one of the problems with having...
He's just in eternal
Okay, that's crazy. All right, hold on.
fight mode with him.
So many...
Okay, wait, hold on. Sorry, video's just loading. YouTube had enough. Oof. Okay, wait. Let me lower the quality of the video. Maybe that's the issue.
Dad always takes care of.
Okay, there we go. All right, we're gonna have to wait for this to load. In the meantime, though, okay.
Fallout 76. Look at this thing. I mean, what was I supposed to do here? Did I do this wrong? I didn't even finish the quest. I just ran away. Ted is still following me to this day, right now. I don't know what to do with him. This is just one of the problems with.
Okay, so 2030 is when she says that's crazy.
He's just in eternal fight mode with him.
So many.
Okay, and again, the reason why I'm not counting that as additional commentary is she just said exactly what he said. To this day, Ted is still following me around. And again, it's just stating out loud what was being shown there.
The options, such open-ended quest design is sometimes you can just fuck something up and have no idea. Still awesome though. I think it's so interesting how different.
Okay, and with
White
that,
Glove Society
4 minutes has
is.
elapsed without any additional commentary from Chacha, so that's another -1. And the duration for the other That's Crazy should be 21 minutes exact. So we're about to get there
From the
as
people
well.
in Andale. The common ground that they tread despite the opposite ends of the spectrum they sit on. This is a huge reason why I love this franchise, and specifically its side content so much. The framework is so rock solid that you can just focus on telling stories of people within it. Who would you be within this world?
Okay, and that's 21 minutes, which means that the That's Crazy penalty kicks in, lowering this to 3.
What kind of person can this world create? It's rare to find a game that gives you such a
Man, please move out of Australia. Look, I don't really know where else I'd go, to be completely honest, but sometimes we put up with little things like our government being completely incompetent and our internet being dog shit because we love the country.
narrative playground, and that is what makes these games to me so special. Now we've got one more example of cannibalism within the Fallout series, and it's from a game that I initially wrote off and didn't play too much of. I know when you hear this, some of you will be a little turned off. Just remember, I'm gonna be wearing a hot dog costume. It's gonna be awesome. Just stay tuned. But it is, in fact, Fallout 76. Look at this thing. I mean, come on, you gotta stick around for this. When you're going both ways, come on, guys. This is just funny. This is just funny. Yes, the example is from Fallout 76, and hot dog, it's a good one. I lied to you before. People don't change. For those of you who don't know, quick history lesson, Fallout 76 is the multiplayer Fallout game that came out in a not-so-playable state back in 2018. Since then, though, it's gotten some pretty sizable updates and has some pretty cool stories within it if you actually go looking for them. What made this...
You could move to Japan. I don't speak the language. I'm not going to move to any country where I don't, at least satisfy the criteria of speaking the main language. Thailand, I don't think I would. I don't think Thailand is all too appealing to me, to be honest. Neither is New Zealand, to be completely honest. I mean, New Zealand looks nice, but I don't see anything in New Zealand that I can't already get over here.
This instance in Fallout 76 so interesting to me, and the reason I wanted to include it in this video is because this game specifically seems to make some interesting changes to the lore around cannibalism, specifically what eating the meat will turn you into. So I was doing the main quest in Fallout 76, which at some point involves exploring the different raider factions around the Appalachia region. One of the factions here is called the Gourmands, which is known for their immoral choice in meats. You can find their old hideout in a place called Bolton Greens, originally a private school for all the rich kids, now turned into a big hideout full of meat bags. The Gourmand raiders seem to have been run off pretty recently by these scorched enemies. It couldn't have been too long.
I've had another thought. I've realized that because of how... I do not think that this video should qualify as anything close to transformative, to be completely honest, based off of how long these segments where there is absolutely no commentary are and how they seem to happen relatively frequently compared with the previous videos we've been looking at. So I'm wondering if, for example, the whole 15% of the original runtime elapsing without any additional commentary, if it should have a harsher penalty if it happens multiple times over the same video. Because it is very difficult, relatively speaking, to incur a penalty for that criteria specifically. And somehow, Charge incurred it twice over the course of this reaction video, which a lot of you have also noted is very dry. right? And she's, you know, she's about halfway through getting a third repeat of that penalty. So I do think that if you have extended, you know, this is a total of what, 45% of the original runtime where there's no commentary. I do think that that should be more harshly judged than just, for example, saying that's crazy 3 times. So I might make it so that it's stacking. We adding multipliers. Yeah, don't change the rules now. I'm not going to change the rules for this stream, right? But I am going to note that for future streams, if I end up revisiting the idea, I am definitely going to scale up how harsh the penalty is for having this happen multiple times. Because again, 50% of the original runtime, if you actually add it up, since she's gotten 2 penalties for that, that is a total of 30% of the original runtime without any sort of meaningful commentary happening over the course of that, right? Add -1 for each offense of -15. No, that's what I'm already doing, right? I'm just considering that,
given that some
if I were to revisit this idea again in the future, I would make it even harsher than that.
These skeletons left behind still have muscle and fat left on them. I broke into the only locked room in the building and came across the Gourmand's terminal. It details how they got this place, how their leader was a man named Morris Stevens, and how they only had one rule. Don't eat members of the gang. The lowest possible bar. They had one rule. Hey, you can eat people. That's fine. But don't eat your bros. Strict ban on broloni.
No
That one was a
broloni.
stretch. And somehow, even still, the leader, Morris Stevens, he wasn't going to be able to accommodate that. That was just kind of too far of a rule. You know, they're really trying to put a lot of pressure on him, put him in a box. You can't put Morris in a box. He ate one of the guys just walking around, and not even because he was hungry, he just felt like it. All the logs say he was like a fat bastard, just a gluttonous man, slapping his big belly around. It doesn't seem like any of them really are doing this for survival at this point. More almost like it's a culture, a way of life for them. Anyway, Morris was exiled from the Gourmands and was said to have headed out west. I looked on the map and found a cave out towards the east and just headed that way. Bones hung from the entrance. And as I went inside,
It is very obvious at this point that she did not pick this video for any particular reason, nor do I think her editor picked out this reaction for any particular reason than just having something to upload that day.
He's crawled out from under the ground and charged towards to attack me. Now, I won't lie to you. I bought up to level 50 so it wouldn't take me months to get strong enough to get in here, and I think I overshot it just a little bit. I kind of one-shot everything in here with a basic shotgun. It was a little disgusting. I would have left my light on so that y'all could see more, but I thought the cave ambience looked cool. So sorry, it's just gonna be dark. My bad. But it looks cool though. I like the pretty lights. I eventually came across this skeleton of a woman with a note laid next to it. Morris hunts people from the road, but he won't share the meat.
Yeah, she is just watching, which again, like I said, at this point, I would call this content theft, right? But numerically, the score does not reflect that, which is why I think that if this is a penalty that is earned by the same video multiple times, it should be harsher as a result of that.
I've been living off the scraps, but the toenails keep getting caught in my teeth.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, have soft and hard rules is probably a nice compromise. Amiyama, yeah, I agree with that. So again, you know, on scoreboard wise, we know that we're probably going to put this in upload fodder at best, but soft acknowledgement, this is content theft. Like, we just, you know, if I were to go back and adjust the criteria, I would add that change in if I were to do this again.
Change. I had to film this later. Now he's starting to look at me strangely, with hunger in his eyes. He's changing. We both are.
I would say if
Question
the
is-
silence exceeds the 50% mark, yeah, no, I think that's reasonable.
Who's going to feast first? Given that her skeleton lays here, it's pretty obvious who ate who. And that just leaves Morris, who has turned into what this game is calling...
Like, you can tell that she's probably grown bored of the video too at this point, right? Like, in the beginning, there were, like, pretty frequent interjections. Like, she would try cracking jokes and whatever. And, you know, now that we've gotten into, like, the last third of the video, there's, like, no further input.
Wendigo! There's a final message left behind by Morris that I'll just let play out for you here.
Darling Edie. Oh, how delicious you were. The
Staying on screen, I'm not going anywhere.
taste of your flesh as it passed down my throat.
Nope.
She said,
Yeah, Piki Poochie. That's what I was thinking as well. So have the penalty be increasing for each instance that it's incurred, right? So -1 point for 15% of the video elapsing without any additional commentary, -2 points for 30%, then -3 points for 45%, and so on and so forth.
I killed her. I ate her.
Speaking of, we've now reached the third penalty for 15% of the original video elapsing without any additional commentary, so we're going to be deducting another point. So at this point, if we were doing if we were doing a stacking penalty, where the first time you -1, second time -2 on top of that, then third time -3 on top of the previous, previous score, this would be, you would have to deduct a further 3 points from this. It's the difference between -3 versus -6, right? So the soft rating, if we were to actually change the rules to reflect that, would be she's sitting at -1 currently.
I thought he had a rule about no eating.
I would just instantly... Actually, you know what? I like that as a solution better. I would instantly disqualify if it gets to 45% and drop it into content theft. I like that idea. To be honest. Yeah. I think that's a fair stipulation. If that same penalty gets triggered 3 times, then it just instantly drops into content theft. But we still keep the scoring for the sake of, actually rating it according to the system. So that's one flaw with the system that I didn't pick up in the previous stream where we were stress testing it. But it is something I'm going to note for future instances of doing a similar idea.
I must eat.
That would speed things up for sure. I agree. And it also avoid us spending time on videos that, frankly, even the creators didn't put that much effort into.
Starving. Need more. More flesh. More blood. Need more.
Brains.
I'm going to turn the rest of this video into ×2 because since it's already incurred the penalty for 15% elapsing without commentary 3 times, I don't think there's much else that would change the score, but we'll just
I did a
see.
little research on the Wendigo, and what I found was that it originally comes from Algonquin folklore. It's described sometimes as a creature that hunts and eats people, and other times as a spirit that will possess a human, causing them to eat other humans. It said that those who are greedy and gluttonous are more susceptible to being possessed by the spirit of the Wendigo, which this guy definitely was.
I will compliment the actual video with excellent pacing. Yeah, me too. But the reaction video, nah, this should not have been uploaded.
My theory for why in Fallout canon he would become this creature is that maybe the people he was eating had trace amounts of radiation in their body because the bombs had just dropped recently, and so he was consuming all of this flesh that held the radiation, and it turned him into this specific kind of monster. But there are some supernatural and spiritual things within Fallout, so maybe this is some kind of possession. It's hard to say though because there are no correct answers as to why this happens and why it only happens in Fallout 76. It does not appear in any other Fallout game, but it appears twice in Fallout 76. There's a complete other example of someone eating human flesh and becoming a Wendigo. Another interesting thing I found was that the faction is called the Gourmands, and the White Glove Society, there is a room in there, a restaurant called the Gourmand. The White Glove Society does talk about how they originally, as a group, went by a different name and were known for eating people, but went through a kind of corporate rebrand. Maybe the Gourmands moved out west and put on weird masks and gloves 175 years from now. I find this instance so interesting and different from the others because while, yes, it started as a means of survival, that is not why Morris continued to practice. He also wasn't looking for the most refined food in the wasteland, considering himself a connoisseur of some kind. It seemed to me more like he lost himself, like eating the flesh poisoned his mind and turned him into something else. In that holotape, you can hear a bit of Morris coming through, but he's quickly overtaken by the insatiable hunger, making this a third, completely different corner in this massive world. I think I've always found the idea...
I've turned this at ×2, right? So the last time that we checked in was around, what? Was around like 24, 25 in the timestamp of the video. And it's now been, what, 3 more minutes? And there's still been no additional commentary from Chachi, even though I'm playing this at 2 times speed.
Of cannibalism so scary just because that hunger comes from a real place. You know, I think as people we can all imagine a circumstance where we are lost in the wilderness and need to do what's necessary to survive. Like it's such an outlandish, insane thought, and yet it's so real. My favorite example is probably from the Walking Dead video game. If any of y'all have ever played that, there's just a bit in there where you meet these people who seem nice and then they start trying to eat y'all, and that really freaked me out as a kid. I don't know, the concept is just like terrifying and fascinating to me. I also just think human nature in general is so fascinating and terrifying. Like who are you when you're backed into a corner? What would a good man be willing to do? Those kinds of stories have always been interesting to me, and I think Fallout has such a unique and compelling way of telling those stories. Let me know which example you like best. Was there one that was more interesting than the others to you? And was there anything from the Fallout
I think we do hit 4 procs, yeah.
Let me know in the comments down below, and after that, click the card right here to go and watch another one of my videos. Thank you to the $25 patrons over here who subscribed on Patreon. Appreciate that. I'm currently standing in my basement at 4 in the morning wearing a hot dog costume, and I do it for you, baby. I probably also do it for money.
And also for money. For a lot of money.
Thank you so much for whatever number of subscribers is up there. I can't even keep count anymore. Y'all are changing my life in huge ways. I really appreciate it. Click the card. Thank you.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that is another... that would have been another penalty because we reached like, what, 29 minutes without any additional commentary after the last time. So if we were going based off of what we've written already, it would be 1. But I think that the stacking penalty works as well, because if we were to penalize this multiplicatively, so -1 for the first instance, -2 for the second, -3 for the third, -4 for the fourth, this would instead be an additional 6-point deduction, which would bring her down to -5, which does fall under content theft. So whether we go with Azahara's 3-strike stipulation or whether we go with the multiplicative scaling on the penalty, I think that, yeah, I think both work the same way. So the official scaling in according with the the official final score in accordance with the rules as they are is 1. Right? However, because she's incurred the same penalty 3 times as a result of that, I'm just putting that in content theft. So, I think that changing this so that it is multiplicative, the original duration is refreshed. I think since this has a way of refreshing it, I think making it multiplicative of a penalty is not a bad idea, to be completely honest. She went free fall? Yeah, pretty much. Right? So, I think adding in the stipulation is fair, because it's the only one where it's, it has a way of being avoided through just doing other things as well. Multiplicative, but duration is refreshed with each instance, is reset by each instance of commentary or an edited visual gag. So she, in fact, effectively went with 60% of the original video's runtime without any commentary that wasn't just saying aloud what was happening on screen, making a noise, or saying, yeah, or something along those lines. So, to be honest, I think having a multiplicative score would make more sense. So I'd make this -5, to be honest. Did a comment section acknowledge the emptiness? I mean, let's see. Okay. My 4 o'clock shadow sounds like a good euphemism for premature aging. Holy fuck, one of my favorite content creators is reacting to one of my favorite content creators. My boy Bisley has broken into the VTuber sphere. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. A little premature. He thought he was surviving a TED Talk. We ever discovered Chach actually has ADHD. I can't notice, but her stimming out on all the fucking time. It's so validating. Yeah, I don't see any comments about how there's basically no commentary throughout the entirety of the video. Like, there's a very visible fall off after the first half of the original video is over. I think we should normalize a reactor calling it quits when they no longer feel engaged with the rest of a video, to be completely honest. Yeah, no. There's no... I don't think any of the comments point out the fact that it was very dry either. But yeah, no. 3 repeats and then dropping it into content theft makes sense, to be completely honest. But yeah. No critiques whatsoever, pretty much. So, I'm gonna put her here, put Mari here. Which then brings us to the next VTuber, which is Pheromone. Okay, hold on. Standards are low. It's always yeah, I mean, I don't expect otherwise. You know, the people who are going to watch a VTuber's reaction content are often people who are already fans of that VTuber or fans of the original video. And let's be honest, between Chacha and Bisley, I don't think there's a huge overlap in fan base. So, yeah. I mean, I was bored of the React, I would just click off. Exactly, right? Because you're watching a React video. However, they are also viewers that are just trying to monetize their watching of the original video. And the thing is, instead of clicking off, they just continue going through the rest of it and then upload it onto YouTube, which is not something that I think should be encouraged, to be completely honest. When the reaction is that dry. So, yeah. Smugglana Transformative. Again, it doesn't have to be commentary that you personally find entertaining. It's not content that I would watch, for example. But then and again, with Smugglana's video, especially when you compare it to, for example, Chacha's or Mari Yume's, it's very obvious that she has picked out a video in her particular reaction that she has a lot to say about, and that's enough to make it transformative, right? So in any case, the next video, next React tuber that we're going to be looking at is Pheromone. Now, immediately, right, when we look at the thumbnail for her video, we are here again. You know, the video is titled "The Return of Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow, but Winter." Martin Cedarpants React. Clocks in at 30 minutes 38 seconds. Uploaded 4th of March 2026. And this is what the original looks like. We are going to be deducting 2 points for the thumbnail. Because, yeah, she's tried to add in "we are here again," but nothing about the actual original image has changed at all. Like, literally at all. There's nothing about the original that has been altered. She's just pasted herself into the side of it while adding in "we are here again." So, yeah, I'm going to be calling that -2, right? Then, when we look at the title, it's markedly different from the original, so no further penalties in that regard. The original video by Martin Cedarpants was uploaded, 15th of February 2026, so outside of the range that we're looking at for penalty in terms of upload dates, and it clocks in at 21 minutes 4 seconds, so each 15% segment is around 3 minutes rounded to the nearest minute. So that's what we're going to be working off of for this reaction video. You people have raised my expectations. My liver is braced. Alright, and now I'm just going to pull up both videos so you guys can verify the stats that I have listed.
Hello, darling.
Okay. Let me switch off the BGM. Okay. So, as you can see, Pheromone upload is currently sitting at around 25,000 views. Upload date being 4th of March, 2026. Martin Cedarpants video currently sitting around 2.3 million views. Upload date 15th of February 2026. All right. So, let's get into assessing the video. Okay, actually, hold on. First, let me reset the sip counter and the points. So, set this to 0. Okay, and points to -2 as well.
Welcome back. Today we are checking
Darlings +1. See, this is what I mean, right? If someone sounds cute, you can't use that as, like, if this was vibes-based, then yeah, that would factor in. But that's why I tried to make it not vibes-based.
in with the Mr. Pants, Martin Cedarpants. He's getting repeatedly killed in my winter car. You know, this sounds very familiar. I think I'm having flashbacks. I'm very excited. I really enjoyed him playing my summer car, and I think this is pretty much the same, just new game, new winter icy road, maybe. I don't know what we're getting into, but I'm very, very, very excited. I hope you are as well. If you are new here, please do consider subscribing. It would really help me out, and I would very, 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 very much appreciate it. Thank you. Are you ready? Let's go. Aww.
Hold on a second. Oh, what's that noise?
Whoa.
Is that a... Hello again. Welcome to my winter car.
Whoa, look it.
Okay, so this does reset the 15% timer because it is a visual gag, right? Even if it is a simplistic one, it doesn't award a point because it is still a zoom/cut-in. But again, it resets the duration for that, you know, that particular penalty.
Yo, he's fine. He's flipping over it. He's starting to believe everything's fine.
A game set in Finland.
Yay!
Finland, one of the countries ever created. It has a brilliant, vibrant culture of drinking, driving vehicles, drinking while driving vehicles, being a little autistic, pissing on the sauna, yummy sausages, rally racing, getting killed by rally race 8 million lakes, setting off fireworks in your own house, and of course, the brutal, unforgiving winter.
Oh.
The fuck? My winter car is the sequel to My Summer Car, a game I have a little bit of experience in. And like My Summer Car, we have a simple goal. Buy a car, build the car, and race the car.
Yay!
How hard could that possibly be?
That's fine. Oh. Oh. Hello?
So, let us begin.
Okay. Sorry, I needed a moment to adjust. Okay, there's a lot going on already. I'm ready.
Again, this is a very simple zoom/cut-in in the form of a visual gag that's been inserted in post. So it's not going to get awarded a point, but it is going to reset the timer on the 15% again.
I'm ready. I'm not, but I'm ready.
1999, Finland, Perijärvi, apartment number 6, Monday, 9 a.m., attempt 1.
Yay! Oh.
This is where I found myself a few weeks ago, when I launched my winter car, named myself the incredible Florbo, turned on permadeath, and began.
Oh.
Immediately I noticed I had not started at my parents' house in the middle of the lake, but in the apartment in town. Clearly, this was my apartment, with beer bottles strewn all over the floor, and a few subtle urine puddles that really elevate the fun.
I think there was a gag worth a point at the start. If it was just her, you know, the bit where it zoomed into her while she was talking, again, I don't really class that as it, because it's just emphasizing the fact that she's shocked, right? But it's not an articulation of why, which is why it doesn't cross over into being commentary. It is just a reaction, which is like fine, right? But it's not going to be transformative. You know, you can do the same. It's still just sympathy porn.
Way of the living space. For this run, all I wanted was to get the car running. This car.
No, I thought what she said was a joke. Hold on, let me rewind actually then.
Let's go. Whoa.
Is that a... Hello again. Welcome to my car.
Whoa, look it. Yo, he's fine. He's flipping over it. He's starting to believe everything's fine.
A game set.
Yeah, I don't count that as a gag because she's basically just saying what's happening on screen, right? He just...
Oh, look it. Yo, he's fine. He's flipping over it. He's starting to believe everything.
He's fine. He's flipping over it. He's starting to believe, right? Again, it's just saying what's happening on screen, which is him getting flipped over by a car that's colliding with him.
What's that noise?
Whoa.
Is that a... Hello again. Welcome to my winter car.
Whoa, look it. Yo, he's fine. He's flipping over it. He's starting to believe everything's fine.
A game.
Okay, I guess it's the fact that she's ending it with everything's fine stops her from just being her stating that he's flipping in the air. So okay, yeah, I could see that as, you know, basically contextualizing something in your own words, right? So we can add a point for that.
Set in Finland. Finland, one of the countries ever created, is a brilliant, vibrant culture of drinking while driving vehicles, being a little autistic, pissing on the floor, yummy sausages, rally race, getting killed by rally race, 8 million lakes, 7 miles, and of course, the brutal, unforgiving winter.
Oh.
With the Matrix reference count, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, if it was just he's flipping, then yeah, no, I would have deducted a point. But as it is, I think it's fair to give a point for that.
My winter car is the sequel to my summer car, a game I have a little bit of experience with. In my summer car, we have a simple goal: buy a car, fill the car, and race the car.
Yay!
How hard would that possibly be?
That's fine. Oh, hello?
So, let's begin.
I will say though, like up until this point in the video, the heavy lifting so far has been done by the fact that, you know, the reactions that she has where it is just her being overwhelmed by the video and its editing, being zoomed in by the editor. Like, this is what I mean, right? Like, there is, whenever you have a VTuber who's reacting to something and they have some sort of, you know, some sort of more discreet reaction or some sort of more discreet attempt at engaging with the video, even if it's not outright commentary or it's not something that they're saying verbally, right? There is an opportunity for the editor to do something in post to justify the upload, essentially. And this is something that they could have done with the Cha-Cha video, but they didn't. Maybe put it as 1 out of 3. At least there's something. Yeah, exactly. Better than unedited silence for the last video. I agree. Yeah, that's why I pointed out, right? Okay, hold on. Let me just lower the graphics even more. Quality should be...
Hello, darling.
ISP moment. Okay. Alright, hopefully this works.
Not, but I'm ready.
1999, Finland, Perijärvi, apartment number 6, Monday, 9 a.m., attempt 1.
Yay! Oh.
This is where I found myself a few weeks ago, when I launched my winter car, named myself the incredible, illustrious, Florbo, turned on permadeath, and began.
Oh.
Immediately I noticed I had not started at my parents' house in the middle of the lake, but in the apartment in town. Clearly, this was my apartment, with beer bottles strewn all over the floor, and a few subtle urine puddles that really elevate the feng shui of the living space.
Ew!
For this run, all I wanted was to get the car running. This car, the Chorus Revette. So how do we do that? Well, a good start would probably be finding the car. But the car wasn't over here, or over here.
Oh.
And it definitely wasn't in here.
Oh.
What the fuck? I couldn't find the Revette, but I could find the sorbet. Okay. My humble daily driver that kinda, a little bit, sucks giant donkey balls. After scraping all the ice off the windows, I started her up and began exploring when I came across...
Oh no.
Timo's Pub. Timo's Pub!
Oh? Bevy?
Timo!
Oh my god! No.
Timo!
Okay, we are going to count that as a simple editing gag, which resets the duration, even though it doesn't award an additional point.
Yo, this is aura. This is aura, okay?
In my summer car.
Okay, it's a very simple statement, but again, is making an observation of the contents of the video that was not, was not made in the video itself. We're going to add a point for that.
Timo's was our primary source of food and supplies.
Mm.
And Timo. But in my
Whoa!
winter car, his store...
That's a screamer of a laugh. Okay, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think it's just a laugh, right? She has a loud laugh for sure, but I don't think that's the same thing as screaming.
...has been put out of business by a new player in town.
With the E's ought to be sips. Do we count the E's as sips? Do we? Hold on, let me see. Do we count the E's as sips? Yes, big sipper. Okay, fine. We'll count the E's as a sip. Well, no. A stretch. We'll see. If it's loud enough, yeah, okay, that's fair. We'll count it as screaming if it's loud enough.
100 meters down the road, a 24-hour service station.
Oh.
Yo.
What? Oh no. Oh, what's the... Oh no. What's the place? Am I thinking of Flying J? Because it's a trucker stop. They're like open all the time. Is that what this is? Is this a rendition of like a Flying J?
Pisk. Yep.
I'd say that that's, personal experience or anecdote and then relating it to the contents of the video, right? Because she's linking it with, a flying J, which is presumably a truck stop that she's been at before. That's not a desk slam, no, that was from the... Oh wait, actually, no, that might have been. Hold on, let me rewind.
It's the...
Oh, fuck, that is a desk slam. Okay. We're upping the sip counter. All right. Oh, you're right. That was a desk slam. Shit. All right. You guys can probably tell if you watch this stream, like, in VOD form, that as I imbibe more alcohol, the inner Aussie comes out a bit more. Okay, there we go. Whew. All right.
Oh no. What's the place? Am I thinking of Flying J? Am I thinking of Flying J? Because it's a trucker stop. They're like open all the time. Is that what this is? Is this a rendition of like a Flying J?
Okay, yeah, I'd say it's fair to award her under, personal experience or anecdote relating it to the contents of the video. So it still counts towards the cap, though. We're going to be adding a point, but it's capped at 3.
Disc.
It was 4 we're not counting them separately. We're counting per instance.
Like this? I don't know about like the food bar thing, but like this? I don't know what I'm thinking of. Loves is a really good shot too. I think it, to me, it's giving Flying J or Loves. I'm not sure which one exactly.
Wow. Pisk has quite the vibe. Calm music, a big seating area, kids' play equipment with just a little bit of piss on it. Oh yeah. A couple of attendants, one bad day away from ending it all. And
okay.
This.
We count that as her screaming at the video, so we're going to be upping the sip counter again. Oh, okay. What fun. She really is making up for all of the missed sips that we got from the previous videos that we were reacting to. All right. 2 and 9. Ugh. All right.
Oh.
Dark Knight's Enfield. That's right.
Yo, okay, I can't be bad. Okay, W. I like it. Take it away, Martin.
Okay, and with that, we're going to count that as expressing appreciation for the video or affection for its creator. So we'll give her a point for that, even if it is capped at 1.
Video is sponsored by Arknight's
Let's
Enfield,
go.
the brand new hit real-time strategy RPG with factory building. Oh, hell yeah. You play as the administrator, the engineer, so to speak, tasked with building a foothold for humanity on Talos 2. And by that, I mean destroy, kill, and plunder with impunity. Look at these high-level enemies. They're too strong for me to fight them normally, but I can fight them with turrets. Play as one of 24 unique operators, sure to activate your neurons. Sorry, did I just say players 1? I meant players 4 operators at the same time. Wow, I just barely defeated this boss with my weak, wimp-ass gear. But now, I have a new resource, which means a new production line, which means new upgrades and new gear. And now, I can do this. I was on this for several days before it came out in these 2 videos on my second channel, and it was actually really fun. Yay! I got lucky for this 6-star operator, trouble with this boss. I tried to my industrial fire power wise, and even snuck into the port of the lost weapons where I got the cold machine. I'm broke. The combat is pretty challenging. The factory building is delicious, and the story is.
That's a big guy. Wait, Panda? Panda, have you been hitting the gym? I like the shades.
Multifaceted.
Again, if this was just her saying it without any sort of work done in post, I would not count that as additional commentary, and it would not reset the 15% timer. But since the editor did the bare minimum of just, zooming in on her after she pauses the video to say that, then yeah, that is going to reset the timer.
So what are you waiting for? Well, Bonobo Day, use my link in the description and download Arknight's Enfield now for free. Yay! Available on PlayStation 5, PC, and mobile.
Yay!
Anyway, Pisk, calm music, lots of seats, play equipment with piss on it.
No!
And this. A little note with a phone number to buy the chorus revan.
Oh!
And gambling.
Uh-oh.
I gave that number a call, and the guy picked up, telling me to come grab the car at his house. Very exciting stuff. So I ran back outside.
Are you peeing?
Which was now dark.
Are you... Stop.
Shit.
Why are you... Guys, is this what it's like? I've heard, like, after you're done, it doesn't just, like, cut off. Is that what it's like?
Okay, so again, we're going to class that as personal experience or anecdote because she's talking about how she heard something to her audience. So we're going to add another point, but here's one more point that she can get under that category before it gets capped out.
Grab the car at his house.
Is this...
Very exciting stuff. So I ran back outside.
Is this what it's like? Just do that for a little bit?
It was now dark. Shit. Navigating in the dark would probably be a bad idea because,
oh,
dark.
Cold breath.
So I tried sleeping through the night, which didn't work because the night is about 18 hours long. Shit. This was
Oh.
also when I noticed a new, interesting bar in the top left. Problem. Is
Problem?
simple. If I have beer, no problem.
Oh, it's me. Oh. Oh, it's me. I didn't realize that the game was gonna be so perfect. What?
But if I have no...
Okay, and again, we're gonna tie that in as citing personal experience or anecdote, because it's basically her going, you know, that's her life, right? So gets another point, but that category is now capped out.
Beer.
There's a problem.
Problem.
Yeah.
So a quick trip to Pisk and a couple of cases of beer later, my problem was solved.
Beautiful.
But beer makes you piss. So I started uncontrollably pissing all over the floor when I accidentally pissed in the electrical box. Yup, that's dark.
Oh, that's why. I thought he was just doing it. So you actually just... That's crazy.
And died.
Oh no. No!
With that, Glorbo Florbo had survived for one singular day.
Oh, wait, you're right. That is a piss mention. Okay. Well, it's not technically her saying she's going to piss herself, right? But it is a piss mention. I don't know if that's really an anecdote. It's a joke about alcoholism. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me rewind that.
What? What? So perfect. What?
But if I have no beer,
There's a problem.
problem.
Yeah.
So a quick trip to Pisk and a couple of cases of beer later, my problem was solved.
Beautiful.
But beer makes you piss. So I started uncontrollably pissing all over the floor when I accidentally pissed in the electrical box. Yup, that's dark.
Oh, that's why. I thought he was just doing it.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. It's a game mechanic. Yeah, her realizing that it's a game mechanic and then pointing that out to her chat. Yeah, that's fair enough. Vera drinks a lot. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, that still falls under the category of personal experience, right? But yeah, no, this does get a point for basically making an original critique, well, analyzing, critiquing the videos, basically making a response to the video's composition, presentation, argumentation. This is when she realizes that, okay, it's not actually just, you know, it's not just him choosing to piss all over, it's an actual in-game mechanic.
So you actually...
No, she said that's me as in she relates to drinking beer. Yeah, that's why I awarded it under personal experience or anecdote, right?
just... That's crazy.
And died.
Oh no. No!
With that, Glorbo Florbo had survived for one singular day.
Yay!
Attempt 2. Name myself the piss note, pissed on the TV and electrocuted my dick hole. Attempt 3. Name myself Kim Il-sung and gathered some important data pertaining to fireworks and their specific thrust.
Oh my god!
And attempt 4. Name myself stripped down, stark naked, meandering off into the endless icy abyss.
News on the stream. I don't know, it seems like you're in trouble if you play this game. Okay, that's it. We're taking your balls after the stream is over as well.
It froze?
Never to be seen again.
Oh.
Which leaves us at attempt 5.
Okay.
Lock in, fellas. It's car time. For this attempt, I named myself Florbo Glorbo, who bears no affiliation whatsoever to Glorbo Florbo and his regrettable misfortunes. I started this attempt with the usual visit to Pusk, where I bought some sausages and beer and had a quick explore of the highway. When I saw this. Oh my f***ing god! Kidnap.
Oh.
Abduct.
No!
Let's get him in the back seat. Stop! No, don't do it! With my new friend acquired, it was time to grab that car.
Wait, is this how you make friends?
Okay.
Wait. Is this why I don't have any friends? Because I don't go outside and get, acquire people?
No, don't do it.
Okay, so that is, contextualizing sentiment argument, basically, contextualizing something that's being shown on screen in her own way, right? By making a joke out of it. I think it's fair to give a point for that. I know. You'll miss them, but it's for the greater good.
Do it. With my new friend acquired, it was time to grab that car. So I drove to my parents' house in the center of the lake, grabbed the tractor, and made my way there.
Yay!
Let me turn on the radio.
Hey!
Bacteria music. Once I arrived, I paid the 500 bucks, listened to the guy yap for about 5 minutes straight. Take all this stuff. Shut up! Shut the f up! And the chorus revet was mine. Yay! Now all I had to do was a bit of high-impact sexual tractor violence.
What now? Pardon me? I'm sorry. I am woefully misinformed. I'm out of the loop. Could you please just one more time?
It was mine. Now all I had to do.
Okay, so basically that would be her expressing, shock, right? Articulating how the video makes you feel emotionally. But unless she hits the and why as well, it's not going to end up awarding a point. It's just going to end up refreshing the duration because of the fact that the editor bothered to, cut into that. Wait, do you all take the little still thingy who goes first? It depends on how big the space is and how many of them I need to pack into it.
Sexual tractor violence, and the revet was home. But we've got a problem.
Okay.
This is just the car's chassis. That's it. No engine, no suspension, no wheels, just this.
Okay.
If I wanted to get the car running, first I would need to find all the missing parts. And I would find them in here.
Oh.
This is a classifieds magazine. Think Craigslist or eBay, but analog.
Okay.
It's got all sorts of listings like this box of 5 car parts, this epic frog purse, 10,000 wasps, and the soul of a Lithuanian man harvested in 1972.
Oh.
This sounded like a great way to get our missing parts. But we've got 2 small problems. Firstly, how do we keep track of which parts we've already got?
Oh.
This one's easy. Spreadsheet.
Oh.
Problem 2, buying these boxes of parts costs money.
Oh my
This gave us
god.
a new goal.
Money? Yes.
So how do we make money in Waimatakar? Well, we do tasks for people, and they pay us. My
Okay.
first money-making endeavor was becoming a mailman and delivering ads. Every few days, I'd receive a stack of ads, selling everything from sausages and beer, all the way up to foot jobs, which I just made up then. They do not sell that. I'd then
Thank God.
neatly place those ads into mailboxes, and at the end of the week, collect an absolutely horrendous 136 marks. My
Oh.
second money-making endeavor was becoming the world's shittest taxi driver. The job
nice.
works like this. Once a customer calls, I turn on the meter, speed over to them, pick up the customer, drive at a comfortable pace, turn off the meter, and collect their payment. More interesting than delivering ads, but it also suffered from one little issue. The pay sucked mega donkey ass. So, let's try something a bit more profitable.
Okay.
I know. Homebrewed illegal moonshine. Add 1 yeast, 6 sugar, and a bunch of water to this bucket. Seal up the lid and wait several days until it stops going like... This is Kill You.
I'll
Felt
take
like
it.
this. In my summer car, we sold enormous volumes of Kill You to this guy. And nothing bad happened afterwards.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I guess I need to go elsewhere for my foot needs then. Look, if you said you needed 2 of them in order to rest your feet on, I'm pretty sure there are going to be at least 2 that end up taking you up on that offer.
Let's just have a completely unrelated moment of silence.
Okay, so this is contextualizing, a sentiment expressed by the original creator in her own words, because this is her basically signaling that she's aware of, this is basically an in-joke regarding people who have played My Summer Car. What Martin Pants is alluding to is the fact that this is a bridge that the guy shown here. So in the game, according to the storyline of the game, this guy canonically hangs himself from this bridge. And that's what Martin Pants is alluding to. Now, when Pheromone goes, moment of silence for unrelated reason, that's basically her playing off of that joke.
Oh. Oh.
Let's just have a completely unrelated moment of silence. He was just hanging around. Oh my god!
Okay, yeah, and her reading that out from chat makes it definitively cross over the line into being her own take on that joke that he was already alluding to in the video.
He's moved in next door, which is even more convenient.
Oh
for
my
moonshine.
god.
What
Wait,
isn't
he's
so
fine!
convenient?
Wait, huh? What?
In my rental car, he's moved in next door, which
He's fine! What the fuck? What? It
So again, a lot of this, you may note that a lot of her commentary consists of the editor, zooming in, zooming out while she's pausing the video and commentating over it, right? Having these little reactions that aren't really coherent sentences, but more so just bursts of emotionality in response to something that's being shown on screen. Now, while that may not be analytical, that may not be an analytical reaction in that sense, it is still transformative in the sense that the focus of her video that she has uploaded to her channel is more so on her emotional reactions to what Martin is saying in his video than, the video just playing in the background while she sits in the corner, right? So it is still transformative in that regard, and part of what makes transformative is the fact that you cannot watch Pheromone's video, at least based off the first 14 minutes or so that we have watched. You can't watch this video as a substitute for watching Martin's video, which is a point in favor of it.
wasn't canon. Different games, alternative endings. Oh, drunk jerk.
Yeah, it is a reaction, right? Funny noises, lady. Yeah, exactly. And while it is mostly funny noises, effort has still been put in to make this distinctive, make this distinct from the original, right?
Ability. That's crazy.
Which is even more convenient for my moonshining. What isn't so convenient is sometimes at a crisp.
She's also an example of why I wanted excessive noises to be a limited demerit. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
3 a.m., he wakes the neighborhood up with his earth-shatteringly loud minutes. Oh my god! What's also not so convenient is this. He wants me to drink some of the Kill You before he'll buy more. Now, I am a bit of a casual alcoholic. But this man is a ranked, competitive alcoholic. So about 4 bottles of the stuff later, I blacked out.
Oh. Oh no.
Maybe we should try something else. How about selling
In future, maybe add bonus points for video editing. Oh no, we already do have a way of awarding video editing, but it has to be non-cut-in, non-zoom, right? Because cutting in and zooming is pretty much the baseline thing that you can do if you're editing a React, right? Like that's the most basic way you can highlight or emphasize the reaction that's taking place on screen. So for that reason, that is, that will refresh the duration, the 15% runtime duration. But I don't view that as being something that is transformative in that sense, right? It makes it transformative enough to not be theft, but I don't think that in and of itself is enough to make it, I don't think that is worth elevating a video into being considered, truly transformative.
File.
It can make a video better slop for sure, but I don't think that it should make a video cross over that threshold.
Oh?
People need to heat their house, otherwise they freeze to death.
Yes.
Most people happen to think that this is a bad thing, so they're willing to pay quite a lot to have this not happen. In my summer camp, this job...
I am willing to say that I don't think there is a single reaction video where I look at it and I look at the editor who worked on that video and go, yeah, that's for sure their magnum opus, right? Reaction videos are, as a general rule, not exactly, I don't think that they're exactly great material for an editor to show their chops, so to speak. But then and again, that doesn't mean that the editing doesn't matter at all. But if it's just a zoom or a cut-in, that's the lowest common denominator thing that you can do in order to make it not blatant content theft.
Job was decent, but very tedious because every single log had to be manually cut and manually thrown into the trailer. My winter car does away with much of this tedium with this. The log splitter. Back the tractor up to it, attach the drive shaft, crank up the throttle, and feed the hungry machine some tasty logs. Yummy! Yay! About 5 minutes later, the trailer was filled, so I reattached the tractor, made my delivery, and bam, $3,200.
Oh no, it is a good practice for sure, but it is not a practice that I think is enough to elevate a video into being, transformative as opposed to just good slop, right? Can you score the flex tape vids from Jontron at the end is technically a react? I mean, I don't think I'd need to because I know what that would score, right? I think we all know what that would score. Yeah, zooms are simple visual gags that do reset the timer, right? That's the point. That's why I mentioned them earlier.
No!
Does this guy ever shut the up?
This is the 5th VTuber that we've been ranking.
Or like it.
That we are in the
A couple
process of
more
ranking.
pilot deliveries, and we'd made some serious cash. Enough cash to pull up some more numbers in the classifieds and take a whole bunch more part deliveries. Slowly but surely, the spreadsheet was filling out. But we had a new problem.
Oh.
Now that we delivered...
I meant good for getting editing experience? Oh yeah, for sure. I think reaction videos are great for building up a portfolio as an editor. But again, like I said, I have never seen a reaction video where I would look at it and go, yes, that is definitely X editor's best work, right? Because, again, like I said, as a general rule, reaction videos as a genre don't give editors a lot of room to really show what they're capable of.
Firewood to everyone we could.
No one
They didn't
needed
need
any?
more.
Yeah.
Damn. But they did need their poop sucked. This is the sewage truck. People call up asking for their poop tank to be sucked dry. We drive the truck over, drop in the tube, suck their poop, and they pay us 1,200 marks. Very
Okay.
solid job, but several poop sucks later, the poop truck was now full.
Uh-oh.
In a perfect world, I would deal with the poop responsibly and get it treated at the waste treatment plant.
Oh, we ain't got time for that.
But this is not a perfect world.
Mm.
The cheap option is to take a quick trip to my secret poop spot and dump it there. Well, it would have been the cheap option if some f***ing bastard hadn't found my secret poop spot and reported my secret poop spot to the police. What part about secret poop spot do you not understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, I didn't find out I'd been reported until I got a fine in the mail. For 7,000 marks. Well, what do? We can't pay off the fine because we don't have enough money, and if I end up in jail, I will piss on the TV and kill myself. We could visit the factory in the outskirts of town and get a
No! No!
job.
No! 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 Anything but that. Anything but that. Please. Please. Look, there has to be a way. There has to be a way. Please. No. No. Oh, no. Oh, it hurts my soul just thinking about it. No. Please. Please. Please.
But I had one last trick up.
So this same expressing disbelief at what is being done in the video, again, it's going to refresh it, but we're not going to award an additional point because it's basically the same thing that she did before.
Sleeves.
Oh, thank God.
Remember how the taxi sucked mega donkey ass?
Yes.
Well, what if we did a little thing called fraud?
You have my attention, Mr. Pants?
The scheme is simple. Step 1. Wait for a valued customer to call our wonderful taxi company. Step 2. Take the call and inform the valued customer that you'll be right there. Step 3. Start the meter. Step 4. Wait. As time goes on, the meter goes up. Fill up your car, have a cigarette, eat a delicious burger, slap away your children's future. Step 5. It's been 2 days and the meter has reached over 10 grand. Congratulations. Step 6. Pick up the customer and take them to their destination. And Step 7. Gouge their f***ing eyes out with a 10,000 mark taxi fare.
Surely. Surely they don't allow that. Surely.
He just hands it to me. Thank you and see you later. Print the receipt. There you go. Oh. So. Let's get those parts.
Oh my god.
This was without a doubt the most tedious part of the car building process. I'd buy a classifieds magazine, call up some numbers, wait for them to pick up the phone, listen to them yap.
Like a lot of things with the two. Relatable reaction to the word job, good reaction. True.
And yap a little more, and yap even more, and a bit more, and some more, and still talking, and talking, and talking. The longest I've ever seen was a little over 5 minutes of this guy yapping. Brother, just shut the f*** up, please! Once the parts were ordered, I'd do my favorite thing in the world. Wait.
Love it.
And a few hours later, the parts would be mine, and the spreadsheet would look a little more green. Repeat that several times, and you get this. A garage full of bullshit and a car finally ready to be built. Tomorrow. So I smoked a cheeky cigarette and dozed off to a deep, deep sleep.
Did we pay those fines? We paid those fines, right? We're not about to wake up to the cops after all of that. We paid those, right? Right?
Again, resetting the timer, but not an additional point.
What?
What? My f***ing house is on fire. What happened?
Why?
What? No. Well,
Is this something? It's the same bit. Like, she's just repeating the same joke of, surely this isn't thing that happened, right?
Why?
luckily the house fire only burns down the house and leaves the garage.
Nice.
It's just that, you know, the house burns down. So, there's no more house.
I mean, that's not where I was thinking. That was not what I expected, honestly. I thought the cops were gonna show up and get him. So that's a positive, right? You know, you just don't have a house anymore. That's fine.
Okay. So in that case, yeah. Basically expressing, you know, expressing that she thought something else was going to happen in the video that didn't happen. So based off of the way that things were set up in that particular scenario, I think we can give her a point for that. Does that count as, is this real chat? No, I don't think so.
That's fine.
Well, I guess it's card.
Yeah, she actually noticed the fact that Martin didn't pay the fine in game, right? And that was what she was responding to. So that's why it doesn't count as a chat is this real type thing.
Time. Yeah. So after a high quality depression burger from Pisk,
Yay! Pisk, 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 pisk.
I got to work. First, I built the engine, then the
Beautiful.
front suspension, the rear suspension.
Hero, remember that we're still rating React content, right? Just because we're rating it based off how transformative it is doesn't mean that we've forgotten what genre we're looking at.
The wheels. I put the engine in, attached the gearbox and drive shaft, put in all that annoying shit in the engine bay. I bolted in the interior, I bolted on the exterior, filled the fluids, wired up everything, and within only a few hours, the car was fully assembled.
Yay!
For once, something was easy in this game.
Do you think it's gonna start first try? He's a seasoned professional. He's a seasoned professional. I believe it'll start first try. Blind faith.
All we
Blind.
had left to do
Blind faith.
was turn the key and start the car.
Blind faith. 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 Faith.
Oh.
Damn.
Troubleshooting a car follows a simple logical process. For an engine to work, it needs 3 things: air, fuel, and spark.
Okay.
If we're missing one, it's not going to work.
Okay.
Let's start with fuel. Fuel comes from the fuel tank, into the fuel pump, into the carburetor, gets mixed with air and ignited in the cylinders. The fuel pump was fine, the carburetor was fine, the rockers and pistons were fine, even the exhaust was fine. But then, I noticed something. This is the camshaft. It has these little lobes on it that control when the engine's valves open and close. And
Okay.
this is the crankshaft. It's the part that turns the up and down of the pistons into round and round.
You swap them? It wouldn't go together if you swapped them, would it?
If the crankshaft and camshaft aren't aligned properly, then we could be
they're
opening a
aligned.
valve
Okay.
while the piston is in the way. So how do we know if they're aligned? This little notch on the crankshaft gear needs to be here, and this little arrow on the camshaft gear needs to be here. So I realigned everything, tried starting the car again, and it didn't work. Okay. Spark.
Okay.
Putting the key in the ignition completes the following circuit. Electrical energy, depicted here in the form of gnomes, comes from the battery. The gnomes travel in
Hold on. Why are we depicting it with gnomes? I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I would just like to understand, okay? As a student, trying to take notes, is there some important gnome fact that correlates here?
following circuit. Electrical energy, depicted here in the form of gnomes, comes from the battery. The gnomes travel into the ignition coil where the battery's 12 volts is up to several thousand volts. You can think of this as launching the gnomes at high speed. These high-speed gnomes are then sent to the distributor, which controls when the spark plugs generate their sparks. Or if the timing is right, the high-speed gnomes are allowed to pass through the distributor into one of the spark plugs. Because they're going so fast, they
I'm sorry that I questioned you.
can jump this air gap where they create a hot plasma.
Okay. So ordinarily, if it was just her asking why is it being depicted as gnomes and there was no follow-up on that, I would have deducted a point because it is basically a chat is this real type thing. But since afterwards, you know, Martin explained it in the video and then she did have some sort of reaction to it, right?
Gnomes are allowed to pass through the distributor into one of the spark plugs. Because they're going so
In the
fast,
form
they
of
can-
this.
I'm sorry that I questioned you.
This is what stops it from being worth penalty. It just sort of cancels out.
And jump this air gap where they create a hot plasma that ignites the fuel and air mixture. Of course, none of this works if our little electricity gnomes aren't going fast enough. And this is when I found that the ignition coil wasn't wired up. With that fixed, I was confident that this time it would work. And of course, it did not. Alright. Air. Air comes in through the air filter, gets mixed with fuel in the carburetor, and that mix is sucked into the engine and combusted. When you step on the gas in a car, what that's doing is opening this butterfly valve called the throttle. This allows more air to come in, and it's the carburetor's job to spray in the right amount of fuel to make sure it's using all that air. If we have too much fuel, we call the mixture rich, and if we have too much air, we call the mixture
poor,
lean.
Okay. All right. Understood.
This was where I remembered something very important. This game is not my summer car. It's my winter car. And winter is cold. Cold fuel doesn't vaporize very well, and we need it to vaporize for the combustion to work properly. This means we want the fuel to turn from a liquid into a gas.
Okay.
How do we do that? Well, we consult the humble phase diagram. The horizontal axis is temperature, how hot our gasoline is, and the vertical axis is pressure. If we raise the temperature, say by running the engine, the gasoline vaporizes better. But to run the engine, we've got to start the engine, so that's not going to work. The other way to vaporize it better is to lower the pressure, and that's where this valve in the carburetor comes in, the choke. Think about what's happening when one of our pistons is going down with the intake valve open. It's creating a low pressure zone in the chamber here, which is getting filled by air and fuel. But if we restrict how much air can come in, say by closing the choke, this means that the chamber can't suck as much air in, which means this area is now at a lower pressure. As we can see in the phase diagram, a lower pressure means better vaporization. So, if I pull the choke out, hopefully, it will start. Oh! And it actually did. Let's go. We did it, boy. Yeah.
Yay! Clappy!
After somewhere around 30 hours of my winter car, I finally had the winter car. Once I threw some sandbags in the back for extra grip, I gave it a proper shakedown, taking it down the ice road at an absolutely incredible
20
k's an hour. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
okay,
slow,
okay.
but it works. In deep snow, it was especially good. The Sorbet could only do about 40 k's an hour, while the Revette could do a staggering 60 k's an hour.
Ooh, moving up in the world.
Ooh. On the highway, it wasn't particularly impressive, but it did complete a lap.
Nice!
We had done it. The goal had been reached. We had bought a car, found all of its parts, assembled it, and against all odds, it actually worked.
Nice!
So I started heading back home, again over the ice, when it all came apart.
Why? Why?
Oh, shit.
What happened?
Oh,
What?
Turn off.
What? Huh?
Uh-oh. Just broke. So, this is a bit of a pickle.
What even?
My car was not working. I'd foolishly forgotten my winter coat at home. It was dark. And I had a problem.
Oh no!
I've been digitally brightening a lot of this video so you can actually see the game. But this is not what I was seeing. I was seeing this. But the cold didn't get me. No.
It's
It
Jova.
wasn't the cold. It was no beer.
No. Guys, let this be a lesson, okay? Always have your emergency beer. Always come prepared.
Okay, so yeah, you can probably take this as contextualizing a joke that he was making, but in her own words. Taking the fact that he was dying in-game because he didn't have enough alcohol to her telling her audience they should keep emergency alcohol on hand.
Never go without your emergency bevy. So sad. So sad. No. 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 That's so sad. I'm not crying, you're crying. Okay? You know?
Akira, V Twitters have no excuse not to start streaming if this counts as content. See, now you're getting it. Now you're getting it.
It's a very sad day. When you ain't got no beer. Let this be a lesson. A cautionary tale. Be careful out there. And always bring a beer. I really enjoyed that. Honestly, it's very different seeing a new kind of challenge to the game, because it's still like the core game, but I don't know, I feel like it's enough of a change, it being a sequel, but still being the same game at heart.
I feel called out. Azahara, where's the go live button? You can answer that question, surely.
Really, really enjoyed that. Please, 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 please make sure you check out the original video. It's gonna be linked down below. If you like my video, make sure you like and subscribe so I can see you in the next one. Thank you.
Okay, so at the end of all of that, she has a net score of 9 by the end of her video. Now, admittedly, a good deal of that is carried by the fact that her editor did put in bare minimum effort into editing that video and putting it together. But at the end of the day, she still manages to score React-slop affectionate. Sympathy porn for sure, but good sympathy porn, or at least what passes for good or effective sympathy porn. So, the next VTuber that we have up on the chopping block is Y-chan. So, not the same as Alana. Alana got a 13, if you guys remember. Pheromone got a 9, so slightly different tier. But similar in the sense that, as far as React-slop goes, that is an example of the better variety of React-slop. So, in in any words, I'm a member of Farah's channel. She is a lovely person. She makes, you know, she makes, I would say based off of that video, yeah, I can understand why people would watch that, especially if they like her, right? But, yeah. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's transformative React. It's not a transformative React video. But I can see why people like that React-slop. In any case, so, the video that we're going to be using for YChan is titled VTuber Reacts to the Most Popular Gooning Searches. It clocks in at around 33 minutes, 33 seconds, and was uploaded on the 10th of February 2026. Now, the original video was uploaded by Professor Lando, is titled People Actually Goon to This, featuring Saraway, and has a runtime that clocks in at around 19 minutes 34 seconds, 15% of which is basically 3 minutes if we round to the nearest minute. Yeah, definitely should hit transformative, decent pace, decent placing where it is. Yeah, I agree. And then it was uploaded on the 7th of February 2026. Now, two immediate things. One, background is basically the exact same, right? The only thing that has shifted is YChan has swapped out the Pornhub blurred image in the background instead of the blue that was there. That is, unless, of course, has anyone watched the original video by Professor Lando when it came out? Because I could easily see that being a thumbnail change that was made by Professor Lando after the video went live. So I'm actually going to go check on the Wayback Machine, see what the thumbnail on this looked like when it was uploaded in the first place. Okay. Let's go with the earliest one. I think it was a different VTuber, because we haven't seen this one before. Oh, I did? I watched this? Do you remember if the original thumbnail had bright blue in the background? Because that would be a relevant point of critique if it did. Oh, sorry, if it didn't. He also had A/B thumbnails for his video, so there's different drawings per video. Oh, okay, I see, I see. Let's see if it loads up, even if it's in the form of a flashing image. I refrained from watching Prof. Lando videos, so it's gonna be torture in and of itself. Okay, I see. Fair enough. Don't force yourself to watch these, by the way, if you don't enjoy them at all. I've been here. Pheromones mod in chat? Wait, was there? Was there a pheromone mod in chat? Send my regards? Hold on, let me see. I might have missed the message. Wonder recognized you. Pheromone's mod here. Glad to hear you liked her content. Oh, welcome to the stream, Flem2 Haiti. Yeah, no, as far as React-slop goes, I think Pheromone does create more palatable, you know, React-slop that lands on the more palatable side. Like I said, I can see why people would watch that. And it is certainly nowhere near the most egregious forms of, React-slop derogatory or content theft that we've already seen in this stream. So yeah. Hello. Okay, so it's not coming up on Wayback. So, Noxon, do you remember if this was the thumbnail, or if this is, you know, this is what the thumbnail looked like originally? Because I could easily see Lando himself choosing to change that if, for example, YouTube's throttling the video because it has blurred Pornhub in the background. Make sure she keeps that editor on her payroll. The editor did do a good job. The editor did do it. Glad to hear that. She was hella nervous hearing that you were going to Ranko. Really? Really? I never thought that any of the VTubers that I talked about, because they all have, you know, they all have much larger followings. I didn't think that any of them would even know that I was doing this stream to begin with. But yeah, no, you can feel free to tell her that she's perfectly fine as far as React-slop goes, right? The ribbing is in good fun. The ribbing is in good fun. It's the same drawing, but I can't tell if the background is different. Okay, for the sake of that, I'm just going to go with -1 instead of -2. But yeah, if there is anyone who actually watched the original video and knows if this is how the thumbnail looked originally, feel free to say something in chat. Searching up the video title in Google showcases the React thumbnail. Oh, really? Wait, hold on. Let me switch over to the head horse. Hold on, I forgot that I need to keep copy-pasting the input capture with every scene. So hopefully now you should be able to hear me, even though I've switched scenes. Okay, there we go. So I'm just currently Googling. People actually goon to this. Featuring Sarue. Professor Lando. What did you type in, by the way? Hold on, let me see. Bambone, do you remember... Alright, hold on. Was it you that typed it into Google? Oh, wait, yeah. Mio, did you type in... What did you type into the search bar? Oh, wait, no, you're right. It does show that as the original thumbnail. Hold on, let me screenshot this so you guys can see on stream. Just to verify this. Okay, there we go. Alright, let me pull it up. Thanks for doing that, by the way. It seems like a pretty basic thing. Alright. Will do. Alright. Let me pull it up. Okay. So, screenshot of the Google search and what it turns up. Let me just bring this up on stream. Image. Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is what the search looks like. So, as you can see, that is indeed the original thumbnail that the video was uploaded with. So, yeah, with that now verified, we are going to be penalizing the thumbnail additionally because it basically just is the same thing, but with Y-Chan put into the corner. It starts off with -2. However, the titles are markedly different. VTuber reacts to most popular gooning searches versus people actually goon to this. So, yeah, as a result, we start off with -2. Okay. Let's bring up the actual videos themselves. Oh, and additionally, upload date, 10th of February. Original upload date, 7th of February. That is a gap of 3 days, so -5 for the 7th, -4 for the 8th, -3 for the 9th, and -2 for the 10th. So we're going to be starting off with a score of -4 for this video, purely based off of how the thumbnail was ported over 1 for 1, pretty much, and because of the less than 5-day gap between upload of the original and upload of the React. So let me just switch over the totals here. Okay. We docking points? Yes, we are. Alright. Let me bring up both of the videos as well so you guys can verify that the dates that I've written down on the slides is actually accurate. So as you can see, you know, Y-chan currently sitting at 21,000 views, 10th of February 2026, and Lando currently sitting at 265,000 views, upload date 7th of February, both in 2026. With that being said, let's get into the actual video.
Guys, don't ask me why I'm watching this. Okay, it's for science. Okay, it's for science. The most popular gooning searches. I have to know because I have to know what my audience is interested in because that way I can do some more market research. And I have no idea where this is going. I am just interested. Okay, I just want to know. So without further ado, let's watch the most popular.
Y-chan's voice reminds me of oh, what's that? This is one of the media literacy video essayists that I used to watch. Oh, what was the name of that YouTube channel? They did a bunch of videos on Has Been Hotel. Sarcastic Chorus, yeah. Y-chan's voice reminds me of Sarcastic Chorus.
Gooning searches.
Same accent.
Pokemon. When it comes to
wait, are those the two most popular?
gooning, countless categories and terms are searched for online every single day.
Now, is that the most popular? That is basically chat is this real, right? So we're going to count 30 seconds from that, which is 28. So it should be 58. Let's see if Y-chan elaborates on that.
Gooning, countless categories and terms are searched for.
Could be Bobby Nico, to be honest. I mean, I would assume Bobby Nico based off of the voice alone, but I don't know.
Online every single day. But what exactly are people searching for the most? What or who is more popular? Well,
I mean, I'd like to think it's the Enderman.
Luckily, a certain adult archival website releases a year in review every year.
Why he drawing Low Bunny like that though? Because I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of getting me acting up a bit.
Detailing a summary of changing trends and the most popular.
Okay, so yeah. So we can count that as critiquing, you know, something to do with the way that the video is presented, right? Basically, composition presentation, that counts as critiquing presentation. Why is he drawing Low Bunny like that? So we can add a point for that. However, as you probably just saw, we just got to 58 seconds in the original video. So that's when the is this real thing kicks in and it goes back down to -4.
Searches. I asked the VTuber Saraway to come into class today as my student to test her knowledge on the subject.
Oh, do I sit right there?
Yep, right there. Saraway, do you want to introduce
tracking is
yourself to
amazing.
your fellow classmates here?
Oh, hello everyone. I'm Saroui.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Unfortunately, student Saraway here has missed a lot of material and is at risk of failing. So she's here to try to earn some extra credit by taking a little pop quiz. Saraway, are you prepared to answer some questions today?
Sure.
Why is the pencil sharpener turned the other way around? It's even again, you can't even get in there. You'd have to lean over with your arm to like stick the pencil in the sharpener. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Sure, I am. It just all depends.
French on stream -10. Look, I know for a fact that some of you guys watch Rima, so you can't make that. You can't say that. You can't say that. Alright, so the whole thing about the pencil case, I'm not going to be awarding it with another point because it's basically the exact same bit, right? It's the same thing of, oh, why does X thing in the image look like that? So, yeah. That is an observation, but it is in the exact same vein and structure as the previous one. So it is going to reset the counter, but it's not going to be awarded an additional point.
What the questions are?
Well, I guess we can start by asking, do you consider yourself...
Rima is Canadian. That's still French, though. That's still French. He's a horse, not French? Yeah, fair enough.
Or perhaps think of yourself as any degree of a gooner? Some level of goonage?
I would...
Some level of goonage?
Consider myself a gooner.
Yeah?
We are not counting that as additional commentary because, again, Y-Chan basically just repeated that out word for word.
Outfit's not just for show then.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, how can she just straight up say no with an outfit like that?
Again, that's basically just saying, you know, that's basically a so true, right? That's basically going, you know, that's basically just saying so true. So, repeating aloud what was said in the video word for word does not count as commentary. So again, that's another thing that's not going to count. It's not going to be penalized, but we're not going to count it as something that refreshes the timer either.
Okay, what are...
Billy, thank you for the 3. French horse, same thing. You know what? I'm going to have a hard time arguing against that, to be honest.
are the most popular though? Like, what are the most popular? I don't know. I gotta get my brain jogged a little bit. Let's see if they reveal a couple. Maybe I can think about the rest then.
Okay, for your first question, Sarway, we're gonna start broadly.
Okay.
Sarway,
dude, I love seeing her lean in to try and look at the board. That is so good.
What was the
Okay, so that's expressing that's expressing appreciation for the video. So we're going to be adding a point for that, but it's capped at 1.
most searched term in 2025?
Most searched term in 2025. Oh my god.
At least in the top.
Okay, okay. If it's just going to be oh my god and there's no further engagement with the content. So 30 seconds after, what was the timestamp?
Oh my god.
Okay, so 28:58, 2:58. So that's where we're going to be counting from.
At least in the top 5.
And again, the bit preceding that does not count as commentary because it was basically word for word what was said in the video itself.
Mommy?
Mommy?
Mommy.
It's a good guess.
Big tits.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not mommy though. I think that's a little too like niche, oddly enough.
Okay, so
Not
with
in the
that,
YouTubing
that counts as further commentary, so the penalty is waived.
space. I tell you what, everyone calls everyone mommy. Even people call me mommy. But generally, yeah, I think big boob is pretty good. I think, yeah.
Oh, Necro, on the
Yeah.
stream.
Uh-huh.
Mommy, that's a good choice here. That's a good choice. Do you have any other
Big breast as well.
big breast?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's good.
Big.
Honestly, I think like amateur is probably really popular too, because I don't think people like mass manufactured looking type of adult content. You know what I mean? It's probably like amateur. Dude, I don't want to say it, but like probably teen. Let's be honest.
Okay, so again, contextualizing, sentiment or argument expressed by the original creator to the audience in your own words. Basically taking this point of what's the most popular and putting forth their own suggestions, right?
Then what else? I'm thinking that the hashtags has to be related to male users.
Yes.
Yeah, I think in general, yeah.
Yes. Well, I think particularly for these websites, that it skews more towards men users than female users,
Yes.
probably. So what do you think they're searching for?
I don't know. There's also like so many stepbrother, stepfather, stepmother.
I don't think men are looking for stepbrother or stepfather.
Online, and people always make fun of oh.
Okay, so again, making an original critique of the contents of the video, basically expressing that, yeah, I don't think she's right with that, which is not something that Lando seems to be doing in the original video, so we'll count as another point.
I'm stuck. Big brother, help me.
It's true.
So
It's true.
step family, maybe.
I honestly, it's a really good one too. I definitely agree with that.
That's a really good way to try to use context clues to break this down. You're seeing in the world, we see a lot of memes and jokes and references to help me step bro, I'm stuck.
Yes.
Something akin to that. So
I can't get over her tracking. It's so good. I think I'll let it keep cooking.
I would say you have a very
How's the stream been? Mixed bag. Some have been torturous, others have been okay. So, you know, we're going on through the rest of it. This should be the last in the 100k to 300k subscriber category. Then after that, we get to the smaller clusters. We'll see how they do. But so far, you know, the distribution amongst the creators that have, you know, pretty large subscriber counts, I'm counting, you know, 100k plus as large, right? Has been pretty all over the place, because so far we've gotten an entire range of 3 of them varying between transformative, React-slop affectionate, and upload fodder. And then we have 2 that are just outright content theft. So it is pretty, results have been pretty mixed across the board amongst these 2 clusters.
incriminating, suspicious list here. But
like, I think that's not always going to be accurate though. Like, I don't think like tentacles or anything like that is going to be on it at all, even though like that is like talked about so much, but also that is only like attached to a certain kind of category of people anyway. Like tentacles are inherently attached to, I was gonna say to anime, but actually that's totally not true. You go in adult stores and you can absolutely buy things that look like tentacles, and everyone be buying those. So,
you know, you're just
Okay, so that does count as making, or sorry, analyzing or critiquing the video's composition, presentation, or specifically, in this case, argumentation, right? Basically going, okay, are you really going to judge, you know, how popular a category is based off of how often it is talked about? That doesn't seem to be a very accurate metric. Now, yes, they are talking about goon material, but the point still stands.
just trying to put yourself in the shoes of others.
It's not my fault. It's the things I see online. Don't
that's what I'm saying. I know.
blame me for what I see. Like it's like in the memes.
Right?
That's the
No,
memes.
this is not a judgment statement on you. This is you're trying to determine a broad evaluation of the world's taste. Yes.
I have another one.
Yes.
100% sure there has to be amateur in it.
A what?
Amateur.
Oh, amateur. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I agree. Yep.
I don't know how you pronounce it.
Oh.
AMATEUR. Amateur. Amateur videos.
Oh, amateur.
I like how, because of the French, right, she sees amateur and she thinks that it's supposed to be pronounced like auteur instead.
Amateur. Okay.
That's what I said.
Yes.
Yeah, because I believe that today people are kind of tired of the industry where it's like, you know, too polished, too pretty. I think they want
Totally
something that
agree.
feels like real, you know?
Yeah, that's a pretty good list.
I really wish I could cheat and just check, but
No.
Pretty interesting thing. Actually, this is to do with the topic of the video that's being reacted to rather than the actual reaction judging itself. But I think after COVID happened, the trends in terms of porn consumption do seem to gravitate towards porn consumed for more parasocial reasons than just jacking off. Because when people start to become more interested in amateur porn, and the reason cited by a lot of people is exactly what Saraway said, which is that, you know, it feels more quote-unquote real, that is a sign that people are consuming porn for exactly that sort of as a parasocial sort of substitute for actual intimacy, more so than just wanting to see something that's, you know, bombastic and, you know, hotter than real life or whatever. Which is an interesting trend that seems to have been more and more common post 2020.
I do think literally just MILF and then the other counteraction of then teen. I think like after we get those, seems pretty accurate.
Oh, cheating is not allowed, actually.
I'd go with maybe big breasts. Big breasts, I'd say. Men
Number 1, I think it's amateur.
are very passionate with big breasts or big butts.
Final answer?
Final answer.
The most searched term in 2025 was hentai.
What?
Hentai.
Hentai.
People do not care anymore about the real thing. They just want an anime waifu. I cannot believe it.
I actually can't believe it either.
Sarway, you are a streamer?
I mean, I guess it is. It's such a large category, so I guess it makes sense. That's crazy. Huh. Because I bet back in the day...
So again, if it was just, that's crazy, and then kept going from there without any further elaboration, that would have been a penalty. But here is where we do get elaboration in the reaction.
Looking up like cartoon and stuff like that now, but I think now it all kind of amalgamates into hentai and stuff like that for the most part. Like I think those type of people have gravitated towards just like maybe choosing hentai if they end up going to that category of stuff, like animated stuff.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would say you're pretty familiar with video games in general then?
Exactly, I am.
Obviously very familiar with video games, so I'm sure you'll have no problem answering these next questions. So what we have here are the top 4 most searched video game characters, right? Lara Croft, Chun-Li, Diva, and Tifa. Are you familiar with these characters?
I'm familiar with Lara Croft, Diva, and Tifa. Chun-Li, I think, is maybe from Street Fighter.
Correct. Very good.
Okay.
And so, right.
Chun-Li is like... Actually, all of them are extremely popular. Lara Croft is probably at the bottom, but again, I think that might just be my bias, honestly.
Here we have a visual representation of how many searches that each one has.
Okay. Oh, I'm so ready for this. Okay, for me, so Lara Croft at the bottom, then... Oh gosh, it's either Chun-Li or Diva. I think Tifa is number 1. I feel like I just see Tifa freaking everywhere. Lara Croft... Diva, Chun-Li, Tifa.
Okay, so this basically contextualizing sentiment in their own words. So we add a point for that.
Because I think Tifa and Chun-Li appeal to such a broad category of like such a broad demographic, including like weebs and also regular people. I think Lara Croft, not a lot of like super deep anime watchers are probably really going to gravitate towards her that much. And Diva is like much more like you gotta be in anime to really probably be a part of it.
Chun will be at the top because of Fortnite. That's such a dystopic sentence.
With their ranking.
I'm so ready to be right.
Do you have any ideas?
Lara Croft might be number 1. I may be speaking out of my butt totally.
Definitely, Tifa and Diva are the 2 most church one. That's for sure. I've seen so many.
Something like this, maybe?
Diva have a lot of animation, but Tifa have a lot. Tifa is an older character, but she only got recently the remake of the video game, which allows the use of a 3D model. So I'm thinking that Diva is first, Tifa is second. Lara Croft is too old, and nobody really cares about the video.
Too old.
Video game, I think Chun-Li would be in 3rd place. Yeah, because Chun-Li have a big fat ass.
Very true.
Chun-Li does, in fact, have a fat ass, yes.
Exactly. I think that is my final answer.
The correct answer is not this, unfortunately.
Good.
Sure about
that means I'm right.
You got 1 correct. Chun-Li was in the correct place.
Damn it.
But fortunately,
it's Diva.
Tifa
knew it. Okay.
Is the most searched.
Okay.
Followed by Lara Croft.
I said that it might actually be number 1. I was kind of getting a sneaking feeling of that.
No
and Diva 4th.
Way.
Yeah.
I see more animation of Diva than not.
It's because of
Azahara,
the stuff
somehow
you
you were more wrong than Saraway was.
It's because you're anime. I swear to God, I knew it. It's like no normie is looking up Diva at all. I swear. Like that's so uncommon.
Croft anywhere, and even artworks.
I don't know. I think that says more about your history.
It does. It absolutely does. The bottom 2 are more anime adjacent versus the top 2, which are more generally appealing to everyone.
Okay, so again, that is contextualizing a sentiment that is expressed in the video in their own words. We're gonna add another point.
Would say. Let's maybe give you a second chance here when it comes to
I love this. I'm actually so engaged with this. Video games. Ooh, okay. I'm looking at like Ada number 1, kind of for similar reasoning. Oh man, they got Bayonetta on there. I think a lot of people don't know who Bayonetta is, though. Just like, again, if you're just pulling people in the world, I think most people know Ada Wong. So Ada Wong 1, Slime 2, Bayonetta 3, Widowmaker 4.
Video game characters, right? We have Widowmaker. Are you familiar?
Yes.
Another
Yes.
character from Overwatch?
Another, yes, French fellow.
Oh, do you know?
French fellow.
No. Bayonetta from Bayonetta.
Yes.
The slime from Genshin Impact, specifically from Genshin Impact.
Oh, what the fuck? I thought it was just the term slime. What the heck? Because it's so specific though, I feel like it can't be 4th place. Otherwise, why would it be on here? That's weird. It feels like a trick question.
So, do you
Okay, pointing out it sounds like a trick question. I think that counts as analyzing or critiquing the video's presentation or argumentation. We'll add another point for that. What? Yeah, the Genshin Impact slime is oddly specific.
I think Widow
I'll still stick with
Maker
what I
is
said.
first. She's very sexy. A lot of people like her accent.
No, oh my god, dude! I swear she's not learning.
Yeah.
I'm also hesitating because Ada Wong is really hot as well. I would have said maybe top 1, but I would place her in 2nd place. I know that Bayonetta is very well known as well. I think Slime would be 4. I just.
So you're thinking
what? I just don't see a reality where he would even put the slime on 4th. If he would not put it on this list if it was 4. I don't believe that.
Thinking something like this.
I'm hesitating.
Do you think you're maybe underestimating the slime from Genshin Impact at all?
I haven't even seen that slime from Genshin Impact. But maybe because I don't care about Genshin Impact, so I would maybe not have a single one recommended.
You're garbage. So one of the things that the scores indicate is how much forethought has been put into selecting a video for reacting that you're actually going to have some sort of commentary or reaction or thing to say about. And it is quite obvious, based off of the first, 14 minutes of this video, that this is a video that Waishan has selected because they know that this is going to be something they have a lot to say about.
To me.
Well, the slimes, maybe you can imagine,
so
they're getting all...
But
dude, he's really trying to push her to put it out, too.
I'm reconsidering it because you mentioned the slime and its power.
I'm just, I just want to give you some food for thought here. I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, okay, Bayonetta last then. Okay. I'm still hesitating between Widowmaker and Ada Wong.
Dude, I legit think Widowmaker is last.
I want to commit to this answer, yes.
And last was Bayonetta.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Outranked by...
Oh, never mind. I mean, shit. Wait, that's bad.
The slime from Genshin Impact.
Oh, shit, dude. I'm dumb as hell.
What about the rest?
But unfortunately...
No way!
Okay, well, at least I knew Ada. That was the one I was most confident
you that Ada Wong has more than Widowmaker then?
It doesn't surprise me. I knew that Ada Wong was very much appreciated, but Widowmaker as well, because she's been there for a long time.
Unfortunately, another incorrect answer. Sorry.
Oh.
I mean, if you think about which franchise is bigger, Overwatch or Resident Evil, I think Resident Evil is probably the bigger one of the two, right?
Okay, sorry. So what you see...
Ooh, okay.
Also, well, actually, that and also Overwatch has more characters to choose from, which is going to differentiate the amount of gooning attention, right? Whereas there aren't a lot of things to goon to... Well, actually, I take that back because of modern internet tastes. But if you're looking at attractive women in video game franchises, Ada Wong has less competition from among the Resident Evil cast than Widowmaker does from the rest of the Overwatch cast.
I'm gonna get this right. Let's see. Oh, this is really, really hard. Oh, this is really, really hard. Oh my gosh, this is actually so hard. I feel like all of them could almost be number 1, as crazy as that sounds. I'm going like...
It's probably Minecraft, right?
Oh, gosh. Genshin Impact 1, Fortnite 2, Overwatch 3, Minecraft 4. But I feel like, gosh, I don't know. I feel like Minecraft's gonna be like third or something.
This is going to reset the timer, but again, it's pretty much word for word, or exact same structure and, well, argumentation as the previous instances where YChan has been making the same point. So for that reason, it's going to refresh the timer, but it's not going to result in an additional point.
Actually, the top 4.
It kind of seems like a slime sort of situation.
Video games.
Because you wouldn't think Minecraft would be up there.
Minecraft, Genshin Impact.
Okay, Genshin, Fortnite, Minecraft, Overwatch.
And Overwatch.
And again, that's top to bottom. So Genshin number 1, Overwatch number 4.
Now I want you to, again, correctly place them in order of popularity. Are you familiar with each one of these games?
Yeah.
Sorry, give me a second. I'm just going to go fetch more water. I hath returned. Okay, let's keep going.
I'm very familiar with each of them, but now I'm reconsidering. I would have put like Overwatch all the way to the top, but Overwatch failed me twice with Diva and Widowmaker, so now I'm thinking maybe time changed, so Genshin Impact would be first, I'd say now, and Overwatch below.
Genshin Impact first with Overwatch in second.
Fortnite and Minecraft are just too popular. They're just too popular. Both of them cannot be the bottom two. I don't believe that.
This is what you think?
Yeah.
Okay, what about Fortnite and Minecraft?
No, it has to be Fortnite because you have a lot of different characters and tastes. And
To be fair, I do think it is quite reasonable to say, Minecraft and Fortnite in top 2, because those are games that are popular amongst two of the horniest demographics in society. Pedophiles and teens. So for that reason alone, I think putting at least one of them in top 2 makes sense.
About Fortnite and Minecraft.
no, it has to be Fortnite because you have a lot of different characters and tastes. And Minecraft, like, what do you like? This is like that red hair woman, and then what? You
Alex.
like the villager, the sheep.
He
the cow?
knows, he
I saw
knows,
like
he
it was a
knows, he
machine they
knows.
use, as well for like I don't know, milking them or something.
Yes,
What were
the
those hand
Pistons.
motions?
Yeah, the Pistons.
Pistons.
Would it be considered?
Wow.
But apparently, I guess so.
Okay, I think that's my final answer.
Sorroway has Genshin Impact at the top, followed by Overwatch, then Fortnite with Minecraft.
Yeah.
Sorry, is the mic still working fine? You guys can still hear me, right? Okay, I guess you guys can hear me. Alright. Yeah, we hear you? Okay. Just me? Yeah, it might be an audio thing on your end, Amama Mia.
Yes.
At the end, unfortunately, Starway, you
Here we
got
go.
one of these correct.
Oh, okay.
That
And it's
is
Genshin.
Genshin Impact.
Yes! I'm gonna get it all. I'm
Oh,
gonna get it
interesting.
fucking all.
Followed.
Wait.
Fortnite.
Can you guess?
Fortnite would be second, right? It cannot be Minecraft.
Yeah.
Followed by Fortnite.
Yes!
Okay. No.
Followed by.
Let's fucking go!
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
No.
Overwatch being the fourth most
Boom.
searched.
That's all that is left about Overwatch. The gameplay wasn't that great after a while, and now the is gone. It's over.
Dude, my day is
It's
fulfilled
over.
now.
It's over. Watch. So those.
All right, I mean, we're just gonna get it again here. So most searched video games again. We're gonna go. Ooh, we're gonna go. League of Legends or Pokemon is number one, absolutely.
Holy shit, Vivian, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 50 new footstools. I hope you enjoyed those emotes. Be sure to thank Vivian for that generous gift. Holy shit, thank you for easing my suffering with your generosity. But yeah, that's a lot of new footstools. I hope you guys get some good mileage out of those emotes. Because, well, we still have quite a few hours of the stream left.
Sims 4 is so strange. I've never even considered that. Like, as crazy as Minecraft sounded, like, I could consider it. If you
Pokemon has to be number one, surely.
asked me just generally, I would never even see myself listing Sims. I don't think, like, what? So, okay, we're going... Alright, we're gonna go Pokemon. It's gotta be Pokemon, actually. Okay, Pokemon, League of Legends, Marvel Rivals, Sims.
That you just did, those were the top four.
Wait, Marvel Rivals is like the Marvel characters, though, I just realized.
But
how does that count? I don't know. That's kind of weird. I wish this wasn't in the category, because I feel like results get skewed of what exactly people like.
Again, broaden it a little bit and just take a look at video games in general. We have 4 games here that I would like you, again, to rank in terms of their
Yes.
popularity. We have Marvel Rivals, The Sims 4, League of Legends, and Pokemon.
Pokemon's still definitely number one.
Starway, any thoughts?
I've never seen on Pokemon because
Who would be searching for Pokemon?
That's insane to say. You have never... Hold on. Because also, maybe there's someone... I doubt it, honestly, because again, we get it. We're on the internet. We understand how things work. But for the people in the back that thought maybe it was weird that I said teen earlier, if you also think it's weird that I'm saying Pokemon is on the top and that it's strange that she hasn't seen it and he hasn't seen it, it's like literally, do you understand the amount of scenarios where people will use Pokemon in porn? It doesn't
Okay, so this is, this is analyzing or critiquing a video's argumentation, right? So that's another instance of a point gained. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Congratulations to Frosty Chaos on being sniped. Be sure to thank Mercurius for gifting that, and I hope you enjoyed those emotes.
even have to be like attached to Pokemon. I swear, dude. You will see Pokemon in like, it's everywhere, man. It's literally everywhere. I don't even know how to formulate an opinion or like an argument. I don't know why I made this like into a huge argument, but like I swear you will see Pokemon in like every single environment and scenario, and that includes porn, dude. It does. Like, it doesn't mean people are searching up Pokemon necessarily. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, you search, for example, like, I mean, honestly, I've never even searched furry in my life, but if you're searching furry, Pokemon is gonna be all over that too. Do you know what I mean? And like, Pokemon will be like
Yeah, Pokemon is bigger as a franchise, and also it has more categories of different parts of the game that people are going to be likely to, search up or draw in that way, because you have both the trainers and the Pokemon, whereas with the others, it's just the character roster.
I feel like use. I don't know.
Essentially, Pokemon has 2 rosters that you can draw from, whereas the others only have 1.
That sounds so bad.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of hentai.
The more,
Pokemon, not denying
yeah,
that, but
the more wholesome the property, the more degenerate the fandom, right?
if it's specifically on, I would be surprised if it's higher. Okay, so Marvel Rival is very recent. It cannot be. Oh my god. Okay, so
It is very recent. True. True.
But its rival characters is so
League of
weird.
Legends may be in top 1. The Sims 4 in 3. Marvel Rival in 2. I'd say. No. League of Legends is still doing good.
The Sims 4? Does that?
I know.
Does that?
I know I'm hesitating because the Sim 4, you can create whatever character you want. You can have any mod you want and personalize the character you desire. Have them pose the way you want, and it's accessible to everyone, and not just like by Blender or Maya animators. So that's why I'm.
Yeah, but like then you're like creating it for yourself. You're not like people aren't like all searching up like someone else's creation of. I don't know. I just don't see that. Even though it feels like a bait.
Again, this is another instance of critiquing the argumentation that's being shown in the video in the form of basically rebutting what Saraway is saying.
I'm staying firm on 4th for that one.
Hesitating. What if the Sims 4?
To be fair, there's a lot of Pokemon designs that are not so wholesome. I mean, yeah, Gen 1 had the entire Ghastly line, so yeah.
Actually, first because it allows more things.
Sims in second?
Yeah, maybe the Sim 4 in second. I would assume like more people would do content out of it.
You're thinking like a creative. That's what I like about you. You're putting
Thank you.
yourself in the creative seat.
Okay, so
But like I get when we're talking about being creative and making stuff like that, you're being creative.
They're doing really good for a -4 starting score. See, that's the thing, right? If you do, sometimes you can put in effort into your thumbnail and title, and, that won't the thing is, having a good title and thumbnail is not going to be... Having a bad reaction video is not going to be saved by having an original thumbnail and title, in the same way that a bad thumbnail and title is not going to prevent you from having a good reaction video, right? In this particular case, let's say, for example, we take the difference between Cha-Cha and Y-Chan in terms of how they're performing now versus what their starting score was when we, before we actually started rating the videos. The thing is with Cha-Cha, she actually, there seems to have been some effort put into making the, thumbnail and title of the video distinctive from the original. But the actual reaction was very phoned in. It was very, very obvious that it was not selected on the basis of it being something that Cha-Cha would have a lot to say about, right? Whereas with this, it's the opposite. Title, thumbnail, title is fine, just normal. Thumbnail, very phoned in. But the reaction, you can tell from the reaction that this is a video that Y-Chan chose because they knew that they were going to have a lot to say about it, right? So I think that is an aspect of the rating system that is working as intended. Because of the fact that, yeah, I do think that if you have, a thumbnail and title that is phoned in, I think that should still be overcome. Well, that should still be able to be overcome if your reaction is good enough, and vice versa. If your reaction is bad, I don't think it should be mitigated by the fact that you have put effort into your thumbnail and your title.
For things that are popular and like things that people know, like people aren't searching up Sims 4 blonde-haired girl with number 5 hairstyle and green eyes in this sex position. Like the way it was at least being described here in the video, it's like this is like stuff that people would like download these resources and just create it for themselves. How would you even... I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm the dumb one and it's gonna be number 1, but I just don't see it.
Okay, so again, this is expressing, contextualizing something that is being said in the original video in their own words. So another point for that.
I think that would be my final answer.
Final answer. Okay. Well, Sarway, here, let's start at the bottom of the list this time. The video game at the bottom was not Pokemon.
No.
Duh.
League of Legends.
Okay.
League of Legends is probably, I mean, it's probably too niche to be top 2, right? Jean Wolf, thank you for the 5. It's easier to outsource thumbnails than actual content. Exactly. That's a good point.
Fair.
It was League of Legends, followed by The Sims 4.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
I should have gave more credit to Marvel Rivals.
And at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a surprise at all.
Yeah.
I actually think this is extremely accurate. Again, pretty much I knew Marvel Rivals could be at the very top almost. It seems weird how you would categorize it. I don't know. Sims 4 being above League of Legends, I did slightly consider that. I'm not gonna lie. I know I said League of Legends being at the top at the very beginning, but when I was playing Rule 34, a couple of League of Legends characters were popping up and they had like no.
Yeah, the League of Legends thing, yeah, you actually do raise a pretty valid point when it comes to Arcane coming out prior to this. It did surprise me that Sims beat out League of Legends, although since Sims has been around for longer than Arcane, maybe it shouldn't be as surprising.
Search results, so...
Pokemon.
What?
You have a favorite Pokemon?
I don't want to think about, like, my favorite Pokemon in that context, Professor.
I mean, I can't either. I think that's why I was having a tough time, like, explaining why I knew Pokemon would be at the top. Because, like, I've never searched it myself. I don't know what it looks like either. But, like, bruh, I just swear. Like, Pokemon is just so prevalent.
I think it's possible to explain it in a way that's going to be coherent even to non-gooners. Basically, with Pokemon, you have a wider variety of shapes, silhouettes, and possible applications for deviant purposes among the roster. And when you think about who's going to be the most, who's going to be the largest porn consumers, it's going to trend towards those with more deviant tastes. So you have a bunch of designs that lend themselves easier to deviant imagination, which is going to be more popular amongst the biggest demographic of porn users. Then it makes sense in that regard. It's the whole reason why wholesome properties, especially ones that feature non-human silhouettes, tend to attract degenerate fan bases. Yeah, the whole Vaporeon meme is a great example of that.
In this freaking world, man.
Or...
Oh, I wasn't saying anything. I just... There is a section for the growing categories.
What the hell? Interesting. I mean, vertical video would be number 1, I guess, right? And then, because, I mean, that just makes sense. And then I feel like...
Holy posture! It's funny. I do wonder if that's going to become a growing concern for more and more VTubers as they gain access to 3D.
Podcast also makes sense. I think it's literally like vertical video top, podcast, and then because I don't think feed or cosplay have really necessarily grown over the years that much. Not that much. Well, like enough to be 70%, but not crazy. Like I could never see feed growing by that much in the couple of past years. Like why? It doesn't make any sense. But vertical video and podcast absolutely.
Wait, hold on. What was it you said, small child? Funnily enough, the reactor has a better analysis than the participator in the video. See, maybe Sarwe is just a fake gooner. Maybe she's just a posing gooner rather than a real one. Y-chan, now this is actual gooning, right? This is actual goon knowledge.
Absolutely makes sense to grow a lot. So yeah, vertical video, podcast, and then we'll do cosplay and feet.
Categories.
I think it'll be a little bit of a surprise that feet is the bottom.
Yeah, podcast is a bit strange.
The greatest increase in growth over the year.
Yes.
The categories that I want you to match here are feet, podcast, cosplay, and vertical video.
Well, based off the searches with...
I personally hope that feet is in last place. If feet is in top 2, I'm going to be immensely disappointed.
When true, and people do not want anything real, or as close as it can be, maybe cosplay would be first.
Despite Sorrow having a goonable avatar. See, that's the thing, right? You don't get high on your own supply.
Yes. Have you ever cosplayed?
Nah.
Actually, yes, I do cosplay quite often, and people really like them.
Well, then that would make sense that you would place cosplay so high then. It does make sense. A little bit of role play, a little bit of fun, some immersion, yes.
Actually, should I say it? There's a recurring trend here with Saraway judging, or I assume, sorry, let me rephrase, anticipating the tastes and perspectives of other people while using herself and her own perspective as the primary basis for that. Just, I'm noticing a bit of a pattern where her assumption as to what other people's, ways of thinking and preferences are, it seems to be entirely based off of just her own perspective as the main point of reference.
Yeah, I guess now I can cosplay as a God of War mommy, huh?
Yes, you should, actually.
I think podcast has to be last. Why would you go on Pornhub and just look for
But remember, this is percentage growth, as he prefaced. As in, like, let's say 10 years ago, there was 10, literally 10 total results for podcast. If there are now 30, it's up 300%.
See, this is the fascinating thing. Y-Chan's analysis is based off of empathy, not the social media, not the social media flanderization of the word, but genuine, the actual literal definition of empathy, which is thinking from the perspective of others, right? Whereas Saraway's assessment seems to be based off of projection. Just, again, noticing.
podcasts. People don't
or 200. Whatever. Okay, I don't know. My brain's stupid.
During podcasts, they just chat.
It does seem weird. Podcast, huh?
And from my personal experience, I think people
like if he really wants to get us, podcast might be at the top.
Really love too much feed. You just put that one toe and people go crazy over it. So,
but it's always been that way. That's the. It's always been that way. Also, very nice pause. I will say I like myself some good feet, but I don't see no exponential growth on it.
Yes, in second place for feet.
Okay, so yet again, that is basically a critique of Saraway's argumentation that seems to be happening a lot here in this reaction video, which is quite funny to notice.
Really, you think people like feet?
Dude, we are completely flipped. Oh my god, we are literally like, well, almost completely flipped.
For me, I was thinking it was just a meme, but maybe people are actually very serious about it.
They are.
So that would be vertical video?
It means
Wait, so I know they're serious about it. She doesn't think they're serious about it, but she's putting it at the top and I'm putting it at the bottom. That is... makes no sense, but it will make sense in the end, I promise.
Going to what we talked earlier about is the amateur hashtag. And people...
I think what Y-Chan was attempting to express there is, although feet is very often talked about, and it's very often, it's very often shown off as this sort of, fetish thing, half of that, or at least half of that, seems to be ironic. It's people doing it for the meme rather than because they genuinely get off to feet, right? It's a performative thing that is spread via social media because of trends and trend chasing. However, as a result of that, it is, it's more people talk about it, but less people. It's presumably only a small pool are actually turned on by it.
People like the fact that, it's more realistic and less something that, people have been paid to act. So...
Right, it seems more real, someone holding a phone.
It's actually super true. I didn't even really think about that angle, but that is why people would literally search for it the most. I think that does make a lot of sense, actually. I didn't think about that. Which is why it's, it should be higher than third, but okay.
Phone, like this, right?
Yes.
See, I thought this meant short form content. That actually makes more sense, what you said.
Oh!
That makes more sense. I was like, you swipe and then they real quick.
Have you ever been on a porn website ever? What do you freaking mean? There's no shorts feed on porn websites.
like
10 seconds, 15 seconds. That wouldn't be. No, that's for amateur users.
That makes more sense.
Of the 3 people that are currently being shown off in this reaction video, only one of them has proven themselves to have indisputable Gooner knowledge. Both of the other 2 have had their Gooner knowledge shown as being questionable at least once throughout the rest of the video, which I find to be quite amusing.
I think maybe I will swipe feet and vertical video.
Okay, good.
Now I'm sure about it.
That's good.
Okay, so
except cosplay.
Starway.
Yes.
Take a look here at the bottom. A growth of 69% in the past year. That category is feet.
Boom.
Thank fuck.
No.
Surprising to you?
Knew it.
It is.
Followed by
cosplay. Boom!
No. What?
Followed by, you were correct, vertical video.
No.
All right.
With-
I was thinking about podcasts being 300%. I literally gave an example of 10 to 30. Not a surprise. Again, it's a little bit of a bait one. I told you if you really wanted to bait us, you'd put podcast at 1. I freaking knew it.
The top growing category
But I didn't actually lock it in.
being podcast.
So fair enough.
What do you think that means?
So I'm thinking maybe you cannot do podcast.
I don't think it means anything other than just there are a lot of podcasts now, and therefore a few more have leaked into this side of the industry.
About
Okay.
sexual topics.
So again, contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed in your own words. So we'll add another point because of that.
On either YouTube and Twitch. That's maybe the only answer.
I was curious as well. So it turns out there's a spectrum, but when we say podcast, it's like just literally a podcast, and then they'll just like a little bit.
What they do buff?
That's like trash day spawn. Oh, that is some image. That is some image. Man. That's such a strange format for content as well. Ugh. By the way, this is what normies get off to apparently, because these are growing categories. So again, to all of the people who want VTubing to be more mainstream, why?
It's kind of honestly cool. I don't think I would ever watch it myself, but I understand the appeal. Strangely enough, I don't know. It almost feels a little artsy fartsy a little bit. I kind of
that's one word for it.
A little bit.
Like, do you see the new Zootopia movie? Oh yeah, Zootopia 2? Yeah, I didn't see the first one. Oh no, it was pretty good. Look.
No, the example should have been, oh yo, you see that new Pokemon movie? Oh yeah, dude, that shit was getting me horny as fuck. And then they just they cut to them fucking.
Unfortunately, you will be failing the class. You might have to do some makeup assignments here, but overall, I'm happy.
For actual hit rate of so let's say there's this list of 4 right here, and I got 3 out of 4 on this one. If we're counting like that, I think I probably got like a D+, C- maybe. So I think I passed, probably.
That you showed up. Showing up is half the battle. So thanks for coming.
Mm-hmm. I'll do better next time.
Do you have anything to say to your students before class ends here?
Nothing. Just don't stop gooning.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Don't stop gooning. Very good, Sarwa.
So you can find me on twitch.tv/Sarui.
S for Saraway. All right, you see that? I drew a little picture of you. See?
Drawing me like one of your French women.
Thanks for watching, students. You can support my studies here at Ligma University.
Dude, he's got a full-ass Astolfo shelf. Damn.
By checking out my Patreon page, where you can find some additional learning resources. I'd like to see the following students for detention: Alex Anwar Bankaran, Autonix from Miskatonic University, Glory Pixel, Klaus, Crystal Vu, Leah is gay, Astro, Fanboys 8.
You know, I forgot to mention this at the start of the video, so if I ever react to one of his other videos, hopefully I remember to say it at the start, because I think this is very funny. My brother-in-law sent me this video. Not literally this one, but this guy's channel. He was like, I think you would like this channel. Okay, anyway.
Ginger Snaps, Hacky Sack, Haley, Henry Joe.
That's just the Patreon, whatever. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks so much for watching, guys. If you want me to react to more, let me know. Yeah, thanks for liking and commenting.
Okay, so that's the end of the video. So by the end of that entire segment, we didn't actually get any more sips, but the video did end on an 8. So by the end of the entire thing, Y-Chan had managed to bring back the video from a -4 starting score to a net value of 8 by the time it was all over. So as a result, we are going to be putting Y-Chan also in React-slop Affectionate, just behind Pheromone. Now we're going to be moving on to the next cluster, or the next subscriber cluster, I should say. VTubers that have between 50,000 and 100,000 subs, starting off with Foofy. So this was the video that Foofy uploaded. Title was, Can Foofy Defeat the Strongest Dinosaur? Extinct Zoo Reaction. Runtime clocks in at 32 minutes, 36 seconds, and it was uploaded on the 5th of March 2026. This was the thumbnail. This was the thumbnail of the original. Now, because of that, I think it's pretty obvious we are going to be giving this a -2 because it's basically just a carbon copy. Now, the title, however, not so much, because the title is markedly different from the original, which is The Scariest Dinosaur You've Never Heard Of. Like I said before, uploaded by Extinct Zoo. Runtime clocks in at around 16 minutes, 1 second, with, of course, the 15% segment coming in at 2 minutes rounded to the nearest minute, and the upload date of the original was the 20th of September 2025, so we don't need to worry about the 5-day rule in that regards. So, we're going to be starting off with a starting score of -2, but since this is a video that is double the original's runtime, let's see how/if Foofy manages to bring this back. Let me just pull up both videos so again you guys can verify that the stats I've listed are actually correct. So as you guys can see, the original video by Extinct Zoo, uploaded on the 20th of September 2025. Foofy's currently sitting at 13,000 views, uploaded 5th of March. So yeah, okay. Never watched a video from Extinct Zoo? This might be your first time then. Alright, let me get everything set up, and there we go. Alright.
Hi YouTube! Today we are watching a video by Extinct Zoo, the scariest dinosaur you've never heard of. Oh, oh, ah, ee, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. If I was a little monkey, that's what I would sound like. If I was a little monkey,
It's a shame that wasn't a bit that came after the video started playing, because that would unironically be something that I would reward with a point for editing, because of the fact that it is not just a zoom or a cut-in.
I would be the ones that have... Do you know the little monkeys that have the white fluff around their faces? And they're really cute. That's the little monkey that I would be. Ooh, ah, ee, ooh. That's what I would...
She is cute. She is cute. Again, this is part of the... She is part of the reason why, like I said, it's important that the criteria is supposed to be objective, not just vibes-based, right? -1 tangent. You really do hate fun, Burbo. I'm not going to take a point off for the same reason I'm not going to give a point, because the video hasn't started playing yet, right?
Sound like... Ooh, ah, ah, ooh, like that. And maybe if I was loved enough, the person who owned me would give me little hair clips, and I would put little hair clips on my little white fluffs on the side. So I'd have cute little hair clips of them.
Remember, well, actually, I fall into the camp of people that believe that the power level of a VTuber, the real power level of a VTuber, is determined by how cute and dumb they are. Ever since I heard Dizzy say that, I went, holy shit, she's actually right. Because yeah, that is, when I really think about it, that is the criteria that I apply most often when I'm determining if a VTuber is someone I'd be inclined to watch or not. And I think Fufi is pretty high power level.
I would be really cute. And I would be a very well-behaved monkey. You'd take me everywhere with you, by the way. You would never leave me at home. Promise. Ballerina cappuccina. Of course. Yay! I mean, I already am a pocket-sized indoor polar bear, so the world is my oyster. I can be whatever animal I want to be. I need to address the allegations. Since the last video came out about...
Aren't VTubers... So, see, that's the thing. The original quote is, aren't VTubers cutest when they're almost retarded, right? I didn't come up with that, though. Someone far wiser than I came up with that. That was a line that existed in this space way before I arrived here.
Outdoor boys, when I admitted to not liking to be cold, I saw a lot of allegations of me not being a real polar bear, and I'm just here to let you know, I am an indoor polar bear. That's already been established. I am a polar bear of the indoor variety. I have been spoiled by my loving flumpkins for many years, to the point where we are now flump husband and bear wife. So
now, if we're looking at this section from the perspective of React video, I would deem it irrelevant to the actual reaction because the video hasn't even started playing yet. But if we're looking at this from the perspective of content to be uploaded onto her channel, I think this is an example of you want this kind of stuff to establish who you are as a VTuber. Because just off of this section, right, we clicked on the video, we started watching this, we instantly have an idea of what she is like as a content creator, right? Michael Laura, thank you for the 2. It's over 9,000. Might just be.
I've been fed a steady diet of mac and cheese and cuddles. You know, just because of the malnutrition of me only eating mac and cheese as a polar bear. Somehow I got to view...
He set the sip counter? Oh, wait, you're right, Mercurius. You didn't need to super for that, but I appreciate it. Alright, yeah, video sip counter should be at 0. Okay, there we go.
Much smaller than my average polar bear, so I'm a little polar bear. Also, I'm an indoor polar bear because I'm used to all my flump husbands huddling around me and keeping me warm. So, yeah, that's what it is. That's how it do. I'm gonna like the video because I'm sure it's gonna be so amazing. Also, I've never watched Jurassic Park.
When Jurassic World was released, we got a look at the first hybrid dinosaur in the series, the Indominus Rex, which was a proprietary blend of a variety of animals and dinosaurs. Then, not so long after, we got our second hybrid
tree frog, cuttlefish. The rest makes sense. Even the pit viper, kind of. But tree frog and cuttlefish, those are cute. Aw, the tree frog kind of, maybe a little. Wait, what did they take from the tree frog? Why do none of these dinosaurs have hands? They look dumb as hell. Look at this one. He looks goofy. Yeah.
Okay, so 2 things. One, based off of the fact that there are cuts in between her laughing and her commenting on specific things that she's laughing at, there's been at least some effort put into making this more, cutting out some of the dead air for the sake of, making this video to upload. But on top of that, this counts as, analyzing, critiquing videos, composition, presentation, or argumentation, basically looking at something that's being shown on screen and then, wondering aloud as to what the links are or how it's supposed to be related to one another. Or sorry, how individual elements of what's being shown on screen relate to one another. So for that, she gets a point.
That's so goofy. What?
Yeah, she actually, the video actually projects her having fun while she's, watching the video, which is always a plus.
Their little arms look like they're cut off. They're cute.
Variety of animals and dinosaurs. Then, not so long after, we got our second hybrid in Fallen Kingdom, the Indoraptor, or as it's sometimes nicknamed, the Indominus Raptor. A horror movie-worthy creation that enjoyed the perks of a body much larger than what's seen in most real dromaeosaurs, but still retaining a crazy level of agility, a sickle toe claw, and perhaps the hardest to miss, a set of Slender Man-like arms equipped with claws that would put Freddy Krueger to shame. And while it may be smaller than the Indominus Rex, this wombo combo of features certainly makes it a bit creepier, despite sharing many similarities. and it's no mystery why these two creatures share some aspects.
I feel like I've seen like clips of Jurassic Park and stuff. And, like obviously when you play games, there's like dinosaurs in the game. I feel like those dinosaurs were much smarter than the dinosaurs probably were in real life, right? I feel like they like intentionally make them smarter in the movie so that they're a little bit scarier. Because I feel like they wouldn't be that smart. Like I've seen like the clips of them.
Okay,
like,
so this counts as her citing a personal experience, right, and linking it back to the contents of the video. The video shows, this hypothetical fictional dinosaur, very obviously designed to be intimidating, visually speaking. And then she cites an example of, she's seen Jurassic Park, and she thinks that based off of what she's seen, they probably hype up how intelligent these dinosaurs are for fear factor rather than because, it's accurate to real life. So for that, we're going to be adding another point. Again, there are 2 more points that she can get from that particular category before it caps out.
like being really intelligent and like stalking people like that. I just don't think that's like a human level of intelligence that I think it might be like exaggerated in the movies maybe. If they were smart, why didn't they have Twitch and a foofy?
Personal
I need to
experience
make
of
a dinosaur
dinosaurs.
Sona stat. Immediately dinosaur Sona so I could start streaming back then to the dinosaurs.
As the Indoraptor itself was pretty much inspired by the question of what would happen if you combine the Indominus Rex with a real Velociraptor. But as it so turns out, we don't have to ask that question, because nature kind of already answered it for us, just a really, really long time ago.
I can't believe
about
those things were
150
real.
million years ago to be exact. As
They're
it was
so
then during
creepy.
the Mesozoic that a family of theropods emerged who were strikingly similar in appearance to the Indoraptor, but were in some ways even more bizarre and arguably more deadly. These were the Megaraptorans.
They're fluffy guys. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Like the Indoraptor,
Okay.
this group is shrouded
We're gonna be classing that as a that's crazy. So what's the timestamp for that?
in secrecy.
Crazy. Oh my god.
Okay, so 4:38. Let's see. So 30 seconds from now is going to be 5:08. If she elaborates on that.
God.
Like the Indoraptor, this group is shrouded in secrecy and mystery thanks to their minimal fossil record. And to date, researchers can't even agree on where they come from or what they are. But there is no argument that they would have made for the perfect Jurassic Park villains, as each one followed the same nightmarish body plan, which included this. What you're seeing here isn't a giant sickle claw on some supersized raptor's foot, but a hand of all things. And it belonged to the Megaraptor, the holotype for the family.
You know those girls who have like the really long...
Okay, that was just clocking in at 5:08 where she started actually reacting to that specific
Type
bit.
for the family.
You know those girls who have like the really long, like I have long nails, the really long nails, where like it's like they look like Slender Man. It's one of those hot Cheeto girls with the nails. Just those super long nails. But how effective were these really? I mean, their heads are so far out. Like these look.
She almost blew it, yeah, no, but right on the edge. So it was right exactly on like 5:08 that she was starting to actually expand upon the reaction to the claw.
Pretty useless. They look pretty, unless they're like body diving on them, like swan diving on them and catching them with their little arms. It seems like they're kind of useless.
Okay, so again, contextualizing a sentiment or argument expressed in her own words, so we'll add a point for that.
Right? The sleigh.
Buzzer
They're
beater.
for tickling. No! I don't want to get tickled. No, I don't want to.
Okay, so we'll count that as a visual gag. The little screen shake there.
No! Right? The sleigh. They're for tickling. No!
Okay, yeah, we're going to count that as a visual gag. That's not a zoom or a cut-in. So we're going to add 1 point for that, but again, 2 more instances before it's capped out at 3.
I don't want to get tickled. No, I don't want to. Please don't tickle me with your creepy nails. Please.
And the first Megaraptoran to be discovered, being unearthed in Argentina before the turn of the century. And as its name suggests, paleontologists thought they had originally found a gigantic raptor, based on its massive claw, which they believed to have belonged to a foot. However, we now know that this was a hand claw that sat on its first finger, and that it measured a whopping 30 centimeters.
That looked way more useful than the drawn picture of them.
That this was a hand claw that sat on its first finger, and that it measured a whopping 30 centimeters or 12 inches.
The picture made them
making
look
it
pretty
about the
useless,
same
honestly.
length as the longest Bowie knives in
Okay.
existence.
So this basically, again, analyzing or critiquing video's composition, presentation, or argumentation. So another point.
Or just as long as your typical ruler. This also meant that the Megaraptor literally had the longest claws of any predatory animal ever, a title that would only be beaten by none other than one of its own, as over the next 2 decades, many new genera belonging to this family were discovered, with a few being even...
You.
2 decades, many new genera belonging to this family...
You. You raptor. You. I like his name. He has a fun name. You.
family were discovered.
Cute. But also contextualizing sentimental argument expressed in your own words, right? Well, actually, probably better criteria would be this, right? Taking something that's being shown in the original, and then it's not so much critiquing, but it's recontextualizing it. Instead of Fukui Raptor just being a technical term, it's turning it into, a funny ha-ha with our audience.
Covered, with a few being even scarier than their
That
predecessor.
one looks like a dodo bird.
And now the total number of Megaraptorans sits at 11 different genera. And crazily enough, these additional discoveries wound up teaching us that Megaraptorans' iconic weapons were somehow much more lethal than first thought, as these theropods didn't just have one built-in sword, but 2, as their second finger had their own enlarged recurved claws that were just like the first, i.e., shockingly sharp and very long. And what's crazy is that their claws were likely even longer in real life, as they were most likely covered in a keratinous sheath that might have added an additional 30% in length.
See, I hope part of what this stream ends up highlighting to VTubers in general, if any of them do consider watching my content, is remember that your primary appeal comes from being cute. That's what this medium is built around. That's the primary strength that it is geared around, allowing you to leverage. So if you are going to be reacting to a video and you want to make it your own, you want to use it as something to bounce off of so that you can enhance your brand, that's one of the best ways that you can do so. That's one of the ways that is most facilitated by the medium you are using. I do hope that people become a bit more conscious of the medium that they are using when they choose to become a VTuber, rather than just going, oh, I want to try streaming with a model because it's popular, or because I don't have to put on makeup, or, sometimes because I want to maintain privacy. That's a valid argument. But again, it's not an argument that actually gets at the strengths of the medium as it exists.
And now, while the third finger did not have giant claws like the first and second, it was still razor sharp and powerful. But what made these claws truly deadly wasn't only their shape and size, but also what backed them up, so to speak, as Megaraptorans had robust and proportionally large arms and hands that would have given theropods like the Tyrannosaurus rex some pretty major insecurities. These arms were roped in thick muscles, and the bones were constructed in a way that made them durable and highly flexible.
How do you guys think a dinosaur? I mean, look at how do you think a dinosaur tasted?
Again, if that was just, oh my god, and then nothing for 30 seconds afterwards, that would have been a penalty, but she saved it by commenting on it further.
Like chicken, probably. They had to have tasted like chicken. Like crocodile, like alligator. Ooh, I like the alligator one. I like alligator. I say I like it as like the theory. I've never had alligator meat before. As long as it doesn't taste like emu. Emu. Alligator are literally dinos, so probably accurate. What about like if you take an alligator and you put it with chicken? Alican. Emu. Emu. My favorite animal. The Kraken. That's even better than what I said. Oh my god. You guys are so talented at coming up with words that don't...
Ironically liking Cocomelon, bro. Come on, dude. Buddy, what do you think VTubing as a genre of content was based off of? In terms of its actual base appeal, it is halfway between Idols and essentially Cocomelon for adults. when you really, really think about it, that is where the medium sits in terms of its primary appeal. A halfway point between what is essentially Cocomelon and Idols, right? Or at least in the way that it originated.
Don't exist.
I'm not even the first person to make that comparison. I think, well, I mean, it's probably a comparison that has existed for a long time. But the last time I remember seeing someone make it prominently or it being shared around a lot was when someone was saying that in reference to Fuamoko.
Wow.
It was in response to Akira? Ah, okay, I see.
Allowing Megaraptorans to freely maneuver their weapons around with speed, and letting
That
them
doesn't
be
really look like
used
he was
as either-
using his weapons.
allowing Megaraptorans to freely maneuver their weapons around with speed, and letting them be used as either a sword or spear, depending on how they were feeling.
That's the face I
which in
make when I
both
break.
cases-
Sorry, I'm being silly. That's the face I make when I break a nail. No! I mean, I want to see a render of them like using their little handsies more. I liked that.
letting them be used as either a sword
Okay, so we can count that as, critiquing video's composition, basically saying that she would like to see more clips of the actual, the actual equipment on those dinosaurs in action.
or spear, depending on how they were feeling, which in both cases would lead to catastrophic flesh
there we
wounds
go.
and massive internal damage.
Oh my god.
And even the death of the victim wouldn't have stopped the claw's onslaught.
Oh my god.
Since researchers think that Megaraptorans likely use their claws to rake carcasses and tear bodies.
Okay, so again, simple zoom in, really emphasizing, making it clear what the oh my god is in response to, rather than it just being used as filler noise, as some of the previous videos we've gone through were using it. Super Iron Bob, thank you for the 5. Armchair is top tier, cute girl being dumb VTuber. I don't think I qualify as even a VTuber. I don't use a model, but I appreciate the thought.
Apart, allowing them to access hard to reach.
Little f***ing psychopath? Freak little psychopath. Jesus. He's just looking at you with that eye. Oh my god. I'm so glad dinosaurs don't exist anymore because what?
I think I'm vulnerable to suggestion because she's endeared herself to me. I don't think you're, well, actually, I was going to say I don't think so, but in general, this is normal, right? You watch a VTuber, she's cute, that's part of the appeal, and the model is designed to enhance that. Why do you think anime faces are drawn with that aesthetic? They were originally designed after the facial features of kittens, right? So when you have a girl that is basically attempting to make herself, more cute in the eyes of her audience by acting that way, and she's piloting an anime girl model, obviously you're going to get a multiplicative effect when it comes to making it appealing by appealing to your instinct of, this thing is cute, right? So you're going to find that endearing. That's a perfectly normal response.
Is this hardcore camping? We send the outdoor boys out to go camping and they end up like this. That's so messed up. Ew.
That counts as, basically contextualizing a sentimental argument expressed in your own words. She took this image of a little raptor camping out in the inside of a carcass of a recent kill, and then she's turned that into like an outdoor boys extreme camping joke by bouncing off of her chat as well. So this is another point.
And disembowel their food. Now at this point I could stop here and still have it be plenty clear on why it would suck to be hunted by Megaraptorans. Yet this isn't the full picture. Oh no. As to truly understand the extent of their brutality, we have to talk about prey body size.
Sorry, I'm interested in these. Etymology, evil. Evil with wide thoracic cavity. I know quite a few people I could describe.
Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Matara-Khan has made her models less and less conventionally appealing. Well, I mean, in terms of her appeal as a VTuber, right? I don't think it really hinges on her being cute per se in the same way as, let's say, for example, Fufi does. With Matara, it's more of like a kind of mature woman-based vibe, right? So as a result, having her models be cute is not really, or even conventionally attractive, is largely secondary to what she's going for.
With those words. What the does evil even mean? What? Evil. I could give you a list of quite a few evil bitches that are big bodied. I could. Points of interest. Evil. Yeah, I know quite a few. I mean, Chorrillo Formation, Santa Cruz, Argentina. They lived in Argentina. They're pretty big. They would eat you in one bite. I'm so glad they don't exist anymore. I'm so glad dinosaurs off. Well, not really off, but you know what I mean. Imagine if like you had to worry about this leaving your house. I don't think I could handle that. I'm very happy they off. They brought back the dire wolves. Isn't it like half dire wolf, half like regular wolf though? What if we ride them to work? I don't think that they would. I don't think you would.
I think it's fair to say that this is so okay. This is an example, right? So this thing that she's done, or her editor has done. Let me check in the video's credits if there is an editor credited. There's no editor that's been credited in either the pinned comment or the description. So maybe she edited this herself. Huh. Pretty impressive if she edited this herself in terms of the amount of effort she's put into this. But yeah, no, that little thing.
Wolves. Isn't it like half dire wolf, half like regular wolf though? What if we ride them to work?
Yeah, so this little thing, this counts as another use of a non-cut-in, non-zoom edit or visual gag to enhance what she's saying. So as she's talking about, you know, riding these dinosaurs into battle, she actually puts in a little chibi version of herself on top of the image to highlight her point. So now it's, you know, 2 out of 3, one more instance before it gets capped.
I don't think that they would. I don't think you would make a dinosaur let you ride them.
Yeah, I think she edits herself. Yeah, because I was going to say, right, you guys can see it on your screens as well. Yeah, if you scroll down to the pinned comment, there's no mention of an editor there. There's also no mention of an editor in the description, right? So I assume that means that she edits these herself.
Like, I don't think they'd be into it. Maybe. I don't know.
To truly understand the extent of their brutality, we have to talk about prey body size. You see, if a dinosaur was large enough, it's thought that Megaraptorans would have hunted it by using giant fatal claw strikes and slashes to bring it down before dicing their victim up into smaller edible pieces. This sounds bad enough. However, this is actually the lesser of two evils. As for smaller dinosaurs, including what would be human-sized ones, the Megaraptorans...
Wait, hold on, let me do a timestamp on that. Okay, so 11:53. Well, actually, there's an earlier point. Hold on. Okay. It is... We're having another ISP moment, unfortunately, but... Try rewinding the video. Oh, whoops. Okay.
Giant fatal claw strikes and slashes to bring it down before dicing their victim up into smaller edible pieces.
Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately...
We have to talk about prey body size.
There we go.
You see, if a dinosaur was large enough, it's thought that Megaraptorans would have hunted it by using giant fatal claw strikes and slashes to bring it down before dicing their victim up into smaller edible pieces. This sounds bad enough. However, this is actually the lesser of two evils. As for smaller dinosaurs, including what would be human-sized ones, the Megaraptorans did something much more unpleasant. They would first catch their prey, grip them, and pierce them like a shish kebab with their giant hooks, and then while they were still possibly alive, eat them. Kind of like a person eating a piece of pizza, only that the pizza's alive.
Okay, so that's a 30 seconds, so we're gonna add a penalty for the OMG spam.
Has been impaled and is definitely screaming.
Oh my
we know
god.
This is a possibility, as Megaraptorans all had hyper-flexible and well-developed shoulders that were unlike anything seen in most predators, implying a wide range of motion and the ability to lift things upwards towards their waiting mouths. And despite not being as deadly as their horrendous claws,
little squirrels.
their mouths were no joke either, and in some ways were actually more interesting. Because
Okay, that comparison saves it, right? So I was going to deduct another, but her comparison to squirrels, basically.
horrendous
Up little
Their
squirrels.
mouths were no joke.
Yeah,
either,
okay.
and in some ways were actually more interesting. Because unlike most predators that have similar teeth to their relatives, the Megaraptorans had vastly different ones among them, each seeming to take inspiration from other notorious dinosaurs. For example, the Megaraptor had similar frontal teeth similar to those seen in Tyrannosauroids, being chisel-like and having a D-shaped cross-section. Meanwhile, the Raptor's front teeth were like fangs of all things. It got weirder though, as others, such as Australopithecus and Orcaraptor, had teeth more like Compsognathids and Dromaeosaurs, with the front sides being smooth and flat, while the backs were serrated and designed to cut. And the mimicking continued with the Fukuiraptor, who might have had the least visually
Aw, man. Fukui, it's not you. I like that. I'm gonna keep calling it you.
appealing teeth of them all, with its laterally compressed blade-like dentition, which highly resembled the
He's kind of
Carcharodontosaurus,
cute.
who, as you may know, is rather well known for possessing shark-like teeth. Now what's interesting is that studies have shown that Megaraptorans probably couldn't bite down or open their mouths with that much force. But given just how efficiently designed their teeth were, that wasn't really an issue to having a deadly bite. Especially when you remember that the arms already had more than enough killing potential as it was. It's here in the teeth that the Megaraptorans also arguably get a win over the Indoraptor, because despite the Indoraptor's teeth looking kind of scary, they were quite small and designed more for gripping rather than tearing or puncturing. And nature's own monstrosities take the prize in size as well, because of all the members we know of, the closest to the stature of the Indoraptor would have been the Erosteon, an Argentinian genus who weighed 1.1 tons and measured 7.5 meters or 25 feet.
That's a big
nearly
boy.
identical to the stats of Dr. Wu's creation. But the crazy thing is that this is actually considered to be on the medium size for this family, not large, as they could get much bigger. In fact, nearly half of the Megaraptorans were larger than an Indoraptor, with the Orcaraptor, Megaraptor, and the Trataenia all being over 8 meters in length. And at this size, some of them were the largest predators in their environment, and a few achieved some even more impressive feats.
My God.
As currently the largest Australian theropod is thought to have been
Okay, so that's around like what, 1459?
Megaraptoran, a fitting animal for a country well known for their messed up wildlife. Still, it wasn't in Australia that you would find the largest member. Far from it. As to meet a real giant, you'd have had to travel back to late Cretaceous Argentina, where if you were seriously unlucky, you would have encountered the Maipe. Yes, you heard that right. The Maipe. But let me tell you, this somewhat funny sounding name does not do it justice.
No, it's not funny.
As
It's
in
a cute
reality,
name.
nothing about this giant theropod was comedic.
Okay, so that's another 30 seconds, so I think. Cut it out for just filler noise.
Especially for its prey. Not only was it the largest member in its family, but it was also a massive theropod in general, with recovered bones suggesting a length of up to 10 meters or 33 feet, longer than the length seen in the biggest conclusive Allosaurus specimens. At this size, Maipe was no doubt the biggest and baddest theropod in Argentina, and it likely preyed upon pretty much everything, including a variety of ankylosaurs, hadrosaurs, and ornithopods. It might have even been able to hunt a coexisting titanosaur, the Nolatitan, by using its massive claws to tear and grip it, while its mouth could then be used to deal additional damage. And while no claw belonging to this beast has been found yet, researchers estimate, based on its closest living relatives, that they were at least 37.5 centimeters or 15 inches long, giving it the title of the predator with the largest claws, even when including Freddy Krueger in the running.
Oh my God.
And this is a notion that is
Okay.
adequately reflected
1624.
by its name, which while may not sound intimidating in English, actually has a very sinister meaning, as it references a creature in Aonakink mythology known as the Shadow of Death that kills with cold wind. So yeah. Coming through a forest clearing and seeing one of these guys, or really any Megaraptoran for that matter, would have been a heart-thumping moment. But what might really stop your heart is seeing one start to run, because the moment
Alright,
it
right
lifted
now
its foot,
she's sitting at 1 minute 20 seconds without additional commentary of the original video's runtime. Remember that 15% of the original video is 2 minutes, right?
you'd suddenly realize that they were much faster than they should have been.
Okay, that was a little visual gag that I think is fair to say reset the thing. So again, we have another point added because of that. And it resets the timer. So in case you guys didn't see it, she's actually bothering to...
Because the moment it lifted its foot, you'd suddenly realize that they were much faster than they should have been.
Okay, so yeah, just that little edit of her sitting on top of the dinosaur as it's going past in the clip. However, we have also gone to 1654, which is 30 seconds from the last filler noise penalty, so we are going to be reducing it by 1.
And there's a reason for that. Many dinosaurs have hollow or pneumatized bones, meaning they were filled with air pockets. But in Megaraptor,
I remember when I was really little, they never did this in high school. They only did it in elementary school, which is kind of stupid. But like they had like a dinosaur week where like people came in with like dinosaur bones and stuff, and we got to see them cut open, and they were so creepy looking. You could even, I remember they had like a day where your parents could go too.
Okay, so this is another example of citing a personal experience or anecdote and relating it to the contents of the video. So she has one more left in this category before it caps out.
And you could even buy samples of cut up dinosaur bones. They offered it. I know somebody that did get one. Sounds great. Is it? Yeah, I've seen these in real life. We also saw the fossilized dino poop, which was really gross, but it looked pretty.
Torrens, this pneumatization was taken to an extreme level. So extreme that only one other theropod is known to rival their hollowness, and that's the Neovenator. And what's interesting is that all of their bones possess this characteristic, but the ilium, vertebrae, and ribs were especially hollow, which together make...
How effective? This obviously would make your bones weaker and more brittle, right? Like you're kind of doing a trade-off. You get faster speed because your bones weigh less, but I feel like they'd be way easier to break, right? Strength versus dexterity. Yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if your bones break if your flesh is getting ripped open by another dinosaur. So I doubt that like living long was really an issue for them. It's so dumb. I feel like, especially like dinosaurs, 1 in 4 dinosaurs never lived long enough to withdraw from their retirement funds. True. Actually, probably more like 3 out of 4.
Okay, so again, this is an example of, making an original critique of the contents of the video, right? So in the original video is pointing out the fact that the bones are more, there's only one other dinosaur that rivals the hollowness of this species' bones. And she's basically pointing out that, okay, that doesn't seem to be a very practical, biological design.
Honestly, there's just no point. They're all just like little murder machines. That's all they do. I don't know. They should get like a hobby. They did not have health insurance, for sure. Yeah.
made Megaraptorans very light for their sizes. For example, the Megaraptor was only around 1 ton, while an Allosaurus of similar length might have been 50% heavier. And it got even crazier than this, as some, like the Australovenator, might have been no more than 310 kilos or 680 pounds.
He lost his vape. Where is his vape?
Despite being over 6
Where's
meters
my
or 20
vape?
feet in length, which leads some paleontologists to
That pose is perfect.
Get another little visual gag to enhance what she's saying, right?
kilos or 680 pounds.
He lost his vape. Where is his vape?
Yeah, that little cut-in of the asset there. So we're going to be adding in 1 more point, but now it's capped out in that category.
Despite being over 6
Where's my
meters or 20
vape?
feet in length, which leads some paleontologists to
That pose is perfect. It's what it looks like. He lost his vape. Help. But didn't they also get mass extincted though? What? Didn't they just get like off in the butt with the comet or whatever, right? I know you took it, bro. Did they just get absolutely buffed? Which is so sad. What if that happened again today? It totally could, couldn't it? Like, we would have no way of intercepting. If we had like a massive hunk of space gunk beat our ass, there'd be no way we could stop it, right? It would just be over. I don't think we can push the planet over. Pretty much. Damn. I guess we're lucky we're like, Fat Man could take it. We can send a spacecraft to redirect it. I don't know if you nuke it, does it do anything though? Especially if the space gun comes from the dark side. We wouldn't even see it before it hits us. That's so scary. Send people to use dynamite. Damn, it's scary to think about. What if the sun was in our eyes and we can't see it? That's even more scary. Now imagine it hits the moon. What happens if we lose the moon? We are still. What happens if we lose the moon? Drowned it. Ocean go crazy. What do you mean go crazy? Without the moon, we are moonless. Oh my god. We can use Magneto all. What do you mean? The ocean will revolt against us. That's scary. Earth will tilt way more. Oh, that's terrifying. Do you ever think about how lucky we are that, like, everything is exactly where it is? Ocean tides would be very different and smaller. A lot of ocean life would be affected. So wait, it would be like, there'd be no more waves and stuff? Like the waves would just stop completely? It'd be like a flat body of water? Like a pool? I don't like the sound of that. That's scary. I'm glad we have the moon. Well, I mean, I think it would just be kind of bizarre to like see no waves on a beach. From wind and tides from sun gravity. Oh. I don't know if that sounds a bit silly that the ocean would rise all over the landmass. That one sounds crazy. I think it's so crazy that everything is like exactly the way it should be so that we could be alive. If we were closer to the sun, we'd be scorched, but farther away, we would freeze. Yeah, it's called the Goldilocks zone.
Is the tangent still related? I mean, it was a tangent to do with talking about how a solar body came in and wiped out all the dinosaurs. So for that reason, it is, you know, it is very tangential, but I think that at this point it's still related. So it's not going to be awarded a point, but it's not going to be penalized either.
We're in it. Swimming pool in my backyard for free. Not only alive, being alive just at the same time as Foof to see your sparkles. We could have never met each other. What if I just wasn't streaming that day? You'd never get to meet me. Isn't that scary? I think it's so crazy though. Like, there's a bajillion people in the world. There's so many people in the world. There's so many things you could be doing. I think it's really crazy that we all managed to meet each other. 8 billion plus as of last. See, that's so many people. Apparently, nights would become extremely dark. Ocean tides would drop to 1/3 of their current size, and days would shorten to 6 to 8 hours. So it'd get really cold. Is that what you're saying?
It's been going on a bit. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Miracle things happen.
Again, that's why I'm not awarding it a point, even though you could maybe class it as, you know, contextualizing a sentimental argument in her own words. It's gone on for so long as, you know, in a direction that isn't, you know, easily seen as being related to the video, that it's kind of just, you know, it's more neutral than anything to me at this point.
Despite being over...
to be honest, I probably would have edited out at least some of that. You know, the bits about... Well, I mean, I get leaving in the bit about, oh, there's 8 billion people, etc., right? Like how, you know, can you imagine how lucky we are to have met one another, you know, streamer audience, etc. Like, I get that. But I think there were at least some bits in that tangent that I think probably could have been cut.
6 meters or 20 feet in length, which leads some paleontologists to think that certain genera were the cheetahs of their time.
I don't like this pattern, this color of them. I think I have a really weird thing about eyes, and for some reason this is just, it's freaking me out.
This surprising lightness...
Okay, so they're basically articulating how the video makes her feel and why. So we're going to add another point for that. So there are only 2 more instances which you can be rewarded for that, since it is admittedly a it is capped at 3.
Soulless. Into very agile and speedy killers, kind of like prehistoric ninja with giant shukos, and would have let even the larger ones chase down prey smaller than themselves. And
isn't the talking part what makes it transformative? Yes, but also if the talking is, you know, not easily related to the contents of what is being reacted to, why include it in the reaction video, right? That's the whole point about, you know, transformative isn't just about how much have you padded the length of your reaction video. It's about what is the actual quality of the things that have made your reaction longer than the original, right? Just because you decided to talk about some, you know, if you chose to talk about an anecdote of fetching food that day and it was completely unrelated to the contents of the video you were reacting to in the background, why include that segment in your reaction video that you are uploading onto YouTube and that may be benefiting off of the reach and popularity of the original video, right? So it's about quality as well as quantity. So it's only if you don't like it? Not quite, because like I said, if it's related, if you can trace how related it is to the original, you know, the original video's contents, then it's fine, right? It's only if it's completely unrelated that it gets penalized. And like I said, her tangent here, especially towards the end, strayed quite a bit from the original video, but it was still tangentially related, which is why I don't see it as being worth penalizing. since even though she was talking about things like, for example, how the odds of her meeting her audience are astronomical. It was in reference to her talking about how the dinosaurs were wiped out by an asteroid, and the weird odds of how that weird odds of how that happened, etc. So again, it was still related, even though it was only barely so. The whole segment was relevant to the dino topic. I think you're getting a little defensive over the video, right? I'm answering other people's criticism of the video and explaining where that idea comes from, or where my judgment of that particular tangent comes from. Try to make sure you're actually, responding to what I'm saying, not what you think I'm saying.
And stage stealthy ambushes. Not to mention, they also had leg bones that were relatively slender and similar in construction to those seen in Solorosaurs.
I take it you weren't around for the previous stream where I was explaining the criteria? Because if you were, I think it would make more sense as to what I just said. You would see how it's not quite a criticism of her, her video, so much as it is just a further elaboration of the same criteria that I've had for like a week now prior to doing this stream.
Implying yet again, more adaptations meant for running. And no surprise, such a design worked wonderfully.
Oh my god! Wait, no, stop. You're gonna kill him, aren't you? Stop, he's so cute and fat. He looks like Jeff from Marvel Rivals. Oh my god, stop. No.
Fortune of others.
No,
but
he's so
unfortunately
fat.
for them,
Okay, thank you.
This others could even include themselves, as fossil records have shown. Specifically, a Raptor specimen, an Argentinian genus, was found with a severely infected brain case, which is thought to have originated from 2 different puncture marks on the side of its skull that lo and behold matched the teeth found in its own mouth, meaning it came from a rival.
By the way, that oh my god is not something that I view as being worth penalizing, because it was pretty much in relation to her surprised reaction at the whole holes in the skull thing here.
Which is thought to have originated from 2 different puncture marks on the side of its skull that lo and behold matched the teeth found in its own mouth, meaning it came from a rival. The extent of the infection was so severe that the team who studied the skull believed that there is a greater than 50% chance that the individual succumbed to its injuries. But it is this aggressive attitude combined with its build that ultimately allowed the Megaraptorans to establish an expansive dominion, with species being known from 3 different continents: Australia, Asia, and South America, with Argentina, Australia, Thailand, and Japan having been strongholds for members. In these countries, if you wanted to avoid running into one of these real-life Freddy Kruegers, you would have needed to steer clear from any sources of water, as Megaraptorans typically lived in wet environments, namely fluvial areas and coastlines, where prey would have been abundant and diverse. There's even some
Technically, do we class that as her slamming the table?
Sources of water, as Megaraptorans...
I mean, she did knock her microphone, but do we count that as like a desk slam? How's the reaction going? It depends on who you ask, to be honest. Some of the footstools in chat are suffering, but others are actually finding this quite enjoyable. Me, it varies from video to video. Do we count that? Oh, fuck. Okay. I guess we do count that as a slam. Alright, we're adding another one. Another sip. First sip of the video. Now that brings us up to 10 over the course of the entire stream. Alright. The shot. You guys are just bored because we haven't done one in a while. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Why can't we use actually palatable wine like the other cultures when we cook shit?
Typically lived in wet environments, namely fluvial areas and coastlines, where prey would have been abundant and diverse. There's even some speculation that some members may have opportunistically hunted marine and semi-aquatic animals, such as crocodilians, large turtles, and big fish. In fact, once upon a time, paleontologists actually thought that hunting in the water was really the Megaraptorans' main way of acquiring food.
Why?
With the idea that they use their large claws to ensnare and spear fish.
Oh.
But nowadays, based on all their other adaptations, it's believed to be an unlikely story. And there's near universal agreement that they were simply terrestrial hunters, who were many times the sole apex predators in their environment. However, this wasn't always the case, and fossil records indicate that they had quite the rivalry with Carcharodontosaurids, who were sometimes even bigger and specialized to tackle big game. This competition took place mainly in South America, and during it, the Megaraptorans preferred to play into their agility and speed, since it was only after the extinction of...
Okay, so again, you had that little screen shake thing, but we're not adding another point. Not just because she's already capped out on the... Not just because... Well, not because she's capped out, because there's still one left if I remember correctly. But because she's already used that same visual gag before.
90 million.
It does refresh the duration, though.
That they underwent a rapid size increase. But funnily enough, despite their competition with the Carcharodontosauridae, they coincidentally shared a similar brain case shape and design, leading to some thinking...
Arian should have made a that's crazy drink point. I explicitly said that I didn't make it a drink point because I knew that it would give all of us complete liver shutdown if I were to make it. If I were to make it a drink point.
The two would compare
brain case. That's because their brains are so little. I was like, why are you showing me their like spinal column? Brain case. Oh no. They're stupid.
Brain case shape.
Okay, so yeah, that's basically contextualizing a sentimental argument expressed to you in your own words, right? Because she didn't really understand what the point of showing that was before, and now she's gotten it.
And design, leading to some thinking that the two had comparable intelligence levels. Now, admittedly, Carcharodontosaurids are no Indoraptor when it comes to intelligence, but they have been compared to crocodiles, who despite misconceptions, can actually be quite smart, and are known to occasionally set traps, coordinate, and even once in a while, use tools to lure prey. So that's all to say,
He's so
if any of this rubbed off on the Carcharodontosauridae, and thereby Megaraptorans, neighboring herbivores would have been in for quite the nasty surprise. Despite this shared similarity and the two's close but questionable relationship, Megaraptorans are currently believed not to be part of the Carcharodontosauria, and actually, no one really knows what these enigmatic killers were. Obviously they have their own family, but to which group of theropods they belong to is unknown. As their name suggests, originally paleontologists thought they were giant dromaeosaurs, but this has since been discarded since they don't have enlarged toe claws. Then they thought that Megaraptorans are part of the Neoventoridae, given the similar hollowed bones, but that didn't last either, and since then two new schools of thought have emerged, with one side believing them.
If I were a dinosaur, I'd be a cute little herbivore dinosaur. I know I'm a polar bear, but we've been through this, you guys. I'm a vegetarian polar bear because I've been spoiled by my flump husband. I don't need to eat small creatures. I live on a steady diet of mac and cheese, and I'm very happy like that. I think I would be a herbivore, I think. I would think I'd be the long neck one. If I was a dinosaur, my job would still probably be just streaming, I think.
To be tyrannosauroids, meaning their closest relatives were possibly tyrannosaurids, or they were simply non-tyrannosauroid Coelurosaurs, which doesn't really tell us much either.
They're their own
And the mystery surrounding this group doesn't end with classification.
So yeah, as you guys saw, that was, that I wasn't going to award a point for that because she's basically capped out at personal experience or anecdote at this point. Well, actually, no. Because, I mean, you could make it, she's basically just going on a tangent, but it's not quite, not unrelated to the video. So, as a result of that, it's not really 1 point in either direction, but it does refresh the duration, I think, because she's trying to make an effort to entertain a hypothetical that's related to the video.
I think I would be a herbivore, I think. I would think I'd be the long neck one. If I was a dinosaur, my job would still probably be just streaming, I think.
To be tyrannosauroids, meaning their closest relatives were possibly tyrannosaurids, or they were simply non-tyrannosauroid Coelurosaurs, which doesn't really tell us much either.
They're their own
And the mystery surrounding this group doesn't end with classification, as we also don't know where they come from. Currently, the best guess is that they originated in Asia, possibly during the final days of the Jurassic. From there, they wound up in Australia sometime in the early Cretaceous. After that, they ended up doing very well and became highly diversified, eventually carrying on their conquest to South America, likely arriving there via Antarctica. So quite the explorers, on top of being the perfect killing machines. And actually, they were so good at being hunters and simply existing, that you could make the argument that Megaraptoran traits were more effective than what other theropods had. Because if you compare this group's survival time against others, it's basically a clean sweep. For example, Tyrannosauridae achieved an existence of about 16 million years, Spinosauridae 46 million, Carcharodontosauridae 64, Megalosauridae 25 million, and you get the idea. Meanwhile, the Megaraptorans clocked an existence spanning over 84 million years, making them among the longest-lived dinosaur groups, period. And opposed to some animals,
That's such a long time. Oh my god. That's such a long time. Can you imagine? That's insane. Dude, the universe is so old. It's crazy. Think about
Okay, if it was just that's insane, I would have penalized that as, you know, just another variation of chat, is this real or no way. But since she's actually elaborating on this,
about it. It's always been here. It will always be here. It has always existed in the timeline we're in. It's crazy. It's crazy. You are closer in time to T-Rex than T-Rex is to Stegosaurus. That's crazy. The universe is so old. Everything is, I mean, it's obviously it's old. It's been here for forever. We got to the party so, well, technically, if it's going to last forever, we're not even late. There's no end. So like 100 billion years down the line, we're going to seem like we got here pretty early, but we came to the party so late. Everything's existed for so long. It's so crazy. It kind of makes you feel better. Like you get kind of sad about the fact that like people overall really suck. Like we're not like that great. We're kind of cruel, but I feel like it's in every animal's nature to be cruel, isn't it? Most animals.
remember, that's crazy only gets penalized without additional commentary. I think this does count as additional commentary.
Animals' nature anyways. We're not really that great. We're smart. That's about all we have. We're still little f***ed up evil mother. So it's just so scary, or I guess no, less scary, that like it's comforting that one day we probably won't exist anymore, which is kind of nice.
This OMG tuber is oh brother tuber tier. Maybe I should have reworked the tier list the tiers so that they were called that.
Like hopefully something nice comes around, you know? Hopefully we get something that's nice someday. That means well. There's a group of people who mean well, obviously, but the majority are kind of f***ed up. I don't know. It's just crazy. It makes you feel better about everything. Like, we're just a little blip on the timeline, and it makes you feel better or worse depending on how you look at it. For me, it makes me feel better because it's like nothing that we do really matters. So it's like, woohoo, nothing we do matters. But then it's also kind of scary because it's like, oh my god, my legacy, because people care about that. I don't really care that much, but for me, it's more like, yay, nothing matters.
God, I hate it. Yeah, that makes sense because from the impression I get, you don't seem to like React content. And remember, that is still the genre we are rating, right? We can rate how good the React content is, but it's still going to be React content. So for that reason, I can see why some of you might not enjoy this as much. But yeah, at this point, I think it counts as articulating how a video makes her feel and why. We're going to be adding another point because of that. One off cap. I think she's one off cap for each of these three.
Humans are stubborn when it comes to dying off. Humans have existed literally in the blink of an eye in terms of how long the universe has been. Even less than a blink of an eye. We are nothing to the universe right now, especially. Yeah, I mean, maybe if we could live millions and bajillions of years like these guys did, but so far, not really. Yeah, nothing matters. It's kind of comforting in a weird way for me, at least. If you were someone who really cares about leaving your mark on the world, it would be upsetting to you, but for me, it's like, damn, I'm so free. I can do whatever I want. Eventually, I will return to, like, the cosmic space dust in which I was made from, and we'll all be, like, scattered all over the universe. You know, eventually, when the sun implodes, some, like, little piece of us will still be on Earth, hopefully. It's so nice to think about. Nothing matters. Things are gonna happen that are out of our control. We're just here for the ride, you guys. It's nice. Nothing matters. Just have a good time. I hope my space dust stays near Bearwife. I promise I'll send a little bit of my space dust towards your space dust, okay? We'll keep our space dust close. I promise. Nah.
Animals that tend to get smaller through time, it seems that they only got scarier and more overpowered, as the last iteration and surviving member happened to be the biggest and arguably the most deadly. And of course, I'm talking about the Maip itself. And when you have a family as messed up as this, it really makes you wonder, how did they even go extinct? Well, it turns out that Mother Nature herself couldn't get the job done. Because like the non-avian dinosaurs as a whole, The Megaraptorans were only wiped out after a giant meteor slammed into the Earth 66 million years ago, bringing an end to all non-avian dinosaurs and the last of the Megaraptorans. And to this day, we're still waiting for a new animal to pop up that has claws even close to as impressive as theirs. Thanks for watching, and until next time on Extinct Zoo.
I think it's cool we're like alive in this timeline where we get to like know all this stuff, but
Okay, so yeah, that when did she say that's crazy? Let me rewind.
An end to all non-avian dinosaurs and the last of the Megaraptorans. And to this day, we're still waiting for a new animal to pop up
3146
that has claws even close to as impressive as theirs. Thanks for watching, and until next time on Extinct Zoo.
I think it's cool we're like alive in this timeline where we get to like
So
know
it has to be between 3260. Yeah, she saves it.
all
with
this stuff, but imagine if you were born like in another 6,000 years. Things will be really different, right? But it'd be even cooler. I mean, I'm happy we're here. If we weren't born here and now, we wouldn't all get to know each other. So I think that I'm exactly where I want to be. I get to spend all my time with you guys, so I don't really care. But it would be cool. But I know that I'm in the exact right time frame to meet everybody here, so that makes me happy. I wouldn't want to be any other timeline.
Okay, so by the end of that, she has a net score of 11 points, which puts her right behind Smug Alana on the tier list. So she goes over here. Now, while this is a video where I'm not really, I'm not really of the mind that she chose this. Oh, maybe she did choose this specifically because she had a lot to say about it. There was an aspect of this video that was quite absent from many of the other videos, which was actually bothering to use non-zoom, non-cut-in visual gags, right? Which might sound like a minor thing, but it's the difference between landing in React-slop affectionate and something that I deem to be actually transformative based off of the rating system that we already established. Because previously, a lot of the VTubers that were rated here or above were pretty much carried solely by their commentary, right? Solely by their commentary or their editor saving them from, from the 15% rule, right? But this was an instance where someone had actually bothered to employ, again, visual gags that aren't just a cut-in or a zoom. So for that reason, she gets bumped up to transformative tier. Now, the next one. Well, let me turn on the BGM again. Next one, Milky Mew. Alright, so this video was the one that we randomly selected, titled Wait a Second r/196 MK Reaction. Runtime clocks in at 30 minutes 4 seconds, and it was uploaded on the 28th of February this year. That's what the thumbnail looks like. This is what the original looks like. We are giving this -2 because it is basically the exact same. Yes, she changed the font in the caption, but it's the exact same aside from that, so that's not enough visual change for it to be classed as different. Then we have the title. On the original, which was uploaded by MK as mentioned before, it's just titled r/196. So title doesn't get penalized, that's absolutely fine. Runtime of the original video clocks in at 24 minutes 7 seconds, 15% of which is 4 minutes when you round to the nearest minute. And the upload was 16th of January 2026, so we don't need to worry about the 5-day rule. Alright, so let me pull up both videos and just show them so that you guys can verify I have the correct dates.
Dude! BRB, I'm gonna shake.
Okay, that's a nice frame to pause it at. So as you can see, the original video uploaded by MK, currently sitting at around 159,000 views, uploaded 16th of January 2026. The reaction, currently sitting at around 10k views, uploaded 28th of February 2026. Alright, with that, let's get into the reaction. Hold on, let me reset the sip counter. And let me reset the points. Starting on -2. Yeah.
Chat to say hi to you, YouTube. Let's watch r/196. A recreation of what I saw when I was passing by my boss's desk. What is even happening? He seems confused. He seems very confused.
Dude! BRB, I'm gonna shave my armpits. No, 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 no! This isn't you! This isn't you! Oh, for God's sake, please pick up, please! No, 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 no! Wait! This is the type of friendship or relationship in general you wish for. This isn't you! Stop! Also, I'm sorry, I just read their @ We're gonna have to censor it, I'm sure. I'm not even gonna say it out loud. I can't do it anymore, man. Do you know how hard this is? I haven't done this in weeks, and I'm already done. I'm already fed up with this. Are you kidding me? We should hang again. You're nice and all, but it's probably best we didn't, to be honest. I respect that. If you don't mind me asking, why? We walked out of your room, and your dad said, "Is he today's bottom?"
What? Nah, this can't be real. Oh, hell.
Then gave you a high.
This can't be real. We are classing that under any variation of chat. Is this real? So the timestamp on that one?
This can't be real. Oh, hell.
Then
Okay, so 124 is when it ends. We're going to start counting from 124, so that should be 154.
Gave you a high five. He's an ally.
Sip, time for a sip. That's not screaming at the video. That's just her being loud when she speaks. Nah, that's just her being loud when she speaks. We're not doing that can't be real sipping. That would kill all of us.
Clearly.
What else can you really say? No, I mean, it's funny, but I'd probably feel the same way, you know, regardless of the casual nature of whatever was going on. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want your...
Today's bottle, man. Nah. Too much, man.
Dad, anywhere near me. I don't... No.
Okay. I mean, that's just repeating what's being said, right? Video's definitely hardest difficulty. Does it? Laugh was pretty loud. Fine. Okay, fine. Because she broke the decibel limit. Fine, we'll do another sip. You guys are just bored. Alright. Sip counter 11. Oh. I'm turning down the... Yeah, I would advise turning down the volume, to be honest. Based off of the first 1 minute of the video.
Sorry, not for me, but have a good...
Wait, is this video being like a compilation video? Not quite, because the original person is actually trying to string this together in the form of some form of edited content, right? The creator of the original video is not just presenting this as a daily dose of internet type thing, where it's just a bunch of posts or whatever strung next to one another. There's actual commentary, editing, and attempt at making the posts that are just being read out their own, right? That's the only reason why I'm not classing this as compilation style video.
Good one though, dude. Wait a minute. I hate the Game Awards. See, I've never had a problem with the Game Awards. I have had a problem with how many people...
Okay, so that's what? 1 minute 54 sec? Okay, we're past that, so we're going to be deducting another point for the earlier tick.
Watch the Game Awards because they are a fan of a game and not a fan of video games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I do kind of like the Game Awards. I think it's a nice thing. It's a nice celebration. It annoys me the people that watch it and then get pissed off because the game they wanted didn't win, whatever. You know, it's like, man, it's not that deep. You know, it's not that deep.
So
okay, so that counts as, you know, her basically contextualizing something that was being said in the original video in her own words. So we'll add a point for that.
I understand. I said my piece on Expedition 33, and I felt that, like, yeah, it winning f***ing everything was kind of annoying, and in my opinion, from what little I played, I don't think it deserved everything.
I think it deserved a lot of it, but there were definitely a few that were like, I feel like another one would probably should get this one, but like at the end of the day, it's fine, you know. It's just a celebration, man. Stop taking everything so seriously. Same thing with other stuff like streamer awards, all these stuff, you know. Like it's just a nice, fun thing to have. Don't take it too seriously and ruin it, you know.
Also found it kind of lame that they got 2 nominations in the Best Actor category.
That is the thing that I was like, this is unfair, right? The fact that they got 3 people, I feel like there should be a limit for one game on each category. 3 nominations here is a little too much. Let's be real.
Category.
So this would refresh the timer, but it doesn't get awarded. It doesn't get an additional point because it's basically her reiterating the same thing.
It just felt like a lot was hogged. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I get it. However, it won all those awards for a reason. The committees found it more than worthy, and that's okay, because if you don't win a game award, so what? Literally 99.9999% of all games that have ever been made haven't won any awards.
Literally, nothing changes. Unless if you play a gacha game and your gacha game gives you some reward for winning it, which is not the case for 90% of the games there, you know? So it's really not that deep, man. Stop. It changes absolutely nothing. Just play the fucking game you like, you know?
So it's okay. It, at the end of the day, technically means nothing, right? Technically. But I'm kind of tired of the way people bitch and moan about the Game Awards being evil, awful, worthless. Yeah. It's funny that they post this because I've got a sneaky suspicion Juno watched the entire thing, right? The entire thing. I'm kind of tired of the concept of hate watching. Like, sure, you're helping their bottom line, whatever, but I'm so tired of how negative everything is.
Spend your time with things you like instead of spending your time complaining on the internet that your favorite game didn't win a thing. Go fucking play games you like then, you know? For fuck's sake.
Watch the Game Awards.
Alright, so that counts as her contextualizing something that was being said in the original video in her own words as well, so we're going to give that another point.
I make sure to avoid anything anyone else is saying except for the people I'm watching the Game Awards with, right? Man, I mean, I've seen so many live stream clips of people watching, like for instance, when Alan Wake 2, when they did their dance number, the amount of streamers I saw clips of and their chats who, oh man, they were saying the most heinous, embarrassing shit during what is a cool moment, a genuinely cool moment that's probably not gonna happen again. You know what I mean? A really neat thing. Some people just want to hate everything. And the new year, new me for 2026 is I don't want to be a part of hating anything anymore unless it's hating ice. Be me, female, straight, never even had so much as a stray fantasy about another girl. Work at a coffee shop. Last month, new girl started. 5'11", tattooed, stunningly gorgeous. Super quiet though. Says maybe a dozen words a day. Fast forward to yesterday. Got distracted and cut my hand while making a sandwich. Pretty nasty cut. She sees me fumbling with the med kit. She comes over, pops out the alcohol, looks me dead in the eyes, unblinking, like a Wendigo or something. I don't know. You should take a breath. Huh? She pours the alcohol onto the cut. I suck in through my teeth. Good girl. Huh? She patches me up and kisses the Band-Aid on the back of my hand. I'm literally just standing there agape at this point.
No way, bro. That's a fanfic. That's just a Yuri fanfic here.
Goes back to work like nothing happened. Can't stop thinking about the way she looked kissing my hand.
So again, it would have been classed as just a no way if she didn't elaborate on it further, but then she made the comparison to a Yuri fanfic, and that saved it from being a penalty.
And can't stop thinking about what she said. Haven't been able to act normal around her since. God damn it, is this how I find out I'm bi? Maybe, but I don't like this story. We just had like
I think that's a fanfic. I have a hard time buying this one. I am sorry. This is just a fanfic, bro.
On sexual harassment.
Now here's an important thing, right? When she's saying that I don't buy the writing, that is a critique of the contents of the video, but the reason why it's not being awarded a point is because it's not an original critique of the video, since it's the exact same point that the original creator of the video, the narrator, made as well immediately prior to her saying this.
That's I think that's
maybe, but I don't like this story. We just had like
that's
Maybe, but I don't like the story. Then she says,
I think that's a fanfic. I have a hard.
"No, that's a fanfic. I have a hard time believing it.
I'm
It's
buying
the same
this one.
thing."
I'm sorry. This is just a fanfic, bro.
On sexual harassment at work, dog. Dude, I'm sorry. Like, if this story is real, can you just imagine this for a minute? No, you don't get to call me good girl, good boy, whatever. And
can you imagine if there was a guy doing this? Instant getting fired. It was believable until the good girl. Exactly. The good girl? No, that's when you see that it's just a fucking fanfic, bro. Nah, no fucking way.
It's my fucking hand. If you want to help me with the band-aid, sure, I'd probably be comfortable with that. But the rest of it? What are you doing, dude? I don't know you. We're co-workers, bitch. Look, if this is real, that's just some pretty pass type stuff right there. That's just hot people privilege, I guess. Like, I will say, even the hottest guy doing this, someone's gonna kill him, right? You know? When you think about a different scenario, you're like, well, wait just a goddamn minute. I'm really sorry about this, but I don't understand what you want. Would you mind trying again? Only say it a little differently. What if I'm not home when my package arrives? Take a deep breath. I'm sorry? That's all right. I forgive you. So does this...
Dude, oh my god, I fucking hate that they're making all customer service fucking AI because it's just dog shit. What do you mean forgive me? I'm asking a question.
Prove that the...
Okay, so if it was just the first half of that, I would have penalized it as just another variation of no way. But since she did elaborate by saying that, yeah, this is why she hates AI assistants and she doesn't like how, companies are adopting this en masse, basically contextualizing a sentimental argument expressed in your own words. It's a point up to 0. Another sip? That wasn't her screaming at the video. Again, it's just her being loud.
Virtual assistant is not a virtual assistant, and it's just a guy pushing buttons to give you a response, and he just broke formation, Kind of like, oh man, reminds me of that stupid Tesla robot or whatever that was serving drinks, and it's very clear that a guy got frustrated operating it and took the headset off before it fell.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
You guys saw that, right? That's what this feels like. It's just letting the mask off that none of these things do what they're advertised to do and are taking all of our hobbies and resources away to do it, Take a deep breath. You, man, what if I'm not? You didn't answer the question. I didn't ask for your forgiveness. I'm asking for an answer. So can you help a guy out a little bit, please? Do terms like frigate, cruiser, destroyer, etc. mean anything anymore? These are all categories of girl to me. Okay, so in this case, would sloop, galleon, and oh god, what was the other one? Was it a frigate? Hold on, that's what it was. So in this particular case, if we're following this pattern, would sloop, brigantine, and galleon also be categories of girl, or are those categories of boy? What's the deciding factor here? Frigate, cruiser, destroyer, I get it, they're like starships, right? I mean, they're also ships, but you see what I'm getting. But are the boys the galleon, sloop, and brigantine? I'm trying to vibe it out. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what could be what and why it could be. Self-care phrases to boost your confidence. All right, okay. Let's see if this helps even a little bit, because boy, oh boy, I don't have any confidence at all anymore.
Have confidence.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Okay, I could see that one being useful. That might, in the moment, pump me up a little bit. Not too bad. I'll kill you. No, that one's better. That one's better. The problem is I can't use that most of the time. Like
come on.
vast majority of the...
We are not counting that as additional commentary, so the timer is still ticking on the 15%.
time, I'm not going to be able to use that. And you can see why, right? Like if it's my friends and family, totally fair game, no problem. I can say that all day. If I'm talking to a friend on Twitter, no, not fair game. I'll get in trouble again like I did before.
Again? I'll get in trouble again? Oh, damn, man. That happens.
If it's not a close...
Again, we're not counting that either, because it's basically just repeating word for word what was said in the original video.
Friend? Probably not. If it's... Who else? Any stranger at all? Probably not the best call to use the second one, but I do have to say the third one, probably the best one. It's the best one all around. If you never open your
she's
mouth,
not really
you
making
never
any
have to
commentary,
worry
just
about
nodding
people
along and making
rejecting
noises.
you or pressuring you or being mean to you or otherwise. You just, by the way, I'm being silly. I'm not actually advocating for that. You know, you build self-confidence by trusting people, I think. That's, in my opinion, that's a good way to go about it. I'm being silly, you know, just, I don't want to be too silly, you know, I don't want anybody to accidentally...
Source video guy is obnoxious. I am aware of that, but again, the whole point of this is, again, trying to separate your, how you feel about the source video from judging the reaction, right? It didn't reset the timer, no.
Only take my silliness
That's
seriously.
actually exactly what I just
sarcasm and
said.
hyperbole on pretty thick when I do this work, but you get it. Hey, fun fact. At one point around 2006, Moot of 4chan fame was wanting to build a new feature where 4chan users could list where they were located and meet up.
Oh, that sounds bad. That doesn't sound good.
Oh boy, bad.
That sounds bad. That doesn't sound good. Okay. Again, we're not counting that as additional commentary.
It was gonna be called like For Meat.
For Meat? Oh, bruh. No.
Goal he had in mind was always that it could be used as a dating service.
The dating service. Dating and 4chan on the same sentence. I don't think that goes well.
For 4chan users. Yeah, that sounds like a brilliant idea, Moot. Real good idea. Unfortunately, the programmer working on it ran into a bunch of problems, mainly ADHD motivation issues, and
Fair.
it never got completed, and the programmer was fired.
non-comment.
The programmer was me. You're welcome. Imagine how much worse the world would be had 4chan included a dating service. Thank you for your lack of service.
Yeah.
I am genuinely trying to imagine.
Okay, so that's the first instance of penalty because of the 15% rule. So for now, it's -1, but it stacks multiplicatively. So we'll give this -1 and then reset the timer for 4 minutes.
Already horrifically bad state of dating in the smartphone era. And you know what? Even just the personal computing boom era. I'm trying to imagine how much worse. Because you said this was in 2006, so it was pre-smartphone. Right. I forgot about that. So this would have been like at the boom of social media. The true social media explosion with like MySpace. I feel like Facebook was just around the corner, all of this shit. We didn't have like Tinder and whatnot yet, obviously. Because again,
Not yet. That was smartphone.
smartphones hadn't taken over. However, this mixed in with those, oh man, as toxic and bad as dating services are now, I cannot imagine how much worse had they been kicked off by 4chan dating. That's insane, man. I have met plenty of normal ass people that will use 4chan, and that's like one of their only red flags. I can't imagine wanting to meet anyone on 4chan. Anyone, dude. Oh man, that just scares the living shit out of me, bro.
So far, most of her commentary has consisted of nodding along and laughing occasionally, sometimes repeating aloud what was either said or what's explicitly on screen.
Okay, let's see. Who do we have here? I've never seen Death Note, but I know it has 2 characters that look like this, and one of them is an antisocial genius using a mystical artifact to kill people, and the other one is the determined teen detective hunting him down, and I just found out which is which, and now I want to hit someone.
Oh, they thought it was the other way around on this poor person.
Okay, so it's one of those opposites thing. I'm assuming that the determined teen detective is actually this weird goober on the left, and the antisocial genius is the guy on the right. I've never
Again, we're not counting that as additional commentary because it's basically stating out what was already shown on screen.
seen Death Note either. I know it's stupidly famous. I don't know
NMD, it's become quite obvious at this point that you didn't watch the stream where I was going through how the criteria works, right? Like, I understand if you're bothered by the way that I'm rating this, but no penalties here. You would know why if you actually watched the stream where I went through how the criteria applies. There are penalties, right? And I have been applying them, but it would probably help the viewing experience if you looked at when they are applied and why they are applied.
What it is. There is something about me that is broken in that I hate when people stop liking something or don't want to watch something because it's popular, but there's something about popular anime that I tend to avoid. Not like completely though. Obviously I'll watch some of the biggest ones. I'll watch Violet Evergarden. I'll watch My Hero Academia, even though I stopped after like season 1 because I got bored. I digress. But I'll avoid—
That was quick, man. I stopped My Hero like season 4, I think. That's when it got boring to me.
Like, I'm never gonna watch Death Note. Not because I don't think it's interesting or cool.
Okay, so we can class that as citing a personal experience or anecdote and then relating it to the contents of the video. That resets the timer and adds 1 point. She has, what, 2 more in that category before it caps out?
Well, there's just some shitty bias in my head that's like, it's too popular. I should find a cool, like, low-down anime that no one knows about. A cool one that no one knows about. Like what? Who the hell doesn't know about every anime?
Nichijou! I love Nichijou. It's so good. Look Back is amazing. Look Back is a pretty recent one. That's a good, very short movie. Worth the watch.
If you're an anime fan, you're buried in it. You know them all, okay? I'm always on the outside. I always am and always will be. Like once every—
Okay, I mean—
all, okay? I'm always on the outside.
That's a good, very short movie. Worth the watch.
If you're an anime—
recent. Joe is so good. Look Back is amazing. Look Back is a pretty recent one. That's a good, very short movie. Worth the watch.
If you're an—
okay, so that's her commenting on something that's in the video's contents. So basically, I would say that this is probably citing personal experience and relating it because she's drawing on her own viewing experience for some of these animes and recommending them after seeing them being shown on screen, even if that wasn't the original intention of the video creator. So I say we add another point for that. Don't bother, it's mid-battle shonen? Yeah. But I mean, it's pretty obvious that the guy who made this video doesn't watch anime.
An anime fan, you're buried in it. You know them all, okay? I'm always on the outside. I always am and always will be. Like once every year or two, I go on a binge of like 2 or 3 new shows, stop, and then the cycle starts anew. A recreation of what I saw when I was passing my boss's desk. What? No, I'm sorry. I would ask.
I wanna know. I genuinely wanna know what he was doing. It's so funny. This drawing is so good as well. He looks so confused, you know?
Curiosity.
Okay, so we can count that as expressing appreciation for the video, right? Oh, well, actually, hold on. Was she commenting on the original post of the video?
I wanna know. I genuinely wanna know what he was doing. It's so funny.
Okay, yeah, now she's talking about the original. She's talking about the post being shown in the video, not the original video. So again, expressing... So it is technically her making some sort of commentary on the contents of the video, but again, it's not really original, since she's making a similar point to what the original creator of this video is saying.
This drawing is so good as well. He looks so confused, you know?
Curiosity can be intense, and in this particular case, I would not be able to hold in any amount of questions. Hey, boss. What are you doing? What's this? You know that these flags are two separate kinds of flags, right? The ones you're looking at on that monitor, they're not countries. I mean, if they were, they'd probably be way cooler than the real countries, but you know. Hey, when I told my dad about my schizophrenia diagnosis, and he told me, oh, no, you don't. That's normal. We have an evil being that attaches to our family, but don't worry, it won't hurt you.
Wait, what? First of all, I was first hypnotized by that nose ring. That is big. Holy shit, that must be so heavy. Anyway, you're dead? That's concerning, man. That's very concerning.
That's true. Now, the question remains.
Okay, so again, this is a rough watch. But again, analyzing, critiquing videos, composition, presentation doesn't quite apply. She's again making a critique of the contents of the video, basically taking note of the image that's being shown. But it's not really something that the original person didn't say, right? Hold on, let me rewind that.
And he told me, oh, no, you don't. That's normal. We have an evil being that attaches to our family, but don't worry, it won't hurt you.
Wait, what? First of all, I was first hypnotized by that nose ring. That is big. Holy shit, that must be so heavy. Anyway, you're dead? That's concerning, man. That's very concerning.
That's true. Now, the question remains, do you believe him or do you believe the doctor?
Okay, so yeah, technically she did end up bringing up something, contextualizing something that was being shown in the original video in a way that the original creator didn't do. The original creator was talking about the schizophrenia diagnosis that was being mentioned in the original post. She talked about the nose ring being shown on stream instead. So that is something that warrants a point.
Yeah.
Upon seeing this Iowa farmer during his visit, Khrushchev, I think that's how you say his name, patted his belly exclaiming, now there's a real American! I guess we're all real corn-fed Iowa boys at heart now, ain't we, brother? What is a femcell? Chocolate-covered strawberries and whipped cream is not a meal. You are going to kill yourself, and I will
Remember, we are judging the transformativity of the reaction. I can see that quite a lot of people understandably find the source video to be a little unpleasant to watch, and maybe some people do not like Milky Mew as well. I have no idea what Milky Mew is like from video to video, but again, remember the thing that we are actually judging here.
laugh at you and plant a strawberry bush on your grave. Is this my mom?
Try to separate the assessment of how transformative the reaction is from how dislikable the source video may be.
Is this my mom? Chocolate-covered strawberries and... Yes, it is. It most certainly is. I can get nutrients from those things. I can.
That is a dessert. It's not full meal. That's a dessert.
Do it, I swear. Now, full time, no. But if I do it every now and then, chill out, Mom. Chill out, dude. All right? Sometimes people just need to worry.
That is not going to be counted as additional commentary, by the way, because the actual thing being shown on screen is them saying chocolate-covered strawberries is not a meal, and she just said, yes, that is a dessert, which, again, it's basically the same thing.
Less about the one time I ate something unhealthy. Okay, I eat unhealthy all the time, but that's neither here nor there. Smart ass. No, I can feel you going right to your keyboard, and I don't appreciate it. Dude, I am officially so done with speedrun leaderboard discourse. All right, what did that Christ Gamer 2011, what do they have to say? I just don't think we should allow glitches onto the leaderboards. It's not Christ-like. What the hell are you talking about? Psalms 104:5 says, he set the earth on its foundations. It can never be moved. Glitches are trying to move the foundations of the game set by God through the dev.
There is no way. Please, this has to be a troll.
Okay.
Okay, there's no way. So what was that timestamp?
No way. Please, this has to be a troll.
Okay.
Okay, so 1822. So next timestamp to look would be 1852.
So clearly that...
The only reaction any sane person would have is just a bunch of question marks. Completely fair, man.
We do not count as additional commentary because, again, it is just what is being shown on screen.
Gamer 2011 is either Matt or Ryan from Super Mega, and they're trying to, get a laugh here. I appreciate it. It's probably Ryan. Let's be real. Totally understand, by the way, what he's saying. However, God is not commanding anything through these devs. The devs are the gods of their own little world. Think about it that way before you.
Okay, so we've reached 1852, so the penalty for going, is this real, kicks in, so -1.
Goddamn mouth and your fake Bible, Mr. Christ Gamer 2011. Need an anime with One Piece pacing and solo leveling story depth.
So you're meaning over 1,000 fucking episodes and solo leveling story depth? Are you serious? That is the shittiest thing you can make on Earth. Bro wants to make the worst anime in history.
I'm crying. Bro is asking for garbage. Bro said, give me some bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know solo leveling, but I do know a tiny bit about One Piece.
I will always say the same thing. Solo leveling has great animation. He gets carried by great animation, great battle scenes. Story? Shit. You know what solo leveling story is? Aura farming the anime.
Seen a bit of One.
Alright, so we can count that as contextualizing sentiment or argument expressed in your own words. We're gonna bump that up by 1.
And I know from what folks have told me, the vast majority of the show is filler episodes. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I love that. I'm kind of tired of people writing off beach episodes or this episode or whatever episode as worthless garbage, Now, again, I haven't seen the 1,200 episodes of Season 1 that are there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Season 1 just ended or something crazy like that. But if I love a group of characters and I love shenanigans that they get into, I want shit tons of it. Now, I know there's going to be a cutoff at a certain point when you're like, okay, is this show still art or is this content?
This is unrelated to the reaction, but I love how the guy who made the original video, right? He says, I love these characters. I love when there's a shit ton of content about them. I'm not going to watch it, but I love when it's just there. Like, that's just such typical Reddit way of consuming media. Like, what the fuck? Am I going to watch it? No, but I want a lot of it. Trust me. For sure, if you make a lot of it, there will be people who watch. Like, what?
Content now. You know what I mean? You see what I'm getting at. But I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of value in seeing the... Can you imagine how much worse it's going to be when the show finally ends? You're going to bawl your mother eyes out considering how long you've been around these characters, watching them just be together. The longer...
Damn, that is true. I never thought about this. When One Piece ends, man, people are going to be sad.
They're together, the more they do, even if it's not trying...
Okay, hold on. Let me rewind that. Let me check how related it is.
How long you've been around these characters, watching them just be together. The longer...
Damn, that is true. I never thought about this. When One Piece ends, man, people are going to be sad.
They're together, the more...
Okay.
But if I love a group of characters and I love shenanigans that they get into, I want shit tons of it. Now, I know there's going to be a cutoff at a certain point when you're like, okay, is this show still art or is this content now? You know what I mean? You see what I'm getting at. But I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of value in seeing the... Can you imagine how much worse it's going to be when the show finally ends? You're going to bawl...
Can you imagine how much worse this show is... how much worse it's going to be when this show I don't watch ends? Like, what?
Your mother eyes out considering how long you've been around these characters, watching them just be together. The longer...
Okay, so again, that's the point that he was making. When the show ends, people who got attached to all the characters being together are going to be really cut up about the fact that the show's ending. And in response to that, she says...
It's true. I never thought
that is true.
About this. When One Piece ends, man, people are going to be sad.
Okay, so that's basically just, again, if she said anything along the end of that statement that wasn't just a repetition of exactly what he just said, I would have held off on penalizing it. But that is really just, yeah, chat, is this real, so true, etc., etc. So yeah, we're going to be taking away a point because of that.
they're together, the more they do, even if it's not trying to hook into some kind of super important, all-encompassing narrative, that is character development. They are developing with each other, all right? It's cool. It's fun to see them go, and even if they're going to a store, like if there's an entire episode where they go to the store to get a gumball, who gives a shit? I'm there for my boys and my gals.
Again, try to separate your rating of the reaction as we're going along from the fact that the source video was made by a Redditor, right?
And everybody in between on the show. If I like those characters, I want to see them forever, brother. My 72-year-old coworker talking about how he's afraid to come out as gay to his 53-year-old son, who's our boss, all because I came to work wearing a pride pin on my jacket today. If this is real, and I'm always taking stuff online with a grain of salt, you know me. If this is real, how weird and tragic and strange and reversed and wacky is this? That is, I can't wrap my head around. What? Man, this is weird. I don't know why I've never heard the story flipped like this of an older parent afraid to come out to their younger child because, I mean, if the child...
It does seem like some fake story on Twitter just to get engagement, doesn't it? It probably is.
The child better.
Again, that doesn't. We're not resetting the timer because of that, because it's basically just it's basically just saying again what was exactly said by the content creator just then.
Be younger than you if you're the parent. But I've never seen.
Yeah, exactly. So see, here's the thing, right? If she had tried to explain or articulate why it's weird, right, or what makes it so disbelievable, rather than just saying, yeah, it is weird, it is probably fake, that would have landed in contextualizing in her own words. But since she didn't do that, it's basically just the exact same thing, right?
Seen this before, and I don't know how I've never seen it before because it sounds so like, well, duh, of course that idea has been done before. How have I not seen this? I like to consider myself not well-read, but interested in a variety of things in the world of storytelling, and maybe I'm just forgetting in my old age.
Walair, thank you for the 5. Not gonna lie, I kind of hope someone else will go through this VOD and judge Armchair based on these criteria. I mean, they certainly could. The only thing is, like I said, this is a criteria that is not so much designed to judge live stream reacts, rather than, again, video reacts to other edited videos, right? But I am curious to see how it would stack up if we were to go through my criteria. Probably, well, I mean, we'd have to judge it against the... Yeah, I don't think the 15% rule would work as is, because of the fact that if I were to just cut out segments of the video and then judge them accordingly, people would not be able to verify if me cutting out the periods, if me cutting it out is judging it out of context, right?
You know, maybe that's what's going on. But what? That time of year again to remind everyone the Grinch was raised by a lesbian couple. People last year canceled me for this simply because I spoke the truth. There is no proof they're sisters. They're clearly a couple. I actually haven't seen this movie in
I've never watched The Grinch. I have no idea.
long time. But I think even as a kid, I just never thought about their relationship, which I don't know why. I think maybe that was a problem with the type of media I grew up with, was it wants to show you something, like them being a couple, but it's too much of a pussy to actually say it. And the worst part about that is it gives so many people the ability to delude themselves into thinking it's something else. Now, there would be nothing wrong at all with, again, I haven't seen it in a long time, maybe I'm just talking out my ass, there'd be nothing wrong at all if they were sisters, you know? Absolutely not. But if they neglected to mention that solidly, of course it's going to leave it open to interpretation, and I don't want it. I don't want things like this to be left open to interpretation, because again, it gives the worst people you know the easiest, actually out humanly possible. It does, and it sucks, and it's annoying, and it's not true representation. Trump, I'm making the Hunger Games real. Obama, I enjoyed this song about lesbian sex this year. Well, what does Obama have to do these days, right? Obama's not, he doesn't have the power to make the Hunger Games real anymore if he did. Or if he wanted to, not if he did, right? There is a clear difference.
Again, it's very easy to tell that the source video is something that turns a lot of you guys off. I understand. But again, it's something that I'm resolved to sit through because of the fact that I'm the one doing the rating.
in the level of evil between these two men. Do you guys know what it is? Do you guys know? Do you understand the difference in evil here? Do you get it? No one's perfect. We've never had a perfect politician ever, but do you see the difference? Do you understand the difference? Goddamn, man. Goddamn, it's just so hard. It's so hard to
Okay, and that's another 4 minutes that has elapsed without any additional commentary. So now the multiplicative effect of that penalty comes into play. So instead of just -1, it is now -2. So it brings it down to -1 point total. Okay, reset the timer. Another 15%.
Of thy neighbor, but you better believe I will do it. Always. Discovered recently, 1 horsepower isn't even 1 horse. Like, a horse does not contain 1 horse of power. A single horse actually contains, on average, around 5 to 6 horses. What the f are we even doing? Nothing means anything. I think this exact post was in one of our last episodes before we went on break, or before I went on break. And it is weird, but I was pretty certain it was because the horse they used was not like what it was, like a workhorse. So they were smaller. They were.
Was it like a fucking crazy buffed horse? That's crazy, man.
That's crazy. All right, so that's 24:43. All right. 43. What is that? Another 10 seconds. So that should be 25:13. All right.
It's a different horse, right? Like the type of horse they used in mines or to help pull mine carts or something back when we started conceptualizing this idea. And I think that's the disconnect. Not that it, makes much of a difference, but still, white boy shocks non-binary barista by ordering in fluent LGBT. Hosier releasing Take Me to Church. Oh my God.
That's a lot of words there. Damn, okay.
Fluent LGBT. You know what?
All right, yeah, 25:13. That's penalty applies from the no way. All right.
By my whole damn life. I mean, that's not true. I mean, I have been, but I didn't know, obviously. But I've been by my whole damn life. And I don't speak any, if I'm being real with you. I guess I don't. I think it's because the culture is, mostly gay men and gay women, if I'm being honest. It's a lot of that. Because, I don't know. As a bisexual person, I don't feel like I'm part of any of it. I really don't. I feel like I...
Wait, no, Shell Sock? It's not multiplicative, but it does stack. So one instance of the penalty being triggered gives -1. Second time it's triggered gives -2. Third time it's triggered gives -3. The reason why I said -6 to the charger thing was because I was adding up -1 plus -2 plus -3, which adds up to -6. Right? So the -6 wasn't just... It wasn't from... It wasn't the third point giving -6. It was the total after you added up those 3, right?
That's exactly how I feel, man. As a bisexual person, I often feel like the LGBT don't really want me around. I have no idea what kind of language they're speaking, man. I don't understand.
Okay, so that counts as citing personal experience or anecdote and then relating it to the contents of the video, so we'll add a point because of that.
I'm on the outside. I'm going, yeah, man, I'm here for you. That's my job, I guess. Maybe that's the B. The B is supposed to be here for thee, not for me. Stupid hat, stupid shirt, stupid sign. This is my over-the-top straw man character. No one actually thinks like that. I'm just using hyperbole to make a point. Hi. Yeah, isn't it funny how those appear a lot? A lot? Way too much. Hyperbole is so hard to manage these days. Genuinely, I was fearful that South Park and The Onion were gonna go out of business back in 2016. Straight up, brother. I was worried. Bouncer. Gonna need to see some photo ID. Me. I only have my abstract expressionist ID. Is that okay? Unfolds my wallet and hands him a little piece of red paper with 2 blue lines running down it vertically. What a powerful composition. The sense of space. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Jesus was a carpenter in his youth, and therefore his physique would not be that of a twink.
What are those letters there? What the fuck is this? What language is this person speaking?
Come to my TED Talk. I agree with you, but you have to stop trying to bring back the thorn and what? I don't know enough about Jesus, but there.
Oh, it's those. What the? Oh, this was used in Old English. What the fuck is that? I've never seen these things.
Right.
Okay, with that, we can probably class that as analyzing, critiquing videos, composition, presentation, argumentation style. If she just left it off at what is this and didn't elaborate further, but she recognized the fact that it showed, you know, basically an explanation as to where these characters come from. So we'll add a point because of that.
So they're right. Jesus would be pretty toned, I'm gonna say. JoJo Siwa has changed her name to Joella Siwa. Is that right? On TikTok. This really is the end of her bizarre adventure. I've got a sneaky suspicion she was never on a bizarre adventure.
I have no clue who this person is. I'm sorry, I mean TikToker. Fair, I don't know, I guess.
Look, I don't know anything about her, but what little I have seen, beautiful performance. I don't know what's going on, man. I have no idea what's going on genuinely with her. It's just a name that pops up very rarely for me, and I'm not in the know, so I'm not actually gonna speak on anything. I'm gonna keep my dumb mouth shut. God, please not Florida. Hello, sir, where am I? Lake Michigan. You know, I think I got a good luck of the draw. Honestly, good luck of the draw. You know, people from Spokane hate it. I loved it up there. I liked that town. I liked that area. I liked the people. It was a beautiful blend of nature and metropolis, you know, and you're only a few hours away from Seattle if you want to visit a true ginormatron city and go to more events. Washington, I miss you. Colorado has not been the same. It just doesn't fill the same void that you inhabited while I was there. Pat, why do you carry that ridiculous 600mm lens on long hikes? Buddy, I can see mountains reflected in the eyes of a trailside. Is it Pika or Pika?
That is so nice. Damn, good pictures.
I don't know, but that is so goddamn true. I love wide angle.
Again, the reason why we're not classing this as appreciation for the video is she's not commenting on the video. She's commenting on the stuff that the original video is itself basically showing, right?
Angle lenses that distort and look silly. They're really good when paired with a stark dead-on flash, for sure. I love that. As a matter of fact, if you follow any of my socials, including Instagram and Blue Sky, and Twitter, I guess, of course, you'll see some of the photography I take, and I love that stuff. However, my favorite lens that I own is a 200mm. It's not quite as good as a 600 because I don't have an extra $12,000 to $18,000 to spend on a 600mm.
Do we need to wait 45 minutes to penalize a person if they're reacting to sauna long content? No, because if you were to try to rate this VOD, right, according to the same criteria as I wrote up for the reaction videos, you'd need to rate my reaction to each video separately on the basis of how long the video I'm rating goes for. So if a video that I'm rating goes for is like 30 minutes, right, you need to get 15% of 30 minutes and then evaluate how much of that plays out, you know, how much I let of the original video play out and whether it reaches that 15% mark, you know, with commentary or not, right? And then whether that commentary passes the bar for being something that is actual, like, additional commentary rather than just lol a mao or is this real?
But dude, those zooms are free.
Like I said, it's probably going to be a rather awkward process because the criteria was not designed to allow for rating, you know, live streamed reactions to videos. Because of the fact that, like, again, if I'm essentially reacting to / rating these videos live, right? I do have the option of simply chopping up these reaction videos so that it only features the bits where the React tuber is actually saying something out loud, but then you wouldn't know if I'm omitting context on purpose in order to make a reaction rate higher or lower, right? Hence why when you're reacting to something live, there's the expectation that you're going to show the entire thing to provide context for the opinion that you develop in response.
Freaking mind-blowing, dude. Just from having one of those alone, your photography it'll just make you look like you've been a professional for 10,000 years. Straight up, I'm not even kidding. If the speed limit is 70 and I'm going 70 in the left lane, what is the problem? You would have to break the law to pass me. This is how they think.
True.
Dude, it is the passing lane, Matthias. You're not supposed to hide out in that lane. That lane is not a cruising lane. It is the passing lane. Because, remember, the speed limit is the limit, not the only speed you are supposed to go. You can go slower. You can. Personally, I'm on the side of just go what that number is in the correct lane. But that other lane is for people that are going that speed limit to get around you not going that speed limit. It is a passing lane. It's not the fast lane, and it's not a cruising lane. How do you not move?
And that's the end of the video. So, by the end of that entire reaction video, Milky Mew has gone from a score of -2 to 0 instead. So in terms of where she places on this tier list, she does place under React-slop derogatory. There were some attempts to provide things like personal experiences to contextualize or respond to something that was shown in the original video. Again, try to separate how you feel about the original video from the actual reaction, right? And then off of that, you know, there wasn't really much editing. Sometimes there was zooms and that's about it. But yeah, a bit soul draining. Look, I think that was the first time that you guys were confronted with a combination of both the React video being unpleasant or viscerally unpleasant, and the actual React tuber also being something that most of you guys didn't seem to like. So yeah, that was hard to get through. Yeah, again, there were still attempts that were spread consistently throughout the length of the thing to engage with it. Now, not all of those attempts landed, but that's a separate matter from whether they were made, right? It was horrible. Understandable, understandable. Okay. So, I feel parted from my soul. Look, you guys will survive. You guys will survive. Okay, in any case, the next VTuber we have up on the list is PP Slayer. So she is the last one in this cluster of 3, those who have subscriber counts between 50,000 and 100,000. It's the lack of alcohol. No one should react to that sober. True and real. Meme reacts don't have to be awful. Aqua does a pretty good job. That was just painful. I agree. I agree. Right. But again, it was barely a reaction. It was... That's true. That's true. But again, there were attempts made throughout, right? There were attempts made throughout. Sign up for the whole thing. I'm taking the whole video. I'm taking the whole thing in. Fair, fair. Alright, so the last one is Pippi Slayer from this cluster. So her reaction video is titled Old People Got Weird Products, JonTron React. Runtime clocks in at 27 minutes 19 seconds. Upload date is the 14th of February 2026. The original video was by JonTron, as stated before. It's titled Old People Got Weird Products, JonTron. Very close to being what Pippi Slayer put, but different enough that it's not going to get penalized. Runtime of the JonTron video clocks in at 18 minutes 53 seconds. Now, the 15% duration clocks in at 3 minutes when rounded to the nearest minute, and the upload date is on the it was uploaded 28th of April 2021, so there's no worries about, you know, proximity there. However, when you look at the thumbnail, like, let's be real here. That's a -2, right? And then, aside from that, though, again, like I said right at the beginning of the stream, it's basically almost word for word, but her adding in the React suffix is enough to make it different. It is really that low of a bar to, you know, jump over. So, I'm going to pull up both of the videos again, just so you guys can verify that this is indeed how they... I've written down the upload dates and such correctly. So as you can see, JonTron's video currently sitting at 11 million views. Uploaded 28th of April 2021. Pippi Slayer's video currently sitting at 11,000 views. Uploaded 14th of February 2026. Alright. So, 15% is 3 minutes. Going to reset the sip counter and the score. -2. All right. we're going to go.
You're tapping me on in the back.
Are you tapping me on the back? No, you're not. That's the thing.
This is just the preview section, right? We're not counting this as part of the overall React.
Holy crap!
Wait, what is that? Wait, that's kind of cool. I kind of want that. What does he do? What does he do? I'm easily sellable and things. What is that? What does he do? And why do I want it? Okay, let's watch. Old people.
This is going to be a big JonTron carry. Again, like I said, the aim is to separate the source video from the reaction video in terms of how the latter is rated, right? So the fact that she is reacting to JonTron and the fact that the previous, Milky Mew was reacting to MK, both of those should be ideally passed as separate from gauging their actual reaction, right? And how transformative that is.
Got weird products by Jonathan Tronison. Let's go. Let's go. I assume this is about telemarketing, right?
I took a bit of a hiatus there, as you may have noticed. So, I've come back with something pretty, maybe I'm trying too hard to be relevant, but I got to play the algorithm. We're going to be looking at old people and their pain.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah, but she can bounce off JonTron more. That is a valid point, yeah.
Do that. What am I, a monster? But you did smile though, didn't you? Making me sick. Nah, but we are doing that though. We are. We are doing
Let's
that.
go.
So, I don't know. I just want to do a video on these. You ever seen those commercials that come on late at night? You know the ones. They're just there to scam your grandparents out of money, and they fall for it anyway.
Dude, have you ever heard of a timeshare, Chad? Have you ever heard of a timeshare? Cause it's crazy. It's crazy that they got them all with that. Okay, all of them. They got all of them with that. No. Yeah, you're 21 figures.
There's just some ridiculous commercials that.
All right, hold on. Let me rewind that.
Oh, we are. We are doing
Let's
that.
go.
So, I don't know. I just want to do a video on these. You ever seen those commercials that come on late at night? You know the ones. They're just there to scam your grandparents out of money, and they fall for it anyway.
Dude, have you ever heard of a timeshare, Chad? Have you ever heard of a timeshare? Cause it's crazy. It's crazy that they got them all with that. Okay, all of them. They got all.
Have you ever heard of a timeshare? What is a timeshare? Hold on, let me look this up. Put them all with that. A vacation property ownership model where multiple people share the right to use a condo or unit. Okay. Oh, alright. I guess she's talking about, a different type of scam that is employed in order to get people out of money. Alright, there we go.
All of them with that. No. Yeah, you're 21.
It's a tangent, but it is related in the sense that I assume that she is alluding to the fact that that is a scam or a bad deal.
Figures.
There's just some ridiculous commercials.
It's an American thing. I see. So yeah. It's not going to be awarded, but it's not going to be penalized either.
Commercials that they make for these things. So let's take a dive together into the world of what we are going to be scammed into eventually when our neurons start to rot.
Let's go.
Today is the International Day of Older Persons here in Korea. The actual day was yesterday.
Do you have an International Day of Older People?
In other parts of the world, designated by the UN in 1990.
The fucking UN?
There's a UN designated Day of Old People? Yo, Ronald Steve! Thank you for the sub! Pog! Thank you! I guess there's a Children's Day, right? 1st of June, right? So I suppose.
And you're telling me you flaunted a UN guideline? First of all, why?
But because yesterday was Armed Forces Day.
It was Armed Forces Day. The guys with the guns were out on patrol. At that point, the UN regulations just become a suggestion. You can see how that'll be.
That's so roundabout.
Believe it or not, Korea is one of the fastest aging societies or countries in the world. As you can imagine, that means the industry for elderly products is going to go up as well.
Cha-ching! Where you might see a loved one, Angela is seeing easy exploitation.
Right now, we're looking at $20 billion US of a
that's
market.
a huge market.
Dude.
Get me in!
Dude.
What can I repurpose?
Chat, it's okay. They watch VTubers. Okay, it's fine. I'm already exploring the market. All the people watching right now, you know, they're the senior citizens. Senior citizens I'm exploiting. Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's basically taking something from the original video and recontextualizing it in her own words by applying it to her audience. So we're going to class that as a +1. Reset the timer.
They can relate to this. An aging plant for an aging life.
Yes, you guys can relate to that, right? Look at it. It's you. It's just like...
NMD? That's the whole reason why we have a criteria that is aimed at separating how transformative something is from the base content itself and the VTuber themselves, right? You don't have to like the VTuber in order to acknowledge what they're doing in order to try and make their content transformative when they upload a reaction video. Just picking something that you and your community is going to enjoy watching together, that's fine. We're not talking about that as, you know, that's not one of the criteria that we're judging it based off of. We're looking at how transformative it is. How transformative a video is, how much effort has been put into making a video transformative. That's quite besides the point of whether they're going to enjoy watching it with their community. Right? They're showing up. Don't know if it has been mentioned yet. Should sub callouts be left in a reaction video? It has nothing to do with the content. I mean, if they don't, it's a little awkward for them to, you know, remove all of the alerts and pause in the middle of it. I think that, to be honest, how do I say this? I wouldn't penalize sub callouts for being left in a reaction video, even though I think they could be edited out, simply because the sub callouts in and of themselves, unless the VTuber stops their reaction in order to acknowledge it without pausing the video that's running on in the background, I don't think that's worth penalizing, right? But if they do, then it's automatically classed as, you know, a tangent that's unrelated to the video anyway, so it's already kind of core in the criteria that we have.
You. Chad, it's just like you. You know? Yeah.
Well, you don't need to trim it. Frankly, it trims itself.
Yeah.
All right, let's get started. I'm really excited about this. So what is this first item?
So, Angela, could you just explain to me what that is and what I'm supposed to say about it?
It looks like a speaker.
Well, that's basically what it is.
Does anybody here know what this is? Is this actually, was this supposed to be on the set?
And what it is, more specifically, it's a wireless voice amplifying.
Hold on, NMD, you never answered my question from earlier. Were you actually around for the stream where I was going through the criteria and stress testing it? Don't worry, I'm not sending anyone into any of the communities of the VTubers I'm watching. Right? For the purposes of this stream anyways. Hold on. Were you around for that or no? Because I think at this point it's become quite obvious what the answer to that is.
Speaker system. Now,
So like, you the person speak, and then it makes it louder so the older person hears you, but it's not like you're gonna hear it too. It's not gonna be kind of annoying.
I skipped through it? Okay, I think that explains it, right? Okay. Alright, buddy. Alright. Again, it's pretty... Like, if you don't bother sitting through me explaining how the criteria work, or what the rationale behind it is, and you're not understanding why I'm reacting to things the way that I am, I think it's pretty obvious. I don't think what I'm doing is easily construed as just hating at all, because I am trying to justify what I'm criticizing here on the basis of, again, a criteria on how transformative it is, which is separate from both the content in the source video and the actual React tuber themselves, right? I don't have a problem with you disagreeing with how I'm rating things. But if you're going to come in here and basically say, oh, okay, I think you're just hating, without even bothering to look into how I came up with the criteria and why they are the way that they are. And also, if you weren't around when I was stress testing them with an audience that I allowed to give input into how they were applied, then I think the tourist in here is you, buddy.
So it's a speaker?
Have you ever tried to watch TV with maybe someone a little bit more elderly? You're okay with a certain level of volume, but they need it to be a little bit louder.
Okay, so this is supposed to wirelessly amplify the TV.
Oh, so it's not for your voice, it's for the TV? But then just turn up the TV volume. You can do that. Dip, 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 dip.
Speaker, but they'll just be sitting right next to you anyway, so you'll just hear it from there.
Yeah.
Bing. Just turn it up on the TV.
Yeah.
How deaf is your grandma? Get her a hearing aid.
We link this up. This
Hold on, I think I should, for fairness, I should probably rewind it to about like 3 minutes 40 before I started getting one guide.
Specifically, it's a wireless voice amplifying speaker system. Now,
So like, you the person speak, and then it makes it louder so the older person hears you, but it's not like you're gonna hear it too. It's not gonna be kind of annoying.
So it's a speaker?
Have you ever tried to
We watched Hassan, we were really lenient. Yeah, pretty much. Right?
watch TV with maybe someone a little bit more elderly? You're okay with a certain level of volume, but they need it to be a little bit louder.
Okay, so this is supposed to wirelessly amplify the TV.
Oh, so it's not for your voice, it's for the TV? But then just turn up the TV volume. You can do that. Dip, 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 dip.
Okay, so technically, again, that was a point that she was raising, you know, making a critique of the contents of the video, but it is not an original one, since that's exactly the point that JonTron is making as well.
They'll just be sitting right next to you anyway, so you'll just hear it from there.
Yeah.
That was the point that he was making from earlier on in the video as well, so... Both of them are basically trying to state the same thing, which is that this is a redundant product from design.
Just turn it up on the TV.
Yeah.
How deaf is your grandma? Get her a hearing aid.
We link this up. This is the transmitter to the TV. It comes with the little wire. You plug it in, and then it links up through infrared.
The thing is that TVs already go quite loud. Like, they go really loud. Have you ever put a TV on max? It's really loud.
Headlights or rays that hooks up with your speaker, so you don't need a wire for your speaker.
I thought the whole point is that you don't want to make it go all the way up because it's too loud for you.
Okay, so at this point, we could probably class it as her basically articulating the same thing that JonTron is, but in her own words. We'll add 1 from that.
The older person needs it that loud.
Forgot all the steps already. I forgot everything.
That way, the elderly, your grandparent, whoever it is, can carry around the speaker to wherever they're sitting.
The beauty about this thing, it's got a long range on that infrared. While we're trying to watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, Wheeler to the corner, okay, is gross when she's here. Wheeler, Parker here, I don't know, just put the speaker on it, don't have to see her anymore. This product's more for me than her.
Okay, let's try this first and hear it. So we're watching. Oh, so you do hear that echo, right?
Yeah, you can really hear that. It's not synced at all. Also, I think it's transmitting Russian radio broadcasts.
What? This is the most confusing product I've ever seen. I normally I can fathom. So it's like maybe if they go to piss and they take it with them. So annoying when old people put TV on max with something closer, at least you won't have to blast so loudly. Yeah, but it will be closer to you. Cause like I assume you'll be sitting on the same couch or at least in the same room.
Okay, so for that, she's going to get a point under articulating how a video makes her feel emotionally and why. Because she's not only did she say that she's confused by the pitch, but then she also tries mapping out a hypothetical scenario in order to explain why she finds the design or the pitch confusing, since that scenario doesn't make sense as a selling point.
Oh wait, yeah, it's infrared. You can't even take it with you pissing, so it has to be line of sight. Well, so they can't even go that far. They can't go in the next room, Artix, because it's infrared. It's line of sight. Like, it works based on, like, the thing needs to see it. So if they go in the next room, they're not going to... At that point, just have 2 TVs.
I can't hear actually, Minjung. Could you make it louder, please?
Minjung, careful! Stop manhandling that thing!
so-
Oh!
All right, so this next item looks like, what is this?
This is called the Anmawang, another kind of fun name, Anmawang.
If you're bored at all during this, you could just watch the freaking epic K-pop going on in the background.
Aha! It feels like you're tapping me on in the back.
Are you tapping me on the back?
I will never understand YouTube's auto mod system. I just watched Shell Sock type in like this stream is 1, and then YouTube redacted it for some reason.
No, you're not. That's the thing. Holy crap!
Wait, what is that? Wait, that's kind of cool. I kind of want that. What does he do? What does he do? I'm easily sellable in things. What is that? What does he do? And why do I want it?
Not to mention, these are made from solenoid coils or solenoid features that heats up naturally. So instead of like the copper wires where you use electricity, it's not going to
It's like a
overheat.
massage. Wait, you have one of those? I see. I'm telling you, my chat is the target audience for these products. How is it? How is yours, Valdo?
No overheat.
Okay, so her saying that, citing personal experience anecdote relating it to the contents of the video, basically citing her own knowledge of her own chat and community and going, yeah, this is something that you guys would probably want, right? So we're going to be adding another point because of that. It's close to being capped though.
In case that was one of your worries.
Once it hits 40 degrees Celsius, it shuts off automatically.
If we're watching a tuber reacting to JonTron reacting, where are JonTron's points? JonTron's not a VTuber, so he's outside of my area of care, right? He's not something that I'm worried about because he's entirely separate content niche.
Good.
Even if, yeah, again, even if you were saying that unironically.
Good, it's got a kill switch built in, thank God, all right? This will not be searing any marks into Grandpa's back. Should this need a kill switch? Please, 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 talk about the next item.
It's fire?
Nail clippers?
This one is...
Wait, but what does it do? Is it just a massage heater? Is the heater and massager at the same time? Like, what's the purpose?
Item that already exists. Am I getting that right?
It's funny because I was telling Minjung before the show, it's sometimes the best inventions are 2 very simple.
Okay, so I'm going to rewind that section where she starts asking questions.
Need a kill switch. Please, 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 talk about the next item.
It's fire?
Nail clippers?
This one is...
Wait, but what does it do? Is it just a massage heater? Is the heater and massager at the same time? Like, what's the purpose?
Item that already...
That is basically just... I'm going to be counting that as filler noise because that's basically what was... That question was answered by just watching the video.
That's good
Wait, you
news.
have one of those? I see. I'm telling you, my chat is the target audience for these products. How is it? How is yours, Valdo?
No overheat. In case that was one of your worries.
Once it hits 40 degrees Celsius, it shuts off automatically.
Good, good. It's got a kill switch built in, thank God, all right? This will not be searing any marks into Grandpa's back. Should this need a kill switch? Please, 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 talk about the next item.
It's fire?
Nail clippers?
This one is...
Wait, but what does it do? Is it just
Again, that was basically exactly what was shown. That was the joke that JonTron just made in the video, so we're not going to be counting this as additional commentary.
a massage heater? Is the heater and massager at the same time? Like, what's the purpose?
Yeah. I want to add chat. I did not pre-watch this for one of the drinking phrases. See, I did briefly contemplate if I wanted, obviously not pre-watched as part of the criteria to, as one of the penalty criteria, but I decided against it, specifically because of the fact that while I do think it is fair to expect a React tuber to select for videos that they know they're going to have a lot to say about, I do understand that for some, if they were to pre-watch a video before watching it with their community, it might reduce the enjoyability of that sort of, like I said earlier, that collective parasocial experience, right?
Item that already exists. Am I getting that right?
It's funny because I was telling Minjung before the show, it's sometimes the best inventions are 2 very simple products coming together.
Magnifier glass nail clippers.
Sometimes the best inventions...
Again, we're not counting that as
are the
additional
ones that have already
commentary.
been
She just
invented.
said out loud what was shown on screen.
Most people don't know that.
So for a third item, it's just your conventional nail clipper, right? And
But
this
what's
is
special about it?
a lot of things.
Just not, she's wildin'.
No patience.
You're just selling him nail clippers? Angela, that's not ethical.
The unique aspect is...
I was wondering about that magnifying glass, too.
It comes with a magnifying glass, and because our nail clipper is made out of steel, it sticks right on.
How neat is that? Would that
I feel like that might make the situation worse. Would that help?
Because when
Friggin' hell, skip the magnet.
Because when you press it, you will move anyways, won't it?
That is exactly.
I suppose if you're kind of.
Fine glass, just slap an ACOG
Again,
scope on that bad boy.
This is bad, is it?
Trust me.
Like if she had continued to elaborate on that point, then yeah, I maybe would have counted that as meaningful commentary. But as it is, right?
Out of steel, it sticks right on.
How neat is that? Would that
I feel like that might make the situation worse. Would that help?
Because when
Friggin' hell, skip the magnet.
Because when you press it, you will move anyways, won't it? I suppose if you're kind of.
Fine glass, just slap an ACOG.
Like she could have elaborated on that, and she just gave up halfway through that sentence. So for that reason, it's basically just repeating what was already being shown on screen, which is the fact that, yeah, it does move because of the fact that you put on an unwieldy magnifying glass to a nail clipper that you're trying to use.
ACOG scope on that bad boy.
This is bad, is it?
Trust me. You're not going to be missing with this thing.
With that simple idea, you don't have to worry about losing.
Ryuken, I think this type of video is not good to do reactions. It is possible, but like you said, there are certain types of videos that even though they may be entertaining, are not good for making React content if you want to make transformative React content. And again, I think this is the point that Nomad was missing earlier, which is the fact that we are rating React content not based off of how enjoyable it might be to watch, because that's impossible to rate at all, even with any measure of objectivity. Because if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But we're judging it based off how transformative it is, right? And this is the kind of video where if you want to make your reaction transformative, you're going to need to have a lot to add to the conversation, which would some of examples for different types of reactions that could add to this in a transformative manner would be, for example, let's say that you added on to the JonTron video is difficult because you're basically reacting to a React, which is automatically going to be more difficult, right? Because JonTron's video, the original video by JonTron, is technically a reaction video, right? He's just really good at making it transformative because he's actually doing skits, trying to take the premises of this sales pitch and make it real life and perform it in front of a camera, right? That's how he's made his reaction transformative. Now Pippi Slayer is set up in a bit of a difficult position as a React tuber. Because again, like I said, she's reacting to a React video, and a very well made React video in that regard, right? So the only other thing that I could, this is biased, of course, because of my own personal leanings. But the thing that comes to my mind immediately when it comes to additional ways that you could maybe try to make a reaction to this JonTron video more transformative is talking about the psychology of the way that they're marketing those products, right? Because that's not something that JonTron tackles, although he does tackle the very heavily physical comedy side of trying to visualize what these products would actually be like if you bought them and tried to use them in real life, right? So yeah, this is not an easy video to react to because one, it is already a React video, and two, it is a well done React video. How do you top someone physically acting out the absurdities that they are reacting to when you are constrained by medium as just being like a 2D model on a screen, right? JonTron has access to 3 dimensions in terms of creating physical comedy as part of his reaction. Pippi Slayer is a little bit restricted in terms of just being a VTuber on screen.
I feel like you've missed the point here. You could still lose it. It comes off. That's the whole point. Comes on, comes off. Comes on, comes off. Whoop, I lost it.
Yeah, Ardentop. The more entertaining the video they're reacting to, the harder it is to provide commentary. That is a very common problem that reactions as a genre runs into when it comes to being transformative, right? Because if the video you're reacting to is entertaining, usually what that results in, if you just think about it on a consumer basis, right? You're a viewer, you're watching a video you find enjoyable. The response that usually elicits is stun locking you, right? When you see a video and you're genuinely engaged by it because it's really entertaining and really well paced, generally when you're just watching it on your own, the response is to be stun locked by it because you are engaged, right? And that is also precisely what you don't want to be if you're trying to make a reaction video out of, watching the original video to upload onto YouTube, right? Because if you're stun locked, that makes for a shit reaction. But the better the video you're reacting to is, the more likely you are to be stun locked. Like, that's the problem.
You can still lose it.
These products are actually confusing me so much. I feel
Yeah, it's also a choice to upload it. And again, people are entitled to make that choice. And I fully understand the reasons why people do, right? Because it gets numbers. Right? Let's be real here. When it comes to motivations, no one is uploading React content because they have a genuine passion for it and they feel like it might be their magnum opus, right? No one's uploading reaction content thinking, yes, surely this React video is going to be the highlight of my career. People do it because it gets numbers, because it works in that regard. And I don't begrudge them that. But at the same time, if you're going to upload that kind of content, it's also fair game for other people to criticize. And I am part of other people. I can make it work if I have the equipment for 3D. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? That's one of the ways in which you can potentially try to rival it. Let's say you have a VTuber who, let's say you have a VTuber with a 3D model, right? And they have access to 3D assets. And then they choose to bounce off of what JonTron's doing in his video by, using a 3D virtual space to, emulate or create a similar degree of physical comedy. That would probably be something on par with what JonTron is doing in his original video. But most VTubers who are making reaction content will not do that because they don't have access to the equipment or because it's just too much trouble to set up just for the sake of doing a one-off reaction vid, right?
a bit bewildered and a bit like I don't know what's going on, like I feel like I just got a concussion and I'm recovering because I realized Chad is on the wrong side. Fuck you, chuds. Shut, more like chud.
Actually, you bring up an interesting point, Boyomo, because Fillion doing things like backflipping in response to a joke in a video, that does count as an element of physical comedy. That does count as an element of physical comedy to emphasize your reaction to something that is akin to what JonTron does in his original video. So I think out of all of the VTubers who do reaction content, there is an argument to be made that Fillion is the one that gets the closest to something like what JonTron's doing here.
Many other things you could have said about that magnifying glass.
So thank you for these great ideas. I think I'll go with the nail clippers, more affordable too.
Is that right?
I'll go with the
That's
nail
crazy. Even the lady that's supposed to plug it is like, yeah, I don't think I'll go with this.
clippers that I could have bought from CVS Pharmacy.
Again, we're not counting that as additional commentary because she's basically just saying out loud something that's already shown in the video.
It's more affordable too.
Is that right?
I'll go with the
That's
nail
crazy. Even the lady that's supposed to plug it is like, yeah, I don't think I'll go with this.
clippers that I could have bought from
That's crazy, yeah.
CVS Pharmacy
Oh.
for $1.78. That was the most impressive thing to me in this lineup.
What was the timestamp on the that's
Nail
crazy?
clippers, more affordable too.
I don't think we should penalize the that's crazy without additional commentary because technically she did add on that bit at the end. It's just that bit did not count as additional commentary for the purposes of the 15% duration thing.
Crazy. Even the lady that's supposed to plug it is like, yeah, I don't think I'll go with this.
Clippers that I could have bought from CVS
Yeah.
Pharmacy for $1.78. That was the most impressive thing to me in this lineup.
For over 100 years, we've been scrunching and folding toilet paper.
Yeah, I do that. I fold it. I don't think anyone scrunches. That's actually bro, I'm sorry. If you scrunch, ninth level of hell for you.
Scrunching? Who's scrunching?
Okay. Technically, that is citing personal experience or anecdote relating it to the content of the video going, yeah, I've never seen someone do this. If you do this, get help, right? So at a point with that, and we'll reset the timer as well. Hold on, what was that? 2? Okay, adding a point, so it should be plus, it should go up to 3 instead of going down to 1. Hold on. Alright, there we go.
Who is crunching?
It's very simple, okay?
Yes.
It's a nice weave.
Yes, exactly. The weave.
Yeah, that's you.
Finally, there's a better way.
Okay.
Do we have any scruncher in the chat? Any scrunchers in the chat? Beautiful freeze frame, by the way. Absolutely Picasso levels. Dali's Starry
Okay.
Night.
We count this as appreciation for the video, right? So we'll add a point for that.
Levels of freeze frame, but do we have any scrunchers in the chat? Okay, you gotta come clean. I mean, you're not coming clean because you're scrunching, but you gotta come out, man. I'm a folder. Sup, BB House? Hell, it's good. It's epic. Do you scrunch your toilet paper, by the way? Just let me ask this real quick. Fold it into a hungry swan. Okay, well, I make an origami crane. And then it just flies up there.
Yep, this is Pippi Slayer.
Comfort Wipe, the sanitary paper extension arm and holder.
Oh, for God's sake. We all know there is no way that item is coming out of that scenario unscathed, okay? It's not coming out the same Comfort Wipe.
The first improvement to toilet paper as we know it since the 1880s.
The 1880s?
Is it crazy that I'm kind of down for that? Oh.
You're gonna go back that?
Okay. Now, technically, we could say that is we could say that is contextualizing a sentimental argument in your own words by basically going, yeah, no, I'm kind of down for that. Although the way that the video is presented in JonTron's version makes it very clear by implication that that's not supposed to be the takeaway, right? So I think we can add a point for that. Because, yeah, that is definitely a differentiating factor from the original. Just get a bidet, I agree. But but she's saying I'm down for that. I don't think she means, you know, in the way that it was marketed.
That far? What happened in the world of toilet paper in the 1880s? Toilet paper, 1880s. In 1880, the British Perforated Paper Company began selling toilet paper sold in boxes of individual squares. This is the biggest invention to toilet paper since perforation. And God knows I don't have to spell
He has one!
it out for you.
Okay, we're not counting that as meaningful commentary.
This is not an ethical product.
Think about it. Toilet paper is really archaic and disgusting.
Ew. Too bad we need to have it as part of the main feature of our product.
Get a bidet if you truly want to not be archaic.
That's right. Never touch.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, you could say that she's making an original critique of the contents of the video by bringing in a new thing, basically saying bidets make this whole thing obsolete, right? But, what in the... Yeah. I'm gonna add a point because of that.
Touch another dirty toilet tissue.
It's always going to go just like that. We're never going to be landing butter side down on the rim of the toilet. Actually, for that, you're going to need their other product, Comfort Grab.
Being a big guy certainly has its advantages.
But mostly, it's...
Okay.
disadvantages all the way down.
This.
Wait, as I said, being a big guy definitely has its advantages. But I think he said disadvantages.
Is a great product.
This is the disadvantage. You're looking at it. Actually, I can't think of the advantage. Heart disease?
It's embarrassing to have someone help you with your personal matters.
Before the Comfort Wipe, I had no chance of reaching my own ass. I mean, look at that thing. Are you telling...
Look, you know, this is why maybe I'm down for the Comfort Wipe. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a couple of reasons maybe why maybe I am down for the Comfort Wipe.
I mean, you'd be able to get all the way back up in there?
I'm not going to be awarding a point for that, but that is going to reset the timer because she is trying to play off of what's being shown by you doing a callback to a prior joke. But again, she's used that joke before, so it's not going to be awarded a point either.
Look at the shape of my strange body. The Comfort Wipe has given me back my dignity. Gone are the days I have to embarrassingly...
I mean, for someone like this, it actually would work. There's no way he's reaching back
rub
there.
up against a tree or a neighbor's house to wipe my own ass in full view of the police. I'm sorry, Fred. I'll pay for the damage. God knows this hurts me more than it hurts you. Oh, I'm not a grizzly bear, man. I'm a freaking human. And they say size doesn't matter. 15 inches of pure cleanliness.
See, it works. Oh, he dropped it.
Good as new. Life is hell this way.
I just feel like you wouldn't be able to get in there. No, I'm falling behind because sometimes, not to get crashed, but sometimes you gotta, when you use toilet paper, you gotta fill your way into the crevices, if you know what I mean. It's a dexterity that only the human fingers could have. If you use that, it would just be like more like a smear on top. Okay, like the truth is, you do have to use your dexterous fingers. Okay, you can't just like do a like, I know it's called wiping, but you can't just do a wipe. You know what I mean?
Okay, so again, that is that is technically her basically articulating something that JonTron was saying in the video in her own words, right? So whereas he was just talking about how cumbersome the actual, the sales pitch scenario that you would use the product in is, he's talking about how it's no functional replacement for the actual for the fact that you need to use fingers sometimes if you want to clean up your behind.
Life is hell this way.
I just feel like you wouldn't be able to get in there. No, I'm falling behind because sometimes, not to get crashed, but sometimes you gotta, when you
Fingers ableist, that is citing a personal experience, right, relating it to the contents of the video. So I think, at this point, if I'm remembering right, if I'm keeping track correctly in the course of this video, she should be capped out on this, I think.
use toilet paper, you gotta fill your way into the crevices, if you know what I mean. It's a dexterity that only the human fingers could have. If you use that, it would just be like more like a smear on top. Okay, like the truth is, you do have to use your dexterous fingers. Okay, you can't just like do a like, I know it's called wiping, but you can't just do a wipe. You know what I mean?
All right, let's move on to Rejuvenate Electric Facial Mask. With a name like that, how can you go wrong?
Oh, I need it.
Hi, I'm Linda Evans, and I'd like to congratulate you on your exciting new purchase.
You know that feeling you get when you meet someone and you just feel like you've known them your entire life? Well, I just had whatever's the exact opposite of that feeling.
The Rejuvenate system is an investment that can produce amazing results for your face and skin. And since it's a system, not a cream.
No, this was a cream? This is a cream.
I need it. I need the system.
Well, I'm not really sure it's a system either.
It's a system.
The essential parts of your Rejuvenate system are the facial mask with adjustable straps and 26 gold-plated contact points.
I need
the
it.
battery-operated control box.
You will make me better. I need it.
This is raising no red flags. If this is raising no red flags,
It's rejuvenating.
We'll give you easy-to-follow instructions.
Okay, we're not going to count that as additional commentary because again, that's literally the sales pitch.
On assembling the system, fitting the mask to your face and operating the controls.
And she looks so cool.
She looks so comfortable. She really looks at ease.
In addition, we'll give you details on how to get the best results and answer the most commonly asked question.
This will definitely not suck the youth out of your soul
I need
and
it
transfer
all.
it to me. I do not have a cauldron on my upper floors.
You will fry your face? No, she would never do that to me. It will rejuvenate
I do
me.
not consult it in times of need.
Also, what if you're not white? it only comes in this color.
Battery-operated control box.
Okay, that bit where she said, "What if you're not white?" I think that is adding on, making an original critique of the contents of the video, because that is not something that JonTron raised as a as a possible counterpoint against that product up until now.
The connector cord. The tube of enriched toning gel.
An enriched toning gel, bro.
Uranium. I wouldn't put uranium in a tube. That would cause a lawsuit. I wouldn't want that. Could you put it on? It wouldn't benefit me to put uranium in the tube, dude. I'm selling it like it's... Why would I do that? It's not uranium. Put it on. You want to know how we're legit? Comes with Now that's
It
professionalism.
comes to the
That
pretty
looks like a
looks
snuff film
tape.
passed around in 1970s New York. I know the street, down on 3rd Street.
Dude, that's sick. I want to rejuvenate, bro. A VHS, dude. Hey, hey, hey.
Is where you'd find that.
The first step is to install
Again, basically just saying that's a VHS. It's just repeating out loud what's being shown visually on screen.
the 9-volt battery into the control unit.
Okay. Almost ready. Just gotta hook it up to that.
Yo, I want
Small battery?
it. I want it so bad. Okay,
For optimal results, it is very important to properly fit the headband and mask so that they are comfortable and positioned correctly on the face.
So I just gotta put this on. Easy enough.
He's beautiful.
Is that supposed to be happening? I'm fairly sure that's not supposed to be happening.
Wait, what?
Assuming you are using enough gel.
Wait.
This is not unusual.
No, this is unusual. Okay, let's not beat around the bush.
Well, if you can get the idea of what doing 8 setups a second would do for your stomach, you have an idea of what Rejuvenate would do for your face.
Irreversible damage. You know, all this pussyfooting.
I can't tell if it's a bit or not. Did he actually start smoking?
All these products. All right, that's all it's been. Pussyfoot.
Okay, that is also... We're not going to count that as additional commentary if she doesn't follow up on that.
Just go full tilt. I never want to see my grandpa again. Have a robot take care of him.
We're getting there, bro. We're getting there. Virginia, that's where all the virgins are.
This is gonna be bad, isn't it?
Would you like to dance with me?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Let me just check the... again. 3 minutes. Okay, so right now she's 1 minute off from hitting
I'm
the-
glad she is staying on script, though.
Wait, no, this is, you know, we have the, what's it called, Neo? Whatever it is, the one that's actually a guy controlling it to VR.
That's a tough line she had to respond with there.
This song is In the Mood by Glenn Miller.
Would you count that as a joke? Which one? Her talking about it being like Neo? Which bit are you talking about? No point for the virgin joke? Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. We can give a point for the virgin joke, right? So, yeah, critiquing point of the video's commentation, composition presentation. So basically playing off of the video's presentation to make a joke of her own. We can add a point for that. All right.
Controlling it to VR.
That's a tough line she had to respond with there.
This song is In the Mood by Glenn Miller.
This is the saddest video I've ever seen. That is so sad. What the hell?
You know it's going to be a nice evening when your dancing partner sounds like a trash can getting hit with a crowbar every time it doesn't move.
That's crazy. No.
What we wanted to do.
This is the future. This is like the old people are gonna talk to ChatGPT, man. This is genuinely the present, not the future even.
Was design a robot that's easy to use.
I can say for
Okay, so she did say that's crazy, but she then elaborated by saying that, yeah, this is basically what life is like now, so.
certain you failed right off the bat. Stop now. You should have stopped.
Oh my god, his eyes. His beautiful eyes. He has creepypasta eyes, bro. He has eyes that they put over human faces in the Mandela catalog to make them creepy, man.
I can say for certain you failed right off the bat.
Dude, look at him. Dude, that's like, you know, it's the Mandela catalog and the guy's mind.
Okay, yeah, we can say that that's, making an original critique of the contents of the video, because she's talking about how creepy the aesthetic on the robot is, which is not something that JonTron has been talking about.
And he goes like, and his face appears.
Stop now. You should have stopped before. You should have stopped before you started.
The time is 9:39
Oh
a.m.
my god, he
Designed
has a hole in his
specifically for
mouth.
seniors,
Oh my god, he's so perfect.
but also affordable. I think that was very important. It's something that seniors, older individuals could trust.
What, that guy? You don't trust that guy back? There's got a naturally trustable face. What, you think he's got malicious intent? Are you reading bad signals off of that? Off of those eyes?
Beep. Look at him.
You think those would be the kind of eyes to peer into yours, coldly, emotionless, as he strangled you in your sleep? No, he's not that kind of guy. He's a good guy. Could you not have put a little more R&D into the face? Somehow you made it look worse than if you just took a Sharpie.
He looks like me.
Okay, we can count that as live toggling the model in order to enhance the reaction.
He was like.
Yeah, she's trying, right? This is why I capped it at 1, by the way. It is a good 1, but it is still capped at 1.
And did like a
This is like the opposite of the Cha-Cha React.
fucking dot smile, regular smiley face. Somehow how did you do worse than that?
He's company, and there's somebody to talk to, and somebody to
That's so sad. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro?
dance with.
That's what you did. Because you won't just visit.
I like the song that he plays, actually.
It's called Spotify. You can find that song, and it doesn't
the song that he plays.
actually play out of a can of beans.
Okay, Rudy.
What would you like
Why is he proposing to it, bro? He's on one knee.
What crime must I commit today in your name, master?
Help me.
Have I reached you? Remember to take your morning medication, Anthony.
Okay, this one could have been accomplished
Is that
with
the help? He helped me. He helped him get up. You know.
a post-it note, and it doesn't even have to creepily lurk towards you. What are these people, crazy?
Seniors would give us their feedback. Oh, we don't like this, we don't like that. We'd come in and change it.
Please stop coming. I told you not to come, but you keep on coming, and my arms are too.
Are you
weak
sure
to
they
hold you
liked
back.
anything
Yeah,
about it?
we took this feedback into account.
Good afternoon. Did you take your medicine this morning?
Does this thing do anything other than remind you through text or human to take your
To
medicine
take
this
your
morning?
medicine.
I'm not trying to oversimplify your life's work here, but a post-it note on the fridge pretty much accomplishes
Take your
the same thing here.
medicine.
Okay, wonderful. Did you sleep okay last night?
No.
What would you like me to do?
Let's go.
I hate
So here
him.
Rudy's able to help carry things for me, you know, help me around the house as I'm moving throughout the day.
This is gross.
He can
This is
barely
gross. This is one
carry
really gross.
2 things.
Gross me out. You know, I don't know why all these people, all these commercials, all these products are making senior citizens out to be so weak, you know, so defenseless, lacking of inner strength and resolve. I say nay to all that, all right? I don't think you should be put in a home. I think you should be free to break your bones on everything. That's a risk I'm willing to let you take. The legends speak of a man who could teach the elderly to defend themselves using the sacred...
-1 for wasting chance to tell chat to take their meds. That would have been worth a point if she did do that, yeah.
martial art
Legacy
of keen
Few?
fu. If we want to age gracefully, we will have to learn from the master
Whoa.
himself.
The cane is a sign of weakness.
Whoa.
But in that deception alone
Painful.
lies its great strength. Use that deception to your advantage.
Whoa.
The ancient Korean.
It's like
Nope.
Mad Dog Fist, but it's for old people.
Class knew the power.
Okay, again, that's a joke. She tried, right? So you can say contextualizing statement, sentiment, or argument expressed in your own words. I think for certain there is probably at this point in the stream, because it's so late, I am being overly generous.
Of the king.
Because I do not think that this is better than, for example, just objectively, I do not think that this is better than, for example, the pheromone or Y-Chan thing. I certainly don't think it's better than the Smugglana or the Goofy thing. But at this point, I think that, yeah, that is just something to
Dog
note.
medicine, those are two different things. By the way.
And exercises with the king.
Am I doing this right? What are you saying? What are you talking?
Ability.
You still going?
Like the woman.
Bro, I just came for the workout, man.
The car up and taking her child.
What the fuck are you talking about? Whoa. I just came for the workout, man.
That's okay. Cute things deserve generosity.
Running into a burning building. They feel the fear, but they do it anyways.
Dude, what are you talking?
So
Seriously, what are you talking about?
Two-handed block. That's as
Can you hear
simple
me?
as it gets.
The draws.
One thing that has worked out more in Pippi Slayer's favor, though, as opposed to the others, is because of the way that she has perhaps unintentionally spread out the reactions to JonTron's video, that has prevented her from losing points in the same places as the others. I do suspect that if we were to add up, let's say, for example, the amount of dead air in between segments, she would probably class way closer to Cha-Cha than she would to, let's say, someone like Pheromone. However, because of the way that it's been distributed, it hasn't run into the same, the same shortcoming against the criteria as they've been drafted up.
Can you hear me?
That is another thing that I'm probably going to end up taking into account if I were to revisit this idea.
Hello? Dude, can you hear me? What are you talking about? Seriously? Seriously?
Coming in with a high shot. Maybe they're coming in with a knife.
I feel like I'm high. Help, man. I've never done a drug in my life. I feel like I'm high.
Strike the block. Strike it.
The door's locked. The door's locked. The door's locked.
Block.
Not a big fan of the mouth, but aside from that, I can't complain. I was going to say, the water thing, like, I get it, right? You're doing the sipping water thing as a VTuber because it's supposed to be cute, right? But it's just I think it would count as just filler noise rather than any sort of additional commentary.
Strike the block. Strike it.
The door's locked. The door's locked. The door's locked.
Block.
Now, before we end the video, I just want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Honey. Without them,
We're not watching that one! Let's go! Dude, holy
Okay. So again, in terms of the amount of times that she has, I do think that this is inflated, and I don't think that this has been correctly rated to be placed here. So technically, she does clock in at 12, which would put her ahead of Foofy, if I remember correctly. And again, I think that given all of that, I do not think that at this point it has been rated in a way that's like, I think at this point, the amount of time that I've been streaming for, plus the amount that I have drunk has probably affected, to put it very mildly, it's probably affected the way that I've rated this, because it probably should not be 12, which is giga inflated. But yeah, no, I do think that it is, I think it is fair to say that there were multiple attempts at making it transformative by Pippi. Like, she did try to make jokes, even if not all of them landed. But yeah, I hated the water sipping. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I love good sipper. 12 with an asterisk. Yeah, I would put an asterisk on that one. Hold on. Give me a moment. I'm going to splash water on my face. I'll be back in a second. Hopefully we can actually do the rest of them that is not artificially inflated. Alright, okay. I have returned. Oh, alright. We have 3 more. I do think in hindsight, I probably should have kept it at 10 VTubers to put on the thing instead of 12. Because I have been streaming for like, what? More than 10 hours now? And when you combine that with the sipping throughout, probably not the best combination for objective rating in hindsight, admittedly. But yeah. I think she probably would have scored above 10 even if we were generous. See, that's the thing. I don't think so. I think it is definitely the opposite of the Cha-Cha video, where she started off a little frigid and a little stiff, but towards the end is where she started scaling into actually trying to make the reaction her own, right? But the thing is, even with that being the case, I think that if I were to rate that, with the exact same mindset that I had going in right at the beginning of the stream, I think it probably would have placed around here or here, right? Probably not upload fodder, because towards the end, yeah, there was quite a bit of effort that she put into some of the reactions, right? The bit with the alarms comes out to mind, but I think she definitely would not be higher than React-slop affectionate if I were to rate this, if I were to do a redo when I'm in, slightly less fatigued or a little tipsy, perhaps. Oh, Bunsy, welcome to the stream. 12-hour stream? Yeah. I did go into this thinking that it would be around 12 hours, but I underestimated just how long exactly it would be. So, oh wait, it's 10 hours, 23 minutes? Yeah, it is. So, next time you drink water, get a straw and make us hear you drink. I don't like making mouth sounds into my mic, so I assume that you guys don't like it either, to be completely honest. Like, I'll do things like chew seaweed in the mic as a joke, but on average, I prefer not to make any sort of eating sounds or whatever while I'm streaming. But in any case, yeah, some of you guys are still, some of you guys have been here throughout the entire thing, so pats on the back for actually sitting through all of this with me. But in any case, we are now in the final stretch. Last 3 VTubers, these are from the last cluster, those that have less than 50,000 subscribers apiece at the time of selection. And actually, I believe one of them, I think Mochi, also did a reaction video to a JonTron vid. So we have a chance to test whether it actually is just JonTron inflation in terms of the score, or if it is just me falling off towards the end of the stream. But in any case, the first one that we have out of the final three is a VTuber by the name of Kitsune Mizuki, who's doing a react video to Smash JT. The title of her reaction is Amelia Restores Britain, Rupert Lau's New Party Explodes, Smash JT React. Runtime is 32 minutes 8 seconds. Upload date is 26th of February 2026. And the original video looks like this, so thumbnails are quite different. And the title is this... Oh wait, fuck, this is... I should have pasted in the new title, hold on. That was a mistake left over from editing. The new title should be... just Amelia. New title should be Amelia Restores Britain, Rupert Lau's New Party Explodes without the Smash JT React. Uploader obviously Smash JT. Runtime for the original video clocks in at 14 minutes 36 seconds with 15% rounding out to 2 minutes. And the upload date is on the 19th of February, which is a week before the reaction was uploaded, so we don't need to worry about the 5-day rule there. Again, Smash JT React is a small addition, but it's enough to make it not just word for word the original title. So, for the first time in a long time, we're not starting off in the negatives. We are just starting off from 0. Alright, I don't think we actually took any sips during the previous React either, so that I guess that's a point in favor. Alright. Alright. So, I'm just going to pull up both videos so again you guys can verify that I do have the correct upload dates written down. So the original video was uploaded 19th February, as you can see there. And the reaction was uploaded 26th of February, as you can see there. Alright. Ooh, okay, let's go.
So the title of this video is Amelia Restores Britain, Rupert Lau's New Party Explodes by Smash GT. Yeah, let's go.
Britain is making huge leaps and moves over the UK right now, and Keir Starmer's probably pissing his pants with how Rupert Lowe is just basically creating an entirely new party, and everyone wants to be a part of this. Amelia on X says, absolute cinema. Millions must go.
Oh, I love you, miss. And you every week I swear that I won't complain. 'Cause I love you, miss. She moans and she falls and you
It's like living a...
Those tails transform half the screen. If the VTuber's model played a role in that, perhaps maybe we'd have an argument.
It's like living a dream, like the dream of emptying your countries from immigrants.
Okay.
Honesty box. And this was quote tweeting Rupert Lowe, who said, a fair few, including many on the so-called right of British politics, have been throwing around the usual insults about the fact I said millions must go. Let me respond with 4 words. Get used to it. Restore Britain is not going to pussyfoot around. If you don't like it, unfollow me. I really don't care.
I do think there is a case to be made that in instances where your model does get in the way of actually seeing the original video, to a certain point it can become a problem. Like, for example, if you are going to be reacting to something that's showing in this bottom right corner, I could see her model getting in the way of showing how what she's saying is a reaction to something on screen, for example. But yeah, I think as is right now, for how much of the video has been showing, it hasn't posed a problem just yet.
The time for half measures on immigration is so far gone. It's over. It's done. That may have worked in 2010. It's 2020.
Again, if a VTuber is just saying based, right? That's basically the same thing as saying so true, unless it gets elaborated on within 30 seconds. So When did she say that? What was the timestamp?
It's over. It's done.
Okay, so 1 minute 40 seconds. So 30 seconds from that is going to be 2 minutes 10. I think, well, we've had recent experience proving that not always when someone says something is based, they're actually able to articulate why.
That may have worked in 2010. It's 2026, and the barbarians are already in the gates. We will be unapologetic in our push for mass deportations. Nobody can accuse me of being inconsistent on that. What a boss. The other party.
Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, I'm in the middle of dying.
Had to be pathetically dragged kicking and screaming to some mild deportation position. If you want the real authentic version, then join Restore Britain. And I said, this man.
Okay, so now we've reached 210 and there's no further elaboration on any of the base things, so we're going to be deducting a point because of that.
The boss, Celestial Fleet, put the great back in Great Britain. I feel like there's finally
Bowl of rice. It's not stealing if it's transformative. That's the point, right? If you make it transformative, it's not content theft because you're making it your own. You're making it distinct from the original, right? But it still has to pass. It still has to. You still have to have put in effort to make it your own. Besides just saying yes, I agree or so true, right?
some hope. Basil the Great, there are some very sick people in the UK. Imagine making a formal complaint because the gang inquiry was covered in the news. What kind of person does that? GB News sparks nearly 4,000 Ofcom complaints over racist report about the Muslim group.
Okay, so if it's just spamming "oh my god" over and over again, that's not really, unless there's any sort of elaboration, this doesn't really count as commentary. What's the timestamp on that? 240.
Hit me!
Over
Oh my god!
racist report
Oh my god!
about the Muslim
239. Okay.
grooming gangs. So because the grooming gangs were reported on, they started getting complaints, likely from Muslims calling in saying, that's racist to talk about us the way we are. Amelia on X, 50,000 members already. We're not splitting the vote. We're taking the votes. Hashtag Restore Britain. Quote tweeting Rupert Lowe. Big news. Restore Britain has just hit 50,000 members. This just started like 3 days ago.
I can avoid by thinking Amelia suck. Amelia suck by Skybros. That's peak like resistance.
And one day after that, on February...
Hold on, let me just rewind that because her accent made it a little difficult for me to tell what she was saying.
Remember, this just started like 3 days ago.
I can avoid by thinking Amelia suck. Amelia suck by Skybros. That's
Oh, she's referencing how Amelia sounds the same as, I assume, a song?
peak like resistance.
Okay. Alright, so in that case, I think we can add one for basically taking something, making an observation from the original video's contents that Smash didn't make himself. So, we can add a point for that. She's talking about a music video Skybros made? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright.
One day after that, on February 15th, it was 50,000 members. We have a growing army of supporters, and we're polling nationally at 10%. I am increasingly confident that we have a bloody good chance of winning the next election. For the sake of UK, I really hope.
Good evening, everybody. Forgive my slightly scruffy farm attire, but...
In other words, we're lacking context? Yeah. we're lacking a bit of context to judge what she just said. But Azahara was there to fill in, so.
But I've got some excellent news for all those who are following what we're doing at Restore Britain. We've just gone through 50,000 members, which is absolutely fantastic. It shows that people are following what we're doing and they are.
We are not
supportive
counting
of
that
what
as
we're
additional
doing,
commentary.
which I just can't thank them enough for. What I would say is that it's now, you can't rely on a small group of people to carry the burden of what needs to be done. So I appeal to all of you, join us.
I'm curious, thank you for the 2. Skybrowse made an AI song called A Million Amelias. Ah, okay, I see.
In as many numbers as you can, but spread the word. Start to challenge when you think things are wrong. Don't accept everything. Do it legally, do it fairly, do it in a British way. But please, let's spread the word. Let's collectively.
Okay. So, okay. How you do it legally when you're like having 12,000 people being arrested for thoughts and opinions online? How you do that, quote unquote, legally when what is legal there? It's like it's like literally breathing air. It's almost becoming illegal. How you do legally that, you know? There is no such thing as legally anymore. I think there is no rule for such a thing as legally to fix this. There.
Okay, so that is an original critique of the contents of the video, because that's not quite something that JT has said here. As a critique of that particular point from Lowe's speech.
Anymore, in my opinion, okay?
Take on this malaise that has infected Britain. We need to get rid of it. So have a good evening, good luck next week, and thank you for watching.
I tell you, it takes someone with serious balls in this environment.
If you want to keep things legally, you ain't doing nothing, you know? There is no way, like, it's my... Oh my god. I better not mention that. Yeah, I would mention my country. I can't. Okay, this time I can't. But yeah, like some countries out there in the world, like for example, like you can't, there is no room for you to do anything legally because everything you can think of to that actually could be a solution for your problems is considered illegal already. Yeah. So you better start doing things illegally like that. It's like I said, like I said sometimes here before on this channel, and I'm gonna say again now. You can't win something playing on the rules while your enemy plays everything but only inside of that. You know? Like you can't gain against an enemy that don't play with the rules.
Okay, this particular interjection is still going to refresh the timer, but I'm not going to award an additional point because it's just a further elaboration on the point that she just made. Right. Because thank you for the 5. Skybrowse also made a song, Crybrows, in reaction to Pippa calling him an AI grifter, and his songs were gay and dumb. You know, I saw Pippa and Skybrowse interacting on the timeline. I thought that was pretty wholesome, to be honest.
In the rules, you know, it's impossible. It's really possible
to do what he's doing and say what he's saying, because there's a lot of crazy people in this world that don't like the direction that politics can go. And it takes a very brave person to step forward and say, I will be the face of this. And hell yeah, I will lead and do this. Rupert Lowe followed that up saying, more good news. I've just been told that Restore Britain has hit 60,000 members.
Have you guys ever played League of Legends? And to the ones that played, have you ever get to play against a cheater in the opposite team? And I'm just saying one cheater in a team of 5. One cheater. Imagine like 2. Imagine a team of 5 cheaters. Okay? Do you see? You guys are aware how difficult, how more like it's almost impossible you win a match when there's a cheater on the other team. It's almost impossible already. Imagine like having 3 or 5 cheaters on the team. It's just so you guys know, like...
-2 points league mention? Okay, but unironically, Her trying to use a league analogy in order to illustrate her point, I think it does count as contextualizing something in your own words, right? Contextualizing an argument in your own words. I'm gonna add a point for that.
It's a comparison. It's a very dumb comparison to the problem, the whole society that we're trying to fix. There's no way that you can play by the rules when your enemy doesn't use none, you know? It's literally this.
Another 10,000 patrons have joined in less than 24 hours. Bloody good start, I'd say. Join the party at restorebritain.org/join_us. And Rupert Lowe says, Restore Britain now has more members than the Liberal.
Her accent does make it more difficult at times to tell exactly what she's saying, but I think it is still possible to discern what she is, you know, the actual words that are coming out and whether they come together to make something that looks like a coherent point that she's trying to make. Like, you can be ESL, you can have a thick accent, but you can still come up with something that is at least, you know, that at least looks like you're expanding on something from something you're reacting to, right?
Democrats. An incredible start. Insane how fast this is growing. Amelia the Patriot. Hello, we're back department. I'd like to file a claim. Quote tweeting Rupert Lowe. Restore Britain will put the safety and well-being of British women ahead of third world sex pests who have broken into our country, now freely roam our streets. We do not give a
No, you're doing it wrong. No, you're starting it all wrong, okay? You're starting it all wrong. To begin with, the British women are one of the main reasons that you guys end up in this situation, okay? So no, don't do this for British women, okay? Okay, please, don't.
Shit about their human rights.
Okay. So again, that is another point that she's leveraging that is not quite what that is different from what Smash is saying in the original video. She is making a critique of the contents of the video, so in this particular case, the contents being Rupert Lowe's tweet. But since it is an original one, because it's not one that's being made by Smash JT, I think it qualifies under awarding a point under that.
Let's fucking go. They will all be deported immediately. Holy shit. I said pure base stadium. Let's fucking go. This is habitual line stepper. Human rights is a fiction used.
It's another thing that you guys should do. Like, if you're gonna fix that, even before fixing something, you have to think about some things like how we ended up in this situation. How we ended up like right here. These points on the timeline, you know?
Similarly to the first instance where this happened, this is going to refresh the timer on the 2-minute elapsing. However, it is not going to be awarded an extra point because, again, it's her expanding on the same point that she made just then.
What we gonna do after we take back the power? Because people don't think about that. You need to substitute all the machine that there is for something new. It's not, oh, we'll just reach there and, you know, like think about Nepal, for example. They did like very well that thing, but they didn't actually have the plan to after like taking away the control of the country. They just grabbed like a woman on Discord and put it on the command of everything there, and probably they will have problems again in a few years if they are or not already having there. That fucking sucks. You need a plan. You need a plan for the after, you know? You need to be thinking about what led you guys to the situation that you guys have right now, that you guys need to take the control of your country, and you need to think of the after. What you gonna place to substitute the system that the crap, terrible system that you guys ended up in having? How you gonna fix?
Does bringing up Nepal to expand her point count? Again, it's still the same point, right? She's just expounding on it in 2 minutes broken up into 1 minute segments rather than one single 2-minute block. However, it is still the same original critique of the contents of the video that she made from prior. From a few minutes prior, I should say.
It's crazy. It's crazy how people don't
I'm getting there, Kara. I'm getting there.
Think about this stuff, you know?
To weaken the capacity of whites to defend their home.
Because if you don't think about this stuff, you end up having more of the same. Look at Venezuela, for example. Before Maduro, we had the other guy. I forgot his name. I'm sorry. I'm really terrible in reminding this stuff. Sometimes what was the name of the guy that was before Maduro that had a regime like? Oh my God, I forgot the name. Hugo Chavez. Yes, Hugo Chavez. Thank you very much, Susan Papier. So yeah, Chavez reached the power with the population approval to get rid of the people in power looking for something better, claiming for something better. And Hugo Chavez reached the power, promising that to people, and they took the power and made something even worse than what they had before, you know. And it was passed on to Maduro. But you see, this is the problem. This is the problem when you don't have a plan. When you just throw all your responsibility over someone to assume a position of power later without any plan, you just let the person decide everything later. That is a huge problem, you know. Not only, of course, it's necessary to have a face later to put that. It is necessary indeed, but you have to place that person there with already plan. And that person must follow that plan, you know? That's it.
Homelands from oligarch-sponsored mass invasions. Yep. Amelia says, today, England, tomorrow, the stars, hashtag restore Britain. Rupert Lowe, restore Britain has been called far-right and racist by The Guardian, Reform, and the whole host of soapless socialists over the last few days. I cannot be clearer in our official party response. We do not care. The illegals will go. The hotels will be emptied. The HMOs closed. Foreign sex pests, criminals, and invaders will be rounded up, and they will be sent home. Far more legals will leave than enter. Those foreign nationals here already will pay their way. They will contribute. They will respect our culture.
She's kind of cross-talking. I think the Western collapse is different from Southern communist collapse. And again, it's fine to have a gripe with her argument, but the fact is, the thing that I'm rating her on is she trying to, essentially expound upon what is being presented in the video? And even if the argument is a little, even if you think that the argument's a little flawed, the fact is that she is trying to make one in her reaction, thereby making the reaction transformative, right?
If they don't do that, fine. Their choice. They will leave too. If that's racist to these people, then so be it. Let's fucking go. This is a logical policy platform that the British people agree with. They've just never had it seriously offered before. Our political party is going to tell the brutal truth. Get used to it. Oh, shit. Amelia, Restore Britain has been called far-right and racist by The Guardian, Reform, and the whole host of soapless socialists over the last few days. I cannot be clearer in our party response. We do not care. Oh, shit. It's amazing. Amelia, Britain is a Christian nation.
I love to see the diversity and inclusion as a graveyard there. I love that.
And Restore Britain will keep it that way.
Okay, expressing appreciation for the contents of the video. However, it's not going to count towards this because she's not really expressing appreciation for something that Smash JT is doing, but rather something that was shown in the video that Smash JT is trying to commentate over or / react to himself.
Britain is a Christian nation, and Restore Britain will keep it that way. No more creeping Islamification or foreign laws on our soil. Join Restore Britain.
I'm telling you guys, Restore Britain is seriously making massive impacts right now in the UK. I've never seen anything like this. Seriously. Quality Leering Center says, Rupert Lowe with the energy needed. I don't care about your minority languages.
The NHS exists to provide the best possible care to
That's
patients.
so heartwarming. That is
Will feel more
heartwarming.
comfortable speaking in their native language.
Did you say that is so What?
Languages.
The NHS exists to provide the best possible care to
That's
patients.
so
Now,
hot,
some of those
Wami.
patients
That is
will
hot,
feel more
Wami.
comfortable speaking.
You're saying that's hot?
Possible care.
Your minority languages.
The NHS exists to provide the best possible care to
That's
patients.
so
Now,
hot,
some of those
Wami.
patients
That is
will
hot,
feel more
Wami.
comfortable speaking.
That's heartwarming. Oh, okay. All right, yeah. We're going to count that as the same thing as saying so true, unless, again, starting from what? 1503?
That's so hot, Wami.
Yeah, heartwarming. Okay, yeah, you guys are right. It's heartwarming.
Will feel more comfortable speaking.
Okay, 1502. She breaks it up in a very lyrical manner. Like, she breaks up the warming into war arming instead, which is quite interesting to listen to. Do all people from Brazil speak English like? We wouldn't actually. I would not mind listening to more of this, to be honest. Very ESL way of saying it. Yeah. Might be from a chat. Yeah, it's heartwarming. Makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna see within 30 seconds of this. So 1532 is going to be the timestamp. Expand.
In their native language. Right,
I have no
there'll
interest in that.
Well, fine. Like
They
that,
should speak
but
English. They live in England, they should speak English.
Doctors take a...
So she's trying to talk over him, being like, no. The way I've been indoctrinated with my communism and socialist indoctrination, that's not okay. You need to let people speak their own language in your country, because otherwise what we're trying to do, it won't work. And Rupert Lowe's like, bro, I literally do not care. We're going to push forward with English as a first language. And if you got a problem with that, then so be it. Jay Viper says,
Okay, so now it's past 1534, so we're going to, again, dock a point, because it's basically just saying, so true without expounding upon it.
Charlie needs his Amelia. These are the worst parents. What a weak dad he's got. Quote tweeting Camille. Women has historic meltdown and calls the police on her own son for being, quote, really right wing.
Oh, you see, these are plagues. Oh my god, man. You see, it's like I was saying. People were mentioning the guy was mentioning something like protect the British woman. British women are responsible for the problems that you guys have right now. What the actual the fucking woman, this fucking tide is enemy of her own son. Oh my god, man, no. God, I don't know what to say. This pissed me off so much.
Again, it is made in terms that are probably hindered because of the language barrier, but again, this is an attempt at contextualizing a sentimental argument expressed in the Smash JT video, but in her own words. Because of the fact that Smash JT, when he was articulating this, he didn't really go beyond just going, oh, historic meltdown, etc., etc. And here she's trying to make a point about overall dynamics that are determined by sex, right?
My son is 22 and he's really radicalized. This is like the start of Pathways. This is like the storyline to it.
Radicalized.
This is 1984 at its own, it's the most perfect form. This is literally 1984.
The mom called the police saying her
See you, bowl of rice. Thanks for sticking around as long as you have. Oh, wait, you're still saying? Oh, okay, never
son
mind.
is radicalized because he has right-leaning ideology.
I'm not harming myself.
How sad. The mom is a lunatic lefty and she's having a mental breakdown because her son is base as fuck.
What's your concern with him in his room? I'm a political commentator.
I'm a political commentator. The mom can't handle it.
And people might be tired that I mentioned this book so freaking much here, but oh my god, how you don't? Every fucking thing is happening. Look at this shit. It's exactly like it's in the fucking book. That was written way before.
Okay, so again, this counts as contextualizing with, her own words by bringing up 1984, drawing comparisons between that and modern UK. So we'll add a point because of that. Again, kind of tangenting off of the contents of the video. I think it's funny that every time people talk about Britain, they bring up 1984 because, it is true. The comparison does hold up, right? The whole, expecting the citizens to keep an eye on one another. They basically act as a form of surveillance in and of themselves, arresting people for for saying the wrong things. But also on top of that, I do find it to be very, it is emblematic of the way the school system is arranged that when people try to teach you about propaganda and how it works in schools, you guys are usually given, well, I shouldn't say you guys. It seems like a pretty universal thing. We're routinely given fiction or like dystopian / speculative fiction like 1984 instead of actual real life books about the subject by people who pioneered it. Like, for example, Literal Propaganda by Edward Bernays, which is a book that I've talked about on stream several times at this point.
That, by the way.
And I keep spamming references to it because it is the perfect counterexample of, practical knowledge versus just knowledge packaged in a fictional allegory.
What the hell?
Oh my! He's really right wing, officer. Arrest him at once.
God.
Shouting at him. Like, think about this, by the way. Your own mother has a different ideology of politics than you. Fine, fair. Happens in so many families. Nothing really wild about that. She's calling the police on him. And the police is like, what do you do? And her...
So here is what I think it should happen. Not only take away the immigrants, all the immigrants, like illegal immigrants for your country, mainly Muslims, okay? I think if you're a Muslim, there is no exception. Like, all of them should be taken away. All of them, okay? The others you can find, like, maybe an argument to like, makes 5%, maybe 10 remain. Okay, but yeah, and you also need to take away these traders. These are nation traders. Okay, they need to go too. They also need to go. What the actual fuck? They made all the problem to begin with. They need to go. They have to go.
Responses
again. It's going to refresh the timer, but it is yet again expounding upon the same point that was already made prior.
He has really right-leaning ideologies. Police officers probably like, huh?
It starts like it starts like making this more like people. I don't see people talking about this. I don't know why it hurts so much that people don't want to touch this, to talk about this. These are the problems. These are the problem of modern society. It's not other than this. These are brainwashed and manipulated by governments and billionaires. It's this type of person right here. So, these people are oh my god, they're so delulu, they're so freaking crazy, they're so unrecoverable that there is no point you try to recover this person. It's too much tiresome. It takes too much time, effort, and patience. And I bet a lot of also public money, taxpayer money on this. So no, just like if she loves so much like immigrants and fucking like Democrats, just take her away from the country and like make her live together with them. If she loves them so freaking much, if she wanna see like immigrants so much, like what the hell? Let everyone that thinks like he's sane human being on the country, and every freaking insane creature, devious creature like this, you expurge outside of your country. But of course, this is not the roots.
Not gonna lie, cute voice was politicking is a weird mix. Yeah.
Oh, evil. This is not the roots. This is a tool of the evil. The roots of evil is governments and big corpos, billionaires that are aligned with governments. So it doesn't matter, like, you don't fix the problem. Removing this out, and remaining with the same, like, status quo in these countries. But this is a step. It's a step that needs to happen. Okay, it needs to happen.
This is so dramatic.
I'm so sorry.
And the dad's like, oh, bro, is she doing it again, son?
You don't scare me, Dad. Do I not? No. Do I not? What is wrong with you? Why are you assaulting me? Do I not? Why are you assaulting me? Why are you assaulting me?
Shut the fuck up, you parasite. Seems like a...
And this is the figure of the government. This right here, my dear foxlings, is the figure of the ones empowering the governments. These are your deputies. These are your senators.
Okay, so here she's actually building off of the previous point by expanding the analogy to include the father in this presented scenario as well. So again, we can add a point for that.
These are your presidents, you know? These right here. Geriatric cook boomers. It's this figure right here, okay? It's exactly this. So these are the problems in the country.
A very loving, natural family right here. This is just classic. Look at the dad giving the death stare. Holy.
I have brought you up for fucking 20 years. Let me leave. What the fuck have you become? Let me leave. What have you become? I want you to leave. Jesus Christ, we're not. Then let me walk out that door. Let me walk out that door. Let me walk out that door. What? Let me walk out.
This is insane. This is insane. This is what these people are dealing with over there.
Out that door. Answer my question. Nothing. I just want to preserve this nation. Do you not understand? You will not win this war. Yes, I.
Wow. This is insane. Like, full disclosure, I've not seen this full video. Holy.
The VTuber is Kitsune Mizuki. Her name is pretty much spelt exactly as it is in the top left.
The dad just said to his son, you will not win this war. When he says, I want to preserve this nation. Holy shit.
Will. No, you won't. I'm leaving this house. I want you to leave. I don't want you to come back. I'm leaving right now. I want you to go right now. I'm leaving right now. Go.
Oh my God, now he's filming.
No, I'm leaving.
No. Oh my God, now he's filming. No, Mom, I've been filming the whole time. I'm leaving.
You, I have nothing to hide. You're off to jail tonight, by the way. Fucking yeah. You just assaulted me. You. I want to leave. I want nothing.
This is definitely real. This is definitely real. You saw the look the dad was giving him, the way the mom was crying. Like, you can tell when stuff is skits. This is some real shit.
This all looks real to me very much.
Don't come back. Go away.
Yeah, it is a pretty insane family. I mean, imagine kicking out your kids over politics. That is pretty crazy.
Come back.
Go away. What is wrong with you? Don't come back.
That's how it ends. Holy shit, that was... Whoa.
Okay, so
whoa.
at this point, it has been
same...
2 minutes elapsing of the original video's duration without further commentary. So I am going to deduct a point because of that. Wait, hold on, that's not right. Should be 4, not 1. There we go.
Parents, by the way, that would be against...
It should be top left, right? It should say there, Kitsune Mizuki. It might be a bit hard to make out because of the red text on pink background. But yeah, it's spelled KitsunemizUki.
The whole Restore Britain. Those are the parents that be like, no, this is a radical ideology. No, we can't.
It's really the figure, like, it's the... You see, like, it's like I said, the governments and the big corpos, the billionaires, they know they can't control men, but they can control women. And they use women to control men inside homes, for example. Like this. This is the perfect example. The woman like this, she commands everything. The guy that cooks, the geriatric cook boomer, he is obedient to everything his wife demands. And that's how they ended up in this situation that they are. And that's why his son, like, needs to leave. You know? What the actual fuck?
Okay, so again, tying back that entire point in a way that Smash JT doesn't really touch on in his own video, so it adds another point.
Can't control men, but they control women, and by
Yeah, it was off by just a few seconds.
controlling women, they control men. That's it.
Do this. We need to continue what Keir Starmer.
And we are in 2026, and you need to listen this from a Gen Z girl from overseas, from South America, because actually, apparently, like I know more than these suckers over there. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I don't know how it started to be like this. But it is how it is. Or maybe I'm all wrong in doing what I have been doing up until now. Or I don't know. It's really weird to me that I need to be the one explaining all of this crap. It really feels weird to me.
Has started.
Really. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm not trying to. And for God's sake, I need to explain this all the time. I'm not trying to look smarter or anything. Jesus Christ, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like how I can see all of this and no one seems to be seeing the same as I am. This is what kills me inside, you know? This literally like this burns inside of me. Like I know you guys see, but I don't see that very much often. Like the way that I'm telling things here right now, I don't see. I see people talk about many stuff online that I agree with, but I don't see people touching this. I don't know why people don't touch this part. You know, people just don't want to touch this, and this pisses me off a lot.
Okay, so again, then she moves on from talking about the actual dynamics that were shown in the, that were shown in the clip that Smash JT played, going on to make a broader point about how this entire subject matter seems to be a blind spot in political discourse. So that is, since that is a separate point, that is, another one that Smash JT didn't make in his original video, I think it is fair to add another point to her reaction because of it.
That's what voting is all about. The power to the people in a true democracy, the power of pulling through, the majority of saying what we want. If we have this Restore Britain thing being introduced and people are gravitating towards it, that's how change happens. These parents should probably already understand that. I don't think I've ever seen a more cult-like indoctrination than those parents right there. That was, I feel for that kid. Like, yikes. Will Fan says Keir didn't start anything. It was started by Blair. Good point. Okay, fair enough. You would know better than me. My greater point being, Keir continued it, and these parents are full on train of let's keep.
What I think it is, what I think it is
So curious, mix of both. It depends on which demographic you're talking about and why they aren't talking about it.
much simple.
Some of it is due to stigma. Some of it, stigma, which is the more invisible one and therefore less intentional. But that's not the case for all demographics.
It's the mainstream side of things on the right wing, but no one wanna touch this. For example, you see that was.
Have you had water this entire time? Yeah, I have been making sure that I have the mug full next to me. So I appreciate the concern, though.
Someone from government, it seems, because it had that gray check mark that was saying like, oh, we need to protect like something like British woman or anything like no one talks shit about that. Everyone like, yeah, I bet if I would look in the replies, everyone would be like, the replies of that, or everyone would be like, yeah, that's it, we have to do that and everything. But they refuse. Somehow, I don't know if it's by ignorance, or I don't know if they just. Oh my God, I don't know how people can not know how they ended up in this situation. They like wanting to protect this very same woman that are responsible for then ended up in this situation. I really don't understand this. This looks so much insanity to me. This looks like insanity. This is insanity.
Keep this going, which is insane.
I don't see people talking about this. I really don't see. I don't see I don't see people talking about this. Come on. Oh God, this pissed me off so much. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm just so much pissed off. I really am.
Insane. But it's funny how the whole Amelia situation is opening people's eyes to everything going on there. And my heart is with you guys in the UK. It genuinely is. I wish you the best. I'll leave that there.
People protect women and children, beauty or DNA. I understand this is a biological level thing, but you're not a fucking animal. You're a conscious human being. Your maturity, your worldview, your consciousness, like it has to overcome your natural fucking instincts, you know? Like it's not an acceptable answer. It is not. It is not. Amber's chat wishes you well, Mizuki. What do you mean by that? I'm berated again and I don't know? So yeah, I forgot to mention, remember guys to join my Discord server. By joining my Discord server, you'll be aware when I do live streams like this, when I upload videos on YouTube. You also be part of this amazing Foxling community that we have been building along the, I don't know, more than 1 year and a half, I guess.
Good thing there is a
And
death slapping.
also, a reminder to
Sure.
support this Fox on Ko-Fi, Patreon, and here on the stream. Yeah. Avoiding using WorkTube to do any kind of support because it's WorkTube. It like I don't even need to explain that much. But yeah, I lose a huge amount of money that I get from there, and also WorkTube is very cheeky and doesn't deserve getting pennies from my supporters.
Chill is fine so long as, again, she's not playing the video. Because this is after the react, and this is just her talking
before
for
we
the
go-
end of the reaction video she's going to upload on her own YouTube. So that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's fine. However, by the end of that, the net score for her video comes around to a total of 6. A lot of it was kind of dodging the whole reset thing, because her video did have one of the shortest reset timers of all of the videos we've looked at so far, with only 2 minutes instead of 3 or 4. However, she did consistently dodge that by adding in those particular points that she was making that added on to or were beyond what Smash made in his own video. However, the fact that she kept... Basically, she had like 1 or 2 distinct talking points, like 3 maximum, and she just kept going back to them, which is probably what ended up capping her score at 6, rather than allowing it to go higher. Because she did make a lot of points that Smash didn't make in the original. Well, actually, a lot is a misnomer. She didn't make points that Smash didn't make in his original video, but it was just the same points that were looped over and over. So for that reason, in terms of being transformative, yeah, sure, it gets reasonably close. It is, I would still deem it to be React-slop, but it is a better variety of React-slop, I do think, than... it is a better variety of React-slop than just pure upload fodder, right? And also, in terms of picking a video, I did think I would have been, watching that video, the thing that struck me was I would have been more interested in just hearing her talk about this topic without talking about it in reference to the Smash JT video that she put on, right? And for that reason, I don't think that it matches a React like, for example, Pheromones or even Y-Chans earlier on, because they did pick videos where their reactions were not just interesting on the basis of what they had to say about the topic that was covered in the original video, but was actually playing off of the video that they were reacting to specifically as well. So, yeah, then again, she also has the debuff of reacting to a React video, in a sense, right? Okay, penultimate VTuber. Second last, we have Miwa Bell. I think one of 2 talents that we have on this list that were randomly selected who are from Glitch Stars. And Miwa Bell is doing a React video to... Well, her video is titled Reacting to Mick Foley's. Mick Foley ranks the most painful WWE weapons. Runtime clocks in at 27 minutes 55 seconds, and the upload date is 21st of January 2026. Now, if you look at the original video, Yeah, the thumbnail looks pretty similar. However, I will give credit for the fact that not only has she inserted her VTuber figure, she's also added the extra, image asset of the chair that fits in with her models or her chibi's pose, and also added in the text of "Steel chairs hurt." So for that reason, I do think that, yes, she is using the same background image, but enough of it has been changed to the point where I don't think that needs to attract a penalty. Same thing goes for the title, where she has added, again, the bare minimum of Mick Foley adding reacting to the original title, right? Now, the original uploader was Maven Huffman, and the original runtime clocks in at 19 minutes 19 seconds, which means that 15% of the original runtime is 3 minutes rounded to the nearest minute. And the upload date on the original was the 7th of June 2025, so we don't need to worry about the 5-day gap rule. So I'm just going to pull up both videos again so you guys can verify that I've listed the upload dates correctly. So if you look at this, 7th of June 2025, 7th of June 2025.
I don't know if you guys have...
Then we have Miwa Bells, 21st of January, and you can see 21st of January. Alright. Actually, Miwa Bell's video is edited by Lazy Clipper. So, Jelly edited this video, which is quite funny. Alright. So, she is, yet again, one of the rarer VTubers that is starting off the reaction at 0 points instead of negative. So let's see how it goes. 11 hours? Alright. We might just barely make 12.
This is from the Maven Huffman channel. This is the guy who was like a former and he was like in like the WE like training center or something. Or guaranteed wrestling contract. Yeah, he was part of the roster for a bit. But now he's like a YouTuber. He's like a big like YouTuber now. Shit, dude. Chat, one day that'll be us. Not winning tough enough. I mean, we're not us winning tough
Try not to get distracted by her model, right? That's not what we're rating.
enough. I mean, one day we'll be a big YouTuber. Are you guys ready?
Hey guys, it's Mick, the hardcore legend, and I have to tell you, I had the greatest job of all. I made my dreams come true inside the ring, and the greatest thing about it, I'm not paying for any of it.
Thumbtacks on your back.
Mick, it's such an honor being here with you today. You've seen and been through everything. So tell us mere mortals, which WWE weapons hurt the most and which hurt the least? Mick, we have to start with the weapon every WWE fan is familiar with.
The chair?
The steel chair.
Yeah,
One of the nice things about the steel chair is it's almost effective in the way WWE uses it now across the back. Maven, if I had to add one more move to my limited...
Half of us are slightly drunk and can't tell us what to do. Fair enough, fair enough.
repertoire. Guys don't really do wrestling moves here on your show, do they?
They do not.
Okay.
I mean, if you ask, I would say yes.
Okay, so again, you have that combination of slow zoom. The zoom itself is not going to get a point because of, again, like I said, criteria needs to be something, a visual edit that's a bit more than that. However, this is going to refresh the timer because of the fact that her reaction is, there has been an effort to visually emphasize her reaction on screen.
I love this. What is his fit? That Winnie the Pooh shirt kind of goes hard. What the fuck? Where do you even buy that? Serial Summoner, thanks for the sub. Thank you. Guys, literally, I'm not gonna lie, that shirt kind of slaps.
You ready for the move?
Okay, so she did say that, she did end up commenting on the shirt. I do think that they could have probably cut out that bit where she thanks a sub in the middle of that.
I love this. What is his fit?
I like the zooms now. I mean, the zoom is because of the fact that she's talking, right? And Lazy has wanted to emphasize that. I get what you guys are woo-going over, though.
That Winnie the Pooh shirt kind of goes hard. What the fuck? Where do you even buy that? Serial Summoner, thanks for the sub. Thank you. Guys, literally, I'm not gonna lie, that shirt kind of slaps.
You ready for the move?
I'm not gonna say no to you.
I would have blocked some of those chairs.
We all remember you and Rocky.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think you blocked a one of them. Actually, you couldn't. Your hands.
Yeah, my hands are cuffed. We had a goal we were shooting for. Those steel chairs, because I did not realize once my hands were cuffed behind my back, everything was tense. You know, everything's tense through the upper body, traps your neck, and you lose the body's ability to give with the blow. Not that the giving with the blow makes it harmless, but it helps. And I didn't realize that. So when Rock hit me with the first one, man, it was like a lightning bolt went down your whole body. My whole body. And I was like, I could not believe how much worse that chair shot hurt than any chair shot I'd ever taken.
I guess that
But
makes
was
sense.
a unique situation.
Where would you put the chair?
I would
One that-
say, you know,
get the nice readers out.
into all the factors, it hurts a lot.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Mick, next on the list, we're gonna go to our tables. Going through a table. Obviously, something the Dudley Boys made.
Sure, yeah. The table essentially breaks a fall.
Breaks the fall, yeah.
So it's, really high on that reward. High reward, fairly low risk. Yeah, there have been other.
I don't think tables hurt that much, right?
My career was greatly affected.
Yeah, that thing she did where she tilted her head sideways.
We're gonna go to our tables. Going through a table. Obviously, something the Dudley Boys made.
I'm going to count that as her piloting her model live in order to enhance the reaction. So again, this is a max. This is capped at 1 additional point, but I think that that is deserving of it. Also resets the timer, which is the more important thing because she had just reached over a minute there.
Sure, yeah. The table essentially breaks a fall.
Breaks the fall, yeah.
So it's, really high on that reward. High reward, fairly low risk. Yeah, there have been other.
I don't think tables hurt that much, right?
My career was greatly affected.
Bob Holly.
Bob Holly, yeah. I mean, there's times he had that big gash on his back.
A lot of people feel like
Oh,
in the
never
WWE
mind.
or in wrestling in general, they use a fake table.
No.
Set up
Absolutely
straight.
not. They just go to the Home Depot or whatever it might be. It's the same place you get the chairs. So I'm going to
some
say
sacks.
table, even though it has the potential, is noticeable but not bad.
Next, Mick, we're going to go to a weapon that most might not see as a weapon, but it's utilized nonetheless. The WWE microphone.
There really is a way to get the noise where there is contact, but most of the contact is made elsewhere. If you can hit someone's head hard here, then that microphone...
So far, a lot of the reaction has consisted of basically going, that makes sense, or making some sort of noise in agreement, right? The only thing that so far she's gotten the point for is actually piloting her model to make it, you know, to emphasize the fact that she's reacting to something that's being shown on screen.
It's still going to make that sound.
Still going to thump.
And it's so much better than if you just had the microphone boot, because this way you can get the big wind up. Yeah, I'd say...
So pointing out one of the places where I do think there was a potential for, you know, to elaborate on her thoughts a bit more in reference to the video. So let me use an example.
Okay.
Tables. Going through a table. Obviously, something the Dudley Boys made.
Sure, yeah. The table essentially breaks a fall.
Breaks the fall, yeah.
So it's, really high on that reward. High reward, fairly low risk. Yeah,
So here, where she says, I don't think that a table would hurt so much, and then later on...
that much,
My
right?
career was greatly affected.
Here, one of the things that I do think would have been possible is, for example, expanding on why exactly she doesn't think that a table would hurt so much, despite the fact that visually on screen, the shots that we're getting are designed to be very visceral, right? Someone's being slammed into something that is breaking under their weight. The impact, you know, the impact is exactly what the camera's zooming in on, and then later on,
Bob Holly,
you have that direct contradiction with, for example, you know, the camera zooms in on the wrestlers wincing and grimacing when they make connection with the surface of the table. And then only after does it actually show that shot of a wrestler's back being split open by the impact. And then she goes back on her reaction going,
Oh, never mind.
she goes back on her earlier assertion going, yeah, never mind. But one of the things that I do think would have enhanced the reaction in terms of, you know, being commentary beyond just making noises in agreement would have been expanding on, despite the, you know, the shots that are showing on screen that look painful, the zoom ins on the wrestler's face making, you know, grimaces or pained expressions. Why did she think that landing on a table would not be painful? Like, again, it sounds counterintuitive if you just say it out loud. Yeah, when wrestlers slam each other into tables, yeah, I don't think that would hurt that much. Okay. Why? Why do you think that? What makes you think that? Because even if it sounds absurd, when you just say it in a simple phrase like that, as a reactor, that actually works to your benefit because you now have more room to elaborate the way you think to your audience, right?
Absolutely not. They just dash on his back. They use Home Depot. There really is a way to get the noise where there is
A weapon that most might not see as a weapon, but it's utilized nonetheless. The WWE microphone.
There really is a way to get the noise where there is contact, but most of the contact is made.
I think the reason why she changed her mind is fairly self-evident, right? She saw the shot where the wrestler's back was bleeding from making contact with the table, so she went, okay, never mind. So I don't think that needs to be elaborated on. But earlier when she said, okay, I think that getting slammed on a table wouldn't be that painful, I do think that that is something where she could have elaborated more in order to, you know, get across, make the reaction more transformative, right?
Elsewhere, if you can hit someone's head hard.
Again,
here,
if your reaction is something where if you say it out loud in a sentence, it might not make sense, that is actually an opportunity for you to elaborate to your audience on how you're thinking, right? And most people might not think of it as an opportunity because they're used to, for example, having an idea that sounds illogical when you state it out loud and thinking, oh, that's stupid, I shouldn't say that, I'm going to look dumb. But if you're making reaction content, it flips. It becomes an opportunity to better articulate how you're thinking. And remember, part of a VTuber's power level is determined by being cute and also dumb.
Microphone's still going to make that sound.
Still going to thump.
And it's so much better than if you just had the microphone boot. Because this way you can get the big wind up. Yeah, I'd say I'm going to go to this one, microphone.
You could elaborate on why she changed her mind? Yeah, no, that's fair enough as well. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Again, it's the way you use it, but if it's done correctly, you should bear. Going to be plenty of other situations
that makes
where you're
sense.
gonna
That makes
pay
sense.
For your, you suffer for your art, but the microphone should not be one of them.
Next on the list.
Now, the reason why I'm not counting that makes sense, the same thing as saying so true, is because from her reaction, it seems to be something she's genuinely perplexed about prior. And I understand that may be a little subjective right now that I say that out loud. But actually, I'm curious as to you guys. Well, actually, I don't know if I can ask you guys for an unbiased opinion based off how you guys have been reacting to her model. But do you reckon that that makes sense, should be counted as the same thing as saying so true? You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I do maybe we should count as the same thing, because it basically functions the same, right? If you say so true in response to something being shown on screen or said in the video versus that makes sense. Yeah, I do think, yeah, I think it should be counted as the same, right? All right. Yeah, I think it should be counted as the same. All right. Hold on, let me rewind to get the timestamp on that.
Going to be plenty of other
that makes sense.
I think if someone previously, if someone has previously expressed out loud confusion at something, and then within that, within that 30 second in either direction, within 30 seconds in either direction time span, they end up saying that makes sense, I think that's fine, right? But if prior there was no verbal expression or even visual expression of confusion in the form of how they pilot the model or, use the model's expressions, then yeah, I think saying that makes sense should count as the exact same thing as going so true or based or whatever. So hold on.
Because this way you can get the big wind up. Yeah, I'd say I'm going to go to this one, microphone. Again, it's the way you use it, but if it's done correctly, you should bear. Going to be plenty of other situations
that makes
where you're
sense.
gonna
That makes
pay
sense.
For your, you suffer for your art, but the microphone should not be one of them.
Next on the list, Mick, and
yeah, I don't think qualifies in that regard.
He made the kendo stick. Well, he's one of the ones that made the kendo stick famous. Explain to the fans that don't know the construction of a kendo stick, what it feels like to get hit, and
Okay,
so for that makes sense, we are going to be penalizing that. Yeah, exactly. Why does it make sense, right? Again, this is where articulating how you're thinking would actually benefit the reactor in terms of making their content more transformative. Because if you say what was confusing you prior, then when you say that makes sense, it's not just you seemingly mindlessly agreeing with what's being shown on screen, but actually presenting a sort of development in your reaction to something, right? Initially, when you see a video, it doesn't, what you're seeing confuses you. Then 30 seconds later, after you absorb the information presented, it adds up in your head, right?
The construction of a kendo stick, what it feels like to get hit, and
Okay, so unironically, I have a kendo stick. It's literally there just in case someone breaks into my fucking house, dude. Does it hurt? Oh, it fucking hurts. So it's basically...
Okay, so this falls under the category of citing a personal experience in order to, add something to the contents of the original video. Gets a point for that.
Like, it's not even like thin like strips of wood. Like they're at least like 4 to 5 centimeters like thick, right? Wood, like strips of it just tied together. So when you hit it on someone, that shit will hurt. Guys, we don't have guns in Singapore, okay? If someone breaks into my house, what am I supposed to do? How would you rate the pain for me? For me? Are you kidding? If I got hit by that thing, I actually jump the person. Like I jump the bitch, bro. If someone hit me with a kendo stick, on fucking god, it's on site. The thicker, the less pain, but also sturdier. No, that's true. Like, to be honest, right? Like, it hurts, but it's more the sound than anything.
Okay, so here, I'm going to say that this is now where she's moved on from just going, hey, I have a kendo stick too, as a way of, playing off of what the video is saying in the background, to moving on to recontextualizing, for example, or adding context, I should say. Adding context to the assertion that kendo sticks actually hurt, which was said in the, which was raised as a point in the video, in her own words now, right? So I'm going to add that as a separate point as well.
Like, it doesn't, okay, it hurts, but it's the sound that comes from it that's scarier than the actual, like, they're challenging you to a duel. If anyone challenged me, a 4'11" Asian girl, to a duel, that's a crime in certain countries.
And I don't even want to say, is it gimmicked? Because it's the construction of the kendo stick. It's not gimmicked. It's just the way it's made.
There's a little rope on the top that you can lower a little bit or raise depending on how bad you want it to be. But even when it's loose, it stings. I don't know how to make it look good without it. It's not something where you can stomp your foot.
The sound comes from the impact.
It comes from the impact. I never used them all that much, so I wasn't an expert. But I knew when I did get a hold of them, I was aiming for about here, about this far away, so that you get a bend into it. You want to use your wrists like you're casting a reel as opposed to putting it up, and boom, I think that's more effective.
Do you practice kendo? No.
Put that on the list.
I'm gonna say
it hurts.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Is this a case of, again, where it's whoever's throwing it? It depends on who you're in the ring.
Yeah.
Another daily item that is used in the WWE, the trash can.
Yeah.
Now, there's many ways to use it.
Guys, somehow I don't think a trash can's that painful.
What would you say a trash can feels like on our list?
Where there's the Rubbermaid and then there's the aluminum, right? I got a lot of mileage with Sting.
Okay, so here, just then when she said somehow I don't think a trash can is that painful, I'm counting that as non-commentary because of the fact that, again, it doesn't really fall into the contents of making an original critique of the contents of the video or analyzing or critiquing a video's composition. Because if she, for example, said, I don't think it's that, if instead of saying for some reason I don't think it's that painful, and instead she tried to articulate a reason, then that would have elevated it into making an original critique of the contents of the video. Because at this point in the video's runtime, they haven't started elaborating on why or why not a trash can actually ranks above or below, let's say, a kendo stick or any of the previous items they talked about, the mic or the chair. Sorry, the mic or the chair or the table, right? So, again, there's an opportunity here to actually elaborate on why you had that initial reflex, that initial reaction to something that's being shown in the video, but it wasn't something that, Mio seems to have taken.
Made in a match, I think it was called Submit or Surrender. It was a really good TV match in which he did the stinger splash off the top with that.
Again, there is an opportunity, for example, like if she doesn't think it's going to hurt, like you could look at a clip like that, right?
in which he, I mean, you know, he did this. Stinger
Look at
step.
how easily it bends underneath his weight. And you can make the argument that, okay, even if it isn't that way in practice, right, sensationally, physically, it does look like it would be a little bit more fluid and soft, right? Well, maybe not soft, but at least like flexible enough to at least absorb some impact in the material itself.
Thing. I always liked the idea of having it over my head and
not knowing where you're going.
where you have risk with the garbage can is after you use it 3 or 4 times on someone,
Frayed edges.
get rid of it.
Oh.
Now you're in a situation where a garbage can conceivably
Sharp.
cut somebody badly.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
like
shit.
missing time working. Yeah, so I'm going to say the garbage can because
I didn't
it
think about the
does
cutting
have
factor.
the
Shit.
potential to cause real damage. It hurts.
The steel steps.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you put that on our list?
Well, I want you to just take your finger.
Oh, I get to touch you? Christmas all over.
Right
Oh,
over here.
no.
Gosh.
You feel
Oh.
that big lump of bone?
Yeah, why is that hard like that?
That's because I
That calcium?
I hit the stairs incorrectly. It was like a post WWE thing, and I got back in the ring, and I said, I think I broke my leg because it was just so.
Again, her opening her mouth like that would count as piloting the model live. However, like I said, that point's capped at 1, so this is going to refresh the duration, but it isn't going to award a point.
It was a big knot instantly.
Oh.
And it's because I was taking the bump into the stairs. When I would hit those steps right, and I would catch it right in the middle of the thigh, and I could feel my body going over, and I was like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna get the oohs and ahs, and it really wasn't that bad.
You were great at that.
Steps because they can cause damage.
Yeah, okay.
I'll say still very high on the risk-reward ratio analysis because you're always. You know what? I'm gonna move that to noticeable, but not that bad. With
Like,
exception.
it's very obvious based off of this, her reaction thus far throughout the 8 minutes that has now elapsed in this 27-minute video, that there are things that are being shown on screen that she is having a visceral, reflexive reaction to. Every time she goes, oh, or ah, or she like sighs or gasps, you can tell that there's something she is seeing in the video she's reacting to that is eliciting that reaction. The trick is to just take that and then verbalize why. That's the bit that most reaction content fails to do.
Really?
With exceptions.
Okay.
I would think that the steel sets would be a lot higher just because of how sharp the edges are, right? Just because of how sharp the edges are. Like, I always get like incredibly concerned when I see this with the steel stairs because I'm like, oh fuck, dude.
I think at that point I'd be too out of it to remember, Billy, to be completely honest.
You might like take someone's eye out or something like that. Yeah, the steel sets for deform my body. Anyway, he's not that bad. He's so heroic. Oh, somehow this guy is both the most equipped man to talk about like the most painful WWE weapons, but also the most like ill-equipped because I don't know if this guy's pain tolerance is real.
Okay, yeah, so at that point, she's making a critique of the video's composition presentation, right? Basically presentation, because she's talking about how the host does not, she finds it hard to believe that the host has a normal pain tolerance from which to, rate this video, do these ratings on how painful some of the weapons in WWE are, right?
I don't think the bro has like regular, like pain tolerance. So even though he's like
Bit like getting Michael B. Jordan to rate how tall something is, right?
probably the best, like the most like the best person to talk about like WWE weapons, I don't think he's normal. So I don't know, man. He went through a steel cage against the Taker. I don't think I think his pain tolerance is insane. Like, I have days where like I get like where it's like it's almost Shark Week and I start getting cramps and it hurts so bad that I can't even like sit up in a chair. I have to lie down because of how bad it hurts. I could not survive like half of the things this man has dealt to him. Like it could not be me, bro.
Actually, this does bring up a point that I think ties into a valid thing that how do I say this? when you are reacting to something live, right, on stream with your community watching alongside you, there is less of an incentive for you to articulate verbally how something or why something makes you react the way that it does. Let's say, for example, just then when she was watching, earlier on in the video, when she was watching someone slam into a table and then she started wincing, right? Or she made like a sound, like a gasp or whatever. When you're with your community, you don't actually need to state out loud why you react the way that you do beyond a certain point of familiarity, because chances are your community is probably in tune enough with you as a streamer and you as a person at that point to be able to intuit why you think or feel the way that you do, at least to some degree. And for that reason, when you're reacting to something live, I can understand if, if you're just watching something with your audience for the sake of comfort, you might not feel any need to do something like that. But if you then take that and go, okay, so why then should I bother doing that for the sake of making a YouTube reaction video either, right? Because if it's not natural, if I'm just watching it with my community, if I'm just chilling, if they know me and I know them, and, for that reason, I don't need to verbalize my feelings, why should I? On YouTube, you have the chance to grow, to reach a wider audience. And the audience that is likely to tune into your content on YouTube, and especially the audience that is not yet familiar with you, is not going to have the same degree of ability to intuit how or why you think, feel, or react the way you do to things as people who are already part of your community. If the intention is to grow, which I assume if you're posting React content onto YouTube, that is your intention. If your intention is to grow and reach a wider audience, I cannot stress enough how helpful it might be for someone coming in who isn't familiar with the content, who you are hoping to attract to, want to pursue a greater familiarity with you as a content creator, right? If you want to pique their attention, I cannot stress enough how helpful it is to be able to articulate how you think, feel, and react to them in a way that they can get, even if they don't have that underlying degree of familiarity if they were already a long-time community member, right? Reacting for the sake of comfort and, casual interaction with your community, perfectly fine. But if you're going to go through the effort, you're going to commission, right? Because remember, this, Lazy made this video, which means that he was paid to make this video. If you're going to commission reaction videos to post onto YouTube, right? Better to leverage that to the fullest extent as well. Just in case anyone was having any doubts as to why this is, why I'm bothering to harp on this in the first place. I understand that this is probably like 12 minutes, 12 hours into the video or whatever. But again, this was something that I thought was obvious enough that didn't need to be said right at the beginning. But I do think it is, I've now realized it's probably helpful to say out loud anyways, just to explain why, why should you bother to quote unquote react to a certain standard or whatever, right? Because the intention, I assume, is outreach. And if you are attempting outreach, right, you cannot assume a baseline level of intuitive, mutual understanding between the audience that is watching your YouTube reaction video and you as a content creator. You're going to have to put in a bit more effort to articulate how you think and feel in a manner that someone who isn't a long-time community member might be able to grasp.
He had a tooth lodge in his nose. I forgot about that. Shane McMahon also got high pain intolerance. Bro, they all do. Like, I will never forget the Shane McMahon, like, glass, like, being thrown through a glass thing. Like, that's insane. Ow! Just ow! Like, I don't think I could ever be, like, a wrestler just because my pain tolerance is, like, garbage, bro.
Hi, besties. It's me, Mila.
Okay, so she's displaying her reasons to watch quite prominently. Okay. I know what you mean, but just as a side, right? If you want an audience, again, I'm not saying that this is her audience or her community, right? But if you want your audience to stick around for more than just a pretty model, I think that you are doing yourself a disservice when you advertise yourself via YouTube content if you don't show them stuff besides that, right? And so far, like, we have been given glimpses into, for example, her interest in wrestling, right? We have been given glimpses into the fact that she may have an interest in martial arts when she talks about in detail owning a kendo, what makes it painful, why is it an intimidating instrument, etc. But again, most of her reactions throughout this 10-minute duration have just been making noises in agreement and saying, you know, that makes sense, right?
And if you're enjoying today's video, please consider subscribing, okay? Like, please, 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 times a billion. I'm like really asking this of you, ne?
Those exceptions might be?
It might be The Rock throwing them on top of me when I was laying on the ground. From overhead. My idea, not the great one.
Understood. All right.
Like, again, that reaction...
Those exceptions...
It might be The Rock throwing them on top of me when I was laying on the ground.
Again, why does that look so painful to you? The thing is, you have the ability, you have the excuse to expand. So normally, right? Normally, if you see a video of someone dropping a steel like thing onto someone else's hip from a sizable height, you don't need to elaborate on that because it's just stating the obvious. But she has an excuse to do so because earlier on, she already pointed out how in the background, as this footage is showing, the guy who's hosting, the guy who's being interviewed in the video that she's reacting to is just talking about this nonchalantly. And she's already pointed out how, you know, he seems to have a bit of a strange perspective on what counts as painful because of his, you know, inordinate amount of tolerance for pain, right? So she has an excuse to sort of act as the sort of counterbalance to his perspective that was primarily shown in the original video, to act as the sort of voice of reason or voice of normality by going, yeah, that looks really painful because XYZ, whatever. And she would have an excuse to do this because that creates contrast with the primary perspective that is being shown in the original video. Right? So again, there is an opportunity here. It's just not being used.
My idea, not the great one.
Understood. All right, Mick, next on the list. I don't know if a lot of people would even consider this a weapon. I want to know your thoughts. The dumpster.
I was in the dumpster match in 1998, WrestleMania, and I will say it can cause injury if you're being power bombed into it and you clip your lower back like Terry Funk did. And also, Terry and I were rolled off the side of it. Terry and I were actually in there like praying, and I was like, I love you, Terry. I love you.
Her style is a bad match for the rules. I mean, to be fair, she is, you know, she isn't in negatives, right? So I wouldn't say it's a bad match for the rules, but I will say that if this is the style that she adopts for most of the reaction videos, I don't exactly think it's like peak transformative either, right? I do think that it relies a lot on being a cute anime girl who's just sitting in the corner of a video to pass for most of the entertainment value, which is fine for the sake of making reaction content, but I'm judging this based off of how transformative it is, right?
Just, you know, and then we hit.
If you're just going to see, the thing is, if you're relying on most of the entertainment value being it's you doing the reacting, or two, you're a cute anime girl doing the reacting, then the audience you're going to attract from your videos are primarily going to be people who already like you, i.e. probably people who are already community members, or people who have, you know, a similar interest in, you know, cute anime women on the internet. And the problem is that second market is very, very saturated. So how are you going to widen your audience? How are you going to appeal to newer demographics? Neither of those two forms of appeal end up meeting that ticket. And like I said, if you're commissioning someone to make a React video that you're then going to post onto YouTube, I would assume that the intention is to advertise, right, to a broader viewership.
Boom. And my gut feeling was, I don't think this hurts enough to look good. And it did, it looked good enough. So I'm going to say dumpster's noticeable, but not that bad.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Next one on the list, I'm excited for because just mentioning it gave a reaction from you. I can't wait. I'm just going to let you go with it. Glass.
So, I mean, we covering light tubes in here with glass. So
it's your world, Nick.
Yeah, the light tubes, I mean, big reward, but also a big risk, you know, because they're much more difficult to pull out than thumbtacks. I'm not convinced that the coating they have, you know, is oh, sure. The other thing that worries me.
What name? Miwa Bell. So MYWABELLE.
About it is the shards getting out into the crowd.
Yeah, the predictability of where it's going.
They work. I mean, they get a pop. I still don't know if it's worth the price you pay for it, you know, with guys literally walking around with pieces of glass in their forearms and knees for the rest of their lives.
Take Candy Glass, something WWE utilizes. I went through the popcorn machine, and before
Yeah,
that
Candy Glass
night,
makes sense.
one of the guys backstage showed me. He was like, "This is easy. It's Candy Glass." He even chewed it, which gave me total peace of mind. In that aspect, I think it's safe.
I was one of those guys though that wanted it to be real.
Oh,
fuck! Real. I guess the one time you could tell it was definitely real was when Sabu and I called an audible at a ECW house show. It may have been recorded, Hamburg, Pennsylvania. We get to the back, and there's a garbage can, and I see the bottle, and
The vibes are there. Can't say for the objective, but that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Like, if you think that she's cute, that's more than a good enough reason to watch her, right? And that is, that is the advertising working as intended, right? So again, just in case it's not immediately clear, it hasn't been clear enough over the course of the entire stream, I'm not saying that the reaction content that we're rating doesn't work, because obviously it does. That's why people do it, right? But what I am saying is that, is it transformative? That's more debatable.
I somehow convey to him that I want him to use it. So Sabu rolls me in the ring, and you get the big production, and here comes that thing, and he goes, boom.
I was gonna say, they're not designed to break.
Yeah.
Oh.
And long story short, it was, you had these ECW, and
I'd watch it in mute. See, that's the problem, right?
by the fourth one, they're like, I think you've had enough, and that finally was number 5 or 6 that broke. And so I did take pride in that, but it's a foolish pride. Like discretion is sometimes the better part of valor. So I'm going to say, I'm going to say when you mix in
all of them
together, it can be really serious. I'm going to say it hurts.
Next on our list, Nick, it's what starts every.
Like, again, she's obviously reacting to something on screen. She just isn't verbalizing it.
Wrestling match, the ring bell.
You either know how to use it or you don't, right? You don't know how to use it.
I'm the first to admit I've never used it or been thrown into it in a match. So
I was a big believer in just coming at you with the body as hard as I could, but I would have the prop with me. So I was going to hit you as hard as I could, but I wouldn't be hitting you with the
Not disagreeing with you, just did explain enough about the specific weaknesses of the style. Oh no, that's fair enough. Yeah, don't worry. I understand.
I remember Randy Orton, like, I've never done this before. I can't remember what he's supposed to hit
He
me.
was so hot back then.
As hard as you can.
Okay.
But just you're running into me with the object as opposed to going boom. And especially when it's something like that you can't really work with. It's noticeable but not bad most of the time.
Okay, so with that, she's now reached 3 minutes elapsing without any additional commentary, so we're going to dock a point because of that.
Doesn't know what they're doing. They could split you open like a ripe melon, and that could be, I hate this job. But I worked with enough people who knew what they were doing.
Sledgehammer, another one that
Oh,
there's
no.
nothing.
You've probably already addressed it, but is Dizzy React-slop in Weekly? Honestly, the whole point of Weekly I don't view as being transformative reactions, but just as a showcase for Clippers. So yeah, I would class what Dizzy does in Weekly as React-slop, but I don't think that that's an indictment on the format itself, if that makes sense.
Fake, phony, gimmicked about a sledgehammer. You have to know how to use it.
Yeah, and I'm glad to say I was the first guy Triple H hit.
Really?
And he laid it in there. So he did it because I did need my meniscus repaired. I very rarely missed matches I was scheduled for. But when I realized I had an injury and it would be, best to repair it, I would go to the company like, hey, can we work through?
She is... This feels like a video she wanted to watch and decided to watch on stream, but it's hard to add on to. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Mia was really reactive to the content, wish she would just articulate why it makes her feel that way. Again, like I said, if you like cute anime women making, noises and being cute on screen, this works, right? But again, like I said, it's not that transformative because of the fact that he has multiple opportunities to expound on, why she has the reactions she does. It just doesn't seem to be something that she ends up taking up.
Through a storyline, and then when my storyline's done, let's see if we can't give somebody credit for
some mileage.
This. Yeah. And I dare say that, I didn't know Triple H would still be using a sledgehammer to this day.
Everybody needs friends.
But I was glad he did it, and the secret was he hit me in the meat of the thigh.
Oh, okay.
And it was in there.
Yeah.
it hurt, but I wasn't injured.
Where are we putting
Oh,
the
that's
sledgehammer?
Sledgehammer.
that's
because I only
good.
think I took it that one time.
I don't know.
It did hurt. Good kind of pain, but it hurt. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, okay, I admire.
See, some of you may be saying it as a joke, but unironically, the primary appeal of something like this is basically kind of GFE, right? Like, you know, you're watching a video that you are interested in with a cute girl, right? That's the primary appeal of this, right?
When wrestlers are professionals, like enough to, you know, like they know where they can hit without causing like serious injury, right? But god damn, Mick, no, don't. Whoa, I don't.
Okay, that counts as her basically contextualizing something that was being said in her own words, right? Basically saying, yeah, you know, the wrestlers, they get away with this because they know where to hit, but it still looks painful as fuck, right?
I don't know, man. I genuinely think that Mick Foley, like, I have a renewed like sense of like admiration towards this man now after his video, because like he really does things for like the love of the sport. They're
Okay, I think that can be awarded as expressing appreciation for the video and or affection for its creator. Now, this is another capped category, but it is another point that I think should be added separately to the prior one that we just awarded.
and taught how to take and throw those hits. No, but you see, the thing about it is that we are well aware that there are wrestlers, current wrestlers, who are unsafe to work with, you know? And it's like I genuinely feel that wrestling doesn't have to be like super serious. Like, it doesn't have to be super real, you know, like quote unquote real. Because like if you're being like actually like damaged because of it, then what's the point, right? So like the fact that Triple H is like careful enough with an actual fucking sledgehammer, right, makes me appreciate him a lot more. Like, I mean, have you seen like Zoe Stark, the recent like Zoe Stark like botch, her and the Kairi Sane thing? I feel bad for the girl. She's been injured so much. I don't know about that. I don't know. I genuinely feel for her.
Okay, so here she's bringing up a separate instance of a wrestler getting seriously injured, I assume. So again, making an original critique of the contents of the video, right? Something that this is a case study that the original video didn't bring up when it comes to contextualizing how wrestling works from the perspective of maximizing spectacle while minimizing injury. So I think she deserves to be awarded another point because of this.
Like, do I think she's a great wrestler? No. But I genuinely think that the botches are gonna cause like actual like serious injury to her in the long run. Like, the thing about it is that Kairi Sane wasn't even in the position for it, right? Like, she wasn't even like she had her back turned, and then at that point like Zoe Stark was a little too far, so that's not great. Like, I feel bad. Like, she botches a lot. I feel bad for her, but I genuinely think she needs to get better. Which, you know, might be a shitty thing to say, but I genuinely think she needs to get better.
Sure. Mick, what's a hardcore match without the fire extinguisher?
Oh.
Where are we putting that on the list?
Well, fire extinguishers is a funny thing, is usually you're getting sprayed with it, you know, not hit with it. But the thing about the CO2 extinguishers, it makes it really hard to breathe.
It does.
Especially if
Oh,
you've
that's
been through
true.
a match and you're kind of, you know, gassing out already. Panic sets in because you're used to being able to draw those breaths. Or if you understand, okay, you know, maybe I'm not in the condition I wish I was. And then you throw this on top of it, I'm going to go with it hurts because I never had an experience where it did not.
And just for everyone
You know,
watching,
that makes sense.
All 100% real. There is no gimmick fire extinguisher. I think it's only fair the next.
That makes sense. I didn't think about the fact that like you're straight.
Okay, so again, I would have penalized that makes sense if 30 seconds elapsed without her expanding on it. But again, she does end up expanding on it.
You're straight blasting CO2 in someone's face. I actually didn't think about that. Was that? I think that was ICP. So I choke. Yeah. I didn't think about like the about like CO2. I just thought like, oh, maybe it's like annoying to get in your mouth or something. But goddamn, you're right. It will choke someone out.
Okay, so right there, it's almost okay. Well, I'm teetering in 8 minutes to go. All right, because of the fact that the VOD cuts itself off automatically, I am going to quickly just explain rationale. So here, articulating how a video makes her feel emotionally and why it makes sense, and then basically explaining why it makes sense by saying, okay, yeah, she didn't think about the whole CO2 suffocating the person aspect of it. So for that, we are going to award another point. However, it is in a capped category. So she goes up to 6. Now, yeah, I'm going to be ending the stream here and then restarting a new one to continue on. But yeah, I'll see you. Well, let me set up a waiting room first of all, and then I'll raid into it. I keep forgetting that YouTube hard cap streams at 12 hours. I really wish they would get rid of that limit. Part of the reason why I think it is still the less suitable streaming platform objectively in terms of features and function than Twitch.